Chapter 91. She is a lunatic. At this time, the men in black had no time to escape. The violent spiritual power that burst out from Su Maoyang's body came crashing down and hit their bodies fiercely, instantly shaking up a fierce sound wave. However, in the blink of an eye, the men in black who were just aggressive were actually shot out, fell heavily to the ground, and spit blood in embarrassment. The leader, who was still entangled with the blue cloud leopard, was frightened by this, and his pupils were wide open and his face was pale. A group of junior, heavenly spiritual masters were actually injured by an intermediate earthly spiritual master. Oh my god! Was he seeing things? Just when the leader was horrified, Su Maoyang forced himself to stabilize his injured body and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth with his clove tongue. This move was obviously sexy and charming, but in the eyes of the men, it was extremely sinister and terrifying. This woman is simply a demon. Too scary. Too scary. They had never seen anyone so perverted as to fight and advance at the same time. And even more so, she gave up resisting desperately, accepted the spiritual power from the attack, absorbed it all, and turned it into a stepping stone for her advancement. Oh my god! There is probably no one in the world who is so crazy and perverted. They all knew that if they were not careful, they would die. And Su Maoyang, a delicate woman, was bolder than them. She was simply a lunatic. High-level Earth Spirit Master? You actually advanced to high-level Earth Spirit Master? The leader looked at Su Maoyang's arm, which was still lingering with spiritual power, and roared in disbelief. But, just like this distraction, he was taken advantage of by the blue cloud leopard on the opposite side. The blue cloud leopard swung its furry claws fiercely, and the powerful force fell on the leader. With a bang, the team leader was also slapped away and fell beside his teammates. An intermediate heavenly spiritual master and 9 junior heavenly spiritual masters were defeated by a woman and a spirit beast. Such a record is definitely the most humiliating and unbelievable in history. Su Maoyang looked at the men lying on the ground, as embarrassed as stray dogs, with a slight smile on his lips. His lips were stained red by blood, and he was extremely charming. At this time, he bloomed a gentle and charming smile, full of extreme contradictory beauty. I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I guess it would take some time for me to be promoted to a senior earthly spiritual master. As he said, Su Maoyang walked towards them. Seeing this, a group of men were so frightened that they quickly moved back, trembling and shouting, "Don't come over! Don't come over! This is a witch! A madman! No one knows what shocking thing she will do." Su Maoyang didn't care about their fear. He walked over, stepped on the captain's chest, and stared at him condescendingly. "How much money did the head of the Sun family give you?" The captain was a tough guy, but for some reason, facing Su Maoyang's sinister eyes, his voice trembled a little when he spoke. 100,000 gold coins. Su Maoyang frowned in shock when he heard it, and immediately swore, "Damn! I'm only worth 100,000. The head of the Sun family is really generous. What are you looking at? Take it out quickly." Su Maoyang spat angrily, then stared at the captain again and growled. The captain didn't expect Su Maoyang to not only beat them, but also to plunder the property they got from the head of the Sun family. It was too cruel. I'll take it. I'll take it. Don't step on it." The leader was seriously injured, and was no match for Su Maoyang and Qin Jianbao. He dared not resist, and could only answer bitterly, "Then why are you still standing there?" Su Maoyang saw that he was slow to act, so he stepped on him again. The leader's internal organs were already in pain like burning fire, and now Su Maoyang stepped on them hard, and he immediately spit out a mouthful of blood, and his facial features were tangled in pain. "Ah! Your feet! Your feet! If you don't move them away, how can I take them?" the leader shouted weakly. Su Maoyang heard this, and stopped the abuse, and moved his legs and feet away. The pressure on his chest disappeared, and the leader gasped and quickly took out all the 100,000 gold coins from the space ring. "All the money of the head of the Sun family is here." The leader observed Su Maoyang's expression and said carefully. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, and his expression eased slightly when he saw this. Then he waved his hand, and put all the gold coins into the medicine cauldron space, which made the men of the blood battle group feel painful. Alas, they comforted themselves by sacrificing money to save their lives. However, Su Maoyang did not intend to let them go, and said sinisterly, "You should have gained a lot of benefits along the way. While I am talking to you, hand them all over." Otherwise the blue cloud leopard will be hungry. As he said this, the blue cloud leopard on the side opened his bloody mouth very cooperatively and roared with bared teeth. The leader listened to the deafening roar of the blue cloud leopard and felt sad in his heart. He really didn't expect that one day he would be threatened by a woman and a spirit beast like a grandson. Shame. A huge shame. These are all the medicinal herbs and tokens I looted from other students. There are only so many, and there is really no more. The leader made a bitter face and took out a pile of medicinal herbs and tokens. Su Maoyang saw that he had looted so much, and his eyes lit up, and he finally showed some joy. Although the medicinal materials were all ordinary medicinal materials, they were enough to refine some low-quality pills. However, the tokens all over the ground made Su Maoyang stunned. This blood battle group had bullied so many students just now, and they actually robbed so many. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was not polite at all. With a wave of his hand, he put all the medicinal materials and tokens back into the medicine cauldron space. At this time, the blood battle group wanted to cry, but had no tears. After fighting for so long, they didn't make any money. Not only did they lose the 100,000 commission, but they were also beaten for nothing. I think the head of the Sun family is also miserable. He spent 100,000 gold coins in vain, and wasted his thoughts in vain. And finally 100,000 gold ran into the hands of the enemy. If the head of the Sun family knew, I don't know if he would faint from anger. Everyone in the blood battle group shook their heads bitterly. The woman in front of them was really terrible. Not only did she use their hands to advance to the advanced Earth Spirit Master, but she also made a fortune from them. This person is really treacherous. Blame it on the head of the Sun family for provoking Su Maoyang when there are so many people to provoke. A group of men were filled with emotion, and they looked at Su Maoyang with awe. Lin Water, who was standing not far away and watching the battle, was already stunned. She only came back to her senses when she heard Su Maoyang calling her name. Miss Su, are you okay? Lin Water hurried forward to check her body. Su Maoyang waved his hand. It's okay. I have been promoted to a high-level Earth Spirit Master, and my wounds have healed a lot. It's okay. Hearing this, Lin Water shook her head in disbelief. Miss Su, you are so handsome. You are the most handsome woman I have ever seen. You are so powerful. I definitely did not follow the wrong master. Su Maoyang saw her staring at him like a fangirl, and shuddered with disgust. On the other hand, the blue cloud leopard beside him wagged its tail, and came to Su Maoyang happily, saying in his heart, Master, wasn't I very heroic just now? Shouldn't you reward me with a pill? Su Maoyang rolled his eyes at it, not wanting to see its flattering appearance. But seeing that it was fighting hard, he still took out the pill and threw it to it. This is a top-grade genuine pill, which is more than enough to treat your injuries. The blue cloud leopard swallowed it in one gulp, stomping his left and right feet back and forth on the ground in joy. His eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. The men of the blood battle group saw this, and their eyes widened in surprise. She could easily take out a genuine pill, and threw it to a beast. This woman is too discouraging. Miss Su, are you an alchemist? The leader was shocked for a moment, swallowed his saliva, and asked in a trembling voice. Chapter 92, Conquering the Blood Battle Group. Su Maoyang nodded. The leader was shocked. His eyes widened. You are a peak alchemist? He knew that only a peak alchemist could refine the true yuan pill. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows. Well, do you have any opinion? The leader was shocked when he saw her admit it. He knew better than anyone what a peak alchemist meant. Maybe a peak alchemist was not a particularly powerful alchemist, but the woman in front of him looked only 18 or 19 years old. Such potential and talent were a bit scary. They were a group of poor people in the blood battle group. They had been wandering since childhood. Now they were promoted to heavenly spirit masters, and they also waded through the blood pool. So they were 30 years old and reached this level. It was because they lacked resources, and were not as talented as those young men and women who had been trained in big families. Now there is an alchemist with unlimited potential, who can lead their blood battle group and help them break through the bottleneck. Thinking of this, the leader immediately hated the head of the Sun family to the extreme. The head of the Sun family only said that Su Maoyang was an intermediate Earth Spirit Master, but did not say that she was a peak alchemist. He was so reckless that he offended the alchemist. It was really abominable. After the leader regretted it, he kowtowed to Su Maoyang. Miss Su, our blood battle group is willing to become your power, as long as you are willing to accept us. The blood battle group will swear to be loyal to you until death. Seeing the leader say this, the other men were surprised for a moment. And then, they also understood and cowed out in submission. They followed the leader, and went through life and death for so many years. So they naturally believed in all his decisions. Since the leader believed that Su Maoyang could lead them, they also believed it. Su Maoyang didn't expect that the blood battle group would be willing to pledge allegiance to her, and was shocked by their actions. You are all desperate people, used to living a carefree life. Are you really willing to be my subordinates and be bound by me? Su Maoyang frowned and questioned, hitting the nail on the head. Hearing this, the leader smiled bitterly. What kind of carefree are we? We are just showing off in the Southern Sui Kingdom. We brothers are also ambitious in the Southern Sui Kingdom. And we want to go out and see, but with our strength, who will treat us as human beings outside the Southern Sui Kingdom. They have been looked down upon since childhood. And their lives are also humiliating. It's hard to get to this age. And with this strength, they can only be arrogant in small places. It's also a shame. When the other men heard the leader say this, they all nodded in agreement. Su Maoyang's doubts were somewhat loosened when he saw this. The blood battle group is a group of masters of Tianling masters. If they are loyal to him, he will be more like a fish in water. Seeing that Su Maoyang was a little shaken, the leader cowed out sincerely, Master, please accept us. I believe that with your talent and strength, you will not stay in the Southern Sui Kingdom for long. Wherever you go in the future, we will go there and follow you until death. Su Maoyang heard this, pondered for a moment, and said seriously, okay, I can accept you. But any decision or action you make in the future must be approved by me. If I say go east, you must never go west. What I want is absolute obedience. Can you do it? Yes. We can definitely do it, the leader said firmly. The other men also shouted like an oath, absolute obedience. After the battle just now, everyone has witnessed Su Maoyang's abnormal strength. Now they know that she is a top alchemist. Such an arrogant person. No matter how arrogant the men in the blood battle group are, they have to admire Su Maoyang from the bottom of their hearts. So no one is dissatisfied. Seeing this, Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Since you have decided to follow me, you should be honest and behave yourself. I hate betrayal the most in my life. If someone touches my reverse scale, I believe you know your fate. The men in the blood battle group saw Su Maoyang's sinister eyes sweeping across, and they shuddered in fear. Who dares? A group of people were beaten like grandsons by her. If the silver needle today was stained with poison, I am afraid they would have reported to the Hades now. Seeing that everyone was shocked by her, Su Maoyang eased his expression, took out a bottle of healing pills from his arms, and threw them to them. You just got internal injuries, and after taking these medicines, you'll be fine. The people who received the pills were immediately overjoyed, and their pale faces turned red with excitement. Following such a generous master is definitely a blessing for them. Seeing that everyone had taken the pills, Su Maoyang turned around and shouted to Lin Water, who was standing there in a daze. Water, let's go. There's not much time left for training. Lin Water woke up from a dream, exclaimed, and followed stupidly, because everything that happened just now was like a dream. It was too incredible. Su Maoyang actually accepted the dreaded blood battle group as his subordinate. Oh my god! What kind of master did she follow? As soon as Su Maoyang left, the blood battle group naturally followed them and escorted them all the way. Why didn't I see other students today? It's really strange, Lin Water muttered as she walked. Su Maoyang also felt strange, as if everyone had disappeared collectively. Just as the two were puzzled, there was a sudden sound of fierce fighting in the distance ahead. Su Maoyang looked around in surprise, and suddenly found that almost all the students of Nanjing College were gathered there, fighting with a group of giant black apes. Even Nanjing Huan, Sui Xue, Mo Halga and Mo Xian were among them. It seems that they are working together to deal with this group of spirit beasts. The black ape looks a bit like King Kong, but its size is estimated to be 3 or 4 times that of King Kong, and its sturdy body is floating with suffocating spiritual power fluctuations. No wonder they have to join forces. Damn. A 6th level iron-backed black ape, and a group of 5th level iron-backed black apes. Such a large group. Wow. Wow. So amazing. Wang Feng, the leader of the blood battle group, exclaimed when he saw this. Su Maoyang was also scared. A 6th level spirit beast is already very impressive, But I didn't expect there would be a group of 5th level spirit beasts here. Seeing Su Maoyang's shock, Wang Feng continued to explain, Ironback black apes are social animals. It is obvious that the students of your college have taken a fancy to the treasures in their caves, angered them, and attacked them in groups. Oh, treasures in the cave? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows when he heard the key point and became interested. Wang Feng saw that Su Maoyang was very interested and immediately understood her thoughts. How could someone who even the blood battle group wanted to blackmail miss such a rare opportunity? Master, this ironback black ape likes crystals the most. There are many crystals hidden in their caves, because crystals can absorb the essence of spiritual power between heaven and earth, which helps to improve their spiritual power. In addition, the inner elixirs in the bodies of 6th level and 5th level spirit beasts are also good things. As long as the spirit beasts eat their inner elixirs, they will help break through the bottleneck of promotion. They are very good things. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's eyes lit up. She had contracted 3 spirit beasts, and they all needed to improve their strength. Isn't this the best opportunity? Chapter 93, Taking Advantage of the Fire. At this time, the battle in the distance was getting more and more intense. The team led by Nanjingwan, Su Yixue, Mo Halga and Mo Xian was obviously unable to hold on. All of them were injured and seriously wounded. Su Yixue was the weakest, and was swept by the residual power of the iron-backed ape king. Her body flew out like a kite with a broken string. But because of Su Yixue's mistake, the battle strategy of a group of people was broken, and 2 or 3 people were beaten out and almost lost their lives. Damn it. It's all Su Yixue's fault. She is weak and stupid. And she also implicated us. Many men were so angry that they didn't care about Su Yixue's identity as the prince's concubine, and they started to curse. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and everyone didn't want to be implicated and lose their lives in vain. When Nanjingwan heard this, he also glared at Su Yixue, who got up from the ground with some disgust. Su Yixue's behavior made him lose face and made him very unhappy. On the other hand, Mo Halga and Mo Xian were both quite powerful. Together, they managed to entangle the ironback black ape king and made him a bit violent. But even so, how could they match the power of a 6th level spiritual beast? The ironback ape king roared, and his fierce spiritual power suddenly burst out, shocking the boys and girls who were surrounding him and trying to resist him to fall back. In one fell swoop, the whole army was wiped out. Only Mo Halga and Mo Xian were still forcibly resisting. Damn it. Am I going to die in the hands of this ironback ape king today? Mo Halga was so angry that his spiritual power was almost exhausted. But the ironback ape king did not suffer any damage. Instead, they died or were injured, and they were in a very embarrassing situation. Seeing this, Wang Feng touched his chin and came up with a plan. Master, while they are still resisting, we can go around the back to the cave and steal the crystal stone quietly. Su Maoyang had to admit that Wang Feng's suggestion was good, but she still felt a little bit sorry when she saw Mo Halga being beaten up. Although she didn't like him very much, he had helped her several times. Su Maoyang couldn't stand by and watch someone who had done her a favor. Besides, it was rare to encounter so many 5th level and 6th level spirit beasts. If her 3 spirit beasts ate their inner pills, there should be a lot of benefits. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang slowly curled her lips and had an idea. Seeing this, the Qingyan leopard on the side shrank his head and begged for mercy in his heart. Don't let me go. I'm injured. I can't handle a group of 5th level spirit beasts. And you want me to handle a 6th level spirit beast? Are you going to watch me being torn apart by them? If I die, who will protect you? My master? Woohoo! Don't ask me to go. Looking at the cowardly look of the Qingyan leopard, Su Maoyang gritted his teeth and slapped him on the big head. You coward. I didn't ask you to go. Why are you screaming? A 6th level spirit beast and a group of 5th level spirit beasts, with such fierce fighting power. How could Su Maoyang let the Qingyan leopard take risks? If he had to let him go, he would have let the Golden Lion King in the medicine cauldron space. At this time, the Golden Lion King, who was sleeping soundly in the medicine cauldron space, suddenly sneezed. I always feel a chill on my back, as if someone is plotting against him. Just as it was wondering, Su Maoyang's inner voice said, Golden Lion King, there are many spirit beast inner pills ahead. Because of the poisoning, your strength has been reduced a lot. If you want to recover, go get them yourself. The Golden Lion King frowned, looked out of the space, looked at the apes in the distance, and the words he wanted to refuse were instantly choked in his throat. In this broken place, it is indeed not easy to encounter 6th level and 5th level spirit beasts. But now he has encountered a group of them. Although it has never taken 5th level and 6th level spirit beasts seriously. But now he is poisoned. And he has not recovered after resting for so long. If he can eat the inner pill of a high-level spirit beast, it will be of great help. The Golden Lion King did not want to be sent by Su Maoyang, but he urgently needed the inner pill of the spirit beast in his heart. After struggling, he bared his teeth frantically, but was forced to jump out of the space helplessly. The people of the Blood Battle Group and Lin Wanner saw a huge golden lion suddenly appear in front of them, and they were so scared that they fell to the ground. This Wang Feng pointed at the Golden Lion King. His face turned pale, his tongue was tied, and his voice was choked. The other men in the Blood Battle Group could not withstand the pressure from the Golden Lion King. They trembled all over and shivered like sieves. Lin Wanner was so scared that she was completely blank. She didn't even have the strength to speak. Oh my god! Could it be a 7th level spirit beast? The most powerful spirit beast Wang Feng had ever seen in his life was a 6th level spirit beast. But the aura of the lion in front of him was even stronger than that of a 6th level spirit beast. There was only one reason to explain it. The lion in front of him was a 7th level spirit beast. But when the Golden Lion King heard what he said, he was furious and spit on Wang Feng's face. Damn it. You actually said I was a 7th level spirit beast. But your great-grandfather was a 9th level spirit beast. You are really blind. The Golden Lion King was very angry. His eyes widened, and he stared fiercely at the ignorant Wang Feng. Thinking of its fame, it was actually said to be a 7th level spirit beast, which was its biggest shame. Wang Feng was already scared, and now when he heard about the 9th level spirit beast, the blood in his body began to boil, and his heart seemed to be flying in his chest, and his eyes, which were not big to begin with, seemed to be about to pop out. Oh my god! A 9th level spirit beast! Oh my god! I must be crazy! Wang Feng felt his head buzzing, and he shouted in a state of unbearable pain. Su Maoyang was thinking about the inner elixir and crystal, and he didn't care about the emotions of the Blood Battle Group. Seeing that Mo Haoda couldn't hold on any longer, he shouted anxiously, Golden Lion King, do you still want the inner elixir? Hurry up and don't waste time. Hearing this, the Golden Lion King withdrew his sight from Wang Feng, kicked his strong legs, and immediately rushed towards the crowd with overwhelming force. Looking at the Golden Lion King's thriving power and heroic figure, the Blood Battle Group members, who were lying on the ground and limp, were so frightened that they lost all color on their faces. Only their eyes kept flashing, and they stared at the Golden Lion King with bated breath, not daring to speak casually. For them, the 9th level spirit beast is a godlike existence. They were not frightened to death, which was very good. However, the current Golden Lion King does not have the strength of a 9th level spirit beast. It was poisoned and was not as good as before. Otherwise, it would not have hidden in such a small place to recuperate. But it is more than enough to deal with 6th level spirit beasts and 5th level spirit beasts. The Ironback Ape King, who was still dealing with humans, did not expect the Golden Lion King to suddenly appear. He was immediately frightened and terrified. He did not even have time to react, and was directly slapped away by the Golden Lion King's claws. Nan Jinghuan, Sui Xue, and the Mo family brothers and sisters were also frightened by the sudden scene. Oh my god! It's a 9th rank spiritual beast. The Storm Flame Lion. Nan Jinghuan had some research on spiritual beasts, and he shouted in shock. Chapter 94, Get It All Clean. Everyone was so frightened when they heard Nan Jinghuan's voice that they gasped. What is the concept of a 9th level spiritual beast? It is a concept beyond their brains. However, what made everyone even more puzzled was why a 9th level spiritual beast suddenly appeared in this small place and helped them deal with the Iron-backed Ape King. Did they see it wrong? Or did the Storm Flame Lion go crazy? Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief and repeatedly confirmed the authenticity of the scene in front of them. However, just as everyone was shocked, the Golden Lion King waved his lightning-fast golden claws, pierced into the body of the Ape King with a bang, dug hard at the internal organs, and directly dug out the inner elixir. The Ape King didn't even have time to wail before he was hit by a fatal move, and his huge body fell heavily to the ground. The Golden Lion King swallowed the captured inner pill fiercely, turned around again, swung his tail, and roared towards the sky. The powerful momentum frightened the surrounding 5th-level spirit beasts. But before they could escape, the Golden Lion King hunted them again, waving his palm, sweeping his legs, pouncing, and biting. Dozens of 5th-level spirit beasts all died under its palm. In an instant, blood flowed like a river, and corpses were everywhere. The scene was cruel and bloody, which directly shocked Nanjinghuan, Suishua, and the Mo family brothers and sisters. They had never seen such a direct and sharp hunting method that made people tremble. This was 2 against the sky. However, they were still in extreme shock and had not recovered. But the Golden Lion King had already walked away proudly with a cat step. If it weren't for the corpses on the ground, everyone really thought that the scene just now was as if it had never happened. So fast that it was hard to accept. Oh my god! It's actually a 9th-level spirit beast. The Storm Flame Lion. I see a mark of a contract on its head. I think some expert passed by and kindly gave us a hand. Nanjinghuan watched the Golden Lion King fade out of everyone's sight, then came back to his senses and analyzed excitedly. Everyone suddenly realized it after hearing this. No wonder such a great spirit beast suddenly appeared in this small place. It turned out that some expert passed by and saw that they were in such a mess. So he sent a contracted beast to help them. I don't know who can contract such a spirit beast. It's so cool and amazing. Emoshi uncovered her injured chest, looked at the direction where the Golden Lion King left with obsession, and couldn't help but sigh. Nanjinghuan's eyes flickered with excitement. Yes, the 9th-level spirit beast is already the most powerful spirit beast in our Dong'an continent. It seems that this person must be ranked at the top of the continent and is a super strong man. TSK. I'm really envious. I don't know when I can reach that level of strength. Emoshian's inner shock could not be calmed for a long time. That desire and yearning were like ants gnawing at her heart. Suishua and Sun Yunwu both looked at her with disdain when they heard this. Although they admitted that Emoshian was talented, it was probably a foolish dream to want to reach the strength of a contracted 9th-level spirit beast. However, at this time, Su Maoyang, who was hiding in the distance and taking everything in his eyes, looked at the satisfied Golden Lion King coming over arrogantly, and immediately frowned and blamed. You are too much. How can you eat alone? There are so many inner pills of 5th-level spirit beasts. Anyway, you don't look down on them. What will happen if you dig them back and give them to Shaoxi and Leopard Eye? The Golden Lion King curled his lips, tilted his head, stretched out his claws to tidy up the golden hair on his big head. I won't. Su Maoyang saw this and really wanted to give him a punch. After trying to calm down her anger, she waved her hand to take the Golden Lion King back to the medicine cauldron space, turned to the Blue Cloud Leopard and the Black Flame Silver Snake and ordered, I will go into the cave to get the crystal first, and after those people leave, go and dig out the inner elixir of the 5th-level spirit beast. Eat as much as you can, and then go down the mountain by yourself and wait for me at the Su Mansion. The Black Flame Silver Snake was stolen by her, and her identity could not be exposed. Besides, she was also protected by the Blood Battle Group, so there would be no danger, and the Blue Cloud Leopard would not be needed for the time being. The Black Flame Silver Snake and the Blue Cloud Leopard nodded obediently, seeing that Su Maoyang was going to take the risk alone. Wang Feng immediately suggested, then let's go in with you. Su Maoyang waved his hand. No. So many of you will attract too much attention. I will go in quietly and come out immediately after taking the crystal. If they go in a mighty group, they will definitely be discovered by Nanjinghuan and his group. If Nanjinghuan and his group come in, there will be no place for Su Maoyang. So, she wants to plunder before they come in. But we are afraid that you will be in danger, Wang Feng said worriedly. Don't worry. The 6th-level spirit beast has been dealt with, and the others are not a threat to me. Su Maoyang patted Wang Feng's shoulder to comfort him. Water, come in with me. After Su Maoyang finished speaking, he waved to Lin Water again. Lin Water, who had been a bystander throughout the whole process, did not expect that she would have a share in such a good thing. She was shocked and widened her eyes. She did not dare to delay and quickly followed. In this way, the two of them sneaked into the cave quietly when everyone was not paying attention. However, just when the two of them were halfway through the search, someone suddenly discovered their figures at the entrance of the cave. Your Highness, come and see. Su Maoyang is actually here. The people outside the cave were shocked when they heard this. Oh no! Su Maoyang got there first. Nanjing Huan reacted immediately and rushed into the cave like an arrow. The others were also frightened and ran in quickly. However, at this time, the crystal stones in the cave had been plundered by Su Maoyang and Lin Wanner. Everyone was furious when they saw the scene. They risked their lives to fight monsters outside and suffered heavy casualties. Su Maoyang was so good that he did nothing but easily fished out all the crystal stones. There is no such good thing in the world. Mo Xian, who had a grudge against Su Maoyang, erupted like a volcano and could no longer control herself. Su Maoyang, it's you again. You bitch. You shamelessly stole the fruits of our hard work. It's fine that he stole her blue cloud leopard, but now he wants to steal their crystals. Mo Xian was so angry that she felt like she was fuming, and her veins were dilated. She felt that the blood in her body was rushing to her head, and her pale face turned purple. Su Maoyang looked up at the fierce and angry people, and helplessly spread his hands. I'm not stupid. Seeing so many crystals, it's impossible not to pick them up. But, aren't there still some? Why are you in such a hurry? Su Maoyang said, pointing to the only 3 crystals left on the ground, and kindly comforted them. But when everyone heard this and looked at the 3 crystals, they were so angry that they were about to fall and gnash their teeth. What's the use of 3 crystals? How dare she say that? Nanjing Huan was also furious, frowning and shouting loudly, Su Maoyang, I advise you to hand over all the crystals. Otherwise everyone here can tear you to pieces. Hand them over? You're dreaming. Su Maoyang sneered and looked at him with disdain. She was not stupid. How could she let the duck in her mouth fly away? Chapter 95. The bloody battle group is coming. When Mo Xian heard this, she was burning with hatred in her heart. Her anger reached its peak, and she yelled, Su Maoyang, you shameless robber. You don't accept my toast. So I advise you to hand over the crystal stone quickly. Otherwise, even if my brother helps you, I will cut you into pieces. When the people around her heard what Mo Xian said, they all shouted and rolled up their sleeves, ready to beat Su Maoyang, even if she is an intermediate earth spirit master and a peak alchemist. So what? There are so many of them here. Can she still bend her arms over her thighs? Su Maoyang, you robbed our crystal stone today. Don't even think about walking out of Qixia Mountain alive. Sun Yunwu, who was standing with Nanjing Huan and others, finally found an opportunity to criticize Su Maoyang. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and scolded, with deep hatred in her tone. This time, she must kill Su Maoyang and avenge the Sun family and herself. Looking at the prince, the Mo family, and the Sun family are all intolerable to Su Maoyang. Everyone also roared unscrupulously. Brothers, since Su Maoyang is so ungrateful, there is no need for us to waste time talking to her. Anyway, there is no one to restrain her in Qixia Mountain, and no one will know if she is killed. Yes, we worked hard to kill so many spirit beasts, but she, a thief, stole them. It's too shameless. Kill her, and cut off the roots. Everyone heard it and felt that it made sense, and immediately responded. Su Maoyang has a very high talent for alchemy. Anyway, he has offended her, so it is better to kill him directly and put an end to it, so as to avoid endless troubles. However, they don't know that the thief they are insulting is the super strongman who helped them kill the iron-backed ape king. You know, if it weren't for Su Maoyang, they would have died long ago. So how could they stand here and curse? Su Maoyang looked at this group of ridiculous people and shook his head helplessly. What do you mean they killed so many spirit beasts? And what do you mean she stole the fruits of their labor? It was obviously her who asked the Golden Lion King to kill those spirit beasts. When did it become their credit? Besides, she took the fruits of her own labor. How could it be considered stealing? These people kept scolding others for being shameless. Why don't they take a piss and look at their own faces? It's ridiculous. Su Maoyang, you also saw that everyone is very dissatisfied with you. Do you really intend to be an enemy of so many of us? Nanjing Huan didn't know why he didn't want to tear his face with Su Maoyang subconsciously. Because he just became interested in her and hadn't figured out his feelings yet. And he really didn't want Su Maoyang to die like this. However, Su Maoyang was a stubborn person. Nanjing Huan, do you have a lot of gold, silver and jewelry? Nanjing Huan was stunned by her question. He thought Su Maoyang finally figured it out and planned to marry him. He nodded with joy. Of course. Hand them all over. Su Maoyang snorted coldly and shouted loudly. Nanjinghuan was a little confused by her shouting. Seeing her glaring at him with a harsh expression, she had no intention of marrying him at all. He couldn't help but frown and got angry. Su Maoyang, what's wrong with you? Why should I hand over the gold, silver and jewelry? Su Maoyang sneered. Then what's wrong with you? Why do you want me to hand over the crystal? These things are first come first served. Since I got them, they are mine. Why do you want me to hand them over? You? Nanjinghuan was so angry that his head hurt, and his handsome face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Su Maoyang's sharp mouth was too talkative. How could Nanjinghuan be her opponent? Seeing that the prince was defeated, the angry people didn't want to delay any longer, and suddenly burst out with spiritual power and roared. Your Highness, don't waste time talking to this bitch. Let's kill her together, and then distribute the crystals. As he said, several young men had already rushed out like a rainbow and launched a fierce attack on Su Maoyang. But at this moment, a fierce spiritual power suddenly came from the entrance of the cave, and immediately slapped the group of young men who wanted to kill Su Maoyang away. Several young men fell to the ground, swallowed a few times, and then died in the astonished eyes of everyone. What are you doing? It's just for a crystal. Why fight and kill, and hurt the harmony? A gloomy and slightly hoarse voice suddenly came from the entrance of the cave. Everyone saw 10 people wearing black clothes with red flames embroidered on them slowly walking in from outside. Each of them had a ferocious look, a ferocious breath, and a bloody smell all over their bodies. Seeing this, everyone shuddered. This group of people killed people as soon as they came, and they still talked about harmony. How could they talk about harmony? They were clearly full of murderous aura. Everyone was shocked. Before they recovered from the shadow of the sudden death of their teammates, Nanjinghuan was the first to react and roared in shock. Blood Battle Group. Seeing the flame logo on their clothes, Nanjinghuan immediately recognized their identity. Even if others had never seen the Blood Battle Group, they had heard of their name. Now, after being yelled at by Nanjinghuan, everyone was instantly frightened so much that their pupils shrank sharply and their eyes froze. Everyone knows the cruelty of the Bloody Battle Group. Encountering the Bloody Battle Group is no different from encountering the King of Hell. Therefore, in the minds of the people of Southern Sui, they are murderous demons. What? The Bloody Battle Group? Everyone's heart seemed to be filled with cold lead, and they were very heavy. They looked at Wang Feng and others with horror and trembling voices. Why is the Bloody Battle Group here? Some people were so scared that they stuttered, and their eyes almost fell out of fear. Wang Feng laughed in a low voice when he heard this. Ha ha ha. Where there is a treasure, there are our figures. Not to mention that it is a rare crystal stone. Hearing this, everyone felt cold in their hearts. They thought that they could snatch the crystal stone by killing Su Maoyang. But they didn't expect that the Bloody Battle Group, with cruel means and strong strength, would come out halfway. Now, they have no share of the crystal stone, which is really unlucky. Mo Xian knew the nature of the Blood Battle Group and their cruel and bloody style. No matter who it was, as long as someone dared to snatch things from them, it would definitely end miserably. Thinking of this, Mo Xian sneered at the corners of his lips. A haze flashed in his eyes, and he said to the Blood Battle Group while pointing at Su Maoyang, all the crystals were snatched away by this Su Maoyang, and we didn't get any. Mo Xian cleared their relationship and pointed the finger at Su Maoyang, which was purely an act of adding insult to injury. When everyone heard this, their disappointment of not being able to get the crystals suddenly became clear. Wasn't Su Maoyang stubborn and cheap? Now that the Blood Battle Group is here to deal with her, let's see if she dares to be stubborn. When everyone saw this, they all sneered with gloating, looking forward to a good show. Sun Yunwu was so excited when she saw the Blood Battle Group that she immediately ran to Wang Feng, pointed at Su Maoyang and said loudly, Blood Battle Group, you are finally here. That is Su Maoyang. You took money from our Sun family. I want you to cut her into pieces now. Chapter 96. Does the Blood Battle Group have a master? When everyone heard that the Blood Battle Group actually accepted money from the Sun family, they suddenly realized what was going on. It seems that the head of the Sun family has invested a lot of money this time, and Su Maoyang will never come back. However, it is understandable that Su Maoyang stole someone's heirloom. So how could the head of the Sun family let her go? When everyone thought of this, they felt relieved and looked forward to the scene of Su Maoyang being torn into pieces. Sun Yunwu's eyes were filled with crazy hatred, and her expression was hideous and terrifying. as if she had seen the scene of Su Maoyang being torn into pieces by the blood battle group. She suddenly let out a series of terrifying laughs. Ha ha ha. Su Maoyang, aren't you awesome? Today is your death day. Looking at the crazy Sun Yunwu, the people of the blood battle group twitched their eyes, looked embarrassed, and looked like they were watching a fool. But Wang Feng would never let her be arrogant. With a dark face, he didn't even say hello and shook her away with a raised arm. Sun Yunwu's laughter stopped abruptly. With a bang, her whole body fell heavily in a corner of the cave. She couldn't even speak, let alone laugh. Everyone thought that the blood battle group was going to attack Su Maoyang, but they didn't expect that it was Sun Yunwu who was beaten. Did they see it wrong? Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Everything happened too suddenly. No one reacted. No one recovered. And no one figured it out. The blood battle group took the money from the Sun family, but beat the Sun family's daughter away. Is the blood battle group crazy? But it seems that the people in the blood battle group are not crazy. But Sun Yunwu is crazy first. You, why are you hitting me? Sun Yunwu felt so painful that she felt that her internal organs were about to burst, and blood gushed out of her mouth, which was extremely terrifying. But her mouth was still unwilling to open and close, obviously shocked by the actions of the blood battle group. Emotian and Nanjinghuan were also shocked, and they couldn't understand the motive of the blood battle group. They dared to beat even the sponsor. How willful and reckless is this? Emotian saw this, plucked up her courage, stepped forward, pointed at Su Maoyang opposite, and said loudly, "That's Su Maoyang. She took all the crystals. Sun Yunwu didn't do anything. Why did you beat her? There must be a reason to beat someone." Wang Feng snorted coldly, raised his hand again, and slapped Emotian away with a bang. Fortunately, Emotian had some foundation, and was knocked back several meters. But she managed to stabilize her body, and didn't fall down in embarrassment. But blood still flowed from the corner of her mouth. Obviously she was injured internally. She stared at Wang Feng in astonishment. And before she could question again, Wang Feng spoke first. "Humph. Reason? She insulted my master. Do I need a reason to beat her?" Wang Feng's cold and angry voice was low and terrible. And it was chilling, which immediately made everyone's hair stand up. And Emotian was even more confused. Master? The blood battle group has a master? Why haven't they heard of it? The blood battle group has always been a group of desperate criminals, with only one leader leading them to plunder everywhere. When did a master appear? Nanjinghuan also frowned and asked, "If I recognize you correctly, you should be Wang Feng, the leader of the blood battle group." The blood battle group was hunted down by the government once before, and Wang Feng's portrait was posted. Nanjinghuan had some impression of him, but no one has the strength to challenge the blood battle group, and no one has the courage to provoke them. As far as I know, the blood battle group has only one leader. How could a master appear? Wang Feng laughed. "Young man, it seems that you know a lot about the blood battle group. But that was in the past. The blood battle group has recognized its master now. If anyone bullies our master, our blood battle group will definitely crush him to ashes." When he said the words "crush him to ashes," Wang Feng bit his tongue a little hard, and everyone present was immediately frightened and trembled. Emotian was not convinced. How strong was it that someone could subdue such a bloody and brutal team like the blood battle group? "Who is your master? Call him out. I want to see who has the strength to subdue a group of heavenly spirit masters." Emotian thought that she was extremely talented, and was a leader among the younger generation. So she liked to win everything and compare her strengths. And her tone was full of reluctance and jealousy. Wang Feng looked at her with contempt and sneered twice. "Our master. You are not worthy of knowing." As he said, Wang Feng pushed his palm again, and the powerful spiritual power rushed like a raging wind and waves, hitting Emotian's body fiercely. Emotian couldn't resist this time, and crashed into the cave wall with a bang, grinning in pain, and almost fainted. Even so, Wang Feng didn't intend to let Emotian go. With a gloomy face and cold eyes, he walked towards her again, dared to insult his master. Only death. Seeing this, Emohauda was anxious, and immediately stood up, blocking in front of Wang Feng, and bowed respectfully. "My sister did not intend to offend the blood battle group. I apologize to the master of the blood battle group on behalf of my sister, and I also ask the leader to show mercy and spare her life." At this time, Emohauda no longer had the playful smile of the past. His tone was serious, and his expression was solemn, because he knew that they were already wounded in dealing with a group of spirit beasts. And now they had offended the blood battle group and faced a group of heavenly spirit masters. They didn't even have the ability to resist. Mo Xian, who was seriously injured at this time, could not bear to see her brother grovel, even though the pain was unbearable. And she shouted stubbornly, "Brother, don't ask them. They are all murderers and won't listen. If you still want to live to participate in the sect competition and want to revitalize the Mo family, you shut up." Mo Haoda was more rational than her. He knew that now was not the time to show off. Wang Feng sneered at Mo Xian's stubbornness, but admired the flexible temperament of the young man in front of him. "Young man, seeing that you are so sincere, I will give you a chance. As long as you let Mo Xian kneel down and beg for mercy to my master. If our master is willing to spare her life, then we will never do it. How about it?" Wang Feng's voice was loud and resounding throughout the cave, causing a lot of vibration. He said so. Could it be that his master was at the scene? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they looked at each other and quickly searched for the figure of the master of the blood battle group. Even Nanjinghuan's face turned pale and began to look around. To be the master of the blood battle group, he should at least be at the level of a general spiritual master. Is there such a strong person among them? Everyone was shocked and uneasy, fearing that they would accidentally offend the master of the blood battle group. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded when he heard Wang Feng's suggestion. This is a good idea. And Mo Xian was already half dead with anger. And when she heard Su Maoyang's words of adding insult to injury, she roared uncontrollably, "Su Maoyang, you bitch! Do you have the right to speak here?" Chapter 97. A bolt from the blue. When the blood battle group heard what Mo Xian said, they all gasped in shock. If she dared to call their master a bitch, not to mention that the group leader would not let her go, they would not let her go either. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt the temperature around them drop sharply, and saw that several men in the blood battle group instantly had a layer of hostility and spiritual power fluctuations. Everyone shrank their heads in fear. I don't know what made the blood battle group angry again. Wang Feng frowned even more angrily, and suddenly raised his arm with surging spiritual power, and slapped Mo Xian again. But at this moment, Mo Haoda quickly raised his hand and grabbed Wang Feng's thick arm. His handsome face was full of determination, and his pupils bloomed with calmness as steady as Mount Tai, which actually made Wang Feng slightly startled. "Please show some mercy. My sister is young and ignorant, and I have no intention of offending her. If you let her go, the Mo family will be grateful to you." Mo Haoda was respectful, but his hands were strong, holding Wang Feng tightly and not letting the latter make a move. Wang Feng's face flashed with surprise, but his anger was even worse. He suddenly raised his arm, and a fierce spiritual power burst out, and punched Mo Haoda hard. Mo Haoda quickly withdrew his hand to block, and his body sideways reduced the weight area and avoided the heart area. But his shoulder was still hit by Wang Feng's power, and he was immediately shocked back a few steps and stabilized his body. Even so, Wang Feng still narrowed his eyes in surprise. Primary Heavenly Spirit Master. Boy, you are really well hidden. Primary Heavenly Spirit Master? Everyone was shocked when they heard Wang Feng's words. Isn't Mo Haoda a high-level earthly spirit master? When did he break through to the Heavenly Spirit Master? Everyone smacked their lips in disbelief, and all their shocked eyes were focused on Mo Haoda. The one who was hit the hardest was Nanjinghuan. At the beginning, Nanjinghuan was more talented and had more potential than him, and he was promoted to a high-level Earth Spirit Master before him. Nanjinghuan had always been very disgusted with Mo Haoda's attitude of not being good at fighting and not caring about winning or losing. In his mind, Mo Haoda was self-indulgent and did not seek to make progress. Unexpectedly, now Mo Haoda has surpassed him and has been promoted to a Heavenly Spirit Master, and he was still kept in the dark and had no idea. This blow was too great, and Nanjinghuan's face darkened instantly. Su Maoyang also did not expect that Mo Haoda had actually reached the level of a Heavenly Spirit Master. He smiled at her all day long and did not confront her head-on. But he actually deceived her. You have to know that these men in the blood battle group are all over 30 years old and have experienced countless dangerous fights before reaching the level of Heavenly Spirit Masters, while Mo Haoda is only in his early 20s. But he has achieved such results. It seems that he is the one who is unfathomable. Su Maoyang had a hunch that Mo Haoda might be more talented than those self-proclaimed geniuses like Nanjinghuan and Mo Xian. Thinking of this, She re-examined Mo Hauge and suddenly had a new understanding. She immediately said to Wang Feng in a cold voice, "Stop. All of you retreat." Su Maoyang's voice was not loud, but it was as cold as ice thorns, and her momentum was amazing. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng immediately stopped, and he and the people of the Blood Battle Group respectfully clasped their fists to her. Yes. Then, Wang Feng and the people of the Blood Battle Group quickly moved to the side, lowered their heads, and waited for Su Maoyang's instructions with a respectful face. When everyone saw this, they couldn't believe their ears and eyes. It was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, or like someone poured a basin of ice water on their heads. Their whole bodies were numb, and their heads were swollen. The master of the Blood Battle Group is Su Maoyang. Everyone seemed to be shocked by this shocking news, and they were at a loss like clay sculptures or wooden sculptures. They could only stare with their eyes wide open, and their chins almost slammed on their feet. This was definitely the most explosive news they had ever heard. At this time, Sun Yunwu, who was dying on the ground, was beaten to death by the Blood Battle Group and was almost angry to death by them. Their Sun family paid 100,000 gold to buy Su Maoyang's life, but Su Maoyang turned out to be the master of the Blood Battle Group. Sun Yunwu, who knew the truth, was so angry that she couldn't breathe. If she hadn't been holding a grudge, she would have fainted. And Mo Xian was not much better. Mo Xian would never have thought that the thief and shameless bitch she had called was actually the master of the Blood Battle Group. How could she accept this fact with her arrogant character? Thinking of this, Mo Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, and the body that had just climbed up from the ground with difficulty fell down again. Miserable. Really miserable. No wonder Wang Feng said that she insulted their master. No wonder the Blood Battle Group looked like they wanted to eat her alive. No wonder the Blood Battle Group did not beat Su Maoyang, who robbed the crystal stone, but instead slapped Sun Yunwu away. No wonder. There were so many details that were not understood just now, but Mo Xian and everyone understood them all now. She was unwilling. Why did all the benefits belong to Su Maoyang? She was just a shameless thief, and she never got everything by her own real ability. How could she deserve the loyalty of the Blood Battle Group? However, Mo Xian didn't know that Su Maoyang had paid a price to get all this. If it weren't for her courage and the elixir to contract the Golden Lion King, if she hadn't sent the Golden Lion King to kill the 6th level spirit beast, if she hadn't relied on her strength as an intermediate Earth spirit master and fought with her life to defeat the Blood Battle Group, how could she have snatched the crystal stone, and how could she have gained the loyalty of the Blood Battle Group? Nothing is taken for granted, and no one is born lucky. However, the people who only saw Su Maoyang's luck could not understand this truth, because they only saw what Su Maoyang got, but ignored what she had paid. At this moment, not only Mo Xian, but also the others present were shocked and dissatisfied. Although they admitted that Su Maoyang was an intermediate Earth spirit master, which was a good talent, her strength was not enough in front of Nanjinghuan, Mo Hauge and Mo Xian. Besides, the people in the Blood Battle Group are arrogant, bloody and brutal, and have never been bound by anyone. How could they recognize Su Maoyang as their master, just when everyone was still in shock and couldn't accept it? Mo Hauge smiled at Su Maoyang calmly and said, "So your master is Lianger. Look, the flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, and the family members fought against each other. Your master and I are good friends. Maybe one day, your master will have to marry me. You guys have no vision." Mo Hauge also winked at Su Maoyang ambiguously while saying that. Su Maoyang's stomach shook and turned upside down. This man is so shameless. Wang Feng and the brothers of the Blood Battle Group twitched their eyes at the same time, looking at Mo Hauge's flattery. They almost vomited the overnight meal. How could their master, who was so calm and indifferent, become friends with Mo Hauge, who was known as a playboy? It was really unbelievable. No, I don't believe it. You must be crazy. What's so good about Su Maoyang that she deserves a group of heavenly spiritual masters like you to be loyal to her? Mo Xian, unable to escape from the cruel reality, shook her head frantically, and a hoarse voice burst out from her chest. Chapter 98. Why haven't you come down the mountain yet? At this time, the deputy leader Chen Ning couldn't help but speak. The master is better than you in every way. He has a better spiritual power talent and a better alchemy talent. By the way, his status is not only more noble than yours, but he also looks better than you. Aren't you asking for trouble by asking like this? Su Maoyang thought Chen Ming was a reserved and steady man, But he didn't expect that he was not weak at all when it came to insulting people. Everyone looked at a group of desperate criminals, brutal and rough men. And when they talked about Su Maoyang, they looked like perverts. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. But they didn't know that Su Maoyang defeated the blood battle group with the strength of an intermediate Earth Spirit Master, which caused a great psychological shock to these rough men. When Imotian heard this, the blood in her body was like boiling water, surging with an unbearable anger. And hatred was like a monster devouring her heart. The pain was unbearable. She had always been raised up by others, and was a recognized genius in the southern Sui kingdom. But now she was said to be useless by the blood battle group, and was not as good as Su Maoyang, who was once known as a waste in the southern Sui kingdom. She had never been humiliated like this before. And it was all because of Su Maoyang. Imotian hated Su Maoyang so much that she wanted to tear him apart. But because of the strength of the blood battle group, she did not dare to do it easily, and could only endure her anger. At this time, Nanjing Huan suffered a series of blows in his life. His handsome face looked extremely pale. There was shock, confusion, and inexplicable complex emotions in his eyes when he stared at Su Maoyang. During this period of time, Su Maoyang gave him too many shocks and too many surprises. Unconsciously, the heart that originally belonged to Su Ishu had gradually began to beat for Su Maoyang. At first, Nanjing Huan could still control himself. But now, looking at the proud figure and beautiful face in front of him, feeling the noble temperament and powerful strength she exuded, his heart and eyes became more and more uncontrollable. He seemed to be possessed by Su Maoyang. And the students who planned to rob Su Maoyang's crystal stone were all frightened and stepped back when they saw this, fearing that Su Maoyang would be displeased and asked the blood battle group to kill them. Su Maoyang naturally saw everyone's shock and curiosity about her. But she really didn't have the mood to stay with this group of people, and immediately ordered Wang Feng, "Deal with Sun Yunwu. You can leave first. I still have to go to the woods." The blood battle group heard this, clasped their fists and accepted the order. And after watching Su Maoyang leave, Wang Feng simply raised his knife and ended Sun Yunwu's life. Sun Yunwu thought that today was the day Su Maoyang would die. But she never thought that she would die. Therefore, until the moment she died, her face was still covered with a look of horror and pain, which made everyone feel cold and terrified. After the incident, Wang Feng glanced at everyone fiercely, and left the cave with a large army. It was not until the blood battle group completely faded out of everyone's sight that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And the stone on their hearts fell. "My God, you slapped me. I'm afraid I'm dreaming." One of the men exclaimed in disbelief and asked the person next to him. The person next to him really slapped him in the face, and he screamed in pain. "Oh my God! It's true. Su Maoyang is really the master of the blood battle group." The other students shook their heads speechlessly, looking at Sun Yunwu's death and Imotian's miserable state. They should know that everything just now was true. At this moment, many people began to feel fortunate that they did not blindly snatch Su Maoyang's crystal stone. Otherwise they would be the ones to die. Seeing that everyone was still immersed in the shock created by Su Maoyang, Imo Halga could not help but calmly remind them, "The time is almost up. Let's hurry down the mountain. If we delay the time to go down the mountain, the results will be invalidated." Thinking of this, everyone nodded, suppressed the shock in their hearts, walked out of the cave quickly, and walked down the mountain in a mighty manner. The dean, the tutor, and a group of students who gave up their training who were waiting at the foot of the mountain, all looked at the people coming down the mountain one after another, and their eyes widened in anticipation. Teacher Lei was the most anxious. His brows were furrowed, and he said worriedly, "I don't know who will win this time. I hope it will be one of Imo Halga and Nanjing Huan." Teacher Luo shook his head and disagreed. "I heard that Imotian has been promoted to a senior Earth Spirit Master. She is about the same strength as Nanjing Huan and Imo Halga, and she is still young and very talented. I believe she will not disappoint us in this competition. Yes, I heard that Imotian spent a lot of effort in seclusion this time. Not only is her spiritual power talent good, but her practical experience is not inferior to the two men." Another teacherly nodded, and said that he also valued Imotian very much. Only Teacher Wu snorted disdainfully. "I think the winner this time must be my apprentice. None of your students have a chance. Forget it." Teacher Wu waved his hand in disdain, which immediately attracted the dissatisfied eyes of Teacher Luo and Teacher Li. Now, in Wu Zhenqing's eyes, only his apprentice is the most powerful. He doesn't take other students seriously at all. Humph. Old man Wu. It's too early for you to say that. Although your apprentice is a top alchemist, her spiritual power level is not good. In a dangerous environment, she can't always rely on eating pills to survive. Even if she has the ability to refine pills, her body doesn't have the ability to withstand so many pills. You know, when you encounter danger, you still have to rely on your fists to speak. Luo Kue has always been unwilling to Wu Jinqing, and he sarcastically replied without giving him face on the spot, embarrassing him. Although the other instructors are not in the same group as Luo Kue, they have to admit that he is right. Pills cannot be taken casually. If you eat too much of that thing, your body will not be able to bear it. At the least, you will be injured. And at the worst, you will explode and die. Therefore, this are the hard truth. Mo Xian, Mo Haoge and Nanjing Huan have all reached the level of advanced Earth Spirit Masters, while Su Maoyang is only an intermediate Earth Spirit Master, and he is alone. So his hope of winning the championship is slim. The instructors and students generally agreed with Luo Kue's statement and nodded. Only the dean had similar ideas to Wu Jinqing and leaned towards Su Maoyang. It's too early to say anything because we don't know the result yet. However, Maoyang is quite capable, and I'm looking forward to her. The instructors and students were a little surprised to hear the dean say this. I don't know why the dean is so optimistic about Su Maoyang. Dean, I think you're going to make a mistake this time. At this time, Instructor Luo looked at Mo Xian and Mo Haoge walking down the mountain, and suddenly grinned, and spoke with confidence. Hearing this, everyone followed the gaze of Instructor Luo and looked forward. Mo Xian and Mo Haoge had already walked over from a distance and joined the large group. Seeing this, Instructor Luo and Instructor Li nodded to the Mo brothers and sisters with satisfaction. At this moment, the team led by Nanjing Huan and Su Yixue also arrived. Then, students from other teams also joined the large group one after another. After a while, the empty foot of the mountain was instantly filled with many people. Seeing that everyone had almost arrived, the dean nodded with satisfaction. These children did not disappoint him. No matter what their grades were, they came out safely, which was a victory. But at this time, Wu Jinqing frowned. Seeing that the time was about to come, why had Su Maoyang not come down the mountain yet? Seeing Wu Jinqing's anxious face, Luo Kue laughed with gloating. Don't look. I think your apprentice will probably not come out. Chapter 99 Strong Fighting Power. Bah! You dare to curse my apprentice. Believe it or not, I will beat you to a pulp. Someone insulted Su Maoyang. Wu Jinqing instantly got furious, and immediately roared back in anger. Luo Kue didn't bother to pay attention to the angry Wu Jinqing, but smiled sinisterly and reminded the dean, Dean, the time is up. Su Maoyang hasn't come yet. I think she can't come out. So let's announce the results quickly. You? Luo Kue. You sinister villain. There is still a cup of tea, and my apprentice hasn't come out yet. You want to announce the results? I won't allow it. Humph. No matter if you are right or not, she hasn't come out yet at this time. She is probably dead up there. There are so many of us. It's impossible for her to wait for one person. The dean just said that we must come back within the specified time. Otherwise the results will be invalid. Teacher Wu, you are not trying to delay time for your apprentice, are you? As soon as Luo Kue said this, everyone shouted in dissatisfaction. Wu Jinqing was so angry that his face turned red, and he was so anxious. But at this moment, a cold voice came from afar, like a deep pool without waves, revealing a bit of chilly coldness that made people tremble. Teacher Luo, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm still alive and well. At this time, Su Maoyang walked slowly from a distance, with a gentle and indifferent smile on his face, but his eyes flashed with sharp coldness. Seeing this, Luo Kue's heart trembled, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. At this time, Su Maoyang had already let the blood battle group leave first. After all, it was too conspicuous to bring a group of Tianling masters, and she wanted to live a low-key life. When Wu Jinqing saw Su Maoyang coming out, he laughed wildly. Ha ha. I said, how could my precious apprentice be in trouble? Isn't it time? Fatty Luo. I'm sorry. I made you happy for nothing again. As he spoke, Wu Jinqing winked at Luo Kue, and his smug look made the latter's face turn red. Humph. Don't be too happy too soon. The rules of the game are based on tokens. If she doesn't grab enough tokens, she will still lose. Luo Kue retorted unconvinced. Wu Zhenxing didn't care, and glanced at him confidently. To be honest, I never worry that my apprentice will lose. Dean, now the time is up. You can announce the results. Hearing this, the dean nodded and said, okay. Let's start announcing the results. As he spoke, he looked around, but when he saw Mo Xian's pale and painful face, his eyes fixed, and he asked in confusion, Xian girl, are you okay? It seems that you have been seriously injured. Just now, several instructors said one by one, and he didn't notice Mo Xian's condition. Now that he saw it, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Mo Xian's face flashed with embarrassment, and she whispered, I encountered a 6th level spirit beast on the mountain, and I got entangled with it for a while, and got a little injured. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Mo Xian encountered a 6th level spirit beast, but she was not killed by a palm, but was only slightly injured. What a strong fighting power. Even the dean and several instructors were shocked, and their eyes became a little complicated when they looked at Mo Xian. To be able to escape from the 6th level spirit beast, such strength is probably more than just a high-level earth spirit master. You have to know that the 6th level spirit beast is comparable to the strength of a high-level sky spirit master. Even these instructors dare not pat their chests to guarantee that they can beat it. But Mo Xian, a little girl, was only injured when facing such a fierce beast, which is really shocking. When Mr. Luo heard this, he praised, not bad. Not bad. You can escape from the hands of the 6th level spirit beast. This strength is well deserved to be the first. Mr. Lei also nodded in agreement, and was a little excited. Yes, Xian girl, we didn't dare to say that we could survive from the hands of the 6th level spirit beast. You actually did it, which is really amazing. Everyone heard this, and praised Mo Xian. Listening to the praises and envy around her, Mo Xian's lips curled up slightly, and a confident smile bloomed. But this scene, in Su Maoyang's eyes, was extremely ironic. If they knew that the 6th level spirit beast was finally contracted by her, would they faint? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. But this move fell into Mo Xian's eyes, and suddenly felt dazzling. What does Su Maoyang mean? Is he laughing at her? It was Su Maoyang who stole her prey, and she had the face to laugh at her? Mo Xian was so angry that she clenched her fists. Luo Kue also noticed Su Maoyang's disdainful expression and asked, Su Maoyang, what are you laughing at? Mo Xian injured the 6th level spirit beast. I admire her very much. Nanjing Academy is really a place where hidden talents are hidden. I think that with a genius like Mo Xian, our Nanjing Academy will definitely stand out in this sect competition. Su Maoyang seemed to say this with emotion. There was nothing wrong with the whole sentence, but the smile on his face made Mo Xian feel ironic. Instructor Wu didn't understand Su Maoyang's intention of saying this, but snorted with some disdain. Humph. I think otherwise. She is the one who said everything, and no one saw her fighting with the 6th level spirit beast. Who can testify? Besides, the rules of the competition are that whoever has more tokens wins. I think she should take out the tokens, and calculate the results according to the rules. The dean was quite rational at this time. He was not fooled by Mo Xian's one-sided words. He stroked his beard and spoke carefully. What Professor Wu said is that the rules of the competition are that whoever has more tokens wins. No one can break this rule. Xian girl, for the sake of fairness, you should take out the tokens. Mo Xian glared at Wu Zhenxing unhappily. Haha. Of course we have to follow the rules. I must win the first place. I am afraid that I will disappoint Professor Wu. As she said that, Mo Xian's eyes slightly raised, and she took out all the tokens and put them on the table in front of her with her name on it. At this time, the dean walked over, counted the tokens on the table. His eyes flashed with surprise, and announced loudly, 60. When everyone heard this, they all talked about it in surprise. My God, he actually grabbed 60 tokens. He is really capable. Yes, it's amazing. If it were me, it would be great if I could grab a few. Many students were surprised and envious of Mo Xian's achievements, and there was an endless stream of praise around. When Mo Xian heard this, the smile on her lips deepened, and her expression became more proud. The dean nodded slightly. Yes, it's very good. Mo Hauge. Then where is your token? Mo Hauge heard this and spread his hands, looking indifferent. I don't have any. The dean knew Mo Hauge's temper, so he just waved his hand and gave up. Forget it. If you don't want to participate in the sect competition, I won't force you. Prince Suishua, where are yours? The dean looked at Nanjinghuan and others. Nanjinghuan took out the tokens after hearing this. I don't have many either. Only 30. Nanjinghuan was a little embarrassed and said in a depressed tone. To be honest, he couldn't be happy after encountering so many pitfalls today. Teacher Lei looked even uglier when he saw this. He stared at Nanjinghuan in disbelief and looked at Suishua again. What about yours? Suishu? Suishua pursed her thin lips under her veil. Slowly took out the tokens from her arms and put them on the table. I only have 20. What's going on? According to your strength, it shouldn't be. Teacher Lei couldn't figure it out. We met a group of iron-backed apes on the mountain. They were all at the 5th level, and one of them was at the 6th level. It took us a lot of effort, so we didn't have time to snatch the tokens. Nanjinghuan replied. Luo Kuei's eyes widened when he heard this. What? Ironback apes. You won? Chapter 100. The legendary super powerful man. Everyone was in disbelief. A group of 5th level spirit beasts, plus a 6th level spirit beast. They actually walked out alive. It's incredible. What terrible things happened to them in Qixia Mountain? In the horrified eyes of everyone, Nanjinghuan shook his head solemnly. We didn't kill it. It was the 9th level spirit beast that helped. What? Everyone gasped in fear. The 6th level spirit beast was already terrifying. And there was actually a 9th level spirit beast. Since when did Qixia Mountain have such a terrifying and powerful 9th level spirit beast? When the dean heard this, his legs and feet softened, and he almost fell down despite his steady temperament. Are you sure it was a 9th level spirit beast? The dean asked back in disbelief. Nanjinghuan nodded very confidently. Yes. It is definitely correct. And there is a mark of the contract on its head. It should be the contracted beast of a super strongman. My god. There is actually a strongman who has contracted a 9th level spirit beast and came to our southern Sui kingdom. What is his purpose? When Teacher Luo heard this, a chill suddenly surged in his heart and his face became uneasy. Nanjinghuan shook his head. The master didn't seem to have any bad intentions, but helped us out. Teacher Lei had a dark face and waved his hands solemnly. Not quite agreeing. We can't guess the thoughts of the strong, no matter what his purpose is. We are all clear about one thing. If he causes trouble for the southern Sui kingdom, none of us can resist. So, we have to speed up the transportation of talents to the sect and seek the sect's protection. Hearing this, several teachers nodded seriously. Su Maoyang looked at the tense atmosphere around her and raised her eyebrows in surprise. She was just helping out. Was it as complicated as they thought? What superpower? What trouble to the southern Sui kingdom? Would they think too much? Su Maoyang was a little helpless. But Lin Water, who was standing beside her, covered her mouth and laughed. She knew the whole process, and she couldn't help laughing when she saw the fearful and nervous looks of a group of instructors. If they knew that the superpower who made them tremble was Su Maoyang in front of them, I wonder what they would think. Teacher Lei was already furious, and hearing such shocking news made him feel even worse. Seeing that Lin Water could still laugh, he angrily scolded her on the spot. Lin Water, what are you laughing at? Are you so happy to see that Southern Sui is in trouble? Lin Water was scolded and was shocked. I didn't. She just laughed at you guys. A bunch of cowards, who were so scared that they lost their direction when they heard about super strong people. Su Maoyang saw that Lin Water was hesitant for a long time and couldn't say anything. So he simply took over and explained loudly. You, Su Maoyang, you are so bold that you dare to humiliate us. Teacher Lei was immediately furious. Luo Kui also frowned, and was full of anger. He snorted, Su Maoyang, you talk too much. Be careful not to flick your tongue. Now, you should hand over your token and fight with Emotion. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard the words. Everyone took out their tokens, except for her. Seeing that Su Maoyang was still not making a move, Emotion also started shouting. Su Maoyang, why are you dithering? Could it be that you didn't get many tokens, and you are too embarrassed to take them out? Su Maoyang had stolen her azure cloud leopard and her crystal stone before, which made her feel so frustrated. Now she finally found a chance to attack her. Su Maoyang glanced at her after hearing this, but did not deny it. Well, it's true. I was delayed for a long time on the mountain and didn't have time to grab the tokens. So there are not many. Su Maoyang was on the mountain to contract the azure cloud leopard and the golden lion king. to save Lin Wanner, to fight the blood battle group, and finally to steal the crystal stone. She was too busy along the way and had no time to grab the tokens. Emotion heard this, but smiled coldly, with a look of disdain on her face. Stop talking nonsense, and take out the tokens quickly. Su Maoyang was helpless and sighed softly. Okay, I'm not interested in this first place. Since you want to see it, then I'll show it to you. As he said this, Su Maoyang waved his hand in the ironic eyes of everyone, and released all the tokens in the medicine cauldron space, and a small hill was piled up on the table in front of him. Oh my god! Seeing this, many people covered their mouths in shock. This is too much. Oh my god! Am I seeing wrong? Many people have already exclaimed. The dean widened his eyes, and counted carefully. 110. There are actually 110. The old voice was shaken a little. Hearing this number, Professor Lei, Professor Luo, and Professor Li were all shocked. All looked at Su Maoyang in disbelief. Their expressions were shocked and stiff, and their eyes almost popped out. This is called no time to grab? This is also called not much? If hers is not much, then what are others? Everyone stared at Su Maoyang in astonishment, and the shock in their hearts was beyond words. And several instructors felt even more strange, although they admitted that Su Maoyang had good talent. She was alone in the dangerous Qixia mountain. How could she be a match for a group of people? She had offended the Sun family before. How could the Sun family let her go with such a good opportunity this time? However, she not only went down the mountain safely, but also snatched so many tokens. It was really incredible. Emotion, who was just proud, looked at the pile of tokens, and was so scared that her eyes were broken. She couldn't stand the blow, and shook her body. She shouted with a ferocious look, Impossible! Impossible! How can you have so many tokens? You must have stolen them. It must be. Su Maoyang can steal her spirit beasts and crystals, so he can also steal tokens. In Emotion's eyes, Su Maoyang is an out-and-out thief. When Master Wu heard this, he frowned and growled, Bah! What do you mean by stealing? Did you eat shit and not digest it? Your mouth stinks. If you can steal so many tokens, go and watch me secretly. If you can steal them, it will be your ability. Su Maoyang almost laughed out loud when she heard this. Her master's mouth is really poisonous. Emotion was scolded by Wu Xinxing with her eyes wide open, and her face was ashen. She has been humiliated more today than in her whole life. In fact, Su Maoyang did not deliberately steal anyone's token. Not only did time not allow it, but the key point was that she had no intention of competing for the first place. She just encountered someone bullying Lin Wanner, and picked up the tokens of the group of men. However, when she met the blood battle group, she looted a lot from them. Unconsciously. There are so many. In Su Maoyang's eyes, it is very simple. But in the eyes of everyone, it is very incredible and unimaginable. The dean also recovered from the shock and nodded in appreciation. Not bad. Not bad. Maoyang girl, you really did not disappoint me. You are the well-deserved first place. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. Dean, you are too kind. I am just lucky. After hearing this, Teacher Wu immediately took over the conversation and said disapprovingly, Sometimes luck is also part of strength. Look, Emotion and Nanjinghuan don't have this luck. Hearing this, Emotion, Nanjinghuan and others all had dark faces, and their expressions were a little depressed and tangled. After Wu finished speaking, he looked at Luo and Lei again, laughing so hard that his beard trembled. Ha ha ha. What did I say? My apprentice will definitely win. You all misjudged her. Luo Kue was so angry when he saw this that he couldn't help but remind the dean. Dean, Su Maoyang already took up a spot in the last alchemy competition. It's impossible for her to waste another spot. Chapter 101. The Sun family master is so angry that he wants to die. The dean nodded carefully after hearing this. Yes. So we have to choose another student to participate in the sect competition. Teacher Luo saw that the dean had given in, and his expression eased a little. He immediately suggested, let Emotion participate. This time, besides Su Maoyang, she has the most tokens. Besides, she has reached the level of a high-level Earth Spirit Master at a young age. She is much more reliable than Su Maoyang, who is a mid-level Earth Spirit Master who relies on luck to steal tokens. Yes, the sect competition is a place where strong people gather. We must find a reliable one. We at Nanjing Academy really can't afford to take the risk. Teacher Lei also agreed with Teacher Luo's words. Hearing that they were slandering Su Maoyang again, Lin Wanner on the side couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but say, "You are too much." Miss Su clearly. "Wanner. Shut up." Su Maoyang stopped her immediately. Lin Wanner was yelled at by her. And she muttered indignantly, "Miss Su. They said you stole the token. I can't stand it." Lin Wanner witnessed Su Maoyang's battle with the Blood Battle Group, and saw her advance from an intermediate Earth Spirit Master to a senior Earth Spirit Master. Such a strong fighting power is unmatched by anyone present. In her heart, Su Maoyang is the most powerful and the most qualified to participate in the sect competition. But they said that Su Maoyang was unreliable and stole the token, which was really annoying. But she didn't know that Su Maoyang didn't care about the thoughts of people she didn't care about at all. If she cared about all of them, wouldn't she be exhausted to death? Okay, there will be many things you don't like in the future, and it's impossible to complain about them one by one. Remember, talk less and do more in the future, Su Maoyang reminded coldly. Hearing this, Lin Wanner knew that she had upset Su Maoyang, so she nodded silently and shut up. TSK. Pretending. Mo Xian looked at the two of them talking, not knowing what they were talking about, and immediately snorted in displeasure. The dean glanced at Mo Xian, weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and then stroked his beard and announced loudly, "The last place is to be determined, and I will see everyone's performance next and choose the most suitable candidate from them." Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone thought that this place must belong to Mo Xian, but they didn't expect that the dean actually had reservations. I really don't know what he was thinking. Mo Xian was also confident about this place. She thought that with the proposal of Professor Luo, even if her grades were not as good as Su Maoyang, this place would eventually fall on her head. Unexpectedly, "Dean, what do you mean? Do you doubt my ability?" Mo Xian was so shocked that his eyes widened, and he asked loudly. Unable to accept it, the dean shook his head and explained in a deep voice, "Just like what Mr. Lei said. We at Nanjing Academy can't afford to take the risk. At the moment, you are not the first place in this competition, so we need to observe and discuss it. If you really have the ability and are really suitable, then the final spot is still yours." Mo Xian was even more furious when she heard this explanation. This was clearly an excuse to doubt her ability. Very good. She will remember this account. She can't participate in the sect competition, and Su Maoyang can't participate either. The training competition has come to an end, but the places for the sect competition remain unchanged, and they are still Nanjing Wan and Su Maoyang. The news that Su Maoyang won the first place in the training competition and snatched Mo Xian's spot also spread like wildfire. Some families are happy while others are sad. The Mo family is depressed, but the Sun family is more depressed than them. Sun Mansion. Study. What did you say? Su Maoyang is still alive. The head of the Sun family heard the report from the housekeeper, and with a bang, he slammed his fists on the chopping board, and the whole person jumped up from the chair. His deep pupils bulged fiercely, emitting terrifying sparks. The housekeeper was trembling with fear, and kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Yes, Master, I saw it with my own eyes." And she also won the first place in the experience this time. The veins on the head of the Sun family's temples bulged, and his beard stood up like steel needles. His gloomy voice suppressed his extreme anger. "Impossible. You lied to me." As he said that, the head of the Sun family swung violently, overturned the things on the table, and made a harsh sound. The housekeeper was so frightened that his body softened and he knelt on the ground. His old face was stiff and his expression was panic. "I didn't. And I don't know what happened." Not to mention that the head of the Sun family was shocked. Even he felt incredible. The Blood Battle Group never failed. How could they let Su Maoyang walk out of Qixia Mountain alive? When the head of the Sun family heard this, his anger rushed to his head. His neck swelled up, and a roar burst out from his chest. Then, perhaps he thought of something, and the topic suddenly changed. "The Blood Battle Group dared to lie to me. Damn it! By the way, where is Wu? Why can't I see Wu?" The head of the Sun family only then realized that the game was over. But he didn't see Sun Yunwu's figure. His angry expression suddenly stagnated, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. The housekeeper was even more terrified when he heard this, and his voice trembled. Old slave. I don't know. What do you mean by don't know?" The head of the Sun family gritted his teeth and was furious. The blood battle group took his 100,000 gold. But not only did they not kill Su Maoyang, they also let her win first place in the competition. Not only that, but even Sun Yunwu's news disappeared. Damn it. What happened on Qixia Mountain? Go find her for me. Make sure to bring Wu back to me. The head of the Sun family pounded the table fiercely, making a deafening sound. But at this moment, a clear voice suddenly came from the door of the study, which was cold and indifferent in its feminine nature, and rose faintly. No need to look for her. I know where she is. Before seeing the person, he heard the voice first. While the head of the Sun family was shocked by the identity of the visitor, he was even more shocked by what she said. At this time, a beautiful woman in a light blue gauze skirt walked in slowly, followed by a green dress maid. The elegant and indifferent posture and the peerless face, even if it turned into ashes, the head of the Sun family could recognize it at a glance. You, Su Maoyang? How could it be you? You are so bold that you dare to trespass into my Sun family's house. The head of the Sun family was already furious about the news that Su Maoyang was still alive. And now seeing her in person, his head almost exploded with pain. Su Maoyang curled the corners of his lips and smiled softly. I'm not here. Where do you want me to be? Dead in Qixia Mountain? When the head of the Sun family heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. You know everything. Of course I know. I also know that you spent 100,000 gold to buy my life. Su Maoyang glanced at him with a faint smile, and his tone was indifferent. But it sounded as heavy as 1,000 gold in the ears of the head of the Sun family. What did you say? The head of the Sun family clenched his fists tightly, and his joints made a crisp sound. His whole old face turned red and gradually turned blue. It was obvious that he was shocked to the extreme. Seeing the angry look of the head of the Sun family, Su Maoyang smiled even more deeply. This was the purpose of her trip, and he really did not let her down. Su Maoyang, explain to me clearly. What is going on? The raging fire in the chest of the Sun family head made his hair stand up. Su Maoyang smiled and smacked his lips and sighed. TSK. What a pity. I spent 100,000 gold to find the blood battle group to buy my life. But I didn't expect that not only did I not die, but the 100,000 gold ran into my bag. Sun family head. Do you regret it now? Chapter 102, Spitting Blood with Anger. When the head of the Sun family heard this, his eyes widened with anger, and the veins on his forehead bulged and expanded with his heavy breathing. The anger rolling in his chest was like a boiler that was about to explode due to excessive pressure. No. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The head of the Sun family roared, shaking his head in disbelief. Su Maoyang smiled. If you don't believe it, how can you explain the fact that I am still standing in front of you alive? And you even know clearly that you spent 100,000 gold to buy my life? You should know that the blood battle group never fails. Besides, there is no need for me to lie to you. According to your power, you only need to investigate to know whether the 100,000 gold coins really fell into my hands. Su Maoyang, the head of the Sun family, had a splitting headache, holding his head, and the world was spinning. Seeing this, the housekeeper was so scared that he quickly got up and held him tightly. Seeing that he was so angry, Su Maoyang added fuel to the fire and said, This time, the head of the Sun family gave me 100,000 gold coins as a gift. With such a generous gift, I, Su Maoyang, must visit and thank the head of the Sun family in person. As he spoke, Su Maoyang also pretended to bow. His sincere look immediately made the head of the Sun family roll his eyes and spit out a mouthful of blood. Master! What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. The housekeeper was frightened by him and shouted in panic. Get her out! The head of the Sun family had no strength left and leaned weakly on the housekeeper, shaking his arms, pointing at Su Maoyang, and whispering weakly. Su Maoyang heard this, and without waiting for the housekeeper to call for help, he smiled and said, Master Sun, are you sure you want to drive me away? In addition to thanking you today, I am also here to deliver a message. Don't you want to know the whereabouts of Sun Yunwu? Hearing this, the weak body of the head of the Sun family suddenly stiffened, and his pale old face was immediately filled with fear. How could the news from Su Maoyang's mouth be good news? What did you do to Wu? You cough. The head of the Sun family seemed to have aged by dozens of years in an instant. And now, He didn't even have the strength to speak and question. On the other hand, Su Maoyang looked energetic, with a smile in his eyes. I didn't do anything to her. She provoked the blood battle group and was beaten to death by the blood battle group. This matter can't be blamed on me. Su Maoyang is good at lying with his eyes open. With just a few words, he cleared himself of the relationship. Everyone who saw the scene in Qixia Mountain that day knew that the blood battle group killed Sun Yunwu because of Su Maoyang's order. She did not do it herself. But Sun Yunwu's death was all because of her. She actually had the nerve to say that she was not to blame. This time, the head of the Sun family was so angry that his blood rolled, and he spit out blood again. Puff. Master. Master. Someone. The master is not going to die. The housekeeper watched the head of the Sun family spurt blood, and his body quickly limped down. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. He shook his body and shouted. Su Maoyang saw the head of the Sun family fainted. He knew that his time was coming when he saw his face. He raised his eyebrows, and walked out of the study room of the Sun Mansion happily. He walked out of the Sun Mansion courtyard slowly, leaving the footsteps behind him. LV Man, who followed Su Maoyang silently, saw her young lady's skills of infuriating people. At this moment, she was still a little scared. Seeing that she was not walking back to the Su Mansion, she asked nervously, Miss, where are we going next? Su Maoyang replied coldly, to Minister Lin's house. Some time ago, Lin Water said that her mother was poisoned. Now I don't know if the poison has been cured. Why did Miss think of going to the Lin family? Lu Man was puzzled. The Lin family was just a small family, inconspicuous, and their Su family and Lin family had no intersection. Why would Miss think of going to the Lin family? Nothing. Just want to go and see. Su Maoyang didn't want to explain too much. Lu Man didn't dare to ask more, and followed behind her obediently, and walked towards the Lin family with her. Only the old man Jinjuan in the medicine cauldron space understood Su Maoyang's thoughts best. Although she looked indifferent on the surface, she must have been unable to let go in her heart. It seems that she is also concerned about that Lin Water. As soon as Su Maoyang and Lu Man walked to the door of the Lin mansion, they heard the sound of cursing and crying from inside. You little bastard. You actually stole the master's detoxification pill and fed it to your terminally ill bitch mother. Beat her. Beat her to death. And see if she dares to do it again. Just above the front yard of the Lin family stood a luxurious woman in a bright red brocade skirt. She had a sharp face and a mean look, and her slender eyes were raised upwards, revealing a bit of murderous intent. At this time, she pointed at Lin Water, who was pressed to the ground by the guards, and cursed. Disgusting saliva could be seen in the air. Several guards received the order and swung the whips in their hands hard, hitting Lin Water's body with force, which immediately made the latter's delicate body skinned and fleshy. And soon blood oozed out. Father, I didn't have it. This pill was given to me by Miss Su. All Lin Water had given up explaining to her stepmother, but looked at the head of the Lin family standing next to her stepmother. And at this time, she endured the pain in her body and shouted with difficulty. Please, my mother's poison has taken effect and she needs an elixir to detoxify. If you delay any longer, she will die. Lin Water cried heartbreakingly and begged for mercy, thinking of her mother, who was sick on the bed and coughed up blood. She looked like she was about to die. Lin Water's heart was clenched. She thought her mother would get better after taking the detoxification pill. But she didn't expect that her stepmother suddenly broke in and saw this scene and snatched her pill away tyrannically. That was her mother's life-saving pill. But when the head of the Lin family heard this, he looked at her indifferently, with cold eyes and no emotion, more like looking at an object. Such indifference, and the whipping on her body gradually cooled Lin Water's desire to beg for mercy. The pain came and slowly occupied her brain. However, she was extremely clear-headed at this moment. She knew that no matter how she explained and begged for mercy today, she would be powerless to change the situation, because her father and stepmother were determined to frame her for stealing the antidote pill and take it for themselves. Poor her mother. She actually married such a ruthless person. Not only did he not care about her life and death, but he also wanted to take her antidote for himself. At this moment, a maid ran to the backyard and reported in a panic, Master, Madam, the third concubine is gone. Upon hearing this, the eldest lady finally smiled at the corners of her cold lips, and her cold voice was even colder than the snow and wind in the cold winter. It's gone. Why are you shouting? She is a lowly concubine. Does she still want the master to bury her in a grand manner? Drag her body out. Feed it to the dogs or bury it. Anyway, deal with it cleanly. Don't let me and the master see it and get upset. The maid received the instructions, nodded quickly, and retreated. When Linwater heard the bad news, her already broken heart exploded. Bitch. Beast. You shall not die well. You shall not die well. Mother. I am an unfilial daughter. I am incompetent. I cannot save you. I cannot protect you. Ah! Linwater raised her head and screamed, her grief and resentment soaring into the sky. Chapter 103 Linwater's Hate. At this moment, Linwater finally deeply understood what Su Maoyang said. To be tolerant to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. She has been wrong for many years. She always thought that as long as she was filial to her father and stepmother, they would give her and her mother a way out. She thought that as long as she was tolerant, they would always accept her and her daughter. After all, she was her father's biological daughter, and her father would not be so heartless. Now it seems that she was really wrong. At this moment, the only remaining thought in Linwater's heart was completely destroyed by the bad news of her mother. They are heartless. For their own interests, they don't care whether her mother lives or dies. To be more precise, they killed her mother. Hate. I wish I could tear them apart. Linwater has become numb to the whipping on her body. Because no matter how deep the wound is, no matter how painful the wound is, it is not as painful and profound as the broken heart in her body. Lin family, don't let me live. Otherwise, I will grind you to dust. Linwater's deep hatred rolled through the yard like thunder and lightning. Deafening, hoarse, and extremely shrill. The maids and servants around were shocked and trembled. No need for later. Now is fine. Just then, a cold and piercing voice, like an ice cone, suddenly came from the door of the Lin family. Hearing the strange voice, people in the front yard looked up. I saw a stunning woman in a blue skirt, walking slowly with her maid, exuding a sinister aura. Even the dazzling sunlight pouring on her could not drive away the terrifying sinisterness. She seemed like a snowman frozen into ice. And when she walked over, she brought a suffocating cold. Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Lin family compound? The head of the Lin family, who was indifferent to his daughter being beaten and his wife's death, finally spoke when he saw an outsider breaking into the Lin mansion. Su Maoyang's lips flashed a cold irony. I am the owner of the detoxification pill in your hand. Hearing this, the head of the Lin family's cold expression shook slightly, and finally climbed up some guilty surprise. The eldest lady beside him frowned and cursed fiercely. Where did you come from? Little bitch. What a big tone. This detoxification pill is obviously my master's. When did it become yours? Come! Catch her. How dare she trespass into the Lin mansion? What a big courage. This world is really ridiculous. Said her detoxification pill was from the master of the Lin family, and wrongly accused Linwater of stealing their pills. There are actually people who are so thick-skinned. Su Maoyang looked at the guards, who were rushing towards him fiercely, and a sneer appeared on his face. He waved his sleeves, and even without using spiritual power, he directly shook off the group of dog slaves. You are so outrageous. Who are you? How dare you attack our Lin family? The eldest lady didn't expect that the little girl in front of her was thin and weak. But she was not weak in skills. Even a group of big men couldn't do anything to her. She screamed immediately, when Linwater saw that it was Su Maoyang. Her collapsed and desperate mood finally found some sustenance, and she shouted in surprise, Miss Su, why are you here? Well, don't be afraid. I'm here. Su Maoyang gave her a reassuring look in return, with no expression and a cold tone. But these few words immediately calmed Linwater's crazy heart. Su Maoyang will never know how much influence these words have on Linwater's life. I don't know. From this moment on, there is only Su Maoyang in Linwater's world. When the head of the Lin family heard Linwater shouting like this, he frowned. Miss Su? Could she be the Miss Su that Linwater was talking about? The head of the Lin family's heart suddenly sank, and his expression was a little solemn. Su Maoyang stared at the eldest lady, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a low voice, It doesn't matter if you don't know my identity, because I will let you know now. As soon as the word fell, Su Maoyang rushed forward. His figure was like a rainbow, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the eldest lady, and suddenly grabbed her throat. The eldest lady was so scared that her eyes were broken. and she wanted to call for help. But at this time, she even had difficulty breathing. Her terrified eyes met Su Maoyang's cold eyes, and she instantly felt like she fell into an ice cellar, and she trembled with fear. "Is that pill really your master's?" Su Maoyang scratched the eldest lady's cheek with his fingernails. His tone was light, but the viciousness in his bones made the eldest lady tremble. "Why are you not talking?" Su Maoyang frowned when he saw that the eldest lady was scared. Su Maoyang didn't have much patience for this kind of bitch who robbed others, and then falsely accused others of robbing her. The eldest lady seemed to have noticed Su Maoyang's irritability, and she was shaking like a sieve. She felt the force in her throat getting stronger and stronger. Her whole face was pale, and she was in mortal danger at any time. Perhaps she touched the hair of death. And the eldest lady finally tried to shake her head and denied her words. Seeing this, the head of the Lin family was so angry that his veins popped up. And he shouted, "Asshole! How dare you harm my wife? I will never let you off easily." As he said that, the head of the Lin family suddenly burst out with spiritual power, and threw a hook punch at Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang stared at the lady in front of him without even a glance, and suddenly raised his foot, and kicked the head of the Lin family hard on the chest. The head of the Lin family was just a junior Earth Spirit Master. How could he resist such power? And was immediately kicked to the ground. Puff, the head of the Lin family, pressed his chest, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Su Maoyang with a changed look. You little bitch, dare to hit the court official. Don't you want to live?" The head of the Lin family couldn't beat the other party in strength, but he could suppress the other party in power. However, Su Maoyang almost laughed out loud when he heard this. He was just a Shanshu. Although his position was not low, but his strength was not good, and he was destined to be at the bottom in this world where the strong are respected. "Master Lin, open your eyes and see clearly. You are attacking Princess Mou now, which is a capital crime punishable by the death of 9 clans." Su Liang's cold eyes were like frost, and the cold eyes seemed to pierce Master Lin's body with 2 ice cones. Master Lin was frightened by this look, and his old face was filled with fear. Princess Mou. Although he had no strength, he had been in the court for so many years, and he knew that the daughter of the eldest princess, Su Liang, was once personally named Princess Mou by the emperor. Could this woman in front of him be Su Liang? I heard that she became beautiful and got rid of her status as a waste, but I didn't expect her to be so beautiful and strong. At this time, Su Liang was too lazy to pay attention to Master Lin's reaction. He stretched out his hand and suddenly broke the legs of the eldest lady, causing her to fall limply to the ground. The whole yard was filled with a scream. "Don't be afraid. I won't let you die. It would be too easy for you to die like this." Su Maoyang patted the pale face of the eldest lady and comforted her. His voice was soft and did not have any killing power, but it sounded like a death knell to the eldest lady's ears. After Su Maoyang finished speaking, he broke the eldest lady's arm again with a force. Another shrill cry broke through the sky. The maids and servants around were all silent and trembling. "Su Maoyang, even if you are a princess, you can't break into the house of the court official and harm the wife of this official. If it gets to the emperor's ears, you can't get away with it." Seeing this, the head of the Lin family couldn't bear it anymore and roared. Su Maoyang smiled and tilted her head to look at him. Her beautiful pupils were like thick ink that could not be dissolved, deep and sharp, piercing people's hearts. "You reminded me that we can't let what happened here spread out." "What? What are you going to do?" The head of the Lin family was really frightened. Chapter 104, willing to go through fire and water for you. Su Maoyang did not answer him, but threw the exhausted madam in front of Lin Wanner. "Whatever she bullied your mother, you should pay her back double." At this moment, Lin Wanner was stimulated and a little crazy. Without Su Maoyang's words, she had already taken out the knife for digging herbs from her pocket and stabbed the madam's wrist fiercely, until her tendons were picked out. Lin Wanner laughed heartily. "Mother, your daughter has avenged you." "Ha ha ha." Laughing, Lin Wanner did not wait for the madam to catch her breath, and stabbed into her ankle again, cutting her flesh and bones bit by bit, causing the madam to scream in pain. Lin Wanner seemed to still feel unsatisfied, and waved the knife again, piercing the madam's body fiercely, wanting to pierce thousands of holes before she would stop. Seeing this, the head of the Lin family turned pale, stood up in horror, and wanted to escape outside. How could Su Maoyang give him a chance to escape? She slapped him with a spiritual force and knocked him to the ground. She stared at the head of the Lin family on the ground, a cruel smile on her lips, and walked slowly over. Her deep eyes were suffocatingly cold, and every step was like a countdown to death. The head of the Lin family was already scared out of his wits and shouted in panic, "Don't come over. Don't come over." Su Maoyong smiled coldly, and his gloomy voice was filled with unbearable anger. "Are you afraid now? When you tortured Water's mother, did you think about today? Since you have done so many bad things, God will not take you. Then let me take you." As he said that, Su Maoyong swung his arm again, and the fierce force hit the head of the Lin family directly. The head of the Lin family immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground with his last breath. "Don't. Please don't kill me." The head of the Lin family looked at Su Maoyong's hand that was reaching out again. Fear dominated his brain, and he begged for mercy weakly. "Not killing you? How is it possible? You have hurt Lin Water and her mother so badly. How can I not kill you?" "Don't worry. I won't kill you immediately. I will slowly let you taste the torture." As he said that, Su Maoyong chopped off the head of the Lin family's arms with a vertical chop, and blood instantly gushed out like a fountain, which was extremely terrifying. A scream like a roar suddenly sounded, and the surrounding servants covered their eyes in fear. Su Maoyong looked at him in pain with cold eyes, watching him scream, but without mercy. He raised his arm and cut off his legs again. At this moment, the head of the Lin family rolled his eyes in pain and wanted to die of pain. However, Su Maoyong threw a life-saving pill into his mouth with a flick of his finger. For a while, the head of the Lin family will not die. Su Maoyong wants Lin Water to see with her own eyes that this ruthless father cannot live or die. "Water! Water! Save me! Save my father! Please save me!" The head of the Lin family could not stand this inhuman torture, and shouted to Lin Water with all the remaining strength in his body. Water had just tortured the eldest lady to death, and when she heard the faint call from afar, she sneered and looked back at him. Seeing her once beloved old father lying in a pile of blood, turned into a human pig without hands and legs. Lin Water laughed excitedly, and her laughter was deafening, which seemed a bit gloomy and terrifying. However, anyone could hear the grief and resentment in her heart. "Retribution? You finally got retribution. Go downstairs and atone your sins with your mother," Lin Water roared, rushed forward, and stabbed the knife in her hand into the heart of the head of the Lin family. Another tearing scream broke out in the courtyard. Even if the head of the Lin family took a life-saving pill, he could not bear such a fierce attack. His body suddenly stiffened, his eyes suddenly widened, and he stared at Lin Water in horror as she gritted her teeth and dug out his heart fiercely. Her crazy roar rang in his ears. "I want to see if you have a heart. She is your wife, loves you so much, works like a cow and a horse for you, and gives birth to children for you. Why? Why? She was still concerned about your life until she died. How can you be worthy of her?" Lin Water's crazy roar echoed throughout the courtyard, sounding shrill and murderous. The people around were frightened and stunned, their faces pale. However, at this time, the head of the Lin family had already died completely when she dug out the whole heart. Looking at the lifeless corpse, Lin Water suddenly laughed, and her tears flowed out. She avenged her mother. She was free, and she would never be bullied by the Lin family again. It was obviously a happy thing, but for some reason, tears surged and drowned her. Seeing Lin Water crying and laughing in pain, Su Maoyong felt bad, but the words that came out of his mouth were extremely heartless. "Why are you crying? Can crying protect the people you care about? Can crying bring your mother back to life? Open your eyes and see clearly this world that speaks with fists. I hope I will never see your tears again." Lin Water, with tears streaming down her face, slowly raised her head when she heard the severe rebuke. The blood and tears on her face mixed together, very bloody and embarrassed. But the pair of sad and angry eyes at this moment were like the sun that parted the clouds, shining with dazzling light. "Yes, I can't cry. No one can make me cry in this life, because I will never give the enemy a chance to hurt me and the people I care about," Lin Water said firmly, and the strength and stubbornness emanating from her seemed to have transformed her. After she finished speaking, Lin Water got up, knelt down in front of Su Maoyong, and cowed out heavily, "Master, from now on, Lin Water is no longer a member of the Lin family. I am willing to follow you to the death in this life, and I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. If I violate my oath today, I, Lin Water, will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Hearing Lin Wanner's resolute voice, Su Maoyong nodded with relief. She finally did not let her down. Well, get up. And stay with me from now on. Su Maoyong reached out and helped her up. Lin Wanner was relieved to see that she agreed. Go and bury your mother properly. And leave everything here to me. Su Maoyong patted her shoulder to comfort her. Lin Wanner looked at her gratefully, then turned and walked towards the backyard. At this time, Su Maoyong retracted his gaze and swept his eyes towards the maids and guards present one by one. His dark pupils were like frost, so cold that it was frightening. That day, the Lin family's house was full of corpses and blood flowed like a river. And no one survived. After that day, the news about the extermination of the Lin family quickly spread throughout the southern Sui kingdom. Some people said that the Lin family offended a martial arts master. And some said that the Lin family was framed by other families. Others said that they saw Su Maoyong haunting the Lin family. But no one could prove that it was Su Maoyong who destroyed the Lin family. Besides, Su Maoyong and the Lin family had no intersection. So why bother to embarrass an inconspicuous small family? So there was no motive for the murder. And everyone was just guessing. At this time, Mingqing Pavilion. Nanian and Lu Man walked in slowly with 2 trays of new clothes. Seeing Su Maoyong leaning on the couch reading a book, Nanian smiled and said, Miss, don't look at it anymore. Your eyes will be damaged if you keep looking at it. Lu Man also laughed and shouted, Yes, Miss, don't look at it anymore. Come here quickly to choose some nice clothes. The Mid-Autumn Festival is in 2 days. And you will follow the master to the palace again. Nanian nodded. Yes, I got some information from the master. This Mid-Autumn Festival, the Queen Mother and the Emperor seem to be announcing the wedding date for you and the second young lady. Chapter 105 Madame Sun's Complaint. Wedding date? Su Maoyong finally put down the book and pricked up her ears when she heard this. Lu Man smiled slyly and teased, Miss is getting married soon. And you can kiss the Night Prince openly. Su Maoyong really wanted to spray her to death with a mouthful of salt soda when she heard this. Just that one forced kiss. Lu Man remembered it in her heart. Why didn't she remember it when she asked her to do things normally? Rong Mama was also infected by Lu Man's smile, and happily handed over the clothes in her hand. Miss, come and try it quickly. This is a reward from the Queen Mother. Don't let the Queen Mother down. Su Maoyong rubbed her forehead with a headache when she heard this. She agreed to marry Nan Qingjue at the beginning, but it was just a stopgap measure to get his medicinal materials. Now that the marriage is really on the agenda, she is really a little panicked. Okay. You guys go away. I'll try on the clothes. Su Maoyong waved her hands in annoyance, not wanting to hear their chatter about the wedding date anymore. Seeing that Su Maoyong was in a bad mood, Nanian and Lu Man also tactfully left. Su Maoyong looked at the clothes on the table, feeling sad. Was she really going to marry Nan Qingjue? That sinister and treacherous guy? Marrying Nan Qingjue would be like walking into a tiger's mouth. Does she really want to ruin her own happiness? Old Jinjuan understood her thoughts, and couldn't help but sneer. Who was more sinister and treacherous? Not only did she cheat others of so many medicinal materials, she also cheated people's souls to come. And she still thought they were sinister. This world is really unjust. 2 days later. Mid-Autumn Festival. In the evening, when the sunset faded, the sky and the earth turned into silver gray, and there was a layer of gold edging between the white clouds, emitting the last afterglow of the dusk. But on this day, before the night fell, the streets and alleys had already started a brilliant nightlife. Mid-Autumn Festival lanterns and moon cakes have already filled the streets, and business is booming. Passers-by will basically stop to watch and buy. The Su family was invited by the Emperor and drove through the streets of the South City in a carriage and headed straight to the Imperial City. After entering the palace, the Su family, under the guidance of the father-in-law, walked into the hall, kowtowed to the Emperor and the Queen Mother, and then sat down in the designated position in a proper manner. Su Maoyong quietly looked around the situation in the hall and found that the concubines of the harem, the 4 major families and some ministers had basically arrived, and the atmosphere was very festive and lively. It is said that the Mid-Autumn Festival is the most important festival in the Southern Sui Kingdom. The royal family prays for the Southern Sui Kingdom on this day, hoping that the country will be peaceful and the people will be safe in the coming year. Seeing the grand scene in front of him, Su Maoyong had to admit that this was true. Su Maoyong's appearance was understandable. but it still attracted a lot of discussion. It's just that she has never been interested in other people's opinions and ideas, and has automatically blocked out the outside world's voices. However, what cannot be ignored is that Nan Qingjue, who is sitting not far away and staring at her quietly. Today, he is wearing a snow-white robe, spotless, and his stunning eyebrows can't hide his noble and arrogant. His lips are as beautiful as cherry blossoms, as light as water, and he gently purses his lips in a cold arc. His cold and deep eyes are like the sacred pool water on the top of the snow-capped mountains. But the brilliance in his eyes always makes Su Maoyang shudder. Every time Su Maoyang sees him, he has to sigh. How can there be such an elegant and picturesque man in the world? As if he has been isolated from the world, so holy that people dare not approach him. However, Su Maoyang knew that this man was not as pure and free as he seemed on the surface. On the contrary, he was dark and sinister, and his methods were vicious. Even she was afraid of him from the bottom of her heart. Feeling Su Maoyang's vigilant gaze, Nan Qingjue raised the corners of his lips and drew a charming arc. At that moment, Su Maoyang felt a bright and beautiful breath coming from his handsome face, which made her heart skip a beat. This man is too beautiful to control. It seems that even if he doesn't do anything, he can confuse the other party with that face and those eyes. Su Maoyang's cheeks flushed, glared at him fiercely, and quickly retracted his gaze. Nan Jinghuan, who was sitting not far away, had been paying attention to the interaction between Su Maoyang and Nan Qingjue. He was so angry that he clenched his fists when he saw this scene. The unwillingness in his heart devoured his heart like an ant. At this time, Mrs. Sun was also very angry, since she saw Su Maoyang coming in. Her resentful eyes have never left her figure. At this time, she seemed to be unable to control her inner anger. She suddenly stood up, walked to the center of the hall, knelt down in front of the emperor and the queen mother, and cowed out heavily. The voice of grief and indignation resounded throughout the hall. Emperor, Queen Mother, you have to make a decision for the Sun family. This wailing immediately made the whole audience quiet down, and their eyes focused on Madame Sun in surprise. The emperor was stunned by her move, and his majestic face showed surprise. Madame Sun, please don't be polite. If you have anything to say, get up and talk. Madame Sun cried and shook her head, unwilling to get up. If the emperor does not give me justice today, I will kneel down for a long time. Seeing this, the queen mother frowned and looked unhappy. Madame Sun, what kind of occasion is this? How can you be so presumptuous? From what Madame Sun said, it means to force the emperor to be fair. If she is not satisfied with the results, she may not give up. Knowing that the southern Sui kingdom attaches the most importance to the Mid-Autumn Festival, she is still presumptuous on such a festive day, which is really annoying. Su Maoyang looked at the crying Madame Sun and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. This idiot really knows how to pick a time. He chose such a day to offend everyone. However, Madame Sun is a woman. How can she care so much? Thinking of her husband who just passed away at home, tears fell like beads from a broken string. Your Majesty, Queen Mother, Su Maoyang killed my master. How can I not be sad and angry? When the emperor heard this, his thick eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his expression was even more shocked. What did you say? Sun Iching died? When did it happen? Others were also shocked when they heard it. The head of the Sun family is quite powerful. He is also a well-known figure among the patriarchs of the 4 major families. How could he die so suddenly? And die at the hands of Su Maoyang? Everyone was puzzled, and looked at Su Maoyang with some surprise and suspicion. Madame Sun wiped her tears and replied with sobs, the master died last night. Su Maoyang killed him. Please, Your Majesty, make a decision for my master. The Queen Mother was even more displeased when she heard this, and she scolded majestically, nonsense. Su Maoyang is a weak woman. How could she kill Sun Zhongwei? Everyone knows that Sun Zhongwei is very powerful. How could he die at the hands of a little girl? Madame Sun, you framed the princess, but it is a capital crime. Many people who knew Su Maoyang's strength shuddered when they heard this. Su Maoyang is a weak woman? Why didn't they see it? Chapter 106, The Fall of the Sun Family. When Madame Sun heard this, the grievance in her heart rushed straight to her nose, and she felt a strong sense of bitterness, and cried even harder, I dare not lie, let alone frame her. That day, everyone in the mansion can testify that Su Maoyang broke into the Sun mansion privately, ran to the study and said and did something to the master. As a result, The master vomited blood and fainted on the ground. The doctor confirmed that he would not survive tonight. Who knew he died last night? Woo woo woo. Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Could it be that the head of the Sun family was really beaten to death by Su Maoyong? Other people who don't know Su Maoyong's strength naturally don't believe it. But there are still students from Nanjing Academy in the hall. That day, they trained with Su Maoyong and saw her blood battle group. Even if they don't believe that she has this strength, they can't rule out the possibility that she asked the blood battle group to do it. However, I didn't expect her to be so bold. It's okay to kill Sun Yunwu in Qixia Mountain. But now she doesn't even let the head of the Sun family go. What else is there that she dare not do? Su Maoyong smiled when she heard this. Her expression was calm. She stood up from her seat slowly and said, Madam Sun, you said that I killed the head of the Sun family, which is completely slanderous. Everyone in the Southern Sui Kingdom knows that I took your Sun family's heirloom. And the Sun family will definitely not let me go. So you spent 100,000 gold to let the blood battle group kill me. But I was lucky and escaped. The head of the Sun family saw that I was still alive in front of him. So he was so angry that he fell ill. Now you are turning the tables and accusing me of killing the head of the Sun family. What a sinister trick. Madam Sun almost fainted when she heard this. Su Maoyong said a few words and pushed away all the blame, which was really frustrating. Seeing that Madam Sun was so angry that she couldn't speak, Su Maoyong added, besides, did you see me kill the head of the Sun family with your own eyes? You were not in the study at that time. And you didn't even know what we had done. You said that I killed the head of the Sun family. What was your intention? Or do you want to take advantage of the death of the head of the Sun family and put the crime of killing the court officials on my head? Her words were clear and logical, without any flaws. And it really seemed like that. Many people who didn't know the inside story were shocked and suddenly realized, and cast suspicious eyes on Madam Sun. As for Su Maoyong, she stood up straight and was not afraid of Madam Sun's false accusation, because she did not kill Sun Zhongwei. Why should she be afraid of Madam Sun's framing? Looking at Su Maoyong's righteous appearance, everyone believed her words even more. But they didn't know that although Su Maoyong didn't beat the head of the Sun family to death, he was also angry to death by her. Su Maoyong, you bitch. If it weren't for you, my master would be in good health. How could he suddenly faint? How could he suddenly pass away? Madam Sun saw that everyone was leaning towards Su Maoyong, and shouted anxiously. Su Maoyong chuckled and looked at her with contempt. Madam Sun, you can blame me for the birth, old age, illness and death of the head of the Sun family. Isn't it too unreasonable? Then, if anyone sees me and dies unfortunately in the end, will it be blamed on me? It seems that there is no such law in the Southern Sui Kingdom. When everyone heard this, they all covered their mouths and laughed secretly. Madam Sun's behavior was indeed a bit unreasonable. Seeing Madam Sun's face full of depression and anger, Su Maoyong was in a good mood. She raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her lips, turned her head and looked at the emperor, and reported, Your Majesty, I really don't know why the head of the Sun family suddenly vomited blood and fell to the ground after seeing me. I guess that the head of the Sun family did something wrong, and was frightened to fall ill when he saw me standing in front of him alive. I hope the emperor will see through everything and give me justice. Hearing this, how could the emperor sit idly by and just yelled, Come here. Call the doctor who treated Sun Iching into the palace. I want to interrogate him personally. After the words fell, the eunuch who served him immediately gave the order. In just one stick of incense, the doctor was led into the hall. Madam Sun watched the doctor walk to the center of the hall, kneeling and bowing in fear, and her eyes almost fell out. She had clearly hired someone to assassinate the doctor. So how could the doctor be here? And was he brought into the palace alive? In shock, Madam Sun suddenly thought of something, and turned to look at Su Maoyong opposite her. Seeing the latter's eyes full of sneers, her hair stood up immediately. It was her. It must be her doing. By the time Madam Sun understood, it was too late. The emperor had already asked, Are you the doctor who treated Mr. Sun? The doctor nodded and said, Yes. It is me. Okay. Now I ask you, what is the cause of Mr. Sun's death? The doctor did not dare to lie and answered respectfully, Your Majesty. Mr. Sun may have been greatly stimulated, which caused the blood to surge, coagulate and block, and died of anger. Hearing this, the whole thing was clear. Since the head of the Sun family was not injured or poisoned, it was obviously not Su Maoyong who did it. since he died of a sudden illness due to anger. He really couldn't blame anyone. The emperor, who was already biased towards Su Maoyang, was furious at Madame Sun when he heard this. Madame Sun, what else do you have to say now? Framing the princess is a capital crime. Madame Sun never thought that her actions would have such serious consequences. She was panicked by the emperor shouting and cowed out, "Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare my life. I didn't frame the princess. I am innocent." Humph. You are about to die. But you still don't admit your guilt. You pointed out that Princess Ma Yue killed the head of the Sun family in front of so many people. Isn't that framing her? Now that the matter has been investigated, you still deny it. It's really hateful. Come on. Drag Madame Sun out and torture her to death to set an example. Originally, Madame Sun was only sentenced to death, but her refusal to admit her guilt made the emperor furious, and he immediately changed his mind and let her be tortured to death. When Madame Sun heard this, she turned pale and trembled all over. "Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, spare me. I was wrong. I was wrong." But it was too late to beg for mercy and confess at this time. The emperor waved his hand impatiently and directly signaled the guards to drag her away. In this way, Madame Sun was dragged out of the hall amidst crying and shouting, and died on such a festive day of family reunion. The Sun family, at this moment, also went to extinction completely. The Queen Mother looked very unhappy when she saw this. A good mid-autumn festival. But Madame Sun messed up like this, and the atmosphere was gone. It was really unlucky. The emperor saw that she was depressed, and immediately changed the subject, saying loudly, "Today I have to announce one thing. Regarding the wedding date of Nan Jinghuan and Su Yixue, Nan Qingjue and Su Maoyang, I have discussed with the Queen Mother and set it on the 6th day of next month, so that you two couples can get married together." What? Get married together? Chapter 107. Nan Jinghuan changes his mind. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Everyone sighed at the good fortune of the Su family. Two daughters got married on the same day, which was a double happiness. Su Maoyang was not happy despite the envious eyes around her. Who knows? She didn't want to marry the sinister and black-bellied Nan Qingjue at all. Su Yixue pretended to be very reserved on the surface, but she was so excited that she clenched her fingers in private. She finally waited for this day. She paid too much and waited too long to marry Nan Jinghuan. Next month, she can finally fulfill her wish. Thinking of this, Su Yixue raised her eyes and looked at Nan Jinghuan opposite, trying to express her feelings with her eyes. But unexpectedly, when her eyes met Nan Jinghuan's eyes, she found that he was staring at Su Maoyang intently. That kind of eyes was too explicit, and anyone could see the feelings in it. Su Yixue's heart skipped a beat, and her joyful mood suddenly fell to the bottom, turning into a heart-wrenching pain. At this moment, Nan Jinghuan seemed to be unable to bear it anymore, and could no longer control his emotions. He stood up suddenly, and shouted to the emperor and the Queen Mother, "Father! Queen Mother! I don't agree." The Queen Mother was also shocked when she heard this. "Why don't you agree? Aren't you and Su Yixue in love, and have been begging me to grant you a marriage? Why do you regret it at this critical moment?" Hearing this, Su Yixue and Su Yixue were both frightened and uneasy. Nan Jinghuan had promised to marry her before, and the betrothal gift had been paid. How could he go back on his word? Nan Jinghuan glanced at Su Maoyang, as if to encourage himself, took a deep breath, and spoke again. "I will still marry Su Yixue as promised, but I don't agree with Su Maoyang and my 9th brother's marriage." The Queen Mother's expression froze when she heard this, and her eyes flashed with surprise. The emperor's face was dark, and he angrily scolded, "Asshole! What does your 9th brother's marriage have to do with you? When did you get the right to oppose it?" Everyone also felt strange. Nan Qingjue's marriage has nothing to do with him, and he is too nosy. Seeing everyone pointing fingers at him, Nan Jinghuan's face was a little embarrassed, but the strong desire for Su Maoyang in his heart dominated his brain, forcing him to explain, "My son likes Su Maoyang and wants to marry Su Maoyang. I hope my father and the Queen Mother will agree." Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. The heated discussion immediately echoed throughout the hall. Nan Jinghuan actually liked Su Maoyang. Oh my god! What a joke! He used to hate Su Maoyang the most. But now? What is the madness of the prince? He actually confessed to Su Maoyang in public. What should Su Yixue do? The crown prince has been infatuated with Su Yixue for so many years, And now he changes his mind. How can Suishua bear it? Suishua was wearing a veil, so her emotions could not be seen clearly. But her eyebrows were deeply furrowed, and she must have felt bad. But only Suishua herself knew that she was not only feeling bad, but also furious and crazy. When she heard Nanjingwan's words of love, the only remaining thoughts in her heart were shattered in an instant. She grabbed the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands to control the raging anger and resentment in her heart. As for Nanjingjue, he did not show any surprise, but his voice as cold as ice made people know that he was angry. Brother, are you going to openly snatch your sister-in-law? Nanjingwan's face froze. He frowned and loudly retorted, Ninth brother, what you said is wrong. Su Maoyang hasn't married yet, so how can she be considered my sister-in-law? A gentleman loves a beautiful lady, and both my king and my ninth brother have the right to pursue a lady fairly. However, if my ninth brother can bear the pain and help me, I will definitely repay him well. Repay? How to repay? Is my brother willing to give up the position of crown prince to me? Nanjingjue's lips were cold, and his voice was calm. But it shocked Nanjinghuan. What did you say? Nanjinghuan was so scared that his eyes bulged out and stared at Nanjingjue. I didn't expect Nanjingjue to really want to seize the throne. And he said it blatantly at this moment. Isn't he afraid of alerting the enemy? At this moment, the noisy hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Nanjingjue with bated breath, seeming to be very scared. At this time, Nanjingjue put down the wine glass, wiped the wine from his lips, slowly raised his eyes. His eyes were dark and deep, and Nanjinghuan trembled all over. Then, a cold and domineering voice suddenly rose above the dead silent hall. Your Highness, let alone your position as the crown prince. Even if you ascend the throne and give the throne to me, don't even think about snatching Su Maoyang away from me. Nanjingjue's words were clear and loud, and his momentum was like a tiger. It resounded in the hall and immediately caused the whole audience to gasp. For Su Maoyang, even the throne is not rare. What kind of feelings does the ninth prince have for Su Maoyang? It is really unbelievable that it is so deep. Su Maoyang himself was also very surprised, looking at Nanjingjue's face like frost. His heart was shaken. Nanjingjue always had a blank expression on his face, and he would not easily reveal his emotions and thoughts. Unless he was really angry, he would be terribly cold. He was emitting hostility all over his body, like an ice sculpture emitting cold air. And he was not joking. Even Su Maoyang suddenly had a flash of the illusion that Nanjingjue really liked her. But reason told her that this man was too dangerous and too dark, and his behavior and thoughts were not something she could guess. However, she had always been unable to guess Nanjingjue, and she had gotten used to it. But Nanjinghuan suddenly said that he wanted to marry her, which really made her unable to understand. I don't know what Nanjinghuan was crazy about. It's really unreasonable. When the emperor saw that the two brothers were on the verge of a fight, and it even involved the throne, his face was dark and heavy, and he roared, How dare you? You two brothers actually turned against each other for a woman. How can you be so shameless? With so many people watching, the two quarreled for a woman, which was really embarrassing for the royal family. Nanjinghuan was scolded and restrained his breath, but the resentment in his heart was still as uncomfortable as a cat's claw. Nanjingjue also had a cold face, exuding an aura of keeping strangers away, so people dared not mention this matter again. Seeing the chaotic situation and the tense atmosphere, the Queen Mother also frowned and said, Okay, don't argue anymore. These two marriages are settled. Su Aiqing, you should prepare to marry your daughter. Su Yihue was named and hurriedly stood up and kowtowed to thank him. Thank you, Your Majesty. For your grace? Thank you, Your Majesty. Seeing that the farce finally ended, the emperor's brows were slightly relieved, and he said loudly, Okay, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone knows that the Mid-Autumn Festival is a day for the Southern Sui Kingdom to pray for blessings and peace. If this day is auspicious, then the Southern Sui Kingdom will also have good weather and good harvests next year. Now, follow me to Tay Lake to release lanterns and pray for the Southern Sui Kingdom. With that, the emperor stood up with the eunuchs serving him and prepared to move to Tay Lake. Chapter 108. Something happened at Tay Lake. At this time, Nanjingjue seemed unwilling to join in the fun, and suddenly said, Father, I am not feeling well. Please allow me to leave first. The emperor saw that his legs were indeed not very convenient, so he nodded and agreed, Well, then you can go back and rest. After saying that, the emperor had already set off and headed for Tai Lake. And Nan Qingjue also left the hall with the help of the sedan bearers. When everyone saw the emperor leave, they all set off and followed him. Su Maoyang also didn't like to join in the fun. Seeing that most people had left, she lazily got up and walked in another direction while the chaos was going on. She just wanted to leave the crowd and take a breath now. Think carefully about escaping marriage. Perhaps because she was thinking too hard. Su Maoyang unknowingly walked to the imperial garden. At this time, the imperial garden was quiet and deserted, exuding a faint fragrance of flowers. And her tense expression finally relaxed. Too many things happened today. She rubbed her temples tiredly and slowed down her pace. What are you thinking about? Your head hurts? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the depths of the garden, along with a night wind. It blew on Su Maoyang's cheek, bringing a hint of coolness. Su Maoyang was shocked and raised his eyes suddenly. He saw a handsome man sitting in the pavilion on the right. That figure, that temperament, and those cold eyes, like bright stars, made Su Maoyang's heart tighten immediately. Looking at Su Maoyang's surprised eyes, Nan Qingjue seemed to have guessed her thoughts. The corners of his lips rose slightly. He seemed to be smiling. But he was so cold that it made people tremble. It seems that you are thinking about how to escape from marriage. This sentence is obviously not a question, but an affirmative sentence. Su Maoyang's expression stiffened a little bit, and her heart was shaken. Does this guy know how to read minds? He could guess this. I advise you to give up this idea. If you run away from marriage, you will only suffer. Nan Qingjue's eyes were as clear and shining as obsidian, flashing with a sharp and heroic spirit. With his cold temperament, he looked imposing and dangerous. Su Maoyang didn't take his threats to heart at all. However, there was a question lingering in her mind, and she was eager to know the answer. Immediately, she slowly walked to his side, met his cold eyes, and whispered, "Why did you give me the human soul?" She had been holding this sentence in her heart for too long, and she had never had time to ask. "I want to give it to you." These three simple words came out of Nan Qingjue's mouth without hesitation. Very natural, very direct, and very sure. Su Maoyang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Tens of millions of reasons flashed through her mind, but none of them was like this. "Why do you want to give it to me?" Su Maoyang kept asking. "No reason," Nan Qingjue answered coldly, which immediately made Su Maoyang frown in dissatisfaction. This was not the answer she wanted. Without the human soul, your body will be weak. This is not something a cold-blooded person like you would do, Su Maoyang said directly. Nan Qingjue raised his eyebrows, and his evil pupils suddenly burst into a ray of light. Looking deeply into Su Maoyang's eyes, "Are you concerned about me?" Su Maoyang was frightened by his gaze, and coughed awkwardly twice. "You think too much. How can I care about you?" "Why not? I will be your husband next month, and it is your responsibility to care about me." "Bah! Are you too shameless?" Su Maoyang was furious on the spot. "Well, I'm shameless, but I want you." Before she finished the word "you," Nan Qingjue suddenly reached out and pulled Su Maoyang in front of him hard, and immediately embraced her in his arms. Su Maoyang was shocked, and before she could react, she was imprisoned in his arms. "Nan Qingjue, what do you want to do?" Su Maoyang had the shadow of the last time, and immediately covered her mouth and yelled nervously. The voice was trembling. Nan Qingjue felt her nervousness, and the corners of his lips unconsciously raised a barely noticeable smile. "Do you think I want to kiss you? I think you are the one who thinks too much." It was obviously a cold voice, but with a hint of teasing smile. It fell into Su Maoyang's ears, full of sarcasm, and immediately made her blush with embarrassment. She let go of her hands in a rage, and her right fist rushed towards Nan Qingjue's eyes. But the latter was quick and caught her fist in one go. At this moment, Nan Qingjue, with a cold expression, suddenly smiled evilly, and a voice like a whisper sounded, "You made a mistake again." After that, Nan Qingjue kissed Su Maoyang's lips fiercely, not giving the latter any chance to resist and reject. Su Maoyang was stunned by him. Damn, Nan Qingjue dared to lie to her and tease her. Damn it! Just as the two were rubbing their ears, this scene happened to fall into Nan Jinghuan's eyes. Nan Jinghua arrived at Tai Lake and found that Su Maoyang was missing. He came all the way to find her, but he didn't expect to see such a scene. He was so angry that his blood vessels were surging. His fists were clenched, and his chest was surging with uncontrollable anger. Su Maoyang is his, no matter in the past, Now, or in the future. Su Maoyang can only belong to him alone. He does not allow others to covet Su Maoyang, let alone Su Maoyang falling in love with others. That sour energy made Nanjing Huan a little crazy, staring at the two people who were entangled in ambiguity with bloodshot eyes, and finally roared in anger, Su Maoyang, what are you doing? This roar scared Su Maoyang, and even Nanjing Jue was slightly stiff. He slowly raised his head and looked at him. You actually fooled around in such a place behind my back. Nanjing Huan was furious and gnashed his teeth. Nanjing Jue thought it was ridiculous. Su Maoyang is about to marry me, and sooner or later, she will be my woman. How can it be called fooling around when I am with my own princess? You Nanjing Huan was at a loss for words. He really had no right to interfere in the affairs of other people's couples. But the anger at his heart was hard to dissipate, and he really couldn't bear this bad breath. Su Maoyang, are you crazy? You leave me, the prince, and marry a crippled prince? Nanjing Huan yelled unwillingly, very angry. But he couldn't do anything to Su Maoyang. Although Su Maoyang didn't like Nanjing Jue, she didn't hate him, but she was disgusted and hated Nanjing Huan. Nanjing Huan, how many times do you want me to tell you that I don't like you? I hate you, and I will never marry you in this life. I advise you to give up this idea. Hearing this, Nanjing Huan was so angry that his teeth were chattering, and he wanted to tear Su Maoyang's mouth apart. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, a servant suddenly ran over from a distance. Seeing Nanjing Huan's figure, he immediately shouted nervously, Your Highness. Your Highness, something happened in Tai Lake, and the Emperor is looking for you and Princess Moyue everywhere. Nanjing Huan was shocked, turned around, and looked at the servant, who was running over in a hurry. Perhaps because he was angry. He was very angry as soon as he opened his mouth. You are so flustered. What's going on? When the servant ran closer, he saw clearly that not only Nanjing Huan was standing here, but also Nanjing Jue and Princess Moyue in his arms were sitting in the pavilion not far away. Oh, Princess Moyue, you are here. Something happened in Tai Lake. The Emperor and the Queen Mother are looking for you. The servant was so flustered that he even forgot the etiquette and shouted directly. Su Maoyang heard the words, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Looking for me? What happened in Tai Lake that they were looking for her so anxiously? Chapter 109 Terrifying Insight. Princess Moyue, please go to Tai Lake as soon as possible. Everyone is looking for you. The servant was sweating and anxious. Seeing this, Su Maoyang also straightened his face and quickly got up from Nanjing Jue. What happened? The servant shook his head. I am not very clear. Just now, a stone tablet suddenly exploded in Tai Lake. The Emperor, the Queen Mother, and a group of ministers saw it, and all changed their faces. They are looking for you everywhere. Stone tablet? Su Maoyang was even more confused. He immediately tidied up his slightly messy clothes and walked out of the pavilion quickly. Lead the way. The servant nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and led Su Maoyang to turn around and walk towards Tai Lake. Nanjing Huan and Nanjing Jue were also wedded by this, and followed Su Maoyang to Tai Lake. At this time, Tai Lake was already full of noise and chaos. Everyone looked horrified and solemn, as if they were frightened. And beside the Tai Lake, there stood a wet stone tablet that had been salvaged from the water. Everyone gathered around the stone tablet, as if they were discussing something intensely. Su Maoyang's face flashed with suspicion, and he raised his eyebrows and walked over quickly. At this time, everyone saw Su Maoyang appear, and they were all frightened and stepped back. Witch! The witch is coming! After being shocked, everyone screamed in horror, staring at Su Maoyang vigilantly, as if they had seen a monster. Su Maoyang felt puzzled. She had only left for a short while, so how could she become a witch in everyone's mouth? Your servant is here to see the Emperor. I heard that the Emperor is looking for you. I don't know what it is. Su Maoyang bowed symbolically and asked in confusion. The Emperor looked extremely unhappy, unwilling to look at Su Maoyang, frowned and closed his eyes, pointing to the stone tablet in front of him. Look for yourself. Su Maoyang heard this, and a bad premonition came to his mind. He walked over quickly and looked at the stone tablet carefully. Only then did he realize that there were a few words engraved on the stone tablet. The one who destroyed the Southern Sui dynasty was Liang. Shock! How could there be such words? Isn't it obvious that she is the disaster star that destroyed the country and the race? Su Maoyang's brain reacted quickly, and a storm of waves rose in his heart instantly. This matter is probably not simple. Just when Su Maoyang was shocked, the head of the Su family took the lead and shouted, "Your Majesty, Queen Mother, you can no longer be merciful. Even the Tay Lake, which blesses our southern Sui kingdom with good weather and good harvests, has exploded into such a stone tablet. This must be a warning from God. Su Maoyang is the disaster star of southern Sui. If she lives, it will bring disaster to southern Sui." Hearing his words, other ministers also shouted, which was undoubtedly a condemnation of Su Maoyang. "Kill the witch. Kill the disaster star. She is destined to bring disaster to the country, and she must not be kept. Yes, kill her. Kill the disaster star of the country's destruction. Kill the disaster star of the country's destruction. Su Maoyang deserves to die. We will never allow anyone to harm our country. She must die today." Listening to the fierce roars around him, Su Maoyang's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. We all know that Mid-Autumn Festival is the most important festival for the southern Sui kingdom, and people hope for good luck in everything on this day. Tay Pond is also the sacred pond where people light lanterns and pray for peace and prosperity for the southern Sui kingdom. It is the most sacred and efficacious place, filled with the expectations of countless people in the southern Sui kingdom. Now, such a stone tablet suddenly appeared in the God Pond, like an instruction from God, predicting the future fate of the southern Sui kingdom. This made everyone panic and wanted to kill Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was the disaster star of the southern Sui kingdom, and the scourge that everyone in the southern Sui kingdom wanted to kill. No matter how talented she was, or how noble her status was, they would never allow such a disaster star to bring misfortune to the country. In the eyes of everyone, no matter how noble her status was, it was not as important as the rise and fall of the country. Therefore, Su Maoyang suddenly became a thorn in everyone's eyes, and a thorn in their flesh. Seeing Su Maoyang being forced into a desperate situation by these ignorant ministers, Nanjing Huan, who was present, couldn't help but frown and looked at Su Maoyang anxiously. This matter is really difficult to handle. It is not something that can be explained clearly and dispel everyone's doubts in a few words. It seems that Su Maoyang will hardly survive tonight. Nanjing Huan was anxious, thinking about how to help Su Maoyang, while Nanjing Jue, who was standing by, was cold and expressionless, as if he didn't take the matter seriously. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't care, but that he had absolute confidence in Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was the smartest woman he had ever seen, and her dark means were comparable to his, so his worries were unnecessary. As Nanjing Jue expected, Su Maoyang was not frightened by the saliva from all directions, but remained silent and calmly observed the stone tablet. Just when everyone was excited and wanted to catch her, Su Maoyang suddenly raised her hand and shouted loudly, "Wait!" When the head of the Su family saw that Su Maoyang could remain calm in such a situation, his face flashed with surprise, and then frowned and scolded, "Su Maoyang, what else do you have to say? Now the divine tablet has appeared in the world, and your word Liang is clearly written on it. Isn't this what God predicted? That you will bring disaster to the southern Sui kingdom? Since you are a disaster star, we can't let you stay." Su Maoyang heard this, and his sharp eyes swept towards the head of the Su family like a knife. The cold and dark eyes immediately made the latter tremble with guilt. "Head of the Su family, don't open your mouth and talk nonsense without any evidence. Madam Sun just framed this princess, and was executed by Lingqi not long ago. Do you want to go down to accompany her so soon?" Su Maoyang's voice was a little sinister, and it was transmitted to the ears of the head of the Su family, causing a big shock. "You are still stubborn now that the evidence is solid. The stone tablet has appeared in the world, and your name is engraved on it. How many people have witnessed it with their own eyes? How can you say it is a frame-up? I think you should not resist stubbornly, but surrender obediently to avoid physical pain." The head of the Su family angrily retorted. His voice was loud and powerful. Su Maoyang was unusually calm when he heard this. After glancing at the head of the Su family with disdain, he calmly pointed at the stone tablet and said loudly to everyone, "Open your eyes and see clearly. This stone tablet is intact, smooth and without any marks, and there is not even moss or stains. Shouldn't it be strange? If this stone tablet belongs to Tay Lake, it will definitely grow moss after being soaked in the river water all year round. It will never be smooth and without any marks like a new stone." Everyone opened their eyes and carefully observed the stone tablet after hearing this. They immediately found that it was just as Su Maoyang said. Smooth and without any marks, without moss and stains. more like a new stone. Just when everyone was shocked, Su Maoyang continued to guide. What does this mean? This means that this stone tablet does not belong to Tay Lake at all. But someone deliberately put it into Tay Lake. If you don't believe it, you can immediately salvage other stones in the Tay Lake to see if they have moss, and whether they have the same texture as the stone tablet in front of you. In this way, all the truth will be revealed. Hearing this, the head of the Su family's legs softened, and he forced himself to stabilize his body. Looking at Su Maoyang's sharp eyes, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He was only concerned about sending people to find the stone tablet to engrave the words. He didn't think so carefully. He didn't expect that Su Maoyang would see through it. This woman is too scary. Chapter 110 The High Monk. Looking at the pale face of the head of the Su family, Su Maoyang's lips suddenly rose up, and he smiled sarcastically. Head of the Su family, you don't look very good. Could it be that you are too worried about the fate of the Southern Sui dynasty, and are worried and hurt? He tried his best to suppress his guilty conscience and coughed twice awkwardly. Yes. I was too excited just now. I was really sad and anxious when I heard that the Southern Sui dynasty was in trouble. It's really amazing that he can say that. He is so shameless. In this case, the head of the Su family must take good care of himself. Don't follow before the truth of this matter is revealed, Su Maoyang kindly reminded. When the head of the Su family heard this, his heart was beating like a drum. When the emperor heard this, he didn't waste any words and immediately ordered the guards to go to the Tay Lake to pick up stones. After a while, a pile of stones of different sizes were all picked up on the shore. Just as Su Maoyang said, mosses grew all over the stones, and the texture of the rocks was very different from that of the stone tablet. Obviously, this stone tablet with words engraved on it did not belong to the Tay Lake at all, but was deliberately thrown in by someone. Su Maoyang saw that everyone believed his statement, so he calmed down, then looked at the head of the Fan family and Mrs. Fan, who were standing not far away, and spoke again. There is another point. I am afraid everyone has not figured it out. The word Liang is engraved on this stone. But I am not the only one named Liang in the Southern Sui Kingdom. Doesn't the name of the head of the Fan family also have a Liang character? I really don't know who is playing tricks, and came up with such a good plan to kill two birds with one stone. Hearing Su Maoyang's words, the head of the Fan family and Mrs. Fan were shocked. They hadn't thought of this at first. But now that Su Maoyang had led them, they suddenly felt that this person had ulterior motives. The head of the Fan family was like a shrewd person. He had seen that someone was framing Su Maoyang early on, but he had always maintained a neutral attitude and was unwilling to join any struggle. But now that Su Maoyang had reminded him, he realized that the person behind the scenes was not only fighting against Su Maoyang, but also against their Fan family. Seeing the sudden realization of the head of the Fan family, Su Maoyang's smile deepened. This old fox has also taken the bait. As for the head of the Su family, he obviously didn't expect that things would go off track and go to such an outrageous degree. Not only did he fail to kill Su Maoyang, but he offended the Fan family. It's really not worth the loss. Su Maoyang looked at the head of the Su family, who looked like he had eaten a dog stone, and his smile almost hurt him. He wanted to harm her, but he was still short of weight. Nanjing watched the dangerous and chaotic situation being solved by Su Maoyang, and he couldn't help but admire the intelligence of this woman. She can really create miracles and constantly surprise him. He loves such a woman more and more. But she will soon belong to Nanjing. Thinking of this, Nanjing was in great pain. At this time, the emperor saw that Su Maoyang had cleared his suspicion, and he couldn't help but speak in support. Okay, since someone framed you in this matter, I will definitely find out the truth for you and give you justice. As for other people, don't wrongly accuse Su Maoyang anymore. Otherwise you will all be executed for the crime of framing the princess. The emperor has spoken, and everyone is silent. Seeing that everyone seemed to be still in shock about what happened just now, the Queen Mother could not help but loudly suggest, tomorrow, you will follow me to the Lingying Temple to burn incense and pray for blessings. And by the way, ask Master Zeng about the fate of the Southern Sui dynasty. You must know that Master Zeng is a great monk, and what he says will definitely not be wrong. After hearing what the Queen Mother said, everyone put their uneasy thoughts aside a little. However, the head of the Su family became even more uneasy after hearing this. He wiped a cold sweat and looked at Mo Xian involuntarily. That day, Mo Xian personally came to discuss with him about framing Su Maoyang. The idea of the divine monument was also proposed by Mo Xian. She also patted her chest and said that the Mo family absolutely supported the Su family. So he dared to do it. Now, the emperor said that he would thoroughly investigate the matter. And the head of the Su family was a little panicked, hoping to get help from the Mo family. But at this time, the Mo family stood by and watched, directly ignoring the eyes of the head of the Su family, which immediately angered the latter to a black face. The head of the Su family prided himself on being smart, but he didn't expect to be tricked by the Mo family. It was a mistake. This mid-autumn festival was quite unpleasant, and everyone was in no mood to appreciate the moon. They left the palace in a huff. Su Mansion, Mingqing Pavilion. How is Lin Water doing recently? Su Maoyang asked in a low voice while Lu Man changed her clothes. Lu Man replied, tonight. There was news from the Blood Battle Group that Lin Water is now staying in Qixia Mountain every day for strict training, and her strength has broken through to that of a high-level spiritualist. Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction when he heard this. At the beginning, in order to be qualified to stand by Su Maoyang's side and become her right-hand man, Lin Water took the initiative to volunteer to follow the Blood Battle Group for brutal training. Now, she really did it. Okay. It's getting late. Tomorrow I have to accompany the Queen Mother to Lingying Temple to pray for blessings. I'll go to bed first. Nothing else to do. You should go and rest quickly. When Lu Man heard about Lingying Temple, her eyes widened. Lingying Temple? That's the most spiritual temple in southern Sui. I heard that there is a Master Zeng in the temple. He is very powerful. He knows astronomy and geography. He can calculate everything. He is amazing. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He became interested in Master Zeng. The next morning, the royal family and ministers set out from Nancheng in a mighty manner and headed straight for Lingying Temple. Due to the arrival of the emperor and the Queen Mother, the Lingying Temple, which was full of incense, was also cleared and seemed a little quiet. Everyone followed the emperor and the Queen Mother to worship Buddha and burn incense, praying devoutly for the southern Sui kingdom. After all the procedures were completed, the Queen Mother then performed a Buddhist salute to the abbot and slowly said, Abbot, can you introduce Master Zeng to me and the emperor? The abbot nodded in return and told a monk beside him, Go and invite Master Zeng out. After a while, Master Zeng came from the backyard in the expectant eyes of the crowd and performed a Buddhist salute to the Queen Mother and the emperor, Amitabha. Seeing Master Zeng appear, the emperor and the Queen Mother were delighted and returned the salute. Master Zeng is a high-level monk with a strange and eccentric temperament, and his whereabouts have always been mysterious. Nowadays, it is very rare that he is willing to come forward to meet. Master Zeng, I came here this time to ask about the national destiny of the Southern Sui dynasty. I wonder what you think. The emperor did not waste words and asked directly. Master Zeng seemed to have expected this, nodded slightly, and said, I read the fortune for Southern Sui last night and found that a person suddenly appeared in Southern Sui. This person is like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, soaring up to 90,000 miles, and is the lucky star of Southern Sui. If you can treat this person well, Southern Sui will be able to survive the disaster and even unify the East Yan continent. When everyone heard this, they all took a deep breath in shock. Unify the East Yan continent. I dare not even think about it. Who is that person? Hearing this, the emperor widened his eyes excitedly. Chapter 111, She has a great background. Everyone looked at Master Zeng expectantly, wanting to know who the lucky star of the Southern Sui kingdom is. But Master Zeng shook his head helplessly. My ability is limited, and I can't predict the specific identity of this person. I have already revealed the secret just now, so I can't say more. Amitabha. Hearing this, everyone was very disappointed. Now they knew there was such a person, but they didn't know his specific identity. It was the same as saying nothing. The Queen Mother heard this and knew that Master Zeng had said all. It was inconvenient to ask more questions. She immediately changed the subject and pulled Su Maoyang over. Master, can you help me look at this child and calculate her fate to see if it is bad for the Southern Sui kingdom? When everyone saw this, they opened their eyes again and stared at Su Maoyang curiously. Although Su Maoyang cleared his suspicion of the stone tablet incident last night, everyone had a psychological shadow, which more or less affected Su Maoyang's reputation. The Queen Mother's move seemed to be a blessing for the Southern Sui kingdom, but in fact it also meant to clear Su Maoyang's name. Su Maoyang looked at the Queen Mother with gratitude, and did not refuse. He stood in front of Master Zeng and let him read his face. When Master Zeng saw Su Maoyang, his eyes condensed and his pupils flashed with surprise. You, child, you are quite extraordinary. Master Zheng's calm expression also became a little shocked at this moment. The Queen Mother saw that Master Zheng had lost his composure, and her eyes widened in shock. She asked curiously, Master Zheng, what happened to Ma Yang girl? Is she the disaster star of the Southern Sui Kingdom? Master Zheng was even more surprised when he heard this, and shook his head in disapproval. And his tone was a little excited. How could it be a disaster star? Even I can't figure out the fate of this child. I'm afraid she has a great background. Great background? Everyone was confused. What background does Su Maoyang have? Isn't she the daughter of the Su family? TSK. You are playing tricks. Su Maoyang is just the daughter of General Su. What background can she have? Master Zheng, you said this. I began to doubt your credibility. Mo Xian sneered disdainfully, and was very dissatisfied with Su Maoyang in his heart. Master Zheng shook his head seriously, and his eyes looking at Su Maoyang were a little shocked. This is the first time he has met someone who even he can't see through. I think this person does not belong to the Southern Sui Kingdom, or even the Dong'an continent. In this case, this person's future achievements may be a bit against the sky. No. This child's future achievements will definitely be something you can't catch up with in your entire life. Master Zheng spoke bluntly, and didn't give any face, which made Mo Xian's cheeks flush. You are a liar who talks nonsense. One moment you say that a lucky star has come to the world, and the next moment you say that Su Maoyang has a great background. As everyone knows, Su Maoyang was a notorious waste in the Southern Sui Kingdom before, and the Su family was not a well-known family in the Southern Sui Kingdom. Do you think your words are credible? Mo Xian was angry and embarrassed, and she was not convinced, and revealed Su Maoyang's previous black history. Master Zheng's expression froze when he heard this, and he asked in disbelief, Su Maoyang? Was she a waste before? Yes. Don't tell me that you haven't heard of her deeds. She is well known in the Southern Sui Kingdom. Mo Xian snorted coldly. Master Zheng's expression became even more unpredictable when he heard this, and he muttered to himself, could it be that? As if he guessed something, he suddenly opened his mouth in shock, as if he was hit by a stick, and his face turned pale. Ah! Bad fate. Bad fate. Looking at Master Zheng looking at him with a horrified look, Su Maoyang's heart was a little scared. Could this old guy really see something? Although others doubted Master Zheng's words, Su Maoyang had an inexplicable premonition that he seemed to know something, because she knew that she was not Su Yihui's biological daughter. So she was not the legitimate daughter of the Su family. As for her biological father, according to Nanian's tone, he was a very powerful and mysterious person. Perhaps, if she wanted to know her life experience, she had to start from her father. Just as she was lost in thought, Mo Xian said with disdain, Master Zheng, don't play tricks here. Lie and deceive people. I won't fall for your tricks. Master Zheng was an accomplished monk after all, and he didn't argue with Mo Xian. He just put his hands together and bowed, Amitabha. Monks don't tell lies. The Queen Mother saw that Mo Xian was getting too aggressive, and immediately frowned and scolded, how dare you? Master Zheng, you are not someone you can slander and insult. Get out of here. Mo Xian was scolded and looked at the Queen Mother with an unhappy face. Although she was not convinced in her heart, she still restrained her actions a lot. However, now that everyone has heard Master Zheng's words, their eyes looking at Su Maoyang have become quite complicated. But one thing can be confirmed, that Su Maoyang no longer has to bear the blame of the disaster star. Now, because of Master Zheng's words, everyone has a new look at Su Maoyang. This was something Mo Xian had never expected. She wanted to use the stone tablet incident to ruin Su Maoyang's reputation, and make her a disaster that everyone wanted to kill. As long as Su Maoyang caused public outrage in the Southern Sui Kingdom, no matter how talented she was, the Southern Sui Kingdom would not tolerate her. At that time, let alone participating in the sect competition, it would be difficult for her to even survive. However, she didn't expect that after this, she not only survived, but also became a person of great origin. It's really hateful. Mo Xian was so angry that her teeth itched. But Nan Jinghuan was very excited. He already had a good impression of Su Maoyang, and now after hearing what Master Zheng said, he had a strong desire to possess her. How could he bear to give up such a woman who was favored by Master Zheng? No, he must not let her go. He must snatch Su Maoyang from Nan Qingju. The day after returning from Linging Temple, Nanjinghuan went to the Su mansion in person, which made the Su family very excited. Su Yihui still had that fawning face, full of flattery. "Oh, Your Highness, I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Please forgive me. Your Highness, please come to the hall." Su Yihui led Nanjinghuan into the hall. "Come here. Serve tea to Your Highness." Su Yihui ordered the servant loudly. Then he smiled again and continued, "Your Highness, what are you doing here today?" As soon as Nanjinghuan sat down, his eyes looked around uncontrollably, as if looking for someone. Su Yihui naturally saw something fishy, and the smile on his lips deepened. "Your Highness, are you looking for Shuer? Don't worry. I have sent someone to call her just now." Hearing this, Nanjinghuan frowned immediately, and his face flashed with displeasure. However, before he could refuse, a white figure had already walked to the door of the hall. Shuer pays respect to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Su Yihui saw the tall figure she had been thinking about day and night in the hall, and her heart was moved. But she was in pain. She knew that Nanjinghuan's mind was no longer on her, but she still wanted to ask for even a little tenderness from him. She felt heartbroken when she saw that all his eyes were on Su Maoyang. But her heart was even more painful when she couldn't see him. Even if he liked Su Maoyang, even if he had no feelings for her, she still couldn't help wanting to get close to him and want to marry him. Thinking of this, her heart was obviously broken and painful. But on the surface, she still pretended to be happy and walked slowly towards him. Seeing Su Yihui appear, Nanjinghuan flashed a trace of disgust in his heart. For some reason, when he saw Su Yihui now, he no longer had the heartbeat he had before. He just nodded symbolically and ignored Su Yihui, but looked at Su Yihui and asked, "Isn't Su Maoyang at home?" Chapter 112, the worst in history. Hearing this, Su Yishua's decent smile froze instantly. Before she could sit down, her body suddenly trembled, as if she was about to fall. She immediately grabbed the armrest of the chair to stabilize her body, so as not to show her embarrassment. Su Yishua still fantasized that Nanjinghuan came to comfort her in person, because he realized that he had ignored her. Unexpectedly, he was still because of Su Maoyang. Thinking of this, Su Yishua's hands, that were tightly grasping the armrest, gradually bulged with blue veins, and it was obvious that she hated him to the extreme. Fortunately, she was still wearing a veil on her face, so Nanjinghuan could not see her ugly face and hideous expression. At this time, Su Yihui did not expect that Nanjinghuan came for Su Maoyang. The smile on his face gradually stiffened, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he answered, "Your Highness, Su Maoyang is willful and has no manners. He often stays in Mingqing Pavilion and does not want to see guests." So, Su Yihui's words were meant to blame and discredit Su Maoyang. He hoped that Nanjinghuan could see Su Maoyang's true nature and understand that she was just an uneducated wild girl, because Su Maoyang is no longer the obedient and well-behaved silly daughter she used to be. She had long escaped from his control and was even fierce enough to kill him. So, even if Su Maoyang was smarter than Su Yihui, but could not be used by him, Su Yihui had to destroy her. In the past, no matter how others said bad things about Su Maoyang, Nanjinghuan would not feel anything. At most, he would feel disgusted. Now, listening to Su Yihui slandering Su Maoyang like this, he suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. "I asked you to tell her. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Nanjinghuan frowned and growled impatiently. Su Yihui was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat when he saw that Nanjinghuan was actually angry because he blamed Su Maoyang. After hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly ordered the maid beside him, "Go and find the eldest lady." The maid received the order and trotted out of the hall and walked towards Mingqing Pavilion. At this time, Su Maoyang was still sleeping in and was awakened by the knocking on the door outside the room. Miss, the Crown Prince is here, and you are asked to go to the hall quickly." LV Man learned the situation from the maid who informed her and shouted loudly. Su Maoyang frowned, stretched, and got up in a daze. "The Crown Prince? What is he doing here again?" Su Maoyang was served by Lu Man, and after tidying up, he walked lazily towards the hall. At this time, Nanjinghuan was a little impatient. After an hour, he saw Su Maoyang's late figure, and his anxious heart finally settled down. "Your Highness, what do you want to see me for?" Su Maoyang didn't even bother to say hello, and walked directly to the chair on the left side of the hall, and sat down slowly. Nanjinghuan didn't bother with her etiquette, and wanted to marry her, Su Maoyang. As long as you marry me, I will promise you the position of crown princess. In the future, whatever you want, I will satisfy you. Nanjing had promised Su Yixue the position of crown princess before, but he didn't promise to give her whatever she wanted. Obviously, Su Maoyang's position in Nanjing mind now far exceeds that of Su Yixue back then. When Su Yixue heard this, her nails sank into the flesh and pinched blood marks. The beloved man showed his favor to the woman she hated the most in front of her. I think few people can bear such pain. Seeing Su Yixue's trembling body, Su Maoyang curled his lips and felt better. I didn't expect that Su Yixue, who was once high and mighty, and made her suffer and bear the blame, would have this day. It was really a relief. Seeing that Su Maoyang actually smiled, Nanjing's eyes lit up and asked expectantly, Su Maoyang, have you agreed? Listening to Nanjing's excited voice, Su Maoyang glanced at Su Yixue's forcibly supported figure and eyes full of hatred, and the smile on the corner of his lips deepened. He raised his eyebrows and had the idea of teasing, well, I can agree to marry you, but I want you to transfer all the betrothal gifts given to Su Yixue to me. Not a penny less. Hearing this, Su Yixue's face suddenly turned gray and yellow, as if she was dead. She has lost her mother and the man who loves her. Now she has only the betrothal gift left, and Su Maoyang will not let it go. If she loses the betrothal gift, she will really have nothing. Thinking of this, Su Yixue's blood vessels seemed to burst, and almost every part of her body was trembling. Her hands and feet became cold, and the anger in her heart made her grit her teeth. At this moment, she placed her last hope on Nanjing. She looked at him with hope, looking forward to his answer. As long as he didn't agree, Su Maoyang couldn't beat her. However, Su Yixue still overestimated her position in Nanjing's mind. Nanjing didn't care about her feelings at all, and blurted out hurtful words. Okay, I promise you, I will give you all of Su Yixue's betrothal gifts. As long as Su Maoyang agreed to be his woman, he would be willing to satisfy everything. Even Nanjing himself couldn't believe that he would pamper a woman to this extent. Su Maoyang was somewhat shocked by Nanjing's straightforward action. After all, he and Su Yixue had been in love. I didn't expect that he would give it to her as soon as he said it. And he didn't care about Su Yixue's feelings at all. Such a man is really the worst man Su Maoyang has ever seen. I really don't know why Su Yixue fell in love with him. Looking at Nanjing's cold and ruthless expression, Su Yixue collapsed. She would never have thought that the man she loved deeply would actually agree to Su Maoyang's rude request. Now, she has nothing. Everything. Su Maoyang, you vicious woman. I want to kill you. Kill you. Su Yixue screamed madly, stretched out her hands towards Su Maoyang, wishing to tear her face apart. Su Yixue saw that Su Yixue was out of control, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop her, holding Su Yixue tightly in his arms. Ming saw that the prince cared about Su Maoyang. Even if he hated Su Maoyang, he couldn't let Su Yixue hurt Su Maoyang and make the prince unhappy. Let me go! Let me go! I want to kill this bitch. Kill this vicious woman. She killed my mother, robbed my husband, and now she wants to take my betrothal gift. I want to cut her into pieces. Su Yixue roared like a beast. The sound was deafening and terrifying. Seeing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but cast a pitiful look at the frantic Su Yixue. It was the man she loved deeply who made Su Yixue lose everything. But she blamed all the faults on her head. If this man really loved her, would he ignore her feelings and agree to his unreasonable request? Su Yixue is really stupid and hopeless. Nanjing saw Su Yixue throwing a tantrum like a madman, his face dark and gloomy, and he yelled in anger, "How dare you! You are the jealous woman. The king has already agreed to marry you. What else do you want? The king is the crown prince. It is normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Do you still want the king to only favor you? Let me tell you, it is impossible." Chapter 113. Su Yixue collapses. Hearing this, Su Yixue's body, which had been rushing forward frantically, suddenly stiffened. Her scarlet eyes stared at Nanjing blankly, and soon her eyes were filled with tears, which burst out. That was a kind of grief that was greater than the sorrow of a dead heart. That was a kind of despair of being abandoned by the whole world. That was a kind of hatred that penetrated deep into the bone marrow but was helpless. Nanjing, don't you love me anymore? After a long silence, Su Yixue seemed to have exhausted all the strength in her body and asked. Nanjing was completely indifferent to her tears. Extreme annoyance flashed across his angry eyes. Why ask such a stupid question again? He glanced at Suishua coldly, without stopping for half a minute, and then retracted his gaze. A loud voice came from the hall. Come here. Carry all the betrothal gifts in Suishua's yard to Su Maoyang's yard. Hearing this, Suishua's whole body softened, and she gradually shrank from Suihue's arms to the ground. At this moment, her world collapsed. Su Maoyang destroyed all her wishes, all her happiness, and finally took her betrothal gifts. In the end, she had nothing. She hated so much. So much. She lost her mind, and only hatred was left in her blood. Suihue was frightened when he saw Nanjingwan was serious. If it was Suishua's betrothal gift, he could still get a portion of it. Now Nanjingwan gave all the betrothal gifts to Su Maoyang, so he has no money left. Suihue was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he quickly advised, Your Highness, think twice. You gave all the betrothal gifts to Shuer, and now you are taking it back from Shuer. Isn't it right? Is it something? Nanjingwan asked in a deep voice, when he saw Suihue was hesitant and didn't dare to explain clearly. Suihue's back was chilled by his fierce eyes. Although he was very reluctant, he still pulled up the corners of his mouth and smiled bitterly. Haha. It's nothing. It's nothing. If your highness likes to give it to Su Maoyang, give it to Su Maoyang. At this time, although Suihue felt very painful, he still didn't dare to offend Nanjingwan. Now Nanjingwan doesn't like Suishua very much. If he cancels the wedding when he is unhappy, it will be more trouble than gain. Seeing that Suihue had nothing to say, Nanjingwan put away his sinister eyes and looked at Su Maoyang again, waiting for her reaction. Seeing Nanjingwan's efficiency, Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Seeing that you are so sincere, I will consider this marriage carefully. Su Maoyang yawned and stood up lazily. You woke me up so early. I'm so sleepy. I'm so sleepy. I'll go back to catch up on my sleep. You guys are free to do whatever you want. Su Maoyang took the benefits and left, leaving Suihue, Suishua and Nanjingwan staring at each other, feeling extremely depressed. She took away so many betrothal gifts from Suishua early in the morning, and she even had the nerve to say that she was so sleepy. And they were so angry with her. At this time, Lu Man and Nanian in Mingqing Pavilion were stunned when they saw the guards carrying several large boxes coming in. What is going on here? Miss, what happened? Why did His Highness ask you to go to the front hall? Lu Man was surprised when she suddenly saw Su Maoyang walking in from outside. She quickly stepped forward and asked. Nanian also stared at Su Maoyang with an attentive look. Su Maoyang glanced at the boxes on the floor and said lightly, These are the betrothal gifts that Nanjingwan gave to Suishua. How could the betrothal gifts for Suishua be carried to the young lady's yard? Nanian also felt strange. Nanjingwan gave it to me again. Lu Man was even more puzzled. Why did His Royal Highness the Crown Prince give it to you? For Lu Man, a curious baby who wanted to get to the bottom of things, Su Maoyang had to patiently explain. Nanjingwan wanted me to marry him. I said that as long as he gave me Suishua's betrothal gift, I would consider this marriage. I didn't expect him to really give it to me. Su Maoyang pouted, as if he didn't take these betrothal gifts seriously. But Nanian and Lu Man were shocked when they heard it. Miss, are you crazy? You actually agreed to marry His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. What will the ninth prince do? Nanian screamed on the spot. Su Maoyang gave her a hopeless look, and asked with a chuckle, Do you think I will marry him? As she said that, before Nanian and Lu Man could react, she had already walked into the room, closed the door and practiced. Lu Man scratched her head, still looking at Nanian with some worry, and asked, Do you think the young lady will really marry the prince? Nanian threw Su Maoyang's hopeless look at Lu Man, and shook her head. Since the young lady said that, she will naturally not marry. But she has already accepted the prince's betrothal gift. Lu Man was puzzled. I think the young lady just wanted to take revenge on Suishua and the prince, so she agreed without thinking. According to the young lady's brain, I'm afraid she has already thought of a countermeasure, so we don't have to worry about her. Nanian has seen so many tricks of Su Maoyang, and now she is confident in her. Mingqing Pavilion here has a great harvest and is overjoyed. But Suishua's yard is deserted and in a state of decline. Suishua watched the box gradually fade out of her sight. Her heart ached fiercely, and the deep hatred for Su Maoyang was like a volcanic eruption, burning her weak body. No, she can't let Su Maoyang succeed. Thinking of this, Suishua tightened her fingers and walked towards the yard of the third lady. Perhaps the only one who can help her is the third lady. At this time, the third lady was still drinking tea and cooling off in the pavilion in the yard. She didn't expect Suishua to suddenly appear, and the surprise on her face flashed away. Led by her maid, Suishua walked to the third madam, and without saying a word, she knelt on the ground. Ishua is now desperate, and can only ask the third madam to help her. The third madam was shocked by her action, and immediately put down the teacup in her hand and quickly helped her up. "Shweguru, what are you doing?" Suishua was unwilling to get up, and replied with tears in her eyes, "Su Maoyong took away my betrothal gift and promised to marry Nanjing. Now I have nothing. I only asked the third madam to help me out of this dire situation." "What? Su Maoyong took away your betrothal gift?" The third madam obviously did not expect this. "Yes. Su Maoyong is too vicious. She took advantage of Nanjingwan's love for her and asked Nanjingwan to give her the betrothal gifts he gave me. Now I don't have a penny, and it's still unknown whether I can successfully marry into the prince's mansion. So, I really can't afford to lose. I just asked the third lady to help me." Suishua kowtowed sincerely. The third lady frowned in embarrassment when she heard it, although she also hated Su Maoyong. It was not a wise choice to go against Su Maoyong now. Suishua saw that the third lady hesitated and did not answer, so she made up her mind and suggested, "Don't worry, third lady. As long as you help me give back the betrothal gifts and ensure that I can successfully marry into the prince's mansion, you will have half of my betrothal gifts and the wealth and glory I enjoy in the prince's mansion. How about it?" Chapter 114. The third lady is looking for trouble. The third lady was a little moved when she heard this. The betrothal gift from the crown prince is a large sum of money. If she could really get it. Suishua looked at the cunning third lady, who was still weighing the pros and cons, feeling a little anxious, and added another bombshell. "In addition to my betrothal gifts, doesn't Su Maoyong have precious medicinal materials sent by the ninth prince? I just heard some time ago that Sister Yin wanted to make a name for herself in the sect, but she lacked medicinal materials and elixirs. Now, isn't it a good opportunity?" The third lady finally reacted when she heard this. Yes, Ida was not happy in the sect, and always said that she could not compare with those geniuses with strong backgrounds in Songyuan country. Their Su family was incompetent and could not provide her with anything, which always made the third lady feel guilty about her. Now Su Maoyong has so many resources. If she can get them, she will definitely be able to help Ina. Thinking of this, the third madam's eyes narrowed slightly, and she nodded slowly. "Okay. Deal. I will help you get back the betrothal gifts and ensure that you marry into the prince's mansion. Su Maoyong's medicinal materials, your betrothal gifts and your wealth and glory in the prince's mansion. I want them all." "Okay." With the third madam's words, I feel relieved. Suishua's heart was finally relieved. The third madam has Su Yanin, a genius daughter, backing her up, so she is naturally not afraid of Su Maoyong. I believe that as long as she speaks, Nanjingwan will still give her some face. Suishua also thought of this, so she came to ask her for help. "Shui girl, you go back and wait for news. I'll go meet that Su Maoyong first." The third madam pondered for a moment, and seemed to have an idea. Suishua was delighted to see that the third madam had taken action so quickly. She nodded and stood up. "Okay. Then Ishua will wait for the third madam's good news." After saying that, she bowed sincerely, and turned to walk out of the yard. When the third madam saw her leave, she immediately restrained the smile on her face, looked at the direction of Su Maoyong's yard with a cold gaze, and said to the maidservant beside her, "Help me change clothes. I'm going to Mingqing Pavilion." Su Maoyong, who was sitting in the hall eating cakes, suddenly saw Lu Man rushing in. Miss, the third madam is here." Su Maoyong was stunned when he heard the words, and looked at Lu Man in surprise. Why did the third madam come? In her impression, the third madam was a cunning person. She didn't tear her face openly, but she also played tricks in private. However, these tricks were much better than those of the second madam. Thinking of that old fox, Su Maoyong frowned in disgust and waved. "Go and tell her that I've gone to bed, and it's inconvenient to see her." Hee. "Maoyong girl, the sun hasn't set yet. Why are you asleep?" At this time, an orange figure suddenly walked in front of the hall. The face, which was still charming and attractive despite the traces of time, had a soft smile. At this moment, She walked in with lotus steps, exuding the charm of a mature woman living alone. Su Maoyang saw that she came uninvited, and her hand holding the cake froze, and slowly put it back. What kind of wind blew today that actually blew the third concubine here? Anyone could hear Su Maoyang's unwelcome tone. The third wife knew Su Maoyang's attitude very well, and there was no need for her to beat around the bush with her. She immediately said in a cold voice, "I heard that you snatched away Shui girl's betrothal gift today, which is too much. Now, as the mistress of the mansion, I cannot tolerate such a domineering thing. You know, if the legitimate daughter snatches the betrothal gift of the concubine's daughter, it will become a laughing stock if it is spread out." Su Maoyang heard it and felt funny. A layer of sarcasm appeared on his cold face. "Mistress? A concubine actually has the nerve to say that she is the mistress. Did I hear it wrong? You, Su Maoyang, don't show off your ability to talk. I'm not afraid of you." The third lady hates others calling her a concubine the most. When she heard such words, her beautiful eyes widened and her murderous intent was revealed. Su Maoyang naturally knew that the third lady was not afraid of her. If she was afraid of her, she would not have troubled her for Su Yixue. You don't have to guess that the third lady must have received some benefits from Su Yixue, or the benefits she wants her here. "Third lady, I just advise you to go back to where you came from, and don't get in my way. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can walk out of my Mingqing pavilion intact." Su Maoyang's eyes dimmed slightly, and he stared at her gloomily. His tone was cold and terrifying, and a cold air rushed towards her. The third lady got goosebumps for no reason. But facing Su Maoyang's arrogant attitude, the anger in her heart suddenly soared 8 feet high. "Su Maoyang, you bastard. After all, I am your aunt, your elder, and Su Yinin's biological mother. You first snatched the betrothal gifts of the concubine's daughter, and then insulted the aunt. If this matter spreads out, how are you going to gain a foothold in the southern Sui kingdom?" Listening to the third lady's gnashing teeth and scolding, Su Maoyang's cold face suddenly jumped up a bit of sneer, and his pupils flashed a cold light of disdain. "Haha. Third aunt, since you said so, I can't let this matter spread. I believe that as long as you shut up, no one will dare to spread it. What are you going to do?" The third lady was stared at by Su Maoyang's sinister eyes, and her hair stood on end, and her voice trembled with fear. Su Maoyang curled his lips and smiled, extremely evil and charming, and his clear voice was pleasant and pleasant. But it froze the heart of the third lady like the wind and snow. "What can I do? Of course, I will tear your mouth apart." The third lady was horrified when she heard this, and screamed, "Su Maoyang, you dare! My daughter is Su Yinin. If Yiner comes back, she will never forgive you." Su Maoyang sneered. This third lady has no ability, and she has relied on giving birth to a daughter with good talents in her life. But she just doesn't believe this evil. "Really? I want to see how she can't forgive me. Lu Man, what are you doing? Do it now!" Su Maoyang shouted coldly, with a fierce momentum, scaring Lu Man to tremble. "Miss, I dare not." Lu Man waved her hands timidly. Su Maoyang frowned, and anger flashed in his eyes. "I remember that she slapped you 100 times because of your slip of the tongue. Now I want you to hit her back and smash her mouth. This is an order. You must not disobey. Do it now!" Su Maoyang yelled, scaring Lu Man to pale face, and dared not disobey at all. She raised her palm and slapped the third lady on the cheek. The third lady knew that Lu Man, a little girl, dared not to do it, and she didn't even have a sense of defense. So she was hit by her, leaving a 5-finger mark on her well-maintained face. You dead girl. You dare to hit me." The third madam was so angry that she was about to fight back. At this time, Su Maoyang frowned and looked cold. He set a spiritual power to knock the third madam to the ground. The strong level of suppression made the latter unable to move. Then he ordered again majestically, "You hit her too lightly. I want you to hit her hard. Hit her hard. And smash her mouth." LV Man heard it and closed her eyes. She didn't dare to look at the third madam's ferocious expression. She raised her hand again and slapped it hard. The violent slapping sound was crisp and deafening. Chapter 115, The Young Lady's Move is Really Mean. "Su Maoyang, you bitch. If you dare to hit me, I will never forgive you. If Yiner comes back, I will definitely cut you into 8 pieces." The shrill voice of the third lady echoed throughout the hall, making Su Maoyang's eardrums hurt. It seems that you can still speak. And you speak quite fluently. Nanian. Send someone to bring me the wood from the toilet. Remember to pick a piece that can be beaten. I don't want it to break after 2 hits. Su Mayan glanced at the third lady coldly, then turned to look at Nanian beside her, and gave a light-hearted order. Nanian heard this, and covered her mouth and laughed secretly. The young lady is really mean. She hit someone on the mouth and picked a piece of wood from the toilet. This will not only make people hurt to death, but also make them stink and disgusting to death. Although Nanian lamented that Su Mayan was treacherous, she moved quickly. She was old and languid, but she trotted out of the hall and told the guards before returning to Su Mayan's side. It was obvious that she also wanted to teach this bully-sucking third madam a lesson. When the third madam heard that Su Mayan was going to hit her mouth with a piece of wood from the toilet, she was stunned. Su Mayan, you bastard. You will die. Su Mayan saw that she was out of breath and pain, but still wanted to scold her, so he couldn't help but chuckled. Third madam, you'd better save your energy, because, later, you will hate me even more. After a while, a guard came in quickly with a piece of wood found in the toilet. One end of the wood was wrapped in cloth, and the other end was dirty and stained with yellow and black filth. Before the block of wood hit the third madam's mouth, she couldn't control the churning in her stomach and vomited non-stop. You, take the block of wood and slap her hard on the mouth. I didn't say stop. You must not stop. Su Mayan ignored the third madam's reaction and shouted at the guard holding the block of wood. The guard was frightened to see the third madam, who was showing off in the mansion, lying on the ground at this moment, with her mouth and nose red and swollen like a pig's head. But before he recovered from the shock, he was ordered to use the block of wood from the toilet to slap the third madam's mouth, which frightened him even more. Oh my God! He wouldn't dare to do it even if he had 100 courage. Seeing the guard still standing there, hesitating to take action, Su Mayan got angry. Hit me. If you don't, you'll be the one getting hit. As he spoke, Su Mayan released a strong spiritual power from his body. The suppression from the strong was like a mountain, and the guard broke out in a cold sweat and trembled in his bones. The guard didn't dare to delay at all, and swung his arm to hit the third lady's mouth. Pa pa pa, there were crisp and loud slaps in the hall again, making the third lady scream. Ah, the painful screams were shrill and terrible, and the scene was even more horrible, due to the heavy force. Her mouth soon became bloody and swollen, and she couldn't close it. The filth was slapped into her mouth, making her feel pain and nausea. I'm afraid she has never tasted such a bad taste in her life. Nanian and Lu Man both stayed away, pinching their noses and laughing. I have to say, although the scene is horrific, it is really too damaging. Only their young lady could do such a thing. Just like that, after an hour, the guard's hands were limp, and the third lady fell to the ground with only twitching left. Su Mayan raised his hand and called for a stop. Forget it. You are tired too. Hurry up and help the third lady back. I will give you a chicken leg for dinner today. Leave. The guard was almost moved to tears when he heard this, and quickly withdrew his hand, helped the dirty third lady up, and fled away from Su Mayan's sight. I guess he doesn't want to slap her in the face in this life. And the grudge between Su Mayan and the third lady was completely formed. Su Ishua was still waiting for good news from the third lady in the room. And before she could go to bed, she heard the maid come to report that the third lady had returned to the yard. Going back so soon? Could it be that Su Mayan is willing to give in? Su Ishua couldn't believe it. According to Su Mayan's temper, how could he bow his head and give in? The maid kept shaking her head, her face a little horrified. I saw that the third lady was helped back by the guards. I heard that not only did she not get the betrothal gift, but she was also beaten by Su Mayan with a piece of wood from the toilet. It was horrible. What? Su Ishua jumped up from the couch in fear. Su Mayan was really brave to even beat the third lady. Miss, Su Mayan is really terrible. She even dared to hit the third lady. We should avoid provoking her in the future. The little maid shuddered uncontrollably when she saw the miserable state of the third lady. Hearing this, Su Ishua was full of resentment. Everything she cared about was taken away by Su Mayan. How could she let go of this hatred? No, she would never let go. She wanted Su Mayan to die without a burial place. The more she thought about it, the more she hated him. Su Ishua clenched her fingernails so tightly that she didn't even notice them digging into her flesh. Humph. You beat him well. I was worried that Su Maoyang would really give in. Su Yixue laughed sinisterly, and a dark look flashed across her face. The little maid was puzzled. Since the young lady wanted the third lady to help her get the betrothal gifts back, why would she say that Su Maoyang beat her well? Could her brain have been stimulated and broken? Miss, what do you mean? Su Yixue saw the confused look on the maid's face and glanced at her with disdain. Stupid. Now Su Maoyang has offended the third lady, which means she has offended Su Yanin. If this matter gets to Su Yanin's ears, do you think she will let it go and spare Su Maoyang? You know, Su Yanin is now a strong man who has entered the sect. It is easier to crush Su Maoyang than to crush an ant. At that time, I don't need to do anything. She will just hee at the end. Su Yixue laughed wildly, and her laughter was gloomy and terrifying, as if she had already anticipated Su Maoyang's tragic ending. Since the third lady was beaten that day, the third lady and Su Yixue have restrained themselves a lot. Of course, the most important thing is that as the wedding date is approaching, Su Yixue is busy preparing for the wedding and has no time to find trouble with Su Maoyang. And Su Maoyang has been busy these days, because she is refining a kind of elixir, which is very rare and difficult. As a result, she wasted several herbs without success. Hey, this is the last time. The last herb. If it doesn't work again, I'll have to find another way. Su Maoyang wiped his sweat and sighed to the Jinjuan elder in the medicine cauldron space. After she finished speaking, she sank her hands, lit the flame again, and put the peeled herbs into the evil blood cauldron. This refining took several hours. Just when Su Maoyang's mental power was about to run out, the pill finally floated up steadily, exuding a charming fragrance. Su Maoyang was delighted, took it, held it in front of his nose, and sniffed it hard. Huh. I finally reached the early stage of the great alchemist. Su Maoyang exhaled heavily, her tone unable to hide her joy. She has been staying at the peak of the alchemist for a long time, and now she has finally broken through the bottleneck and advanced. This heaven-grade soul-bewitching pill is really overbearing. It took me 3 days and 3 nights and wasted my 500-year-old herbs. Fortunately, it succeeded. Otherwise I would cry with heartache. Su Maoyang pinched the soul-bewitching pill, smacked his lips and sighed, thinking of the wasted herbs. He felt heartbroken. Just then, Lu Man knocked on the door and walked in. She heard Su Maoyang talking to herself and saw her playing with the pill in her hand. She was curious and asked softly, Miss, what is the ecstasy pill? What is its use? Su Maoyang heard this, and a cunning look flashed in her eyes. When I get married, you will know its use. Chapter 116. Su Maoyang remarries? Since Su Maoyang accepted Nan Jinghuan's betrothal gift, the latter thought that Su Maoyang agreed to marry him. So Nan Jinghuan was very excited to arrange everything and rushed to the palace to meet the emperor, wanting to explain the matter to the emperor. The emperor, who was reviewing the memorials in the imperial study, heard the eunuch come to report that the prince had arrived. He also put down the memorials in confusion and raised his eyebrows and said, Send him in. At this time, Nan Jinghuan walked into the imperial study with a smile on his face, and he couldn't hide the joy between his eyebrows. He saluted the emperor respectfully. Your son pays respect to you, father. The emperor raised his hand, and seeing his cheerful face, he frowned in confusion. What's the good news? So happy? Nan Jinghuan saw that the emperor spoke first, which was exactly what he wanted, and said happily, Your son is happy about your son's marriage. The emperor heard this and then remembered, Oh, yes, I forgot that you and Su Yixue are getting married soon. No wonder you are so happy. Nan Jinghuan shook his head and said quickly, No. Father, it's your son who wants to marry Su Maoyang as the crown princess. Please issue an order to grant the marriage. The emperor was shocked when he heard this, and his face suddenly stiffened. What did you say? Marry Su Maoyang? Are you crazy? Father, Su Maoyang has promised your son that she is willing to marry you. This is Su Maoyang's own idea. She even accepted your son's betrothal gift. Nan Jinghuan hurriedly explained. The emperor was shocked when he heard this, and roared in disbelief, Impossible. Didn't Su Maoyang agree to marry Jur? The imperial decree has been issued and the date has been set. How could she go back on her word at this time? And how could she go back on her word? As the emperor, his word is final. The imperial decree for the marriage has been issued, and the wedding is about to take place. How can he not be angry when Su Maoyang changes her mind at this critical moment? Nanjing saw that the emperor was extremely opposed to their marriage. And he was anxious and tried his best to persuade, "Father, do you want to see Su Maoyang marry a cripple? Do you want to see the eldest princess's daughter suffer?" In Nanjing's situation, father should know best that he can't give Su Maoyang happiness. Hearing this, the emperor frowned even more. It's not that he hasn't thought about this problem. At the beginning, he and the queen mother tried their best to make the prince marry Su Maoyang as the crown princess. But Nanjing refused to do so. Although the emperor wanted to match Nanjing and Su Maoyang, he also knew that Su Maoyang had many flaws. Forcing his son to marry a woman he didn't like was indeed a bit too much. So the emperor turned a blind eye and didn't intervene forcefully. But now, everything is settled. Nanjing suddenly changed his face, which made the emperor very difficult. From the bottom of his heart, he hoped that Nanjing would marry Su Maoyang. But the imperial decree had been issued. If he broke off the engagement, how would he explain to Nanjing? No. Su Maoyang and Nanjing's marriage has been settled long ago. Do you know what it means that the emperor never jokes? The emperor slapped his palm on the desk, making a bang. He was obviously very angry. At this moment, before Nanjing could refute, a decisive voice came from the door. "Your Majesty." Who said no? "I think this is okay." The queen mother walked in slowly, with the help of the palace maid, with a solemn expression of disapproval on her face. And her eyebrows were full of majesty that could not be refuted. Nanjing was delighted to see the queen mother appear, and he quickly saluted. "Grandson greets the royal grandmother." "Royal grandmother, long live the queen mother." The queen mother glanced at him, nodded lightly, and raised her hand. "Get up." The emperor probably didn't expect that the queen mother was alarmed, and he stood up and walked forward with a look of surprise, paying a false salute. "Greetings to the queen mother. I wonder why the queen mother suddenly came to my imperial study. Of course, it's for the marriage of Nanjing and Su Maoyang." As the queen mother spoke, she was helped by the emperor to sit on a chair on the side. The emperor was embarrassed when he heard this. "The marriage between Imo Liang and Jur has been decided. I'm afraid this is not appropriate." "Humph. What's wrong with it? Although Nanjing is a prince, his mother is just a maid. She was born in a humble family. Masters calculated that she would be short-lived and ominous. If Imo Liang marries him, not only will she have to serve a cripple, but if she becomes a widow, how can you be worthy of Nanyunji?" Nanyunji was once the queen mother's favorite daughter, but unfortunately she passed away early, leaving behind Su Imo Liang, a precious daughter. How could the queen mother bear to see Su Imo Liang suffer? Hearing this, the emperor's stubborn attitude loosened for a moment. Nanyunji has been smart and lovely since she was a child. When he was fighting for the throne, she gave him advice and helped him a lot. He has always remembered this kindness. But the emperor still had concerns in his heart and wanted to say something. But the queen mother would not allow him to object and interrupted him forcefully. "No buts. I have the final say on this matter. Now draft my imperial decree to marry Su Maoyang to Huaner." Nanjing was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately bowed to the queen mother. "Grandson, thank you for your help." Not long after, the queen mother's decree came down, and the news that Su Maoyang remarried Nanjing spread all over the South City. Everyone was undoubtedly amazed at Su Maoyang's high popularity and high skills. First, she seduced the ninth prince, causing him to take good care of her. And then she provoked Imo Halga, letting Imo Halga escort her. Now she teased the crown prince again, making him fall in love with her. And she was openly snatching her brother's woman. 3 outstanding men were all in Su Maoyang's hands. How could it not shock everyone? However, Su Maoyang, who played with several men, was now enjoying the cool under the big tree in the courtyard of Mingqing Pavilion, as if she had blocked out some mundane things in the outside world and lived a leisurely life. On the contrary, Nanian and Lu Man, who were busy with her marriage, were worried about her. "Miss, what can we do? The queen mother's decree has been issued. You have to marry the prince even if you don't want to." Lu Man was like an ant in a hot pot, surrounding Su Maoyang, anxious. Nanian was more stable than Lu Man, but her frown that was so wrinkled that it could crush an ant was accusing her of inner anxiety. Su Maoyang drank a sip of herbal tea leisurely, without opening her eyes, and said slowly, "I had expected this. So if that's the case, then marry him." "Ah, miss, if you knew it would be like this, how could you have agreed to the prince? Now you say you want to marry him." Are you kidding? Lu Man didn't know which of her words were true and which were false, and looked very anxious. If you marry, what will the ninth prince do? And Ma also nodded. Yes, miss. If you marry, I'm afraid you will be sorry for the ninth prince. You have used so many of his precious medicinal materials. Even if you return them, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Su Maoyong smiled sweetly, suddenly opened her eyes, and a dark light flashed in her eyes. Did I say I'll marry? Chapter 117 Torturing Su Yixue. LV Man was so scared that she opened her mouth wide. Ah! Miss, who else can marry if not you? She was confused by Su Maoyong, and Mama was also puzzled, and couldn't help but frown and asked, Miss, could it be that? Su Maoyong pursed his thin lips, hooked his fingers at Mama and Lu Man, and whispered a few words in their ears. Oh my God! Miss, this is absolutely not allowed. This. Lu Man was so scared that her face was dyed with 7 or 8 colors, red and green. Nanny Ann's pupils were also shocked, and her pale hands kept waving. Miss, this is really too mean. I can't do such a thing. Su Maoyong picked up the teacup again and took a sip. His cold eyes swept over Lu Man and Nanny Ann, and his low voice seemed particularly solemn. Others can do things to bully you, but you can't do it. Don't you want to stay with me? If you don't want to, go get your wages and leave the Su mansion. Nanny Ann knew that Su Maoyong was angry, and nodded and agreed. Miss, please forgive me. This old slave's life belongs to you, so I naturally have to share your worries. Very good. The bridal sedan will be here tomorrow. You should hurry up and prepare. As he said, Su Maoyong waved his hand, signaling them to leave. After watching the two of them leave, Su Maoyong revealed a cold smile and whispered, I wonder what expression His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will have tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. Upon hearing this, the old Jinjuan in the medicine cauldron space shivered unconsciously. Even though the sun was shining brightly, he was so cold that he had goosebumps all over his body. He absolutely believed that Nanjinghuan's expression tomorrow would be even more horrified than is now. The next day, the two young ladies of the Su mansion welcomed their big day. The whole mansion was busy in and out, preparing phoenix crowns and red hairpins for Su Maoyong and Su Yixue. Su Yixue's yard was very lively, and the maids were busy with makeup and dressing, and they went through the customs and habits that a bride should follow before they stopped. On the other hand, Mingqing Pavilion seemed much more elegant and solemn, because Su Maoyong disliked other maids for being clumsy and unable to do things. He only left Lu Man and Nanny Ann to help, although Su Yixue disagreed. Su Maoyong was now Nanjinghuan's treasure. If he had any opinions again, Nanjinghuan would probably have opinions about him. So, he just turned a blind eye and let Su Maoyong toss. In this way, everyone got up early in the morning, and after 2 hours of preparation, the bridal sedan chair with music and music all the way arrived at this time. At this time, a large sedan chair with 8 bearers and a small sedan chair both landed in the front yard of the Su mansion. The band played music and music for a while, and gradually stopped at the call of Lu, the housekeeper of the prince's mansion. At this time, the matchmaker who called the sedan chair looked at the sky and shouted at the top of her voice, The auspicious time is coming soon. Please ask the crown princess and Xue Fei to get on the sedan chair. As soon as this voice fell, Su Yixue, wearing a phoenix crown and a red veil, walked out of the backyard with lotus steps lightly, supported by her Mei Hixio, and appeared in everyone's sight. There were already many people gathered at the gate of the Su mansion to watch the excitement. Seeing the bride come out, they all shouted excitedly, Look! The bride is out. Look at the grand ceremony. There are music playing all the way, lion dances leading the way, and guards lined up in a long line. TSK. T. The matchmaker thought that Su Yixue would at least take out a silver coin, but she didn't expect it to be a handful of copper coins. Su Yixue was going to marry into the prince's mansion. Why was she still so stingy? The matchmaker stared at her in disbelief, her smile frozen on her face, and she could no longer find any joy. Hixio, who was standing by, blushed with embarrassment when she saw the matchmaker's disdainful expression. At this moment, the matchmaker let go, put the copper coins into her purse, and ignored Su Yixue, shouting in the direction of Su Maoyong's yard, Crown Princess, the auspicious time has come. Hurry up and get on the sedan. The crown princess didn't get on the sedan, and according to the regulations, Su Yixue, a concubine, could not get on the sedan in advance. So everyone looked in the direction of Mingqing Pavilion, waiting for Su Maoyang to come out. However, after waiting for a while, there was no sign of anyone, and the matchmaker became a little anxious and shouted again, "Crown Princess, it's time to get on the sedan. Don't delay the auspicious time." Still no response. Seeing this, the housekeeper also looked anxious. If the wedding ceremony was late, he would be held responsible if the prince held him responsible. "Princess, the auspicious time is almost over. Hurry up and get on the sedan chair. If it's too late, I won't be able to explain myself." Still no response. Now everyone started to talk about it. The sedan bearers, band members and guards in the courtyard of the Su mansion were all staring at each other anxiously. The onlookers outside the gate of the Su mansion were speculating excitedly about why Su Maoyang hadn't come out. At this time, Su Maoyang, who was lying on the couch in Mingqing Pavilion, hadn't even changed into the phoenix crown and bridal robe. She was still wearing a white dress and leisurely eating the fruit handed to her by Lu Man. Nanian probably heard the people outside yelling anxiously. So she said to Su Maoyang, "Miss, they are already in a mess, arguing so much. If you don't leave, the master will come to invite you personally." Su Maoyang didn't even raise her eyelids and waved to Lu Man. "Lu Man, go out and take a look. Tell them to be patient and say I'm still dressing up." Lu Man took the order and immediately trotted out of Mingqing Pavilion. At this time, the people outside had been waiting impatiently. Su Yihui saw that the auspicious time was delayed, and he frowned angrily, snorted, and was about to go to find Su Maoyang. Unexpectedly, he saw Lu Man walking over from Mingqing Pavilion. "Lu Man, where is Su Maoyang? Why hasn't she come out yet?" Su Yihui held back his anger and asked loudly, his tone somewhat angry. Lu Man shook her head. "Miss, she is still dressing up, saying that she wants the prince to see her most beautiful side. Please be patient. The lady will come out in a while." Su Yixue was so angry when she heard this that her heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidneys ached. She clenched her hands tightly and tried to suppress her anger. He Xiu, who was standing by, could not stand it any longer and could not help but say, "You are lying. The eldest lady is clearly bullying my young lady and deliberately making her wait here." Lu Man heard this and her pretty face became serious, and she also showed her majesty. "How dare you? Your young lady is just a concubine. You just asked her to wait for my young lady. Why are you so impatient? Do you really want to get married to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and have a wedding night?" Lu Man's scolding immediately made the onlookers laugh softly. They all laughed at Su Yixue for being shameless and wishing she could have a wedding night right away. Chapter 118. Walking to the prince's mansion. Su Yixue listened to the laughter around her and grimaced in hatred. Fortunately, the red veil covered her expression. Otherwise she would probably scare a group of people to death. He Xiu didn't expect that Lu Man was backed by Su Maoyang now, and she became fierce, shocked, and was so angry that she was speechless. You. Humph. The crown princess hasn't gotten on the sedan chair, and your lady is waiting obediently. What's the waste of words?" As she said, Lu Man glared at He Xiu and Su Yixue fiercely, and then returned arrogantly. Hearing Lu Man say that Su Maoyang was dressing up, everyone didn't dare to urge her anymore, lest they make the crown princess unhappy and get scolded. If the Su mansion doesn't get any good at that time, they will go back to the crown prince's mansion, and Su Maoyang will blow pillow wind. And I'm afraid it won't get any good either. Everyone just waited like this. However, this move hurt Su Yixue. She was wearing a phoenix crown and a red robe, heavy clothes, a head full of red hairpins, and a big red cloth. Standing in the yard under such a strong sun, she looked like a big red turkey roasted on a stove. He Xiu felt her young lady's palm sweating, and frowned distressfully. "Young lady, please bear with it for a while. It should be soon." Su Yixue did not answer, but just groaned in pain. She knew best in her heart that Su Maoyang was torturing her. How could he come out so soon? In this way, another hour passed. Su Yixue was dizzy from the sun, and if He Xiu hadn't supported her, she would probably have fallen down. But Su Yixue knew that she must not fall down. Once she fell down, the marriage would be put on hold, and it would be uncertain whether she could marry into the prince's mansion in the future. Su Yixue gritted her teeth and held on. At this moment, Lu Man ran towards Mingqing Pavilion again. The housekeeper was full of expectations. But when he saw her alone, his heart fell to the bottom again. It was already noon. If she didn't get on the sedan chair, it would be hard to explain to the prince and the emperor and the empress dowager. Thinking of this, the housekeeper didn't care about offending Su Maoyang, and immediately stepped forward to stop the anxious Lu Man. Where is the princess? Why hasn't she come out yet? The prince must be waiting anxiously. Lu Man raised the wedding dress in her hand and said innocently and anxiously, "Oh, the lady's wedding dress was torn when she was wearing it. I have to take it to the shop and find the best embroiderer to sew it." What? Why did the wedding dress break at this time? God! Time is almost too late. Is there any other wedding dress to replace it? The housekeeper was sweating profusely. Where can we find a suitable wedding dress at this time? Besides, this wedding dress was made by the Queen Mother. If we don't wear it to the wedding, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the Queen Mother? Lu Man was really influenced by what she saw and heard. Now she can lie without any breath. The housekeeper heard this, and had no way to deal with her. Now send someone to find the embroiderer. It will take too long to go back and forth. It's faster for me to go there myself. As she said this, Lu Man ran out of the Su mansion without waiting for the housekeeper to speak. Seeing this, Su Yixue gnashed her teeth in hatred. But she could do nothing. He Xiu saw that her young lady was about to collapse. So she had to ask the housekeeper, "Housekeeper Lu, the weather is too hot. The young lady's weak body can't stand such exposure. Can you let my young lady sit in the sedan chair first to avoid the sun? The bride wearing the phoenix crown and bridal robe cannot go back. Even if Su Yixue wants to go back to the courtyard to rest now, it is not in accordance with etiquette. At present, it is more likely that she will sit in the sedan chair." Lu Guangjia saw that Su Yixue really couldn't stand this tossing, and was about to nod his head to agree, but was interrupted by a cold voice. "How dare you? A concubine actually wants to get on the sedan chair before me." At this time, a person in white clothes slowly came from the direction of Mingqing Pavilion. The beautiful face and elegant and noble temperament immediately made everyone's eyes bright. Who else is this but Su Maoyang? The matchmaker saw Su Maoyang coming out and cried, "Oh, my aunt! It's almost noon. When can I get on the sedan chair?" The matchmaker has been a matchmaker for so many times and has welcomed countless brides. But not once like this. The auspicious time has passed for so long, and the bride has not been ready. I really don't know why Su Maoyang is so open-minded and treats the important matter of getting married as a joke. Su Maoyang glanced at the people who were frightened and pale, and explained calmly, "We were just about to change it. But who knew that the wedding dress was broken by me? I thought that after the wedding dress was repaired, you can get on the sedan chair." Su Maoyang said it calmly, not taking the delay of the auspicious time to heart. But it made everyone complain. It was already so late. They thought that after such a long delay, they should be able to get on the sedan chair. But they didn't expect that they had to wait for the wedding dress to be repaired. Su Maoyang's move not only made Su Yixue vomit blood, but also made the servants, who came from the prince's mansion, collapse in anger. The housekeeper couldn't bear it, and couldn't help saying, "My lady, the wedding dress is broken. I will send someone to find you a set immediately. Don't wait for it to be repaired. It's more important to get on the sedan chair quickly. Don't embarrass us little ones." Housekeeper Lu was almost crying. Su Maoyang frowned and scolded in disapproval. "What are you talking about? My wedding dress was made by the Queen Mother for 10 days and 10 nights. It is well made, and there is only one in the world. Can you just find a wedding dress to replace it? I am the crown princess after all. How dare you send me away like this? Are you tired of living?" Su Maoyang's mouth immediately made the housekeeper and the matchmaker, who wanted to persuade her, speechless. Besides, this was made for me by the Queen Mother herself. If it is replaced and makes the Queen Mother unhappy, can you afford to blame it? Su Maoyang's pretty face was stern and full of majesty, scaring everyone to not dare to speak. Although they knew that Su Maoyang was looking for trouble, they did not dare to refute it. After all, this hat was put on, which was a crime of disrespect to the Queen Mother. Su Yixue was so angry that she was shaking all over, dizzy, and sweating profusely after hearing this. She was afraid that she couldn't wait even a minute. At this time, Su Yixue pleaded with a hoarse voice, "Since the crown princess wants to wait for the wedding dress, then I will wait. But the sun is too hot. Can I sit in the sedan chair and wait?" Su Yixue thought she had made a very big concession. However, she didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so ruthless. "Sedan? You actually have a sedan?" Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Hearing this, The housekeeper thought Su Maoyang had misunderstood something, and hurriedly explained, "Crown Princess, this is the sedan sent by His Highness. She, a concubine, naturally can't compare to your 8-man sedan." As he said, the housekeeper pointed to the big sedan next to the small sedan and said flatteringly. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, glanced at the sedan chair in front of Su Yixue, and ordered the housekeeper, "Take away this sedan chair. Su Yixue is a concubine, which is equivalent to my dowry girl. Why should she sit in a sedan chair? Of course, she will walk with my 8-man sedan chair." What? The housekeeper was shocked. Everyone was shocked by Su Maoyang's words. She actually let Su Yixue walk to the prince's mansion. Oh my god! This road is quite far. Su Yixue's weak body is wearing such heavy and complicated clothes, and she has been exposed to the sun for so long. I am afraid that she will not be able to go halfway. Everyone started to make a noise. Su Yixue heard this, and her body, which was forced to stabilize, suddenly trembled. Her legs softened, and fell into Hixio's arms. "Miss, are you okay?" Hixio shouted in panic. Su Yixue was filled with anger and resentment, and her silver teeth under the red veil were almost broken. Like a man-eating beast, she must tear Su Maoyang into pieces. Chapter 119, The Most Embarrassed Bride in History. The housekeeper looked at Su Maoyang's serious expression, which didn't seem to be a joke. His forehead, which was already sweating with anxiety, was sweating even more. "My lady, this is arranged by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. After all, Concubine Shui is the Crown Prince's appointed concubine. If I just walk there, I'm afraid. Afraid? Afraid." The housekeeper looked at Su Maoyang's increasingly cold face, and his heart became more and more uneasy, and his voice gradually became smaller. "What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of Nanjinghuan's blame? Nanjinghuan promised me in person that he would satisfy me with whatever I wanted. So I nodded and agreed to marry him. What's going on now? Are you going back on your word before you even get married?" Su Maoyang's cold eyes stared at housekeeper Lu, and his scolding voice was as cold as an ice cone. When housekeeper Lu heard this, he was immediately frightened by Su Maoyang's arrogance and trembled. Nanjinghuan did tell him to treat Su Maoyang well, and not to make her angry. He also knew the position of Su Maoyang in Nanjinghuan's heart. So, housekeeper Lu endured it with all his heart. However, Su Yixue could no longer bear it, and yelled madly, "Su Maoyang, don't go too far. You are already the crown princess. There are 8 sedan chairs to send you there. I am just an inconspicuous sedan chair. Why do you torture me?" Su Mo sneered. His face swept over the haze, walked slowly, leaned close to her ear, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "I used to be a useless ugly girl, and there was no threat to you. Didn't you also bully me? Let me take the blame and go to jail, and suffer all kinds of torture? If I hadn't been lucky, how could I stand in front of you and watch you suffer? Of course, if you don't want to walk, I can also torture you in another way, such as your face." As he spoke, Su Maoyang's lips suddenly curled up into a cold arc, and his low voice sounded like it floated out of hell, cold and whistling. Even through the red veil, Su Yixue could feel the chill emanating from her bones. When she heard the word face, her pupils widened and her soul trembled. Su Maoyang is a devil. Seeing Su Yixue stiff and motionless, as if she was frightened, Su Maoyang slowly left her ear and said loudly, "The sun is indeed quite strong. Sister Shui is delicate. So sit in the sedan chair and wait." Everyone was relieved when they heard this. It was rare for Su Maoyang to soften his attitude and not make things difficult for them. But who knew that Su Yixue suddenly stopped him? "No! The crown princess is right. I am a concubine, and I am not worthy of sitting in a sedan chair. I will walk." Everyone was so scared that their eyes bulged when they heard this. Was Su Yixue stupid because of the sun? She had a sedan chair but didn't want to sit in it. She actually wanted to walk there. Everyone stared at Su Yixue in disbelief. Even Hixio, who was beside her, didn't expect that the young lady would make such a shocking decision. "Miss, are you crazy? You can't hold on now. If you walk there, you will definitely faint on the road." Hixio almost burst into tears, because the bride cannot take off the red veil before entering the bridal chamber. Su Yixue was stuffy and hot at the moment, and couldn't breathe. Now hearing Hixio's persuasion, she just pressed the back of Hixio's hand with her hand, and said weakly and hoarsely, "Don't say it. I have made up my mind. Between choosing to walk to the prince's mansion and saving her appearance, she still chose the latter. Seeing Su Yixue make a decision, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows easily, glanced at the housekeeper and the matchmaker. Look, this time I didn't make it difficult for her. She wanted to walk there herself. Housekeeper Lu and the matchmaker looked at Su Maoyang suspiciously, then at Su Yixue. Although they were confused, they had no choice but to obey their wishes. Okay. In that case, I won't force Concubine Shui. Housekeeper Lu nodded in compromise. Hearing this, Su Yixue's fingernails sank into her flesh, and blood dripped down her hand lines. But she was unaware of it. Su Maoyang naturally knew that she was mad with hatred. Seeing her pain and heartache, she glanced at the gate of the Su mansion in a good mood and said faintly, "It is estimated that Lu Man will not be back for a while. Sister Shui will not blame her sister for delaying your wedding." Right? Su Yixue pinched her palms, resisting the urge to strangle her to death. And a muffled voice came from under the red veil. Of course not. That's good. In that case, I will go back to Mingqing Pavilion to dress up first. And I can't let my sister wait for too long. After Su Maoyang was angry with Su Yixue, he patted his butt and left, which made everyone anxious and angry. As soon as Su Maoyang returned to Mingqing Pavilion, the eunuchs around the emperor rushed over. Seeing that the team had not yet started the sedan chair, the eunuch was also shocked. What's going on? Where is the crown princess? The housekeeper saw Eunuch Li coming, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said bitterly, "The crown princess's wedding dress was torn and is being mended. It will probably take a while." What? The queen mother and the emperor have been waiting in the prince's mansion for a while. Seeing that the bride has not come, they asked me to urge her. It's already this hour. Why haven't you packed it up yet? The eunuch shouted in disbelief. Hey, we have been waiting for a long time too. The housekeeper was helpless. Seeing this, the eunuch's face wrinkled into a ball, and he angrily walked up, wanting to go to Mingqing Pavilion to invite Su Maoyang in person. However, at this moment, Lu Man just came back with a wedding dress. Okay, miss, you can get on the sedan chair after you change into it. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. After Lu Man ran into Mingqing Pavilion, the bride was helped out in a short while. The matchmaker was so happy that she almost cried. She hurried over and pulled Su Maoyang into the sedan chair without saying a word, and shouted anxiously, "The bride? Get up the sedan chair." The housekeeper saw that everything was ready and immediately waved to the sedan bearer. Quick! Get up the sedan chair." The sedan bearer did not dare to delay, and carried the sedan chair, running towards the prince's mansion like the wind. All the way, the team was in a hurry, out of breath, and was tossed around badly. Everyone complained, but no one dared to compare their misery with Su Yixue, because she was already miserable. Su Yixue did not have a sedan chair, so she followed all the way, not to mention walking, but more accurately running all the way. But she was wearing a complicated wedding dress, a heavy headdress, and she had to hold up the hem of her skirt with both hands, and she had to take care of the red veil on her head. She had to trot after Su Maoyang's sedan chair under the scorching sun, which was really exhausting for her. Along the way, the onlookers laughed so hard that they fell backwards. The prince's concubine had fallen to the point of running after the sedan chair. This was definitely the most embarrassed bride in the world. Su Yixue listened to the ridicule and discussion around her. Even though she was wearing a red veil, she could still feel the mocking and sarcastic eyes of the crowd. It was as if a thorny vine grew in her heart, piercing her with holes and making her feel miserable. Ah! Just then, a scream came from behind the sedan chair. Su Yixue accidentally tripped over the hem of her skirt and fell heavily to the ground. He Xiao was frightened and quickly squatted down to help her. Miss, are you okay?" At this moment, Su Yixue had already fallen unconscious. Chapter 120. The prince becomes a laughing stock. Su Yixue has been exposed to the sun for so long, and has been running after the sedan chair all the way. She has been able to hold on until now before falling down. This is already an inhuman perseverance. He Xiao saw that Su Yixue had no reaction, and was immediately frightened and cried, "Woo. Miss, you must not be in trouble. Miss, woo. Housekeeper Lu, our young lady is not okay. Please save her quickly." Seeing this, Housekeeper Lu couldn't bear it. Su Yixue had been tossed like this. If he asked someone to send her back to the Su mansion, It would only make Su Ishua and Su Ihue more embarrassed. Hey, carry her in through the side door of the prince's mansion. And find a doctor to see her tomorrow, the housekeeper whispered to a guard, and then directed the team to continue moving forward. The guard who received the order raised his arm and carried Su Ishua and ran quickly towards the prince's mansion. At this time, a beautiful scenery line passed through the streets of South City. A guard carried a bride in a bright red wedding dress, whizzed past, and finally rushed into the side door of the prince's mansion for servants to enter and exit. From then on, this scene became a laughing stock for the people of southern Sui. At this time, the entrance of the prince's mansion was already crowded. Seeing the sedan chair approaching, the crowds inside and outside quickly retreated to both sides. The bride is coming. The bride is coming. Hearing the excited roar outside, Nan Jinghuan, who was waiting anxiously, looked out of the hall with a face full of surprise. At this time, the Queen Mother, the Emperor and the Queen, who were sitting in the hall, also breathed a sigh of relief. The Emperor sent the eunuch to investigate the situation, but he didn't see anyone for a long time. They thought something happened to the bride. Now it seems that they were worrying too much. The guests in the prince's mansion saw that the bride had finally arrived, and their eyes, that had been waiting for her for a long time, also showed joy. At this time, the matchmaker smiled and lifted the curtain of the flower sedan chair, and shouted in a shrill voice, "The bride is getting off the sedan chair." As the voice fell, Lu Man beside her hurriedly stepped forward to support the bride. The bride slowly walked out in the envious and curious eyes of everyone. The bright red wedding dress looked bright and beautiful under the sunlight. At this moment, the whole audience was even more excited. Nan Jinghuan waited for so long, and finally waited for Su Maoyang. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. He was not afraid of being laughed at. He quickly went up to take the bride's hand from Lu Man, excitedly pulled it in his palm, as if he had found a treasure, and hurried to the lobby with the bride. The matchmaker saw Nan Jinghuan's impatient look, and she covered her mouth with her handkerchief and laughed secretly. "Your Highness, please slow down. The bride has been delivered to you. Why are you in such a hurry? Be careful not to trip the bride." The guests around laughed when they heard this. They didn't expect that their handsome prince would be like a fool in front of the woman he liked. Nan Jinghuan also felt that he was a little out of control, and smiled awkwardly, then slowed down to cooperate with the bride. After the two walked to the hall, worshipped the heaven and earth, worshipped the parents, and performed the husband and wife ceremony. The matchmaker smiled and shouted, "The ceremony is over. Send her to the bridal chamber." Seeing this, the Emperor, Queen and Queen Mother in the hall all nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Lu Man, who had been following in, hurriedly reached out to hold the bride's hand and pulled her towards the bridal chamber. But after a few steps, Lu Man deliberately stretched out her right foot and immediately tripped the bride's ankle. In one mistake, the bride suddenly fell forward. With a bang, the bride fell to the ground, and even the red veil fell off. Ouch! The bride, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly cried out in pain, rubbing her forehead and raising her head in a daze. It would have been better if she didn't raise her head, but when she raised her head, the guests were frightened. How could this be Su Maoyang? This is clearly the third wife of the Su mansion. Everyone's face was instantly filled with fear, and they were all shocked like thunder and lightning. Oh my God! Why is it the third wife of the Su family? Am I seeing wrong? General Su's concubine has become the crown princess married by the prince? Haha. This third wife is the aunt of Su Maoyang and Su Ishua, and can be regarded as the mother-in-law of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The son-in-law marries the mother-in-law, which is simply the first wonder in the world. Ha ha ha. Yes, the Crown Prince doesn't know where to put his face after marrying his own mother-in-law. In the future, he is afraid that he will become the laughing stock of the Southern Sui dynasty. At this time, the third wife looked at the crowd pointing in all directions, shocked and panicked. What's going on? Where am I? The third wife looked around as if she had just woken up from a dream, and was quite frightened. LV Man on the side knew it well, and had to sigh that the young lady's means were really awesome. Relying on a soul-enchanting pill, he actually instilled his own thoughts into the third wife, and let her follow his orders. There was no flaw along the way. This soul-enchanting pill is really a good thing. Nan Jinghuan looked at the bewildered third madam in front of him, and was so angry that his hair stood on end. He was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out of his head. He shouted angrily, I was going to ask you why you were here. The third wife looked sideways, and suddenly saw Nanjinghuan wearing the groom's clothes beside her. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She looked down at the bright red wedding dress she was wearing, and was so frightened that her eyes were bloodshot. What on earth is going on? She and Nanjinghuan were actually getting married in the wedding hall? Oh my god. This joke is too big. She is a middle-aged woman, and Suihue's concubine. She was actually getting married with the prince? The third wife felt dizzy. No. It's impossible. We are obviously welcoming Miss Su. How come she has become the third wife of the Su family? The housekeeper rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and repeatedly confirmed the identity of the bride. The matchmaker was so scared that her face turned pale, and she shook her head in horror. She had been welcoming so many brides, but she had never encountered such a terrifying thing. Sometimes she missed the auspicious time. Sometimes she didn't get on the sedan chair. And in the end, even the person changed. All this was too weird. And the matchmaker said she couldn't bear it. If you miss the auspicious time, all kinds of bad things can happen. The matchmaker sighed with a trembling voice. The emperor and the queen mother in the hall were so scared that they almost fell off their seats when they saw this horrifying scene. This. Oh! I have a headache. The queen mother was so scared that she couldn't even speak clearly, and she held her forehead with a headache. At this moment, Nanjinghuan listened to the ridicule around him and received the weird eyes of everyone. He was so angry that his teeth were chattering. The surging anger in his body roared out like a volcanic eruption. What's going on? Who can give me an explanation? The roar was like a thunder, shocking the guests present, and fear surged in their hearts. Everyone could understand Nanjinghuan's anger, because anyone who found out that the woman who had married him and performed the husband and wife ceremony with him was not only a worn-out shoe by others, a concubine of humble status, but also his mother-in-law, would collapse. This marriage is really ridiculous. It is definitely the biggest shame of Nanjinghuan's life. Chapter 121. A dumb person eats bitter herbs. Butler Lu and the matchmaker were so scared when they saw Nanjinghuan getting angry that they suddenly knelt on the ground and trembled. Your Highness, I don't know. I clearly saw that it was the eldest daughter of the Su family. I don't know. I don't know how. The matchmaker trembled and explained in panic. But she was too nervous. For a moment, she didn't know how to explain the situation at that time. Besides, she was just in a hurry to get on the sedan chair at that time. So why should she pay so much attention? When Nanjinghuan heard this, his head was about to explode. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked the matchmaker, knocking her to the ground. I don't know. I asked you to go to welcome the bride, but you didn't know. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Nanjinghuan roared angrily and kicked the matchmaker again. The matchmaker was so painful that she grimaced and couldn't even say a word of begging for mercy. When housekeeper Lu saw this, he broke out in a cold sweat. His pale face was in a panic. Without waiting for Nanjinghuan to speak, he immediately fell to the ground and dared not get up. Seeing that it was useless to interrogate the matchmaker and the housekeeper, Nanjinghuan could only stare at Lu Man fiercely, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a few words. Tell me, where is your young lady? Lu Man was also frightened by Nanjinghuan's rage. With a plop, she knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly, and cried, Your Highness, you have to make a decision for my young lady. My young lady was coerced. Hearing this, Nanjinghuan frowned even more tightly, and his face, as black as the bottom of a pot, could faintly see blue veins. I want to see how your young lady was coerced. Come on. Go and capture Su Maoyang for me. Nanjinghuan was furious and roared. The sound rolled through the entire lobby and spread to the yard, making everyone feel cold. With one order, all the guards in the prince's mansion were dispatched. Seeing Nanjinghuan's determination to never give up, everyone was worried for Su Maoyang. The queen mother and the emperor in the hall were also full of questions and wanted to find Su Maoyang to ask for clarification. So they did not stop Nanjinghuan's actions and quietly waited for Su Maoyang's arrival. After a while, Su Maoyang was brought into the hall by the guards in the surprised and complicated eyes of everyone. Seeing the queen mother, the emperor and the queen in the hall, and several elders, Su Maoyang remained calm and saluted calmly. Your servant greets the emperor, the queen mother, and the queen. Before she could straighten her body, Nanjinghuan couldn't help but roar, Su Maoyang, what's going on? Explain it to me. Why is it the third lady who got on the sedan chair? This breath blocked his heart and almost drove him crazy. Su Maoyang glanced at him when he heard this, then suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to the elders in the hall. Your Majesty, Queen Mother, I was threatened. The third aunt loves His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Loves him like crazy. And must marry him. She threatened me not to let me get on the bridal sedan. And forcibly snatched my wedding dress, and got on the bridal sedan herself. If it doesn't go as she wishes, she will let Su Yanin tear me apart. You all know that I am no match for Su Yanin. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked and unbelievable. The third madam loves His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. This is too shocking. When the third madam heard Su Maoyang's blood-curdling words, she suddenly widened her eyes excitedly and angrily retorted, You are talking nonsense. How could I like His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? I am already his mother. Su Maoyang, don't frame me. No one will believe you. Third aunt, at this critical moment, you still want to quibble. Okay, then explain to me, since you don't want to marry the Crown Prince. Why did you sit in the bridal sedan by yourself? Why did you walk into the Crown Prince's mansion by yourself? And even went through the ceremony with the Crown Prince according to the procedures? All these actions were done by you. And so many people witnessed it. I didn't control you behind the scenes. Right? Hearing this, everyone thought about it carefully, and found that it was really the case. If Su Maoyang forced the third aunt to take the bridal sedan, it would be impossible for him to control her to complete the ceremony. Everyone was confused because they didn't know the existence of the bewitching pill. Su Maoyang learned from the old man Jinjuan that the bewitching pill was a secret recipe in the alchemy recipe, which could make people act according to their own orders. There was no such thing in the entire Dongyan continent. So everyone didn't know the existence of the bewitching pill. It was because of this that Su Maoyang dared to frame the third madam. The third madam was speechless by Su Maoyang and had no way to refute. Even she herself didn't know how she got into the bridal sedan. And she performed the husband-wife ceremony with Nanjinghuan. She had no memory of these things. She only knew that she was standing here when she woke up. How could she explain something that she couldn't even figure out? The third lady was now speechless, and couldn't say anything. Originally, everyone didn't believe that the third lady would love His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. But seeing that she was speechless because of Su Maoyang, they were all shocked and all made random guesses about her. Seeing that the situation gradually leaned towards Su Maoyang, the third lady collapsed. Su Maoyang, you bastard. You bitch. It was obviously you who framed me. How could I dream of marrying the Crown Prince? You, the third lady was so angry that her neck was stiff. Her eyes were straight. And she roared wildly. And she really looked a bit mentally ill. Su Maoyang looked at her expression of anger, and raised the corners of his lips, evoking an imperceptible sneer. And then continued, Third aunt, you said it yourself. Su Yanin is a genius that Southern Sui is proud of. And even the emperor and the 4 major families dare not touch her casually. Didn't you rely on Su Yanin's support to show off your power in the Su mansion, and even Southern Sui for so many years? I think that you rely on this point, and believe that the emperor, the queen mother and the prince dare not do anything to you. So you do such a ridiculous thing. Everyone felt that it made sense when they heard it. The third lady was indeed backed by Su Yanin. So she was arrogant and fearless. If she likes the prince to the point of insanity, it is not impossible that she did such a ridiculous thing with the support of her genius daughter. When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized something in their hearts, and looked at the third lady with contempt and disgust. After hearing this, the emperor and Nanjinghuan did not believe that the third wife would be stupid enough to do such a thing. But they had no evidence to prove that Su Maoyang was lying. After all, no one could explain why the third wife would take the initiative to marry Nanjinghuan. They saw it with their own eyes. Su Maoyang was not that capable. He turned into a living person right under their noses. Just as the two were thinking, Su Maoyang struck while the iron was hot, and clasped his fists again, and said, Your Majesty, you have to make the decision for me. I did not run away from marriage, but was threatened by the third concubine. I beg your Majesty to see clearly. Su Maoyang immediately cleared himself of the relationship with this speech, and pushed all the blame on the third wife. The means were also extremely cruel. Su Maoyang, you are so vicious. I will not let you go. I want either to tear you apart. The third wife saw Su Maoyang's face, and was furious. She couldn't control her roar. Chapter 122, A Conspiracy to Kill 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Everyone shook their heads in disappointment when they heard this. As expected, the third lady relied on Su Yanin for support. Su Maoyang saw her getting mad with anger and sneered in her heart. She would never forget that most of the sufferings that the owner of the body had suffered in the Su mansion came from this insidious and cunning third lady. She always instigated discord and made troubles. Not only did she often make Su Maoyang suffer physical pain, but she also often put poison in her food, causing Su Maoyang to suffer neurasthenia and a decrease in IQ. Su Maoyang will pay back all of this 100-fold. The emperor saw that the situation had developed to this point, and he was disgusted with the third lady to the extreme. Even if Su Maoyang didn't say this, he and the queen mother knew what the third lady was thinking. Another reason why the royal family has always given special treatment to the Su family is Su Yanin. Although the emperor was afraid of Su Yanin, the majesty of the royal family was still there. He had to put on the airs of the royal family and said angrily, "Third madam, now all the suspicions point to you. Do you plead guilty?" The third madam's face flushed with anger. She stared at Su Maoyang with her eyes bulging, and panted and yelled, "I am not guilty. Su Maoyang wronged me. She is too good at quibbling and scheming." She was talking from beginning to end, but she couldn't produce any real evidence. "I don't accept it. I don't accept it." Su Maoyang curled his lips and sneered, pointing at the guests present, "Third madam, who said I don't have any witnesses? Everyone present is my witness. They saw you walk into the prince's mansion with their own eyes. Saw you and the prince get married with their own eyes. Saw you fall with their own eyes. And saw your old face under the red veil with their own eyes. I didn't force you. I didn't knock you out. You are standing here alive in a red wedding dress. Which is the best evidence? You, the third madam looked at Su Maoyang's righteous face, gnashing her teeth in anger. She couldn't help but rush forward, wanting to crush her to ashes. "Su Maoyang, I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you!" Seeing the third madam going crazy, the emperor couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Come on! Catch the third madam!" The guards received the order and immediately stepped forward to capture her. The third madam was tied up and couldn't move. She screamed with gritted teeth, "You are so brave! You dare to touch me! My Ener is back! I will never forgive you!" The third madam's hoarse roar echoed throughout the prince's mansion, and everyone shuddered. The emperor was angry when he heard this, but he was still rational. The third madam made the royal family lose face, which was a small matter, and the development of the southern Sui dynasty was a big matter. The third madam couldn't be touched. However, if he didn't punish her, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. What's more, if he was afraid of a woman in front of so many people, where would the majesty of the southern Sui dynasty emperor be? How dare you? You disrupted the prince's wedding first, and then you disrespected the imperial power. I punish you to be imprisoned for 1 month. You are not allowed to go out. The punishment will be executed immediately. Those who disobey the order will be beheaded. The emperor's roar was deafening and resounded throughout the hall. But everyone knew that imprisonment was already a very light punishment. This move was just a warning to the third wife. When the third wife heard this, she was dissatisfied. But Su Yanin was not around, so she had to endure the humiliation. Fortunately, the emperor still did not dare to do anything to her for Su Yanin's sake. At this time, the guards who captured her received the order and took her to the outside of the prince's mansion. Now the third wife knew that the royal family did not dare to touch her casually, and she was even more justified. She snorted angrily, glared at Su Maoyang viciously, and shouted fiercely, "Su Maoyang, you wait for me. I will make you pay for what happened today." After saying those harsh words, the third madam angrily shook off the guards. "Let go. I can walk by myself." After she finished speaking, she had already walked out of the prince's mansion angrily. Su Maoyang dared to frame her and make her a woman who was unfaithful and unethical in the southern Sui kingdom. She would remember this account. Looking at the back of the third madam leaving, Nanjing Huan also gnashed his teeth in hatred. This old woman clearly made him lose face and become a laughing stock in the southern Sui kingdom. But he could do nothing about her. He still blamed his own low strength. Thinking of this, Nanjing Huan gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and his arms were bulging with blue veins. He forcibly suppressed his anger and watched her leave. At this time, Su Maoyang saw the farce was over, and she stood up and bowed to the 3 elders in the hall. "Your Majesty, Queen Mother, Queen, such a big thing happened today. Although it was not done by me, it is also related to me. I made the wedding of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince a joke. I feel guilty about His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I am really not worthy of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Let's call it a day." Hearing this, Nan Jinghuan's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Su Maoyang in shock. Looking at her calm demeanor and firm eyes, his heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. I don't know why. At this moment, he suddenly felt that this marriage was not that simple. First, he lost all his face and collapsed, and then made the third wife become the silver baby of the southern Sui kingdom and be ridiculed. In the end, she was able to get away and cancel the wedding. No matter how you think about it, Su Maoyang is the one who benefits in the end. Only Su Maoyang could come up with such a strategy that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Perhaps this matter is really as the third madam said. Su Maoyang is behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Nan Jinghuan suddenly realized, and his eyes were instantly filled with horror as he looked at Su Maoyang. Coincidentally, Su Maoyang also noticed his gaze, looked straight over, and met his shocked eyes. Looking at Nan Jinghuan's horrified face, she smiled in her heart, and the corners of her lips hooked up vaguely. A touch of sarcasm flashed across her face, and Nan Jinghuan was immediately shocked. It was indeed her. He said why Su Maoyang was suddenly willing to marry him. It turned out that all this was her conspiracy. Nan Jinghuan was struck by lightning. His heart sank like cold lead. He was shocked, heartbroken, and angry. If Su Maoyang escapes today, he will never have the chance to marry her again. No, he must not let Su Maoyang succeed. Thinking of this, Nan Jinghuan immediately stopped her loudly. "No! This wedding will be held as usual. Since this farce has nothing to do with you, you don't need to feel guilty. The wedding has been prepared for so long, and you are here. If you feel guilty, just get married to me now, and it will not be in vain." As he said, Nan Jinghuan reached out to pull Su Maoyang's hand, wanting to complete the steps of the wedding with her. But when his hand was still millimeters away from Su Maoyang, he heard a slap, and the back of his hand was scraped by a wind blade, and a deep blood mark appeared instantly. Nan Jinghuan reflexively retracted his hand in pain. His pupils widened. His face changed drastically, and he looked up in shock. "Who?" At this time, a sedan chair slowly approached from the gate of the prince's mansion, coming into everyone's sight from far away. Chapter 123, If you snatch my woman, you will die. On the sedan chair, a moon-white brocade with silver patterns is crystal clear and dazzling under the sun. The silver light radiating from the body is as eye-catching as a god descending from heaven. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, he raised his chin slightly, and the black eyes under his willow eyebrows were like a pool of thick ink that could not be dissolved. Deep and black, as dazzling and charming as the Milky Way. And it seemed that he would take away all the luster between heaven and earth with just one glance. The back of his tree-like figure was covered with flowing and free long hair, strange ice blue eyes, and a beautiful face, coupled with a powerful aura without anger. He walked slowly, without any posture, but with a majesty that made people unable to help but submit. When this person appeared, the heroes lost their light, and everyone became eclipsed. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but gasp, as if they were captured by this person's beautiful face and extraordinary posture. Nan Jinghuan saw this, and immediately frowned, and roared in anger, "Nan Qingjue, it's you?" Hearing this, Nan Qingjue suddenly raised his eyes, and gave him a cold look. But with just one look, Nan Jinghuan suddenly felt his breathing stagnate, as if someone was pinching his throat, making it hard to breathe. When did Nan Qingjue have such a terrifying deterrent power? Just when Nan Jinghuan was shocked, the beautiful cherry-like thin lips suddenly emitted a voice as cold as ice thorns and as hard as steel needles, which instantly shook the sky above the prince's mansion, causing a lot of pressure. "Steal this woman. Kill!" The voice burst out like thunder, with the domineering power of the king, and rolled up the violent wind blade and hit Nan Jinghuan's chest fiercely. With a puff, Nan Jinghuan spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body shot out backwards, slamming into the table full of wedding candies and candles with a violent bang. Due to the excessive force, the whole table was smashed to pieces in an instant. Such a big noise scared the emperor, queen and queen mother sitting on both sides. The guests in the yard saw this scene. Their bodies suddenly stiffened. Their hearts palpitated like cicadas. They lost their voices, and they were on the edge of the abyss. Nothing is more shocking than the scene in front of them. The famous crippled prince of the southern Sui kingdom actually has such a strong strength. With just one move, he actually used the sound wave to shake Nanjinghuan away. Wouldn't such internal strength be too abnormal? In this way, isn't the strength of the despised ninth prince better than that of the crown prince? No. 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 I'm afraid he is much stronger than the crown prince. Everyone opened their mouths in shock and couldn't close them for a long time. Nanjinghuan covered his aching chest and swallowed the surging blood. His face turned pale due to the spasm of his heart. At this time, he looked up at Nanjingjue in the distance, who looked like he was carved out of black ice. His eyes were full of shock. His heart seemed to be tightly grasped by nameless fear, and it hurt badly. Nanjingjue? He actually hurt him. How is it possible? Nanjingjue, aren't you a cripple? You actually pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger. You deceived us for so many years. You even dared to deceive my father. You committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. It is unforgivable. Nanjinghuan was shocked, but his mouth was filled with sourness. Hearing this, Nanjingjue's expressionless face flashed with contempt, and his cold voice was full of sarcasm. It is true that this king is a cripple, but this king has never said that he is a waste. How can it be said to be deceiving? They had never seen Nanjingjue take action, so they automatically classified the cripple as a waste. In their cognition, how could a disabled person have strength? So, it was their thoughts that were imposed on Nanjingjue, and they could not blame him at all. Hearing this, Nanjinghuan choked instantly, and could not accept this fact. Okay, Nanjingjue, you are great, but today is my big day. You come to make trouble. Isn't it too much? Nanjinghuan endured the injury, got up from the ground, and angrily accused him of his evil deeds. Nanjingjue raised his eyebrows. His dark pupils were like frost, and suddenly exuded a terrifying cold air. Anyone who was close to him couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body, and couldn't stand it, and took a few steps back. At this moment, his voice was like breaking ice. Extremely cold. You stole my woman, let alone make trouble. Even if I smashed your prince's mansion. So what? Hearing this, Nanjinghuan was not convinced. He has always been arrogant, and has always been upset about Su Maoyang's willingness to marry Nanjingjue. At this moment, he didn't care about his injuries, and retorted without knowing whether to live or die. Asshole. The Queen Mother has already given me Su Maoyang in marriage. Today is the wedding day of me and Su Maoyang. She will be the crown princess in the future. If you can help us, I welcome you to attend our wedding. If not, don't blame me for ignoring our brotherhood. The emperor saw this, and didn't want the two brothers to turn against each other. So he immediately tried to smooth things over. Okay, Jure, today is your royal brother's big day. You just take a step back, and we'll talk about it later if there's anything. The Queen Mother heard this and nodded quickly, and spoke to comfort Nanjingjue. Yes, child, don't blame Nanjinghuan. It was me who gave Maoyang to him. Besides, this marriage was agreed by Miss Mo Liang herself. So you should just let it go. Seeing this, the guests around shook their heads with pity and whispered, Ah, the ninth prince is also pitiful. He just happened to like the woman that the crown prince likes. Who told him that he is just a prince? He is the crown prince. No matter how he fights, he can't win. The ninth prince is also courageous. He actually dared to snatch the crown prince's woman openly. Hearing that the emperor and the Queen Mother were obviously partial to Nanjinghuan, but they were giving all kinds of empty words of comfort. And then hearing people around him accusing him of stealing the prince's woman, Nanjingjue's anger in his heart became even worse. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a chilling cold light suddenly leaked out of his pupils. He waved his long sleeves and instantly brought up a force that shook the world. The fierce wind blades were centered on his position, and shook in all directions. The guests around were instantly blown away, fell to pieces, vomited blood, and were seriously injured. The surrounding tables, chairs, and plates were all shattered by the storm, and the fragments flew across the sky, making a violent crisp sound. The fierce power spread, and turned the bricks and tiles of the entire prince's mansion upside down. The momentum was huge, and the power was amazing, which frightened everyone. Everyone here was so frightened that they didn't recover. The cold and fierce roar actually changed the color of the sky and the earth, and a strong bloodthirsty chill spread. I'll say it again. Su Maoyang is my woman. If you dare to have ideas about her, you will die. After the roar, The fierce force actually hit the emperor, knocking him off his seat and flying against the wall. Seeing this, everyone gasped. Nanqingjue is so bold that he dared to kill his father and the king. Oh my god. Even Su Maoyang was frightened by Nanqingjue. He has always been cold and inscrutable, sinister and dangerous at any time. But now, he is like a killing god, and he can kill people with a flick of his finger. It was also at this moment that Su Maoyang saw his true strength. No, not true strength. This man did not use spiritual power at all, but only used internal force. But he has caused such a big commotion. If he burst out spiritual power, the consequences would be unimaginable. Where did he get this pervert? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang, who was calm, also opened his eyes in shock and stared at Nanqingjue's cold and ruthless face. Chapter 124, A Done Deal. Seeing this, the guests who were injured by Nanqingjue's residual power were already trembling with fear, and their buttocks were wet. They would never have thought that the most despised cripple had the power to turn them into ashes with a flick of his finger. Such a gap is too big. They can't accept it. The emperor and Nanjinghuan were even more frightened. The son and brother, who were not welcome before, can now take their lives with just a flick of a finger. What a powerful strength. The queen mother was terrified when she saw this, and screamed, "You Nanqingjue! Are you crazy? How dare you attack your father and your brother?" Hearing this, Nanqingjue said in a cold voice, "No matter if he is the emperor or the prince, as long as he dares to snatch my woman, he will die." Such a domineering and arrogant declaration. For Su Maoyang, even the emperor, the queen mother, and Nanjinghuan are ignored. Anyone who dares to touch his woman will be killed, no matter who it is. What kind of possessive desire is this? Everyone was stunned by Nanqingjue's domineering aura, and they stood there in a daze. As for the emperor and the queen mother, they were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they lost their words. In Nanqingjue's heart, there has never been a father. For so many years, the emperor placed him in a remote palace, ignored him, and even deliberately avoided and disliked him. Even in marriage, they favored Nanjinghuan and had no feelings for him. How could Nanqingjue still take them seriously? Looking at the lonely and cold figure in the wind, even Su Maoyang was shocked by this scene and this bold words. What made Nanqingjue so persistent in marrying her? For the evil blood cauldron or to explore her secrets? Su Maoyang stared at Nanqingjue in astonishment, with thousands of reasons popping up in her mind. But none of them made sense to her. Seeing Su Maoyang staring at him, Nanqingjue also cast a firm and angry look at her. Yes, it was anger. "Come here." Facing Su Maoyang's remarriage, he was obviously extremely angry. But he didn't even say a word of accusation. And he gave a domineering and cold order as soon as he opened his mouth. Su Maoyang trembled all over under his cold gaze. Her legs were a little weak, and she was unwilling to move. "Can I not go over?" Before, she used a lot of medicinal materials sent by Nanqingjue, and now she suddenly remarried to the prince's mansion. Now he, a disabled person with inconvenient legs and feet, and a cold and handsome man, ran all the way to the prince's mansion to snatch the bride. Such a pitfall. Even Su Maoyang felt that he was too much. Therefore, she knew that she had done so many things to let him down, so she would not be stupid enough to really approach him. She was afraid that Nanqingjue would not be able to control the power of the wild in his body and strangle her to death with one claw. Nanqingjue saw that Su Maoyang did not listen to him. Not only did he not walk towards him, but he took a few steps back, looking like he was on guard against bad guys, which made him furrow his brows in anger. She remarried to Nanjinghuan, and he hadn't said anything yet. Instead, Su Maoyang acted as if she was afraid of him, as if he was really going to do something to her. "Don't make me say it a second time. Come here obediently." If it was someone else, Nanqingjue would not have such good patience, and would have slapped him away long ago. No. According to his personality, he simply does not allow other women to get close to him. Su Maoyang is definitely an exception. Ninth prince. Let's discuss that. Su Maoyang retreated to a safe distance, with a rare flattering look on his face. Nanqingjue is definitely an exception to Su Maoyang's fear and humbleness. Nanqingjue was originally furious, but seeing that Su Maoyang rarely spoke to him in a soft temper, his mood suddenly brightened. "Speak." Obviously a little happy, but the expression and tone are still deadly cold. Su Maoyang brewed his emotions for a while, and kindly suggested Ninth Prince. You gave me a lot of medicinal herbs, and I am very grateful to you. But the way to express gratitude is not necessarily to marry you. We can't be husband and wife. But we can still be friends. So we can make a deal. You gave me so many medicinal herbs. I can make pills for you and try my best to cure your legs. What do you think? I thought she could say something nice to please him. But I didn't expect that she would get rid of his conspiracy as soon as she opened her mouth. Nanqingjue's expectant expression suddenly darkened and turned black. No matter. He coldly rejected her suggestion. Don't you want to cure your leg? Su Maoyang was shocked. No. He coldly rejected again. Su Maoyang was so shocked that her expression was distorted. Is there any weirdo in the world who is willing to be a cripple for life? She finally saw it. Su Maoyang compromised and said helplessly, Okay. Tell me what you want. And I will try my best to satisfy you. I want you. Nanqingjue's two hard words were cold, but inexplicably made Su Maoyang's cheeks red, and some strange emotion surged. She was angry and tangled and growled, Accept me. No more. Nanqingjue's concise answer made her a little collapsed. Why do you have to marry me? I like it. Nanqingjue said what he thought in his heart without any cover-up, so directly that Su Maoyang felt burdened. Su Maoyang was speechless. What do you like about me? Can't I change it? I like you but you don't like me. You change it. Nanqingjue raised his eyebrows, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. Su Maoyang didn't think about it, and nodded quickly, Okay. I'll change it. Well, okay. I'll supervise you to change it. Nanqingjue's cold lips finally raised a faint smile. But a person who doesn't like to laugh, and is also an extremely beautiful person, suddenly laughed. The effect can be imagined to be earth-shattering. Even Su Maoyang couldn't escape the clutches of his smile, and was deeply trapped in it. He struggled for a long time before jumping out and thinking about his words seriously with his brain. After chewing it carefully, Su Maoyang suddenly realized that this was all his trap. He liked her but not him. So after she corrected it, wouldn't she like him? This man is really insidious. Nanqingjue, I don't like you. I won't marry you. How long are you going to be stubborn? Su Maoyang was forced to make it clear. When Nanqingjue heard this, the smile on the corner of his lips had long disappeared. His brows suddenly tightened. His face was as cold as ice. It seems that I shouldn't let you have autonomy. As he said, Nanqingjue raised his hand, closed his palm, and immediately grabbed Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was not his opponent. He was about to burst out with spiritual power to resist. But before he could do anything, he was pressed into Nanqingjue's arms. Nanqingjue ignored Su Maoyang's resistance and shouted directly at the frightened emperor. The Queen Mother and Nanjinghuan, whether you admit it or not. From now on, Su Maoyang is my woman. If you dare to have ideas about her, watch out for your lives. Nanjinghuan was so jealous when he saw this that he was extremely unwilling and shouted angrily, If you haven't got married, she is not your woman. Su Maoyang is my crown princess. I order you to release her immediately. Otherwise, I will never coexist with you. Nanqingjue heard this and grinned with a sarcastic sneer at the corner of his mouth. We don't need to get married. Let's go back now. It's a done deal. Chapter 125. Rough but delicate. After saying that, Nanqingjue ignored the furious Nanjinghuan, hugged the restless Su Maoyang tightly, gestured to the sedan bearer, and left the prince's mansion in a sedan chair. Nanjinghuan, who was furious and anxious, was left standing there alone, grinning. Su Maoyang was really scared when she heard that the matter was going to be settled. When she was really brought into Nanqingjue's bedroom, her face had turned red and blue. What are you going to do? She immediately covered her chest and stared at him vigilantly. Nanqingjue raised his eyebrows coldly. Of course it's the wedding night. Damn. Who wants to spend the wedding night with you? Get out of here. Su Maoyang was so shocked that her eyes widened and her hair exploded. Nanqingjue seemed to be accustomed to her struggles, and just thought she was tickling, and didn't take it seriously at all. Just when Su Maoyang was about to go berserk, he suddenly threw her on the bed, pulled a quilt over her, and then leaned over and kissed her on the forehead. Go to sleep. Don't make me worry anymore. The action was very gentle, but the voice was very cold and hard. The contrast was so great that it made Su Maoyang shudder. What is Nanqingjue doing again? Looking at her horrified expression, Nanqingjue's tenderness was immediately extinguished. He must be crazy to be gentle to her. God knows how he felt when he heard that Su Maoyong really got married in the prince's mansion. It was an impulse to kill her. In this life, Nan Qingjue didn't want to do it again. Thinking of this, his face was dark, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Then, he called the sedan bearer out of the bedroom. Even though he was furious, he still did not forget to close the door for her. Su Maoyong was stunned when he saw this, and his mind was a little confused. He was worried about her. What was he worried about? He was fine when he entered the room, but he was gloomy when he left. It was really hard to guess what he was thinking. Su Maoyong's mind was full of question marks, while the old man Jinjuan in the medicine cauldron space was very clear in his heart. Nan Qingjue was obviously jealous and worried about her sudden remarriage with Nan Jinghuan. It was also known that according to Nan Qingjue's temper, he could still remain calm at first when he heard that the Queen Mother had ordered Su Maoyong to remarry, because he thought Su Maoyong would not really get on the sedan chair. But she actually married into the prince's mansion and married Nan Jinghuan. After getting this accurate news, Nan Qingjue was probably furious and could no longer sit still, and rushed over without stopping. Fortunately, Su Maoyong didn't really marry the prince. Otherwise Nan Qingjue probably couldn't control himself and wanted to strangle her to death. The old man Jinjuan found that although Su Maoyong was very smart, she was an idiot in terms of feelings. He mourned for Nan Qingjue's pursuit of his wife for 3 minutes. Su Maoyong thought for a long time, but didn't come to a conclusion. So she simply covered her head and went to sleep. She got up too early today and spent most of the day worrying about the marriage of the third lady and Nan Jinghuan. She was already very sleepy. She slept until late at night before waking up. Su Maoyong has always been a light sleeper and very alert. But for some reason, she slept very soundly in the territory of the black-bellied man today. When she woke up in a daze, she rubbed her eyes and looked around the room curiously, only to find that there was an incense burner on the table not far away, and the smell from the incense burner was fresh and pleasant. Curious, she got up and walked over, uncovered the incense burner, looked at the herbs inside, and her eyes flashed with surprise. Isn't this jujube grass? Although this jujube grass is not a 100-year-old herb, it is a particularly rare herb. If it is not in a specific climate and soil, it cannot grow at all. Such a treasure is actually used as a spice by Nan Qingjue. It is really a waste of heaven. Su Maoyong smacked his lips in disapproval. The old man Jinjuan in the medicine cauldron space said speechlessly, "Girl, this herb has the effect of calming the nerves and helping sleep. I am not wasting heaven's gifts. I just want you to have a good sleep." Su Maoyong didn't think about it at this level. After being reminded by the old man Jinjuan, his expression was shocked, and he frowned in disbelief. Is Nan Qingjue so good? The old man Jinjuan rolled his eyes and ignored her. At this moment, Lu Man, who was waiting outside, seemed to hear the noise inside. She suddenly knocked on the door and asked in a low voice, "Miss, are you up?" Su Maoyong was startled when she heard Lu Man's voice. "Yes, I am up." LV Man heard this and then pushed the door open and walked in. "Why are you here too?" Su Maoyong remembered that after being captured by Nan Qingjue, he had forgotten about Lu Man. LV Man blinked with a smile and said excitedly, "The 9th prince sent someone to pick up the maid in Nanian, and specially arranged a room for us. It was very thoughtful." Hearing this, Su Maoyong was a little surprised. Nan Qingjue looked cold and ruthless, but he didn't expect that he could be so considerate. Even her maid and Nani were called to serve her. This made Su Maoyong somewhat satisfied. For Lu Man, this was the first time she had received such preferential treatment other than Su Maoyong. The 9th prince's butler did not treat them as servants at all. Instead, he treated them like the young lady's friends, which made them flattered. Her girlish heart soon became biased. "Miss, you made the right choice to marry the 9th prince." Su Maoyong rolled her eyes at her. "What marriage? I haven't married him yet. He forced me back. Being forced back is better than marrying the prince voluntarily." Lu Man pouted and muttered. Su Maoyong had nothing to refute. It seems to be true. Maybe, if she stays with the black-bellied man, Nan Jinghuan will give up. He can neither force her to marry nor harass her. If Nan Jinghuan still doesn't give up, then she will close the door and let Nan Qingjue go. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong thought it was pretty good. Lu Man saw that Su Maoyong was in a good mood, and she laughed too. As she laughed, she suddenly thought of something, and she slapped her head heavily. "Oh, look at my brain. Miss, the prince prepared dinner for you. You have been hungry all day. So go to the hall to eat. Su Maoyang raised an eyebrow. She didn't expect Nan Qingjue to be so thoughtful. It was already early morning, and he had prepared a midnight snack for her. Not bad. Not bad. Su Maoyang nodded and followed Lu Man to the main hall. As soon as he entered the hall, Su Maoyang smelled the fragrance of rice. And his stomach, which had been singing the empty city plan for a long time, was even louder. Su Maoyang was not polite, and sat down immediately, took out the soul-stealing needle, and inserted it into the food to test the poison. If I want to kill you, I just need to move a finger. Why bother to poison? At this time, a cold voice suddenly came from the door of the hall. The familiar sound quality and indifferent tone made Su Maoyang's hand holding the silver needle stiff, and his face instantly jumped into embarrassment. I saw Nan Qingjue coming in on a sedan chair, and sat on the side of the dining table under the service of the sedan bearer. The maid immediately set the bowls and chopsticks for him, and it seemed that he was going to have dinner with her. Prince? Why aren't you sleeping so late? Su Maoyang looked at him in confusion. I can't sleep without dinner, Nan Qingjue answered coldly. Su Maoyang was surprised. It was already early in the morning, and he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Was he teasing her? At this time, Lu Man on the side explained in a chattering voice, Miss, the prince has not eaten yet in order to wait for you to eat together. These meals have been prepared early in the morning, but Miss has not woken up, and the prince does not want anyone to disturb your sleep. So I don't know how many times the meals have been heated by the servants. Su Maoyang looked at Nan Qingjue in surprise, and then she realized that although the latter had no expression on his face and still looked cold, his ears were a little red. Chapter 126. Eat only the last dish. This guy is actually shy? Su Maoyang's eyes widened as if he had discovered a new world. Seeing Su Maoyang staring at him, Nan Qingjue's handsome face was turned. His brows were knitted, and he used anger to cover up his embarrassment, and growled, Eat. Su Maoyang restrained his presumptuous gaze after being scolded by him. Seeing that he had already picked up his chopsticks, she had no worries, put away the silver needle, and ate heartily. After a day of tossing and turning, she didn't eat anything, and this time she was really hungry. Su Maoyang ate for a while, but saw that he put down his chopsticks after only 2 bites, and asked vigilantly, Didn't you have dinner? Why don't you eat? Is he plotting something again? I'll eat later. Nan Qingjue looked at her dimly, which made her a little scared. Wait a minute. It will be dawn soon. Su Maoyang couldn't figure out Nan Qingjue's train of thought. Now there was a large table of dishes here. If he didn't eat them while they were hot, would he have to wait for Lu Man to heat up another one for him? She was puzzled, but still took out the soul-stealing needle and inserted it deeply into the food. But the silver needle didn't change color. I said it's not poisonous. Nan Qingjue frowned at her overly cautious behavior. Su Maoyang still looked at him in confusion. He was defeated by her eyes, and explained helplessly, I only eat the last dish. Su Maoyang frowned, and was even more confused. Are there any dishes that haven't been served yet? Nan Qingjue didn't answer, but just stared at her intently and nodded. Su Maoyang felt that his eyes were a little weird, and couldn't help but reach out and wipe his face. Is there anything wrong with my face? Nan Qingjue nodded again and said seriously, Yes. Delicious. Delicious? What the hell? Su Maoyang had a lot of question marks on her head. She looked at him suspiciously, then retracted her gaze, and continued to complete the action of sweeping away everything. After a while, most of the food on the table was eaten by Su Maoyang. It must be said that Nan Qingjue was still useful. At least, he took her away from the prince's wedding, let her sleep well, and had a full meal. All the plans went more smoothly than she imagined. Somehow, Nan Qingjue still played a big role in promoting it. Just as Su Maoyang was commenting on all his actions, Nan Qingjue, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Are you full? Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction. Yes. I am full. It tastes good. Thank you for the hospitality. Nan Qingjue's lips suddenly curled up when he heard this, and a wicked light flashed in his beautiful eyes. Then it's my turn to eat. I've almost eaten. Are you sure? Su Maoyang looked at the little food left on the plate and pulled the corner of his mouth. At this time, Nan Qingjue waved his hand and asked someone to help him get on the sedan chair. Before Su Maoyang could react, he suddenly reached out and took her into his arms. Su Maoyang was frightened and angry. Nan Qingjue, what are you going to do again? Eat the last dish. As he said, Nanqingjue asked the sedan bearer to carry the sedan chair towards the bedroom. Su Maoyang understood what was going on when he heard this. He widened his eyes in fear and struggled to get away. Nanqingjue, let me go! But Nanqingjue's arms were like a solid wall, difficult to shake. Su Maoyang had to wonder if he was a disabled person with both legs broken and no soul. If he were a healthy person, how strong would he be? Miss, you and the prince should rest early. I will take my leave first. Lu Man covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Her two cheeks flushed. She ignored Su Maoyang's resistance and ran out of the hall shyly after saying that, kindly creating a world for them. Su Maoyang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Which side did her personal maid stand on? It has only been a short time, and she has been bribed by Nanqingjue? Damn. This sinister man did not even let go of the servants around her. Nanqingjue, don't push it too far. Su Maoyang roared in an unbearable voice. Nanqingjue ignored Su Maoyang, but waved his hand, and the sedan bearers retreated in an orderly manner. In an instant, there were only two of them left in the whole bedroom, and the atmosphere became even more awkward. Nanqingjue, don't think I'm afraid of you. If you dare to touch me, I will fight you to death. Although Su Maoyang was afraid of him, she would not succumb to him. If she wanted to do whatever he wanted to her, there was no way. Nanqingjue raised his eyebrows and said coldly, tonight is the wedding night. I am just fulfilling my husband's obligations. As he spoke, he approached, and a strong masculine breath rushed towards Su Maoyang. Bah! What wedding night? You are forcibly robbing a woman and illegally cohabiting. Su Maoyang gritted his teeth and kicked, trying to kick Nanqingjue away. But as soon as his legs were raised, he was caught by Nanqingjue. Illegal cohabitation? Nanqingjue didn't understand such a weird word, and frowned slightly. But he knew in his heart that Su Maoyang couldn't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. And it was probably not a good thing. As long as it's what I want. It doesn't matter if I rob it. Nanqingjue's domineering tone made Su Maoyang speechless. She found that no matter what she said, it was like talking to a cow. In this world where the strong are respected, she must have a shit in her head to talk to him about the law. So, she must be strong. At least she will not be suppressed by him anymore. You bandit. How many things have you robbed? Su Maoyang gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Nanqingjue really thought about it seriously. Countless. But it's my first time to rob a woman. Su Maoyang choked instantly. This man is really. However, from his words, it can be heard that he is not as simple as the ninth prince. The domineering power displayed in his gestures is definitely not nurtured by the small place of southern Sui Kingdom. And the medicinal materials he gave her are even more terrifying. If he was just a crippled prince, how could he have such a strong resource? This man's secrets are so great that even Su Maoyang, who has full insight, can't see through him, which is enough to show how powerful he is. Nanqingjue, I'm not the woman you want to snatch away. If I don't love you, I won't be your woman even if I die. Su Maoyang's eyes were full of stubbornness. Then I'll make you fall in love with me. What a domineering personality. Su Maoyang stared at the pair of determined ice blue eyes, and felt his chest tremble. He turned his head away suddenly, unwilling to look into his eyes. At least, your current behavior disgusts me. Although this face close at hand is very tempting. Su Maoyang is not a superficial woman. She knows deeply that the beauty in front of her may become a poison in the future. She doesn't want to be deceived and abandoned by a man like in her previous life. Seeing Su Maoyang stubbornly turning his head away, a trace of imperceptible hurt flashed in his eyes. Nanqingjue frowned slightly. His heart tightened, and he cursed between his lips and teeth, but, the way you are now, I damn like you. After that, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed Su Maoyang's lips, fiercely attacking the city and entangled to death. Chapter 127. I'll wait for you. Nanqingjue would never have thought that there would be such a woman who almost made him lose control. She was extremely smart, vicious and black-bellied. Her behavior was never good. It can be said that she was not a good person at all. But her stubborn temperament and insidious and vicious methods were 9 points similar to his. Seeing her was like seeing himself. He had been in a high position for too long. The people of Dongyan continent were as small as ants to him. But there was such a unique woman among these ants who attracted his attention and influenced his thoughts. Thinking of this, Nanqingjue's mouth was more powerful, as if he wanted to swallow Su Maoyang whole. Su Maoyang couldn't stand his stormy kiss. She suddenly clasped her hands together, burst out with spiritual power, and fiercely bombarded Nanqingjue, who was pressing on her and doing whatever he wanted. Nanqingjue was caught off guard and was hit in the chest. The powerful force immediately pushed him 1 meter away. Su Maoyang was freed from his mouth, breathing heavily as if she had been pardoned. After calming down her breathing a little, she looked up at him with gritted teeth, and suddenly found that Nanqingjue's bloodless face was as pale as paper, and blood was flowing out of the corners of his lips that were bitten red. The power of her palm was not light, and it must have caused him a lot of internal injuries. You are crazy. Su Maoyang thought he would avoid it, and thought that with his skills, he would not be injured at all. But she didn't expect that. Nanqingjue looked at her sinisterly and didn't deny, yes, I'm crazy. He was crazy. He was possessed by evil. So he fell in love with this woman. He could obviously block her attack. But once he made a move, the force of the counterattack would hurt her. How could I bear it? Su Maoyang naturally didn't understand why he didn't resist, but felt that this man was always unpredictable. The two of them were deadlocked for a while, and Nanqingjue was the first to lose. He sighed weakly, wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, stretched out his hand to pull up the quilt to cover Su Maoyang, and slept quietly beside him. Go to sleep. Su Maoyang's face flashed with surprise, and he was alert and tense, staring at his side without knowing why, always on guard against his next move. But after waiting for a long time, Nanqingjue didn't move at all. He closed his eyes, and his long eyelashes were like soft black feathers, gently casting 2 shadows. Just like that, he slowly breathed evenly. Asleep? Su Maoyang's pupils passed through surprise, and she raised her eyebrows in disbelief. After looking at him deeply again, she was relieved to confirm that he was really asleep. But in this deadly atmosphere, Nanqingjue's tightly closed thin lips suddenly jumped out 3 words. I'll wait for you. Su Maoyang shuddered and looked at him again in astonishment. Nanqingjue's thin eyelashes trembled slightly. His voice was still cold, but his outline was much softer. Su Maoyang was shocked by his sudden words. Wait for her. What does it mean? Su Maoyang was puzzled, racking his brains for a long time to no avail, and finally asked, wait for me for what? However, the only answer she got was a string of even and light breathing. Are you really asleep? Su Maoyang stretched out her hand and scanned his face, but there was still no response. Just when she was about to withdraw her hand, Nanqingjue suddenly grabbed her wrist and hugged her tightly into his arms. Su Maoyang crashed into his arms, and her head was pressed by his big palm, deeply buried in his chest. A unique breath belonging to him instantly enveloped her. Su Maoyang was about to struggle to speak, but was interrupted by him coldly. Wait until you fall in love with me. This made Su Maoyang startled, and her brain seemed to freeze, and she couldn't react for a while. This was obviously a love word, but Nanqingjue said it stiffly, like an awkward explanation, and Su Maoyang took a long time to come back to her senses. At this moment, even if she couldn't see Nanqingjue's face, she could guess his complicated expression. It's not easy for a man as cold as an ice sculpture to say such tender and ambiguous words. After being shocked, Su Maoyang actually had the urge to laugh. However, she knew that if she laughed out loud now, she would be slapped to death by him. Considering this danger, she held back her smile and dared not speak. But her slightly trembling body still betrayed her. Nanqingjue naturally discovered that she was laughing secretly. In his life, he had never said such mushy words to a woman. This was already his limit, and she dared to laugh at him. Damn it! Nanqingjue was a little angry and embarrassed. He hugged her petite body with more force. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and blurted out 2 words, sleep. Su Maoyang slept for a long time in the afternoon. Now she was not sleepy at all. What's more, she was still tightly hugged by Nanqingjue. How could she sleep? So, she was miserable and insomniac that night. And Nanqingjue was not much better. Su Maoyang twisted and turned all night, repeatedly challenging his limit. He endured it several times with his super self-control. But could she not move her legs? Nanqingjue gritted his teeth and broke into a sweat. Finally, he could no longer bear it and suddenly sat up. Nanqingjue's action frightened Su Maoyang. She stared at Nanqingjue's figure, and her heart suddenly became alert, ready to take action at any time. But Nanqingjue, who was burning in his lower abdomen, didn't even look at her, and directly roared to the outside, "Someone come!" because he was afraid that if he looked at Su Maoyang's confused face again, he would be completely unable to bear it. At this time, the housekeeper who was on night watch pushed the door and walked in. "My lord, what do you want?" The housekeeper was sleeping soundly in the corridor when he was called in and rubbed his eyes vaguely. Nanqingjue waved his hand with an unpredictable look on his face. "Ask the sedan bearers to carry me out." The housekeeper was stunned when he heard this, and his sleepiness suddenly sobered up a lot. He looked at the dark sky outside and asked in surprise, "My lord, it's so late. Where are you going? Hurry up." Nanqingjue obviously didn't have the patience to explain. The housekeeper saw that he was angry, and he was puzzled. He didn't dare to ask more questions, so he ran out and found 2 sedan bearers. Su Maoyang looked at Nanqingjue and left like that, and was even more surprised. One moment, he wanted to sleep with her, and the next moment, he avoided her like a plague god. What does it mean? Su Maoyang frowned in confusion and closed her eyes again. But his mind was full of Nanqingjue's back. He left, and logically, she should have relaxed and slept. Why did she become more irritable? This irritability made Su Maoyang start to think wildly. She had been sleeping just now, and hadn't angered him. So why did Nanqingjue suddenly get angry and leave? Su Maoyang tossed and turned, unable to figure it out. No. She had to go and see what he was doing. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang got out of bed and tiptoed to open the door. The yard was quiet at this time. The night wind blew, and the shadows of the leaves flashed across the ground. She looked around, but did not find the housekeeper, the sedan bearer, or Nanqingjue. The whole prince's mansion was deserted and deserted. It just so happened that Su Maoyang did not want to alarm anyone, so she quietly wandered around the mansion. Not long after walking, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a room not far away that seemed to be lit. Su Maoyang saw this and quickly approached the light source out of curiosity. When she walked to the door, she heard the sound of water splashing from inside. Is there anyone still awake so late? I wonder if it's Nanqingjue. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but poke a hole in the window paper and curiously looked inside. Chapter 128. Come on. Change the water to ice. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. But once he looked at it, Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat. In the room, a snow-white body was quietly soaking in a wooden barrel. A pair of arms as beautiful as white porcelain were resting on the edge of the barrel, and the head was slightly leaning on the barrel, with a slightly raised arch showing a charming Adam's apple and a white and delicate neck. The wild and messy bun fell on the shoulders, with a clear black and white distinction, making the snow-white skin look like a baby in March. Delicate and tender. Although he looked thin, he had all the muscles he should have. One more point would be too much, and one less point would be too thin. It was simply a perfect figure. When Su Maoyang's eyes touched the water, his cheeks suddenly flushed, and he immediately shook his head to make himself sober. What was she thinking about? Too shameless. Su Maoyang occupied the high ground with reason, immediately drove away the shameful thoughts, and moved his eyes to Nanqingjue's face again. That beautiful face, which usually opened its blue eyes and looked extremely charming, now closed its eyes, unexpectedly added a bit of tranquility and indifference. But the sweat on his forehead and the wrinkles between his eyebrows startled Su Maoyang. He seemed to be in pain? Could it be that he had some disease? With this understanding, Su Maoyang was even more curious and couldn't help but poke the hole in the window paper a little bigger. But at this moment, the window was suddenly opened by a strong force, and Su Maoyang's sneaking figure was exposed. The cold voice came with a low night wind, and instantly froze her in place. Since my beloved concubine wants to watch me take a bath, just come in and watch. Why do you have to sneak outside? If it gets out, my beloved concubine is unsatisfied and peeks at me taking a bath. Wouldn't others call me stingy? Hearing this, Su Maoyang's face was distorted with embarrassment. What do you mean by unsatisfied desire? Peeping at him taking a bath? This Nanqingjue is a man who will make a splash if he makes a noise. They even laughed at her. Su Maoyang clenched her fist and retorted unconvincedly, Bah! Who peeped at you taking a bath? I was just passing by and saw that you had the light on. So, Su Maoyang was obviously not confident enough to say this. Nanqingjue's cold blue eyes looked at her dimly, and there seemed to be an unknown darkness flashing in his deep pupils, which made Su Maoyang feel a little uneasy and embarrassed. The corners of his lips suddenly raised a wicked smile, which was as fleeting as a flash of flower, and so beautiful that it made people's hearts tighten. When Su Maoyang saw this, she immediately wanted to run away. But she was already the food that was delivered to Nan Qingjue's mouth. And how could he, who was hungry, let her go easily? Just when she was about to turn around at lightning speed, Nan Qingjue had already exerted his strength at the speed of light, grabbed her with all his might, and sucked her over through the air. With a plop, Su Maoyang fell into Nan Qingjue's wooden barrel, splashing water all over the floor. She felt a refreshing coolness and was shocked. The bath water was actually cold? What was Nan Qingjue doing by taking a cold bath in the middle of the night? Su Maoyang looked at Nan Qingjue in shock, only to see the latter's ice blue eyes close at hand, sparkling, flashing with a strange light, which immediately made her heart skip a beat and arouse strange emotions. It was obviously cold water, but for some reason, her cheeks felt a little hot. Just when Su Maoyang was surprised, Nan Qingjue stretched out his hand, pulled her close to him, lowered his head, and took a deep breath of her fragrance. Su Maoyang was made uneasy by his intimate behavior, and the burning heat spread from her cheeks to her whole body. "Do you like what you see?" His low and hoarse voice came from her ear, which made Su Maoyang's head dazed. Feeling her reaction, Nan Qingjue's smile deepened, and he put his arm around her slender waist, letting her get closer to him, and casually played with her hair wet by cold water. The coldness of his facial contours softened a lot because of the little woman in his arms. Su Maoyang was so moved that he forgot to resist. "It seems that you like it very much." Seeing that she was bewitched by him and lost her mind, Nan Qingjue laughed softly, and his hoarse voice seemed damn sexy in this ambiguous atmosphere. Su Maoyang woke up immediately after hearing the voice, and suddenly pushed him away, got up and jumped out of the wooden barrel, and quickly ran out of the door. But before Nan Qingjue could recover, Su Maoyang, who had already run out of the room, turned back again. She poked her head out of the door and deliberately teased, "You look okay, but your figure is not good. You need to keep working hard." After that, Su Maoyang ran away again without paying any attention to the furious Nan Qingjue. Nan Qingjue was left alone gritting his teeth in the cold water. Su Maoyang, the guy who was only responsible for lighting the fire but not for putting it out, actually dared to despise him. "Damn woman!" Nan Qingjue gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and forced himself to suppress his anger. He shouted to the outside, "Come here." The housekeeper, who was dozing off in the distance, was awakened by the roar, and immediately wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and hurried over from a distance. "Prince, do you have any other instructions? I don't know what happened to the prince today. He never takes a cold shower normally, but today it's so late. But he suddenly decided to take a cold shower. Change the water to ice for me." Nan Qingjue's roar was filled with unsatisfied anger, and the steward trembled immediately when he heard it. The prince was really abnormal today. Usually he was cold and didn't even like to lose his temper, but he lost his temper several times tonight. And now he wanted to change the water from cold to ice. Is the weather so hot? Chapter 129. Returning home in 3 days. The housekeeper was completely confused and bewildered. Only Nan Qingjue himself knew why he had to take a cold shower tonight. It was all Su Maoyang's fault. He lit his fire, and was not responsible for putting it out. He could only cool his body and mind, thinking of his self-control that he was once proud of. Even he almost thought that he had no feelings for women. Now it seems that he just didn't meet the person who made him feel something before. Nan Qingjue was much more awake, while Su Maoyang fell asleep and slept until dawn. It was not until the sun was shining the next day that Lu Man knocked on Su Maoyang's door. "Miss, it's getting late. Get up and have breakfast." Su Maoyang stretched, squinted his eyes, and looked at the dazzling sun shining in from outside. Then slowly got out of bed and opened the door. Seeing this, Lu Man immediately went in and dressed Su Maoyang. "Miss, do you know that the prince seemed to have taken an ice bath all night last night? What stimulated him?" Su Maoyang was drinking a mouthful of mouthwash, and when he heard this, he immediately sprayed it out, holding back a smile. Nan Qingjue dared to say that she was unsatisfied, but he was the one who was really unsatisfied. He even took an ice bath. How hot must he be? TSK, 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 TSK. Where is he now? Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing when she thought of that scene, and was even more curious about his current appearance. Lu Man didn't know what the young lady was laughing about. In the past, the young lady was cold and quiet, didn't talk much, and rarely smiled, except for the smirk to tease others. It was rare to see such a smile from the heart. The prince is in the hall, waiting to have breakfast with the young lady. But he doesn't look very well. I guess he might be sick. After all, who can stand taking an ice bath? Su Maoyong smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he stepped out of the bedroom and walked towards the main hall. I want to see how bad his complexion is. At this time, Nan Qingjue, who was waiting in the hall, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. His deep eye sockets released a terrifying cold light at any time. When he saw Su Maoyong coming in, his ice blue pupils shrank even more. He tried to control the urge to strangle her, and spoke coldly. My beloved, did you sleep well last night? This sentence seemed to be a greeting, but it gave Su Maoyong goosebumps when it reached his ears. As long as you are not stupid. You can hear the gnashing of teeth in this sentence. Su Maoyong smiled, sat down in a good mood, and nodded slightly. Well, I slept well. Your jujube grass is good. Nan Qingjue looked at her radiant and energetic appearance, and was so angry that his face became even darker. It seems that it is not good to look at the prince's face. I heard that the prince took an ice bath in the middle of the night. Did he freeze his body? Su Maoyong asked with pretended concern. As she spoke, her caring eyes moved from his face to his lower abdomen. The eyes were too explicit, and Nan Qingjue was shocked all over. Damn. Is there a woman who hopes that her husband will freeze his lower body? Su Maoyong looked at Nan Qingjue's increasingly dark face, closed her mouth contentedly, picked up the chopsticks and ate breakfast. Nan Qingjue saw her smug little look, which was much more lively than usual, and the anger in his heart also dissipated a lot. Forget it. It's rare to see her so happy, so it's no big deal to let her have fun. Thinking about it, Nan Qingjue spoke quietly. His cold voice was heavy, and no emotion could be heard. I'll accompany you back to the Su mansion tomorrow. Su mansion? Why go back? Su Maoyong was eating, and suddenly heard this, and immediately raised her head, her face full of confusion. For her, the ghost place of Su mansion was just a place to sleep. There was nothing to miss, and it didn't matter whether she went back or not. Return home in 3 days, Nan Qingjue explained coldly. After the bride left home, she had to go back to her parents' home on the 3rd day. Hearing this, Su Maoyong just thought it was ridiculous. There's no need to return home in that place. Besides, we haven't married yet. Why return home? Nan Qingjue glanced at her coldly, and then continued to lower his head and eat breakfast elegantly. In this way, both of them were silent for a long time. And then he said, I will make it up later. It can be seen that Nan Qingjue had been brewing and struggling for a long time before he said it. His expression was a little unnatural, and his tone was even more awkward. Su Maoyong couldn't keep up with Nan Qingjue's rhythm, and it took her a long time to understand his occasional words. Make it up? Make up for what? Make up for the wedding? However, the speculation at this moment shocked her. This man is domineering and cold, but the thoughts he spends on her are unique and delicate. Although he snatched her back, he promised to make it up to her now, as if he really cares about what she said and what she thought. However, even if he said such words to please her, his face was still as cold as a piece of black ice, and he was so arrogant that people wanted to break his disguise. Although Su Maoyong thought so, she still felt warm in her heart. Tomorrow, Su Yixue will also go back. Nan Qingjue ignored Su Maoyong's straight eyes and reminded him again. Su Maoyong was stunned when he heard the words, and now he quickly understood what he meant, because they are the same kind of people. Black-bellied, Nan Qingjue knew her very well, and knew that Su Maoyong would not let Su Yixue go. As long as Su Yixue was there, Su Maoyong would definitely get involved. Su Maoyong was very satisfied with him for this. Okay, I'll go back tomorrow. Su Maoyong agreed without thinking. Seeing her so straightforward, Nan Qingjue's cold lips gradually curled up into a smile. The next morning, Su Maoyong and Nan Qingjue left the palace. This time they took a carriage and arrived soon. Nan Qingjue got on the sedan chair with the help of the sedan bearers, and Su Maoyong walked directly into the Su mansion. At this time, Su Maoyong happened to see Su Yixue coming out of the hall, with fast steps and a hurried look, as if she was about to leave the Su mansion. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows. A sneer flashed across his face, and he went to meet her head-on, calling her affectionately, Sister Shui, you came really early today. I just arrived and you are leaving. Are you deliberately avoiding me? Seeing Su Maoyong walking over elegantly, with Nan Qingjue by her side, Su Ishua's expression froze under her veil, and she secretly clenched her palms. What are you talking about? Sister? How could I avoid you? It's just that the things in the prince's mansion today are complicated, and I still need you to take care of them. So I have to hurry back. Su Ishua held back her hatred, and she had to pretend to be happy to explain. But she was really holding back. At the beginning, Su Maoyang made her run after the bridal sedan in her wedding dress, and finally fainted. She was carried into the side door by the guards. Until now, when she arrived at the prince's mansion, the maids and servants pointed at her, and were not afraid of her at all. And Nanjing Huan didn't even look at her, and treated her as an invisible person. Such days are 100 times more difficult than those in the Su mansion. Thinking of this great shame, Su Ishua almost bit her teeth with hatred. When Su Maoyang heard this, his face was full of sarcasm, and he sneered and asked back, "Really? It turns out that concubines can also do housework. This is the first time I heard of it today." Su Ishua was furious. Chapter 130. Su Ihue was beaten. Su Ishua was trembling with hatred, but she didn't dare to get angry. She could only endure it, and said in a suppressed voice, "Sister, I have to go back quickly. Jing Huan will be anxious when he finds out that I haven't gone back yet." Even in such a miserable state, Su Ishua still had to maintain her ridiculous self-esteem and her decent image. Seeing this, Su Maoyang sneered and said again, "Will Nanjing Huan be anxious about you? Today is such an important day for returning to the parents' home. And he didn't come. I guess it doesn't matter." Su Maoyang had already looked around and didn't see Nanjing Huan. It's probably because Nanjing Huan didn't like Su Ishua and didn't bother to pay attention to her. So he didn't even want to accompany her on such an important day for returning to the parents' home. I didn't expect that Su Ishua was still holding on at this critical moment. Su Ishua heard Su Maoyang's sharp statement of her position in Nanjing Huan's heart, and her fingers were tightly clenched, and her face under the veil had already been distorted. Seeing Su Ishua standing there stiffly, Su Maoyang knew that she was furious, and immediately smiled, and pulled her into the house. "Now that you are married to the prince's mansion, we sisters will have less time to meet in the future. Today is such a rare day. No matter what, you should eat before leaving." As he said, Su Maoyang pulled the very reluctant Su Ishua back to the hall. At this time, Su Ihue in the hall saw that Su Ishua was in a hurry to leave just now, but now suddenly turned back, and Su Maoyang and Nanjing Jue were still with her. His face was instantly surprised, and anger rushed to his head. He thought that Su Maoyang would not come back after making such a big mistake, but he didn't expect that she would dare to come back. Su Ihue gnashed his teeth in anger and yelled, "Su Maoyang, you are so bold that you made the prince a laughing stock and made me look so embarrassed. Now you dare to come back." The story of the third wife getting on the bridal sedan and marrying Nanjing Huan had long been spread throughout the southern Sui kingdom. Not only did Nanjing Huan become a laughing stock, but the third wife became a wife of a silver boy. And even his old face was lost. He has been staying at home for the past 2 days, and dared not go out to see people. Whenever he went out, everyone poked his spine and said that his concubine thought he was too old and incompetent. So she wanted to hook up with the handsome and powerful prince. After all, it was the first time in the southern Sui kingdom that a concubine openly married another man, and everyone thought it was very strange. Su Ihue had lived for half of his life, and it was the first time he encountered such a shameful thing. When he saw the instigator, he was so angry that his veins popped and his hair stood up. "Su Maoyang, you little bastard, I'm going to kill you today." Su Ihue was so angry that he lost his mind. He immediately drew out the long sword that he had been wearing on his waist for many years, and rushed towards Su Maoyang. His strength was so great and his momentum was so amazing that he looked like he was going to fight her to the death. Su Maoyang moved her feet, and slightly tilted her body. She raised her leg, and kicked the sword that was stabbing at her with her toes. Then she took a stance and roared fiercely, with a deafening voice, "How dare you? General Su saw me." Not only did he not kneel down to pay his respects, but he also dared to assassinate me. This is so treasonous that he should be executed. Her voice was sonorous and powerful, and it was as loud as thunder that exploded throughout the hall. Su Ihue was immediately shocked and froze in place. This palace? When did she become the queen? Su Ihue opened his eyes wide in shock, staring at Su Maoyang, his pupils instantly showing astonishment. "Su Maoyang, don't play tricks. You haven't married the prince yet. How can you call yourself this palace?" Su Maoyong glanced at him contemptuously and replied coldly, "Who said that this palace married the prince? Open your eyes and see clearly. This palace married the 9th prince. And now the 9th princess. You are now disrespectful to the princess and dare to draw your sword to assassinate her. You should be executed for your crime." Su Yihue looked at the 9th prince beside Su Maoyong, his face full of unbelievable shock. When Nan Qingjue heard Su Maoyong admit that she was the 9th prince's consort, a satisfied smile flashed across his cold lips. And then he nodded coldly, cooperating with her very much. "Yes. Su Maoyong is now my princess. You assassinated my beloved concubine. Where will I be?" Although she only used him as a shield, the feeling of relying on him was not bad. Hearing this, Su Yihue's legs softened in shock, and he knelt down immediately. At the beginning, he only heard that Su Maoyong was taken away by the 9th prince. But he didn't know that they had already got married. He didn't know when it happened. And he didn't hear any news. At this moment, when he heard the word behead, he trembled and kept wiping his sweat, and replied in panic, "I am here to see the 9th prince's consort. I have offended you a lot. I hope the princess will forgive me." Faced with this big hat, Su Yihue, even if he hated Su Maoyong to the bone, he no longer had the arrogance just now, and he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of the 9th prince. After all, Su Maoyong is not only his daughter, but also the princess of the 9th prince. Seeing her father who just wanted to kill her kneel before the powerful the next second, Su Maoyong sneered. This is his father. He has no family affection, only bullies the weak and fears the strong, and curries favor with the powerful. Fortunately, he is not her biological father. Otherwise she would feel sorry for the eldest princess Nan Yunji. I just don't know what kind of person her biological father is. I only heard that before the eldest princess married Su Yihue, she loved someone terribly, and that person should be her father. Perhaps he was lost in thought. Su Maoyong left Su Yihue on the ground and didn't respond for a long time. At this time, Su Yihue kowtowed several times nervously. Su Maoyong came back to his senses, glanced at him coldly, and said indifferently, "General Su insulted me first and assassinated me later. This is so treasonous that he should be beheaded. But considering that you and I are father and daughter, I am merciful and will spare your life. I will reward you with 100 strokes as a punishment." Hearing this, Su Yihue seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue. He was so frightened that his eyes were bloodshot and his face suddenly turned gray and yellow. Rewarding him with 100 blows. This is called mercy. Execution is just a knife on the head, and the head hits the ground. But 100 blows means beating someone to death. At the beginning, the second wife was rewarded with 100 blows by Su Yihue and was beaten to death. Su Yihue didn't expect that such a fate would fall on him again. "Princess, spare my life. Princess, spare my life." Su Yihue knew the horror of 100 blows, and was so scared that he kowtowed and begged for mercy. His voice was trembling with fear and fear. Seeing this, Su Maoyong's pupils not only did not have sympathy, but looked at him coldly with contempt. And the cold order came out of his mouth, "Come here. Execute immediately." At this moment, the 2 guards waiting at the door heard the order and rushed in immediately, looking at Su Yihue kneeling on the ground. They all looked embarrassed. "Why are you still standing there? Do you also want to disobey my order and accompany your master to get beaten?" Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows and asked loudly. The 2 guards were frightened by Su Maoyong's sharp eyes and fierce momentum. Even if it was difficult, they had to bite the bullet and beat Su Yihue on the ground. When the stick fell on him, Su Yihue screamed in pain. The roar was ups and downs, echoing in the whole hall, and it was cold and terrifying, which frightened the maids around. They had never heard in their lives that the bride's return home after 3 days was actually a severe punishment for her father. This is definitely the first time in history. Chapter 131 Advice for Su Yihue. Please forgive me. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Su Yihue grimaced in pain. He couldn't stand the fight. He was foaming at the mouth and his speech was unclear. But it was still a long way to go before the 100th fight. Su Maoyong didn't plan to stop halfway. The housekeeper who had been watching outside could not help but come in and plead in a low voice, "Princess, please forgive the master this time. He is old. If he continues to beat him like this, something bad will happen." Su Maoyong glanced at the housekeeper, and his cold face suddenly jumped into a bit of coldness. "Housekeeper, you have deducted my monthly salary before, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. If you pity him, You can go up and take his place." The housekeeper was horrified when he heard this, and immediately knelt down. "Princess, spare me. I was wrong. I didn't control my mouth. I deserve to die." As he said this, the housekeeper slapped himself a few times in panic. Seeing this, Su Maoyong snorted coldly and waved his hand. "Forget it. I'm in a good mood today. I won't bother with you. You quickly arrange for the servants to prepare lunch. I still want to have a good meal with Sister Shui and chat." The housekeeper got up as if he had been pardoned and rushed to the kitchen. After saying that, Su Maoyong glanced at Su Yixue, who was standing trembling beside him. Just one glance made Su Yixue feel cold all over. The current Su Maoyong is insidious and vicious, which is really scary. After 100 fights, Su Yixue was a martial artist after all, so he was not beaten to death. But he still fainted. It seems that he will need to recuperate for 10 days or half a month before he can recover. Seeing this, Su Maoyong waved to the maids beside him. "Carry the master down. Find a doctor to take a look. And serve me well. Understand?" The maids were frightened by Su Maoyong's cold gaze and turned pale. They nodded in response, then quickly stepped forward to help the master up and ran out with the wind. They were afraid that if they were slow, they would be caught by Su Maoyong. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su Maoyong, the evil god, came to the Su mansion to collect debts today. Su Yixue was beaten unconscious, and the remaining Su Yixue was scared, because Su Maoyong's next target was her. "Sister Shui, why are you standing? Sit down." When Su Yixue came to her senses, she saw that Su Maoyong and Nanqingjue had already sat down. She was shocked and had no reason to refuse, so she had to bite the bullet and sit down. Su Maoyong saw that she was still wearing a veil, so he guessed that she probably hadn't had her wedding night with Nanjinghuan yet. Otherwise Nanjinghuan would have kicked her out long ago when he saw her horrible appearance. And how could he still treat her as an invisible person? "Sister Shui, are you doing well in the prince's mansion?" Su Maoyong asked with concern. Su Yixue was shocked and forced to pull the corners of her mouth. "Well, it's okay." "That's good. It seems that Nanjinghuan is not a superficial person. At least, he can be so tolerant of your face, which is not something that ordinary people can do." Su Maoyong's seemingly unintentional sigh made Su Yixue feel uncomfortable. Now Nanjinghuan no longer likes her. If Nanjinghuan really sees this face, Su Yixue really can't think about it. These days, she hasn't slept for several nights because of this face, and her spirit is often on the verge of collapse. Looking at Su Yixue's slightly trembling body, Su Maoyong curled the corners of his lips and said faintly, "I heard that there is a doctor in the west of South City who specializes in treating difficult and complicated diseases. I think it should be no problem to cure your face. Alas, I just heard that he has a weird personality and special quirks. He likes to play with women in a cruel way. If he is not a weird person, you can go to him to see him. It's a pity that he is cruel. I don't know how many women who go to him for treatment have been tortured to death." Su Maoyong mentioned it casually, seemingly unintentionally, but it caused a great shock in Su Yixue's heart. Su Yixue is now neither a human nor a ghost. She suffers torture and fear every day. Even if it is abuse, it will not be worse than her current situation. Because, in Su Yixue's mind, being abandoned by Nanjinghuan is her greatest sorrow. Thinking of this, Su Yixue clenched her fists and made a decision in her heart. Seeing that her effect had taken effect, Su Maoyong also shut up, looked at the hot dishes that had just been served on the table, and picked up the chopsticks. "Sister, eat quickly. The dishes will be cold later." Su Maoyong's words immediately brought back Su Yixue's consciousness. The latter paused, then picked up the chopsticks and symbolically picked up a few times. During this meal, Nanqingjue, who was silent on the side, took great care of Su Maoyong. Although he didn't say much, he picked up all the good things on the plate and put them into Su Maoyong's bowl. Su Yixue saw the scene and was jealous and crazy. The hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly. Although Nanqingjue was a cripple, the degree of his pampering for Su Maoyong was definitely beyond that of Nanjinghuan. Being held in the hands of a man like a treasure was something she dared not think of in her life. But Su Maoyong did it. She hated Su Maoyong for ruining her life. But she lived so happily. She was not convinced. She was obviously better than Su Maoyong before. And she was obviously the most beautiful woman in southern Sui before. But now she has fallen to this point. It was all Su Maoyong's fault. Everything was because of her. Su Maoyong knew Su Yixue's hatred, But he was too lazy to care. At this time, he ignored her resentful gaze, wiped his mouth, and asked vaguely, "Where is the third aunt?" "She came to visit her today." Suishua's hand holding the dish froze when she heard this. After a moment of silence, she replied, "I heard that the third aunt was imprisoned. I think she should be in her room." Su Maoyang nodded slightly. At this time, the third aunt should not have eaten yet. "I'll send her some." Seeing Su Maoyang get up and leave, Suishua also put down her chopsticks. "Since you are going to visit the third aunt, then I'll take my leave first." She had been sitting on pins and needles for a long time, and she wanted to leave this place every minute, and never wanted to see Su Maoyang's face again. Seeing this, Su Maoyang did not stop her, and nodded slightly. "Then take care, sister. I won't see you off." Suishua got her permission, lifted her skirt, stood up quickly, and fled away from the Su mansion. Watching her walk away, Su Maoyang picked up the food and said to Nanjing Wan, "I'm going to see that woman. You don't have to wait for me. Go back first." Speaking of this, Su Maoyang turned around and walked towards the courtyard of the third wife. The third aunt is now imprisoned, and there are 2 guards guarding the door. When the guards saw Su Maoyang coming, they stepped aside tactfully and did not dare to provoke him. Su Maoyang pushed the door open and walked in. In the room, the third aunt was sitting in front of the dressing table. She still had decent makeup and decent clothes, but her face, which was still pretty, looked much older. It seemed that Su Yihue did not make things too difficult for her because of Su Yanin. At this moment, when she heard someone coming in, the third aunt slowly turned her head slightly and looked towards the door. When she saw the person coming against the light, her pupils widened in horror. Chapter 132. Treat others the way they treat you. Su Maoyang, "You bitch! It's you? I'm going to kill you!" she screamed, stood up suddenly, and rushed towards Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang's face flashed with disdain, and she lightly flicked her sleeves and pushed the third aunt away. "Third aunt, I came to see you with good intentions. How can you repay kindness with hatred?" The third aunt fell to the ground, looking at Su Maoyang's reproachful eyes. The raging fire in her heart made her crazy. She also has good intentions? She made her a laughing stock in the southern Sui kingdom, and a woman in everyone's mouth. If it weren't for Su Yanin's support, I'm afraid she would have lost her place in the southern Sui kingdom. Su Maoyang actually had the nerve to say that he was kind to her. The third aunt really wanted to tear her face apart at this moment. "Bah! You've hurt me so badly, and you still have the nerve to come and see me. Do you have any shame? Of course I have to come and see you. If I don't come and see you, I won't know that you're not doing well, and I won't be able to rest easy." Su Maoyang's words were so sinister that they made the third aunt grit her teeth. "You, Su Maoyang, don't be so proud. I've already written to Ina. She'll be back soon. And when she sees me like this, she'll definitely not let you go." The third aunt warned fiercely with full confidence. Su Maoyang smiled, looked at her with a look of extreme sympathy, shook her head and sighed gently. "Third aunt, you're so naive. Do you think you can live until she comes back?" When the third aunt heard this, her expression was shocked. She trembled, and her face was instantly filled with fear. "You? What are you talking about?" Su Maoyang curled his lips, slowly took out a medicine bottle, and sprinkled all the powder on the food. Seeing this, the third aunt was even more frightened and screamed, "What are you going to do? It's obvious that you are drugging me. You should be very familiar with this action," Su Maoyang said, while holding the food and approaching the third aunt step by step. "Su Maoyang, I warn you, if you dare to harm me, Ina will never let you go, and her sex master will not let you go either, and will definitely cut you into pieces." The third aunt screamed in fear and retreated repeatedly, and even retreated to the edge of the wall, with no way to retreat. Su Maoyang sneered. "Third aunt, you don't seem to understand yet. If I was really afraid of your Ina, I would not slap you in the mouth or frame you for the sedan chair since you walked into my Mingqing pavilion." The third aunt was even more frightened and trembled when she heard this. She found that she no longer had the capital to threaten Su Maoyang. Therefore, she is a demon and a lunatic. "Why do you treat me like this? I remember that I have never harmed you before." The third aunt's voice trembled with horror. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows. "Really? Then why do I remember that you were always the one who did all the mischief? You especially like to poison my food. It's not enough that you think I'm a waste. You also like to see me become stupid and foolish." Isn't that person you? The third aunt was shocked when she heard this. She thought Su Maoyang didn't know. But she knew everything. According to my investigation, my mother's death is also related to you. At this point, Su Maoyang suddenly approached her, and his low and cold voice seemed to come from hell, rushing into the ears of the third aunt, frightening her pale. No. No. It's not me. It's not me. Not only did you poison my mother to death prematurely, but you also made me stupid for so many years. Since you like to poison so much, come and taste my poison. As he said that, Su Maoyang clamped the third aunt's mouth and stuffed the food into her mouth. The third aunt struggled hard to resist, but she was no match for Su Maoyang. In just 2 or 3 times, her mouth was stuffed full. You know, this poison will make people unconscious, crazy, and hot all over. They don't even know what they have done or where they have been. Apart from this, everything else is fine. But they feel a little uncomfortable, hot and itchy, and they may scratch themselves to death. Su Maoyang leaned close to the third aunt's ear and whispered. His tone was very soft, but the content was terrifying, which frightened the third aunt so much that she trembled all over, and her eyes were full of the horror of being hunted by death. Don't be afraid. The drug doesn't work that fast, and it won't work until tomorrow anyway. Su Maoyang poured all the food into her throat, then slowly let her go, took out a handkerchief, and slowly wiped his fingers. But at this time, the third aunt was choking on the food and rolling her eyes. Coupled with the fear in her heart, she collapsed to the ground. Seeing her twitching constantly, Su Maoyang turned around and walked out of the room with confidence, and kindly instructed the guards on both sides. The third aunt choked on the food. Remember to make some soup for her to digest the food. Remember? Although the third aunt is imprisoned, she has a genius daughter after all. So whatever she wants to do, try to follow her and turn a blind eye to it to save your life. Hearing Su Maoyang say this, the 2 guards nodded respectfully and understood. Seeing that the 2 understood, Su Maoyang walked away with satisfaction. I believe that when the third aunt goes crazy, it will be very exciting. Su Maoyang walked out of the gate of the Su mansion. She thought Nan Qingjue had already left, but she didn't expect the carriage to be still there. Where is your prince? Su Maoyang asked the sedan bearer. The sedan bearer answered respectfully. The prince has been waiting for the princess in the carriage for a while. Su Maoyang's face flashed with surprise. Didn't you ask him to leave first? I don't know. It's so sunny. And I asked the prince to leave first. But the prince insisted on waiting. The sedan bearer answered honestly. Hearing this, Su Maoyang looked at the sunny sky, and a little touched inexplicably surged in her heart. It seems that he saw that the sun was so strong and couldn't bear to let her get sunburned. So he waited for her to go back together. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's lips curled up a smile that he didn't even wipe away, and got on the carriage with the help of the sedan bearer. He opened the curtain and saw Nan Qingjue sitting in the carriage with his eyes closed. Why don't you leave first? Su Maoyang sat aside, staring at him straight. Just came in. About to leave. Nan Qingjue answered coldly. Su Maoyang felt like laughing when she heard this. He had been waiting for her for a long time, but he refused to admit it. This arrogant man. Su Maoyang held back his smile and did not expose him. Instead, he shouted to the sedan bearer outside, go back. It was the end of summer outside, but the carriage was full of spring, and the warmth flowed quietly. After returning to the palace, Su Maoyang went into the room to practice behind closed doors. Nan Qingjue wanted to follow him in, but was thrown out by Su Maoyang with a pillow. Nan Qingjue, since you want to marry me, this bedroom is my territory. You can find another place to sleep. Su Maoyang warned Nan Qingjue, who was driven out of the door loudly, and then threw all his quilts and clothes out. Nan Qingjue, who was sitting on the sedan chair, was hugging his arms and looking at the closed door. His face darkened. The 2 sedan bearers saw that their aloof master was actually being driven out of the house by a woman in such a miserable state, and he was still holding his pillow and quilt foolishly. The scene was so beautiful that they almost laughed out loud. Chapter 133 Mo Hauda comes to the door. Nan Qingjue felt the sedan tremble slightly, and immediately threw a knife at the sedan bearer. The fierce and terrifying look in his eyes frightened the 2 of them, and made them stop smiling and dare not act recklessly. Nan Qingjue was furious, but he did not dare to vent his anger on Su Maoyang. He could only growl at the 2 sedan bearers. Go to Huizhu Hall in the west. The 2 sedan bearers took the order and immediately walked towards Huizhu Hall. Su Maoyang, who occupied Luhua Hall, had been practicing since he returned to the bedroom at noon until the evening. However, at this moment, Nanian suddenly knocked on the door outside. Miss, Mr. Mo is here. He is at the gate of the palace and wants to see Mississippi. I dare not let him in. I can only let Lu Man hold him steady at the gate. Nanian's tone was anxious and worried. It's no wonder she's worried, now that the young lady is married into the prince's mansion. If she's still involved with other men, the consequences will be disastrous if the ninth prince finds out. Su Maoyang heard this and suddenly opened her eyes with a look of surprise. Why did Mo Hao come? She hadn't seen him for several days since she came back from her training, and she didn't know what happened to him. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was somewhat confused, and immediately stood up and opened the door. Why did he suddenly come here? Did you ask the reason? Su Maoyang asked with a frown. Nanian frowned and waved her hand. I asked. But he didn't want to say. He said he had to see the young lady before he left. So he had to come to inform you. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. Okay. I'll go see him. The sky at this moment seemed to be covered with a layer of black cloth. The moon and stars were hiding in the clouds, and the whole sky was dark and heavy, as if it was going to press down. There was still sultry humidity in the air, as if it was going to rain. Su Maoyang quickly arrived at the gate of the palace, only to see Lu Man still persuading Mo Hao at the door. But the latter didn't even blink, and directly pushed her away and walked in. I want to see Lianer. I want to see Lianer. Mo Hao growled impatiently. I'm here. What can I do for Mr. Mo? Su Maoyang walked out and just took over his words. This was the first time Su Maoyang had seen him in such a long time. The Mo Hao in front of him was no longer as handsome as before. His fair and handsome face was almost unrecognizable. His handsome eyes were deeply sunken, surrounded by dark circles, and his chin had uneven stubble. Su Maoyang couldn't believe that Mo Hao, who was known as the most beautiful man in front of him, had become so thin and soulless and unkempt. Where on earth had he been these days? And why had he become such a ghost? As calm as Su Maoyang was, his face was also filled with unbelievable shock. At this moment, Mo Hao, hearing the words Mr. Mo, his sad face became even worse. Mr. Mo? She actually called him Mr. Mo? Hearing such a deliberately distant name, his heart was broken before he even opened his mouth. Leon, why are you so heartless? You know I like you. Mo Hao endured the heartache and choked up as soon as he opened his mouth. Su Maoyang had no feelings for him. At most, he was a little more grateful and appreciative than others. You also know that I don't like you. I have always just treated you as a friend. That's because you have never noticed me or understood me. As long as you follow me and stay with me, I have the confidence to make you like me. Mo Hao has always been a suave and elegant gentleman, and he has charmed countless ignorant girls. It is indeed difficult for a woman like Su Maoyang, but he has full confidence. Su Maoyang was a little annoyed by his nonsense, frowned slightly, and refused in a cold voice, Sorry. I'm already married to the ninth prince. We can't be together. Nonsense. You didn't marry Nanqingju at all. You were forced by him. You were robbed by him. He is barbaric and domineering. He never cherished you. You won't be happy at all. Mo Hao roared emotionally when he heard this. Su Maoyang heard this, and for some reason, she suddenly felt a surge of anger. Although Nanqingju was domineering and cold, he never hurt her, but helped her a lot. Even if she always felt that Nanqingju had his own intentions, she really couldn't erase his careful and gentle side. He is not as hateful as they think. Mo Hao, leave while I am talking nicely, or don't blame me for being rude. Su Maoyang didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore, pointing at the door and scolding angrily. Seeing that she was angry because of the ninth prince, Mo Hao's angry expression was sad for a moment. He suddenly smiled bitterly, and tears came out of his eyes. Ha 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 ha. You would rather marry a bandit than marry me. Su Maoyang, am I so unbearable in your mind? The woman he fell in love with for the first time, the woman he loved so much for the first time, had no feelings for him, only rejection and disgust. She would never know what kind of life he had these days. Because of Mo Xian, the head of the Mo family had a lot of opinions about Su Maoyang, and in order to prevent him from meeting Su Maoyang, they also used all their tricks. These days, he has been locked up in the dungeon of the Mo family. There are many levels and countless mechanisms in the dungeon, which is the formation that the Mo family is most proud of. Although Mo Hauga is already a junior spiritual master, it is still difficult to pass these mechanisms. In order to escape, he tried his best and fought in the dungeon day and night. Until today, he broke through the restraints to see her. However, he never thought that at this moment when he saw her, she hated him because of another man. Looking at Su Maoyang's angry eyes, Mo Hauga's heart was broken and painful. Mo Hauga, I think I have made it very clear. The palace does not welcome you. Please leave. Su Maoyang's cold tone, like a cold wind, froze Mo Hauga's heart and made him feel unbearable. Seeing her turn around indifferently and trying to walk out of his sight, the collapsed Mo Hauga opened his pupils in horror and grabbed Su Maoyang's wrist fiercely. Leon, come with me. Let's elope. Anywhere. As long as we are together. Leave this place of trouble. No Nanjing Huan. No Nanjing Jue. No Mo family. Only you and me. Anything is fine. He didn't want to bear the mission of the Mo family anymore. Didn't want to complete any tasks anymore. Just wanted to be with Su Maoyang. But at this moment, before Su Maoyang could say no, a fierce wind blade suddenly flew from a distance and hit Mo Hauga hard. With a bang, Mo Hauga was like a kite with a broken string, shooting backwards, hitting the wall heavily, and slowly falling to the ground. Humph! You seduced my beloved concubine. You're looking for death. As soon as the word death came out, a powerful force came again with a cold voice, and slammed into Mo Hauga on the ground. Chapter 134. The first time I begged him. The power came with a bang, and it was about to hit Mo Hauga. Nanjing Jue's power was not light or heavy, and it was full of firepower, as if he was going to kill Mo Hauga. Su Maoyang was shocked when he saw this, and immediately clasped his hands to meet it, bursting out with powerful spiritual power to resist. Nanjing Jue was frightened when he saw this, and his face froze, and a trace of horror flashed across his eyes. And then he quickly withdrew his hand, and withdrew the remaining power. But his power was too wide, and even the residual power should not be underestimated. Su Maoyang was still hit directly, and he took a few steps back, and stabilized his body tightly to avoid falling. Even the residual power made Su Maoyang bleed from the corner of his mouth, and suffered internal injuries. Seeing this, Nanjing Jue's heart tightened, and his cold and handsome face was instantly filled with anger. He shouted, Su Maoyang, you want to die? Thinking of the dangerous scene just now, Nanjing Jue was so frightened that his hair stood up. If she was hurt by mistake, Nanjing Jue couldn't imagine it. Su Maoyang covered her chest and blocked in front of Mo Hauga, saying weakly, please, don't kill him. Nanjing Jue was shocked by her pleading eyes. Su Maoyang had never begged him. Now she begged him for Mo Hauga. His angry eyes flashed with surprise, and his face was dark and heavy, like frost. Do you like him? After a long silence, Nanjing Jue squeezed out a word gloomily. Su Maoyang was stunned and shook his head. I don't like it. Why did you help him? And he didn't care about his own life. Nanjing Jue thought of this, and took a deep breath in anger. He spoke for me. Su Maoyang was confident, and did not feel guilty at all. Lies. Nanjing Jue didn't believe it at all. Seeing Mo Hauga's infatuated eyes looking at Su Maoyang, he wanted to dig out his eyes. Su Maoyang was powerless to explain, believe it or not. This indifferent attitude made Nanjing Jue furious. Seeing Su Maoyang defending him, Mo Hauga felt that no matter how serious the injury was, it was nothing. At this moment, he was so happy that he almost died. Leon, I know you have me in your heart. I know, cough 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 Nanjing Jue. Even if you get her body, you can't get her heart. She likes me, not you. You should face this fact. Mo Hauga was obviously dying, but he couldn't help but speak excitedly, and even showed off to Nanjing Jue without knowing whether he would live or die. When Nanjing Jue heard this, he clenched his fists, his veins bulged, and his eyes flashed with an unstoppable anger, ready to burn Mo Hauga to death at any time. Seeing him glaring at Mo Hauga with murderous eyes, Su Maoyang was afraid that he would really kill him, and pleaded again, I'm already here. Let him go. Looking at Su Maoyang's serious expression and slightly pale face due to the injury, Nanjing Jue's heart trembled, and he felt indescribable bitterness. After a long time, he tried to suppress his anger and shouted with gritted teeth, get out. After that, Nanjing Jue sat on the sedan chair and left without looking back, leaving only a desolate back. Su Maoyang clearly saw his hands holding the railing of the sedan chair, with distinct joints, and blue veins popped out, and the railing under his fingers had already deformed. She knew that Nanqingjue was really angry this time. She didn't expect that he, who was cold-blooded and ruthless, would let Mo Hauge go because of her words. Obviously, Mo Hauge had already made him furious, but he actually endured it for her. Watching him leave, Su Maoyang's heart ached for no reason. However, she was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. She had to repay Mo Hauge's kindness, and she couldn't watch him die. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang turned around and looked down at Mo Hauge, her pale face full of coldness. "Don't bother me anymore in the future. I don't want to see you again." As he said, Su Maoyang reached out to Lu Man beside him. Lu Man came back to her senses, understood and stepped forward, supported her and slowly returned to Luhua Palace. It was late at night. The dark sky was thundering and lightning, and soon a strong wind blew. Su Maoyang took the healing pill and sat on the couch quietly. At this time, Lu Man ran in again. Mr. Mo was driven out of the palace, but he still stood at the door and refused to leave. The prince had already let Mo Hauge off, but he didn't expect the latter to be ignorant and insisted on running into the gun. Su Maoyang sighed. "If he doesn't want to leave, let him stand. Miss, it's going to rain heavily outside soon. He is injured all over. If he gets wet in the rain, I'm afraid it will make his wounds worse." At this time, Nanian also came in from outside, with an anxious look on her face. Su Maoyang heard this, looked through the window, looked at the strong wind, thunder and lightning outside, and frowned. This Mo Hauge is also a stubborn donkey. Being rejected and beaten, he still can't give up. Does he have to kill him before he is willing? Just when Su Maoyang was pondering, it was raining heavily outside. "Oh, miss, look, it's raining so hard. Mr. Mo may not be able to stand it." Nanian stood by the door, looking at the heavy rain outside, and called out anxiously. Su Maoyang closed her eyes again, and said calmly, "You can find a guard to send him back." Lu Man nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and ran out with an umbrella. However, half an hour later, Lu Man ran back bitterly. "Miss, he still doesn't want to leave. No matter how you persuade him, he is leaning against the door and can't be dragged." Su Maoyang was still angry after hearing this. "Since he doesn't want to leave, then don't care about him. Let him stand there as long as he wants." "But it's raining so hard." Lu Man felt a little bit reluctant. "No buts. He can do whatever he wants." Su Maoyang scolded coldly, and closed her eyes again after the words fell. She couldn't be too kind to Mo Hauge, otherwise he would think he still had hope. Seeing that Su Maoyang was angry, Lu Man and Nanian did not dare to say anything more, and closed the door for her and left. Another hour passed, and Su Maoyang's door was knocked again. "Come in." At this time, it was not Lu Man or Nanian who pushed the door in, but the housekeeper Zhong, who was always polite to her. The housekeeper saw that he had disturbed Su Maoyang's rest, and he bowed with an apologetic look. "Your servant kowtows to the ninth princess. I hope the princess will forgive me for disturbing her rest. You are old. You don't have to be so polite to me. Besides, in front of outsiders, I can still use the identity of the ninth princess as a cover. But in front of you, what kind of princess am I? I haven't even worshipped your prince. So this identity doesn't count." Hearing Su Maoyang say this, Butler Zhong's face changed, and he hurriedly explained, "Princess, can't you see that the prince really treats you as his first wife? Even if there is no wedding ceremony, the sincere heart is real. The butler has taken care of the prince for so many years, and he has some understanding of the prince's mind. He has never seen anyone who can affect the prince's mood." Su Maoyang heard this flattering word, and his ears automatically filtered it out, and changed the subject and asked, "Okay, don't talk about him. What's the matter with you coming to me so late?" He. The servant found some medicinal herbs in the kitchen and boiled some medicine for the queen. It is said that this medicine has miraculous effects in treating internal injuries. The queen must drink it while it is hot. Su Maoyang heard this and nodded gratefully. "Well, I will drink it. Thank you, Butler Zhong." The butler saw that Su Maoyang appreciated it and happily left the room. Huizhu Palace? She accepted it? The cold voice could not hear the emotion, but it was hard to hide the worry. Butler Zhong smiled and nodded. "Yes. The princess accepted it. Chapter 135. The third lady goes crazy. Well, I will cook 3 meals a day for her, and send them to her from now on. Nanqingjue, who was leaning on the couch, rubbed his forehead tiredly. When he heard that she accepted it, his frown slowly relaxed. Butler Zhong had never seen Nanqingjue so powerless before, and asked with a distressed look on his face, Prince, since you care about the princess, why don't you send it in person? Why do you pretend that it is the old servant's intention? Nanqingjue waved his hand, and was unwilling to say more. Don't let her know. Just do it obediently. Seeing this, the butler was choked with words, and couldn't spit them out. He could only sigh heavily and retreat. Nanqingjue didn't want to go in person. Now he wanted to rush to Su Maoyang's room immediately to check her injuries. The palm he just hit was not weak, and she must have suffered a lot. But he knew Su Maoyang's temper to some extent. So stubborn. So repulsive. She would not give him a good face before she entered her heart. What's more, he was furious now. She actually begged him for another man. Damn it! She only saw the wounds on Mo Haoda's body, but didn't see the wounds in his heart. Damn woman! Thinking of this, Nanqingjue was furious, raised his palm, and instantly overturned the table in front of him, making a violent noise. The housekeeper, who had not walked far outside, heard the sound coming from Nanqingjue's bedroom, shook his head weakly, and sighed deeply. The prince is also pitiful. At this time, in Luhua Palace, Su Maoyang drank the medicine and slept on the couch. Lu Man, who tucked her in, sighed with relief. Butler Zhong is really good. Seeing that the young lady was injured, he went to the kitchen to find medicinal materials, and boiled the medicine for the young lady. Su Maoyang raised a faint smile with an ambiguous meaning. It's not him. This medicine was sent by Nanqingjue. LV Man was shocked when she heard this. Is it the prince? Well, although this medicinal material is not as precious as the ones he gave me, it is not cheap. How can a housekeeper find it in the kitchen at will? This is just his excuse, Su Maoyang said coldly. LV Man suddenly realized. But it was still a little incredible. But the lady defended another man in front of the prince. And the prince was so angry. How could he still? Su Maoyang also restrained his smile. Facing Nanqingjue's heart, he had to pay attention. At this time, Nanqingjue was probably so angry that he wanted to kill her. But even so, he still cared about her injuries. Such an action really shocked Su Maoyang. She knew that such a thing was definitely not something he could do with his cold and ruthless nature. I think he struggled and suffered for her for a long time. Miss, the prince? Lu Man wanted to say something, but Su Maoyang waved his hand and interrupted her. Go out. I want to sleep. LV Man nodded and left obediently. The next morning, Lu Man and Nanian agreed on a time to come in and help Su Maoyang get up. Perhaps she felt it was necessary to let Su Maoyang know. Nanian said while combing her hair, Miss, Mr. Mo was caught in the rain at the gate of the prince's mansion all night last night, and finally fainted at the gate. The old servant asked the guards to send him back to the Mo family. Su Maoyang's body shook slightly, and after a moment of silence, he said lightly, Well, thank you for your hard work. Seeing that Su Maoyang had no expression, Nanian also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the young lady has no other thoughts about Mr. Mo. If she did, she would really be sorry for the ninth prince. Lu Man was simple-minded and still felt sorry for Mo Haoda. But seeing that Nanian and Su Maoyang did not respond, she could only stop talking and change clothes for Su Maoyang. Miss, I found that everything in the ninth prince's mansion is good, but it lacks women's clothes. Look, you have been here for 4 days, and you have only worn these 2 pieces over and over again. It's really shabby. Lu Man grumbled dissatisfiedly while tying the belt for Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang felt that it was true and nodded slightly. Well, you don't have much clothes. After lunch today, let's go to the shop to pick out some nice clothes. Lu Man was very happy to hear this and nodded like pounding garlic. Okay. Okay. Nanian saw this and smiled at Lu Man lovingly and stopped talking, because Nanqingjue was still angry with Su Maoyang. He did not come out for lunch at noon. After Su Maoyang had dinner alone, he took Nanian and Lu Man out for a walk. However, before they had walked for long, a scream suddenly broke out on the street. Oh my God! Look! The third wife of the Su family ran out naked. I don't know who screamed, but the passers-by stopped and looked towards the source of the sound. The third wife was disheveled and naked, running wildly. Her snow-white body was covered with scratches, which looked glaring and terrifying. Everyone was so scared that they stepped back and made way for her. The third wife was like a mentally ill lunatic, unaware of the noise she made. She ran and laughed. The silver laughter was deafening and spread to the end of the street. When it reached everyone's ears, they felt creepy. Many men shouted excitedly when they saw the third madam's naked body, and the reserved women were so scared that they screamed and ran away. The adults also quickly covered the children's eyes and dragged them home. This scene was too horrifying. They really couldn't accept it. At this time, everyone had already started talking, before Su Maoyang said that the third madam was mentally ill. I didn't believe it. But now it seems that this is true. Even such shameless things as streaking can be done. She rushed to get on the sedan chair and marry the prince. It's nothing at all. Yes. Yes. As a wife, she is simply a shame for the Southern Sui dynasty. She can even do such a shocking thing. It's too shameless. I think the third madam has lost her mind. Sui Hui is old and incompetent. He can't satisfy her all year round. She must be crazy about men. Everyone pointed at the third madam, and all kinds of scolding were unbearable to hear. But the crazy third madam didn't know this. She only knew that her whole body was burning and uncomfortable, as if she was about to burn. Even if she took off all the clothes on her body, it was useless. At this moment, she was not only hot but also itchy. She kept scratching and scratching hard, and had already scratched her body with terrible blood marks. Get out of here. Get out of here. My daughter is Su Yanin. You can't afford to offend her. If you dare to block my way, you will all die. The third madam's eyes were red, and she roared wildly, and her roar was shrill and terrifying. Hearing this, the onlookers didn't dare to step forward, and could only stand aside and watch coldly. In this way, the third madam ran for a long distance, and countless people watched her embarrassed and shameful body. The itch on her body made her unable to control herself. Her nails sank deeply into the flesh. Every time she scratched, she could dig out her flesh and blood. The bloody and cruel look made everyone feel sick and vomited, and avoided their eyes uncomfortably. Chapter 136, Sneaky. When Lu Man saw this, she quickly covered her eyes, and hid behind Su Maoyang in fear. Madam N was relatively calm, but her tone was still indescribably disgusting and uncomfortable. Miss, this third madam is really crazy. She even ran naked. Su Maoyang glanced coldly at the third madam, who was going crazy on the street. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. A dark light flashed in her beautiful pupils, and she smiled and said, not only running naked, she will also scratch herself to death. Just as she finished her words, before long, before Madam N could speak, she saw the third madam scratching her face fiercely, and it was immediately bloody, accompanied by a shrill roar. The third madam could no longer control the itching power in her body, scratching the skin all over her body, and had already scratched deep gullies and dug out horrible blood holes. The strong smell of blood filled the air, scaring everyone around to cover their mouths and noses and retreat. In this way, the third lady struggled for a long time, and finally died in a pool of blood, without a breath. The death of the third lady also spread quickly in the Southern Sui kingdom. But everyone was not nervous about the third lady, but her daughter Su Yanin. If she knew that her mother died so miserably, I wonder if she would overthrow the Southern Sui kingdom. When Mama and Lu Man saw this, they covered their mouths in fear, and their eyes were instantly filled with fear and shock. Miss, how do you know she will catch herself to death? Lu Man turned her head stiffly and stared at Su Maoyang in shock. And Mama reacted in advance, and her expression was shocked. Miss, this can't be your trick. Just think carefully, and you will find clues. They know best that the third lady was fine at the beginning and had no mental problems. They designed her to get on the sedan chair. Even if she was stimulated, she still had Su Yanin's support behind her, so she would not be scared to the point of mental breakdown. Now seeing Su Maoyang's calm face, and still certain that the third lady would catch him to death, it was expected at a glance. So, there is only one conclusion. Su Maoyang is the culprit who drove the third lady crazy. Receiving Nani An's suddenly enlightened look, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and did not comment. Let's go. We should go buy clothes. As he said that, Su Maoyang had already raised his foot and turned around and walked in another direction. Nanian and Lu Man were stunned for a long time, watching Su Maoyang's figure walk away. and the two chased after him as if they had just woken up from a dream. At this moment, they had decided that their young lady was really more terrifying than a devil. Su Maoyang found a clothing store at random and walked in. The boss was so surprised when he saw that it was Su Maoyang that he immediately dropped his work and hurried over to greet her. "I, the humble servant, pay my respects to the princess." The boss had watched the farce of the prince and knew that Su Maoyang was taken back by Nanqingjue to be the wife of the leader. No, the ninth princess. So he didn't say anything nonsense. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. "Get up. Take out your best clothes." The boss was delighted to see that Su Maoyang was not here to cause trouble, but to buy clothes. He immediately waved and told the servant beside him, "Go! Quickly get the best clothes for the ninth princess." The servant took the order and turned around and ran to the inner room. The boss didn't rest, and quickly extended his hand to invite Su Maoyang to sit down. "Princess, please sit here." Su Maoyang looked around and said to Lu Man and Nanian, "Take a look for yourselves and pick whatever you like." As he said that, Su Maoyang walked to the side and sat down steadily. Nanian and Lu Man were not polite either, and immediately walked around to pick. When the boss saw this, he couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen any maid or nanny treated like this. "What kind of clothes do you want? Just pick them. The master will pay the bill. And he is not short of money. This is too good a life." Seeing this, the boss looked at Lu Man and Nanian with envy, and felt uncomfortable. After a while, the servant quickly brought the best clothes to Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang picked a few pieces at random, stretched out his hand to pay, and asked the boss to pack them up. Just when the three of them returned with a full load, a thin figure suddenly came to the door. Lianger spoke in a very hoarse voice. Su Maoyang was shocked, looked at Mo Halda in front of him in surprise, frowned and asked, "Why are you here? Wasn't he helped back to the Mo family?" Mo Halda immediately stepped forward and wanted to hold Su Maoyang, but she turned her body to the side and avoided him. "Mr. Mo, I think I have made it very clear. Please don't bother me again in the future." Su Maoyang didn't want to have any more interactions with him. If Nanqingjue saw it, he would be angry again. Even Su Maoyang herself didn't notice that in this situation. Her first reaction was Nanqingjue. Seeing her avoid him, Mo Halda froze his hands in midair. With an indescribable expression, Su Maoyang didn't want to see him again. So he waved to Lu Man and Nanian, then walked away from him coldly and walked out the door. "Lianger, I just like you. Is that wrong?" Mo Halda stood there steadily, with his head down, and his low voice was full of sadness and bitterness. Su Maoyang paused and turned his back to him. Although he couldn't see his painful expression, his heart still tightened inexplicably. "Mo Halda, we can't. I treat you as a friend, but I still hope you can wake up." Having said that, Su Maoyang didn't say much and walked out of the shop. At this time, Mo Halda clenched his fists tightly, trying to control the sadness that swallowed him, and the tears in his eyes were forcibly held back by him. He stood there for a long time, and even the boss couldn't bear it and asked, "Mr. Mo, are you okay?" Mo Halda slowly raised his head and glanced at the boss. "Did she come to buy clothes just now?" The boss nodded in confusion. "I'll take care of all these clothes. Send someone to deliver them to the palace. You can ask for money from the Mo family when the time comes." Mo Halda didn't explain. He turned around and walked out of the shop. The boss couldn't find him before he could come to his senses. But as a businessman, he was sensitive. When he heard such a big deal, he immediately called the servants and shouted excitedly, "Quick! Quick! Pack all these clothes and send them to the palace." At night, Su Maoyang stayed in Luo Hall to practice. She vaguely touched the threshold of the primary heavenly spiritual master. It seems that she only needs an opportunity to advance. Just when Su Maoyang was happy, the voice of Nanian suddenly came from outside the room. "Miss, the housekeeper has brought medicine again. I'll bring it to you." "Well, come in." With permission, Nanian opened the door and walked in with the medicine. "Miss, this medicine has just been boiled. Remember to drink it while it's hot." "Okay. I see. You can go down now." Su Maoyang nodded. Madame saw that Su Maoyang still needed to practice, so she didn't want to disturb her. But just as she was about to leave, she suddenly seemed to think of something, stopped, and said to Su Maoyang, "Miss, I just saw the housekeeper acting sneaky, as if he took something and ran to Huizhu Hall. What is he doing?" Chapter 137. The prince is so childish. Sneaky? It stands to reason that housekeeper Zhong is an upright person. Not that kind of person. Su Maoyong frowned in confusion. And his curiosity was also aroused. I feel that the housekeeper seems to be deliberately hiding something from the young lady. Nanian expressed her guess. Su Maoyong pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go to Huizhu Hall. I want to see what they are doing." She was a man of action. She stood up and casually put on a piece of clothing and walked out. Huizhu Hall. As soon as Su Maoyong walked into Huizhu Hall, he saw housekeeper Zhong guarding the door of Nankingju's bedroom, looking around, as if he had done something wrong. Housekeeper Zhong, what are you doing guarding the door? Su Maoyong walked over slowly, looking through him, glanced at the bedroom with the door closed, and asked faintly. Butler Zhong didn't expect Su Maoyong to come. He was shocked and replied with an awkward smile, "The prince has difficulty walking, so I am waiting outside to facilitate the prince's dispatch." Hearing this, Su Maoyong raised her eyebrows. "Oh? I have something to ask him now. Please get out of the way." Butler Zhong's expression froze, and he quickly stood in front of her. The prince is not convenient now. The princess will come to him later." Butler Zhong was so nervous that he stuttered when he spoke. There must be something fishy. Su Maoyong frowned, too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and directly pushed Butler Zhong away and strode into the bedroom. At this time, Nan Qingjue was leaning on the couch to take a nap. When he heard Su Maoyong coming in, he still didn't change his face, as if he was resting his eyes. But the murderous aura on his body was not concealed, and it was pressing on people's hearts. There was a whistling cold air floating in the air. Su Maoyong's heart trembled, and she could not help but feel a little scared. However, when her eyes touched the rags on the ground, her eyes suddenly fixed, and her face was surprised. The colorful silk rags covered his whole room. The patterns of these rags were clearly women's clothes, and they were brand new in fine satin. I didn't expect them to be torn into such a horrible shape. Nan Qingjue, are you crazy? Looking at the mess on the ground, Su Maoyong had to suspect that he had a mental problem. The housekeeper thought Su Maoyong knew about it, so he immediately trotted in from outside, knelt on the ground, and hurriedly explained, "Princess, it's my fault. I shouldn't have secretly taken away the clothes sent by Mr. Mo. Don't blame the prince. The prince just accidentally tore them into pieces." When the prince heard that the clothes were sent by Mo Hauga, he was furious and ordered him to take them by force. The housekeeper had never done anything so sneaky, so he was naturally very guilty, fearing that Su Maoyong would blame him if he knew about it. Unexpectedly, the prince not only intercepted the clothes halfway, but also tore them into pieces. The housekeeper was afraid that Su Maoyong would be angry with the prince if he knew about it. Unexpectedly, the scene that he least wanted to happen still happened. Hearing this, Su Maoyong suddenly realized. It turned out that these were the clothes sent by Mo Hauga. Even if she used her toes to think, she knew that this domineering man could not accommodate these clothes. It was also a pity that the housekeeper could say that, with such a degree of tearing. Could it be caused by a momentary mistake? He clearly took the clothes as Mo Hauga to vent his anger. Su Maoyong looked at Nan Qingjue in surprise, and saw that the latter's face was black and blue, and he was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Unexpectedly, this cold and domineering man actually has such a childish side. Seeing this, even Nanian and Lu Man couldn't help but cover their mouths and almost laughed out loud. Their prince's jealousy is really interesting, and Su Maoyong's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't agree with his domineering and arbitrary behavior. He glared at him and asked loudly, "Nan Qingjue, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Although Su Maoyong didn't care about the destroyed things, his behavior of not even saying hello was really annoying. If this time, it was something very important to her, wouldn't he have destroyed it privately? It's too domineering. Hearing this, Nan Qingjue's face sank. His ice blue eyes were full of coldness, and his face was not only without any guilt, but also arrogant and crazy. "It's just a pile of rags. The king will give you better ones." Hearing this, Su Maoyong was even more angry. He obviously destroyed other people's things, and he looked righteous. Didn't realize his mistake at all. "Nan Qingjue, I warn you. You are not allowed to touch anything related to me without my permission. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Su Maoyong growled angrily. Nan Qingjue didn't expect that she would be angry with him for a pile of rags. His handsome face suddenly darkened, and he squeezed out from his mouth, "You like Mo Hauga." Su Maoyong thought he had made it very clear. But he didn't expect that his brain circuit was different from that of ordinary people. It can rise from a problem of principle to an emotional problem. I said. I don't like him. How many times do you want me to say it? Su Moyang collapsed. Nan Qingjua's face became uglier when he heard it. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Su Moyang, and immediately held her in his arms. Without saying a word, he kissed her domineeringly and savagely. Perhaps because of jealousy, Nan Qingjua's kiss was very strong, and Su Moyang couldn't resist. Su Moyang didn't expect that he would use this trick to punish her again. The anger in her heart soared 8 feet high, and she pushed him away with all her strength. Nan Qingjue, you bastard! She was so angry that she was panting and slapped him on the handsome face. This move immediately frightened Lu Man, Nanian and butler Zhong. The prince was domineering and the princess was fierce. The collision between the two was really earth-shattering. Nan Qingjue looked at Su Moyang with flaming eyes, felt the burning pain on his face. His expression was terribly gloomy, and the cold light released by his ice blue eyes was enough to pierce people. I also warn you that you can only have me in your heart in this life, and you can only accept my things. All other people's things will be destroyed. Nan Qingjue said it decisively and domineeringly, without any room for negotiation. Seeing that he was stubborn, Su Moyang was so angry that she couldn't speak. Don't tell me you're jealous. She couldn't find any other reason. It seemed that only Mo Haude could make him so angry now. It seemed that her defending Mo Haude yesterday had dealt him a heavy blow. Not only did he hold a grudge until now, but he also did such a childish thing. Nan Qingjue didn't expect Su Moyang to say that. His body trembled slightly. His expression froze, and he was awkward for a moment, as if he mustered up a lot of courage. He admitted confidently, yes, I'm jealous. Su Moyang saw him admit it, and his eyes widened as if he had discovered a new world. He sighed in surprise. Did I hear it wrong? You heard it right. I want your body, and your heart, and I want it now. The domineering tone was suffocating. Nan Qingjue didn't allow Su Moyang to react at all. He immediately hugged her and rolled on the bed. He waved his sleeves and knocked down the bed curtain, covering up the two people's ambiguous embrace. Seeing this, Lu Man and others were all shocked and opened their eyes wide. They were just arguing fiercely, and now they rolled onto the bed. Love is really unpredictable. Seeing this, Nanian had an ambiguous smile on her face, and immediately pulled Lu Man out of the hall. The housekeeper was also a smart person, holding back his smile and retreating quickly. At this time, Su Moyang, who was ruthlessly abandoned, was like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, and was kissed by Nan Qingjue. Let me go! Su Moyang was domineeringly deprived of oxygen by him. Now his whole body was weak, and he couldn't even fight a move. He could only passively endure his surging passion. Chapter 138, Going to Propose Marriage. Nan Qingjue. You? Su Moyang couldn't resist and panted in anger. When Nan Qingjue heard this voice, his whole body froze, and he couldn't control the desire in his body. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Good boy. Called you." Su Moyang's face flushed due to the hot air blowing in her ear. She couldn't bear it anymore and slapped him away with shame and anger. "You unsatisfied hooligan." After saying this, she took advantage of the gap and suddenly turned over and got out of bed, and immediately gathered the clothes that Nan Qingjue had dropped to her arms. The hateful man almost got eaten by him. Su Moyang was still frightened and didn't dare to stay for long. She ran away from Huizhu Hall. In Huizhu Hall, Nan Qingjue, who was lying on the bed, had a sly look in his eyes. He licked his lips that were still stained with the taste of Su Moyang, and a smug smile gradually overflowed from the corners of his cold lips. Now it's his legs that are not working. I believe that soon she will have nowhere to escape. LV Man and Nanian saw the young lady running back to Luhua Palace, and immediately greeted her in surprise. "Young lady, why are you back?" Hearing this, Su Moyang glared at them fiercely. "How dare you ask? Where did you go when I was caught by Nan Qingjue?" They actually left her and ran away. "Damn it! Hee hee. Didn't the servant see that you and the prince were in love, and it was inconvenient to disturb you?" Lu Man blinked ambiguously. Su Moyang rolled his eyes in anger. "When did you see that we were in love? I want to strangle him now." "Young lady, the prince cares about you, and can't stand other men being nice to you. He is jealous." Thinking of the prince childishly tearing up the clothes set by Mo Haude, Lu Man couldn't help laughing. I can't stand his care. And I don't want to be cared by such a domineering person like him. Su Maoyang waved her hands angrily. And she was still frightened when she thought of the scene just now. Nan Qingjue is now a hungry wolf. And he may eat her at any time. So she must think of a way. The next morning, Su Maoyang was still sleeping. And Lu Man hurriedly ran from the front yard and opened the door in a panic. Miss. It's not good. It's not good. Su Maoyang opened his eyes, looked at Lu Man in a daze, and asked unhappily with frowns, What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Miss, go and have a look. There are many ministers standing at the gate of the palace. They brought their daughters to the palace. Ministers and their daughters? What are they doing here? Su Maoyang suddenly felt puzzled. Lu Man stomped her feet anxiously. Come to propose marriage. Propose marriage? Su Maoyang was so shocked that he sat up from the bed. Lu Man was so anxious that her face turned red. She nodded repeatedly, Yes. Miss, what can we do? Most likely, they saw the real strength of the prince last time. And they all came to cling to the prince, and planned to marry their daughters to the prince. Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with brilliance when he heard this. Instead of rejecting him, he became a little excited. Are they all outside? Lu Man nodded and said indignantly, Well, those vulgar women dare to compete with Miss for a husband. I will go and drive them away now. Come back. Who told you to drive them away? Su Maoyang saw Lu Man was about to leave angrily, and hurriedly stopped her. Lu Man stopped and looked at her in confusion. What do you mean? Miss? By the way, Mrs. methods have always been treacherous. And there must be a way to deal with these bitches. Since they have come to the palace, they are guests. Please invite them to the hall. Su Maoyang glared at Lu Man unhappily and ordered in a cold voice. Lu Man opened her mouth in surprise, and was stunned for a moment. Did she hear it wrong? Su Maoyang actually asked those vulgar women to come in? These women are all rivals in love. I really don't know why her lady is so generous. Miss, housekeeper Zhong has already rejected them. I think the prince is unwilling to entertain them. Su Maoyang was stunned when he heard the words. It seems that Nan Qingjue is quite stable. If he doesn't entertain, I will. Please invite him in quickly. Su Maoyang didn't care about so much. He waved his hand at Lu Man and gave a death order. Lu Man was surprised and entangled. She couldn't understand Su Maoyang's thinking, but she had to do what he told her. After a while, a group of beautiful women gathered in the hall. When Su Maoyang arrived, everyone looked at him curiously. Hey, where's the prince? Why is it Su Maoyang? Among them was a girl in pink, who looked young, pure, beautiful and cute, and spoke without restraint. Hearing this, Nanian, who came in with Su Maoyang, couldn't stand it and shouted, How dare you? The person in front of you is the princess. Not only do you not kneel down to pay respect, but you dare to call her by her name. Are you going to die? The pink-dressed girl trembled with fear after being scolded fiercely. Although she was afraid in her heart, she didn't look very convinced. It was her father who pulled her to kneel down and pay respect. I kowtow to the princess. The pink-dressed girl was coerced by her father, so she reluctantly said, I kowtow to the princess. Seeing this, the others also stood up and knelt down to Su Maoyang, who was slowly coming from the entrance of the hall. Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction and raised her hand slightly. Everyone, stand up. As soon as she finished speaking, she sat on the main seat in the hall and looked down at the group of ministers and women. At this time, the father of the pink-dressed woman spoke first. Princess, I am Minister Song, and I want to see the prince. Su Maoyang looked at him carefully after hearing this. It turned out that he was a minister, and his position was not too high, nor too bad, but at a medium level. After weighing his power, she spoke quietly. The prince has something to do and cannot entertain you. Today, I will entertain you. If you have anything, you can tell me. Hearing this, there was a commotion below. They thought it was the prince who asked them to come in, but they didn't expect it was the princess. If it was the princess, it would be very difficult to convince the prince to take a concubine. Everyone's hopes were instantly shattered when they heard Su Maoyang's words. Facing her indifferent face, everyone didn't know how to start for a while. If this was said, Su Maoyang would definitely be unhappy. You have so many people here, and you brought your daughter with you. You are not just here to sit down. Are you? Su Maoyang saw that no one took the lead to speak, and they were all silent. She didn't know what they were hesitating about, so she couldn't help but smile and ask back. Another middle-aged man seemed to have been brewing for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, he said bluntly, "Princess, I am Yang Rui, the Minister of Industry, and I am here today for my daughter's marriage. My daughter has admired the 9th prince for a long time and wants to marry him. I hope the princess will help me." When the others saw him start, they all nodded. "Yes, we are also here for my daughter's marriage. We hope that my daughter will marry into the 9th prince's mansion. I hope the princess will help me." Chapter 139, Auctioning the Prince in Public. Most of these ministers were the prince's confidants. But after seeing Nan Qingjue's strength, they naturally leaned towards Nan Qingjue. Although they didn't know Nan Qingjue's specific strength, they were at least sure that he was much stronger than the prince. If they could climb up to Nan Qingjue's high branch, their family would have endless troubles. Therefore, the ministers discussed privately, formed gangs, and planned to become Nan Qingjue's power. And the most direct and sincere way to join him was to marry his daughter into the 9th prince's mansion. At this time, everyone looked at Su Maoyang in silence, thinking that she disagreed, and the pressure suddenly dropped to the lowest. Yang Rui couldn't wait any longer, so he stood up first and said angrily, "Princess, we came here today after careful consideration. So whether you agree or not, we will try our best to marry our daughter to the 9th prince's mansion. If you know what's good for you, we won't make it difficult for you. If you don't know what's good for you." At the end, he kept silent, but the threat was self-evident. Hearing this, Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows. These ministers obviously didn't take her, the princess, seriously, and there was also a desire to force her between the lines. Very good. In this case, she didn't need to be soft-hearted. If she didn't kill them hard, she would be sorry for her conscience. Su Maoyang laughed instead of getting angry, and nodded slightly. "Ha. It's a good thing that you think so highly of the 9th prince. A gentleman should help others to achieve their goals. How can I oppose marriage?" Everyone was ready for Su Maoyang to be furious, but she was actually quite happy. Was she stimulated and stupid? Everyone stared at Su Maoyang in shock, and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Lu Man and Nanian on the side were also anxious. How could she agree to something that threatened her position? "Miss, are you crazy?" Lu Man was so anxious that she almost jumped up. Su Maoyang was not crazy, but the ministers in front of her were probably crazy. Yang Rui and others were shocked when they heard it, and after a moment of hesitation, they were ecstatic. Ha! It's rare that the princess is so tolerant. It's really a blessing for the 9th prince." Everyone agreed when they heard it, and they were a little nervous and uneasy, and they relaxed a lot at once. The women covered their mouths shyly and laughed softly. Some were happy to marry into the palace, while others laughed at Su Maoyang's stupidity. They thought Su Maoyang was a great person, but they didn't expect her to be a fool. She was willing to give up her man to others. This is not called tolerance. This is clearly stupidity. I think, as long as they enter the palace, not to mention the concubine, even the position of the princess, there is hope to seize it. But they don't know that marrying into the 9th prince's palace and falling into Su Maoyang's hands is definitely the stupidest decision in their lives. Su Maoyang will definitely become the nightmare of their lives. "Princess, since you agree, then this marriage." Yang Rui's face was happy, and he continued to ask while the iron was hot. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. "I agree on behalf of the prince. Your daughters can stay now, and after I make good arrangements, they can go to serve the king." They all entered the palace in the name of concubines, and there was no need for a sedan chair. In other words, as long as they stayed in the palace and served the king, they could be considered the prince's women. Hearing Su Maoyang's cheerful assurance, everyone was smiling, and they were extremely satisfied with Su Maoyang's tolerance. The women were so excited that their faces turned red. At the beginning, Nan Qingjue defeated the enemy with one move at the prince's wedding banquet, causing such a big commotion, and they all heard about it. In addition, the 9th prince is so beautiful that many women feel ashamed when they see him. Such a person. How can people not be moved? "Princess, since you have agreed to my daughter's marriage, I wonder when you will arrange for my daughter to sleep with you." When Minister Song heard this, he looked at Su Maoyang with expectation, and his tone was a little anxious and excited. As soon as these words came out, everyone stopped their excited discussions and stared at Su Maoyang intently, looking forward to her answer. Entering the house is the first step. And sleeping with the prince and becoming the prince's woman is the highlight. Seeing that everyone was very concerned about this issue, with eager desire floating in his eyes, a gleam of light flashed across Su Maoyang's eyes. This group of ministers betrayed the prince and came to Nanqingjue. Such snobbish villains are really disgusting. This time, she will let them go without return. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang curled the corners of her lips, and her sharp eyes swept over everyone. Her red lips opened slightly, and her voice rose. Well, since I agree to let the prince take a concubine, I will naturally arrange for you to sleep with me. But there are so many of you. How to arrange it? Who goes first and who goes later? This palace is very headache. Hearing this, the ministers were all old foxes, and naturally understood the meaning between the lines of Su Maoyang. At that moment, Yang Rui stood up and proposed, Princess, our Yang family is willing to pay 10,000 gold coins as a dowry. Song Qing, the minister of Song, was not willing to give up, and he shouted, our Song family is willing to pay 20,000 gold coins. Our Wang family is willing to pay 30,000 gold coins. Humph. Our Shen family is willing to pay 50,000. Our Yang family is willing to pay 100,000. Seeing that everyone was enthusiastic and kept raising the price, Su Maoyang rarely smiled, raised his hand to everyone, and comforted them. Everyone, please be patient. Don't be anxious. The highest bidder for the 9th prince will win. Everyone is hope. Take your time. When everyone heard that everyone had hope, their faces flushed with excitement, and they shouted out their prices, one higher than the other, directly from 10,000 gold coins to 200,000 gold coins. Even so, the price was still not capped. For a while, the whole hall was noisy, and all the ministers rushed to bid, and immediately turned the marriage into an auction. Seeing this, Lu Man and Nanian were both shocked. Their young lady actually auctioned the prince in public in the prince's territory. Did they see it wrong? This is too shocking. Lu Man and Nanian felt weak all over and quickly leaned on the table beside them to stabilize their bodies. Butler Zhong, who saw this scene at the door of the hall, was also frightened and turned pale, and hurried to Huizhu Hall. He really didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so bold that he actually held an auction in the palace. And the object of the auction was their prince. When he rushed back to Huizhu Hall to report to Nanqingjue, his voice was trembling. Prince, something bad has happened. Nanqingjue was closing his eyes and gathering his energy, and a cold and terrifying black air was faintly permeating his body. But when he heard Butler Zhong's voice, the black air quickly retracted into his body, as if nothing had happened. When Butler Zhong pushed the door open, Nanqingjue was already lying on the couch normally. Haven't those people at the door been sent away yet? Nanqingjue closed his eyes and asked coldly, with a slight anger in his tone that could not be ignored. Butler Zhong was so anxious at this time that he naturally did not notice Nanqingjue's abnormality, and hurriedly accused Su Maoyang of his crimes like pouring beans. Prince, go and have a look. The ministers at the door not only did not leave, but were also invited in by the princess. Now, they are holding an auction in the hall. Butler Zhong was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, and was worried that Nanqingjue would be furious after hearing this. While speaking, he observed his expression and waited for his response tremblingly. Nanqingjue frowned suddenly, and his cold voice rose slightly. Auction? Looking at his puzzled look, Butler Zhong's face was tangled into a ball, and he didn't dare to say it. But he had to say, yes. The princess, she is auctioning the prince in the hall. Chapter 140. Give them a good beating. What? Even the cold-hearted Nanqingjue was startled by this, and suddenly opened his blue eyes, flashing a startled light. Your Highness, go and have a look. The hall is already in chaos. Butler Zhong was frightened by the sharp cold eyes and trembled all over, and immediately wiped a cold sweat. Su Maoyang here was still immersed in the temptation of money and couldn't extricate himself. Looking at the generosity of everyone, Su Maoyang nodded frequently, with a satisfied smile on his face. But no one knows what kind of vicious heart is hidden under the gentle smile. Okay. The Yang family is willing to pay 500,000 gold coins. Does anyone have a higher price? Su Maoyang asked when he saw that the price had reached their limit. At this time, the whole audience was silent, and they gnashed their teeth at Yang Rui's willingness to spend so much money, since no one has raised the price. The first person to sleep with the emperor is Yang Lingqiu, the daughter of Yang Shangshu. According to the price just now, The second person to sleep with the emperor should be Song Niufu, the daughter of Song Shilang. And the third person should be Shinryu, the daughter of the Shin family. Su Maoyan announced the order according to the bids. The three families named were naturally very proud and excited. The others who were not named were unwilling to accept it. Princess, this is unfair. Why don't we have a share? Su Maoyan smiled and nodded. Don't panic. I will send someone to get paper and pen now. Write down all your bids on paper. And I will arrange the order to sleep with the emperor. Hearing this, everyone was relieved. But Nan Qingjue, who had just arrived at the door, was furious. Su Maoyan, you are so brave that you dare to auction me in public. A fierce roar seemed to be wrapped in 1,000-year-old black ice, cold and hard, accompanied by a strong wind. The powerful force actually shattered the table on which Su Maoyan placed the teacup. There was a loud bang, and all the people who were talking were frightened and silent, looking towards the door in shock. When they saw the person clearly, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their faces were shocked. The prince is here. The women were overjoyed when they saw the godly look, and their lips were grinning like blooming flowers, and they couldn't close for a long time. Some blushed and dared not look directly at Nan Qingjue's eyes, while others flirted and showed their charming side perfectly. The ministers were also very excited, and they immediately knelt down with their daughters to pay their respects. I, your humble servant, and my little daughter, pay my respects to the ninth prince. The deafening sound of kowtow and the women's pretentious greetings resounded throughout the entire hall. Seeing the room full of ministers and colorfully dressed beauties standing in front of him, Nan Qingjue felt that veins on his forehead were throbbing and were about to pop out. The pair of ice-blue eyes seemed to be frozen, releasing a chilling cold light, shooting straight at Su Maoyan, who was sitting on a high seat. Damn woman! It would have been fine if she had let these people in private without his permission. But she was so bold as to auction him off in public. What about the highest bidder wins? What about everyone as a share? When these words came out of her mouth, Nan Qingjue wanted to rush up and tear her mouth apart. Nan Qingjue stared at the culprit who was sitting in the hall, his eyes glaring with rage. His ice-blue eyes, like sharp swords that seemed to pierce Su Maoyan with hundreds of holes. Su Maoyan was also shocked by his sharp eyes and shuddered. He rarely smiled with a guilty conscience. Prince, you are here. Looking at that smile, Nan Qingjue took a deep breath in anger. His eyes were as big as copper bells. And he shouted, if I don't come again, you will sell me out. Su Maoyan shrank his head because of his deafening voice. Is it necessary to be so angry? I just saw that you were unsatisfied. Last time, in the middle of the night, you were so hot that you took an ice bath. How bad is it for your health? I took you a concubine because I was worried about your health. Why don't you know what's good for you? Su Maoyan said it better than singing. When Nan Qingjue heard this, his pale face turned ashen, and a breath of anger blocked his chest, almost making him vomit blood. Butler Zhong, who was following him, couldn't bear to look directly at it. He cried out, covered his eyes, and turned his head away. This princess is so angry that his prince will die. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Nan Qingjue in surprise. After being shocked, many people covered their mouths and laughed. How strong is the desire to take an ice bath in the middle of the night? I really can't believe that the ninth prince, a cripple, is so strong in that aspect. Looking at everyone's weird and ambiguous eyes, Nan Qingjue's face really had nowhere to put. He stared at Su Maoyan and squeezed out a few words from his lips and teeth. His voice exploded like thunder. Su Maoyan, come here. He must have been too kind to her, which made her do such a shocking thing. This woman deserves to be punished. Su Maoyan is not stupid. Now he looks like a lion, and he has bared his teeth at her from such a distance. If she walks over, he will swallow her up. Nan Qingjue, there are so many guests here now. Please give me some face. Su Maoyan looked at the people around her who all looked like they were watching a good show, and she really couldn't bear to do it. Besides, she was helping him deal with this group of admirers who had admired him for a long time. He didn't even appreciate it. Nan Qingjue was speechless. She still wanted face? How dare she ask for face? She still had the nerve to ask for face? In front of so many people, she auctioned him off. And in front of them, she said that he was unsatisfied and took a cold shower. He didn't slap her to death, which was giving her face. Nan Qingjue was so angry that his head was splitting, and his face was alternately blue and black. When Lu Man and Nanian saw that look, they covered their eyes. The young lady of their family was too fierce. And the scene was too beautiful. They dared not look. You? Get out. Nan Qingjue couldn't do anything to Su Maoyang, so he could only yell at the ministers and women standing in the room. Everyone was frightened by his anger and trembled all over. They were afraid, but they were reluctant to leave. It was so hard to come to the door, and it was rare that even the princess agreed to the marriage. Now Nan Qingjue said to get out, and it was going to be ruined? They had been bidding for so long, and the order of dowry and sleeping was set. How could this happen? Everyone looked at Su Maoyang with embarrassment, hoping that she could say a few good words to let them stay. Su Maoyang didn't want them to leave just like that. She wasted so much time and effort, and finally fooled so much dowry. Nan Qingjue's appearance broke her plan to make money, which was really a loss. Su Maoyang would not allow the duck in her mouth to fly away like this. Besides, this group of powerful villains came to her on their own. If she just let them go, wouldn't it be too easy for them? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang made a decision on her own, gave the ministers a reassuring look, and comforted them. Dear ministers, the prince is quarreling with me and is in a bad mood. Don't take it to heart. Now it is important to go back and send someone to deliver the dowry. My daughter will stay in the prince's mansion. I will take care of her for you. Don't worry. Su Maoyang is confident that he will take care of them well. Chapter 141, losing both the wife and the army. Only after hearing this did the ministers breathe a sigh of relief. They saluted Su Maoyang gratefully, quickly left the palace, and disappeared from Su Maoyang's sight. But the women who were left behind were a little scared by Su Maoyang's weird eyes. They got goosebumps unconsciously, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. Nan Qingjue didn't expect Su Maoyang to dare to ignore his order, and his face turned black immediately. Su Maoyang, how dare you decide to keep them privately? Nan Qingjue's gloomy voice squeezed out from his teeth, and his gnashing anger made everyone's heart tremble. Su Maoyang glanced at him calmly, not taking his anger seriously, and retorted with a strong momentum. Didn't someone also decide privately and break my things last night? Nan Qingjue was speechless. What's wrong with me? Did I upset the prince? Since the prince doesn't like me, he can divorce me. As long as he divorces me. I'm not the 9th princess. I'm not the mistress of this palace. And I can't care about your unsatisfied things. Su Maoyang spread his hands, looking like he was going to divorce me. Nan Qingjue's face was dark and blue, and the anger in his chest was burning like dry firewood. Su Maoyang, if you want me to divorce you, it's impossible in your next life. The roar was deafening, and everyone was shocked. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, a little surprised by Nan Qingjue's persistence. If that's the case, then the prince can't care about me taking a concubine for you. You know, as a princess, it's your duty to care about the expansion of the royal family. Humph! I don't even bother to care about you. Nan Qingjue was so angry that he waved his sleeves and ordered the sedan bearer to turn around and leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, Su Maoyang would really make him vomit blood. Seeing that the prince was angry and left, housekeeper Zhong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and came to Su Maoyang to persuade her kindly. Princess, just listen to the prince and get these women away quickly. The prince is not interested in women. There are not even a few maids in the palace. How can he accept these young ladies? Okay. No need to persuade me anymore. Go and serve your prince quickly. Leave the things here to me. Su Maoyang waved her hand and was unwilling to say more. Hearing this, the housekeeper made a bitter face, shook his head, turned around and walked out helplessly. Su Maoyang saw him leave, and then ordered Lu Man, take them all away and settle them down. LV Man heard this, and pouted reluctantly. Miss, I can't do this. At this time, Yang Rui's daughter Yang Lingqiu saw that a maid dared to talk back, and immediately frowned and growled angrily. You slut! The princess ordered you to do something. You dare not obey. Are you looking for death? Hearing this, Lu Man was furious, and just wanted to refute, but was interrupted by Su Maoyang. Yang Lingqiu, since you are the first to sleep with the prince, then go tonight. Remember to serve the prince well. Don't let me down. Su Maoyang stared at Yang Lingqiu coldly, with a cold tone, and it was indistinguishable from his mood. Hearing this, Yang Lingqiu curled her lips. Her face instantly turned smug, and she laughed disdainfully. Princess, although you are not favored by the 9th prince, don't worry. I will talk to the prince tonight and say a few good words for you. Yang Lingqiu saw Nan Qingjushen was so angry just now, and she had already preconceived that Su Mayan was not favored by the prince. She had never seen a woman who dared to quarrel with her husband. Su Mayan was a shrew. No man would like her. She would serve the emperor tonight. With her graceful figure and gentle temperament, she would surely make the ninth prince unable to stop. Yang Lingqiu thought beautifully, as if she felt that she was superior to others. She looked at Su Mayan with a bit of disdain. Seeing this, Lu Man was so angry that her teeth itched. She called out in extreme dissatisfaction, "Miss!" Su Mayan frowned and glared at her, saying in a tough tone, "Take them down quickly." Lu Man stamped her feet in anger and led this group of arrogant women out of the hall, until they all faded out of Su Mayan's sight. Nanian beside her also endured the danger of being scolded and whispered, "Miss, I think the prince seems to be really angry. Besides, these women are too arrogant. You should drive them away quickly." Su Mayan gave her a matter-of-fact look. Her red lips moved slightly, and her tone was gloomy. "Did I say I wouldn't drive them away?" Hearing this, Nanian was stunned, feeling something was wrong, and looked at her in confusion. What does the lady mean? These ministers are sycophantic. They can betray the prince today and Nan Qingjue tomorrow. How can I let them become Nan Qingjue's power? Besides, they don't seem to take me seriously. I believe this will soon become the most regretful thing in their lives. Su Mayan looked at the direction where the women left with a cold gaze, and a hint of coldness appeared at the corners of his lips. Nanian was shocked, and seemed to understand something. She straightened her face and said, "What are you going to do next? Young lady? Are you really going to let them sleep with you?" Su Mayan glanced at her and said, "As a matter of course I have to sleep with you." Nanian was speechless. "But the prince will probably be furious. Didn't he also make me half angry before? Let's get back at him," Su Mayan said indifferently. Nanian wiped her sweat. "Her daughter is the most vengeful. Don't mess with her no matter who you mess with. I always feel that serving the emperor in bed is not appropriate." Su Mayan raised a wicked smile at her when she heard this, and glanced at her. "Do you think that Nan Qingjue, with his sinister character, would let them serve him in bed?" Nanian was shocked and shook her head woodenly. "The prince will be so angry that he will kill them." Su Mayan saw that she had come to her senses, and the smile on her lips deepened. Without too much explanation, she just said a sentence and walked away in the direction of the bedroom. "Prepare to report the death to the Yang mansion tomorrow morning." Hearing this, and seeing Su Mayan's cunning smile, Nanian finally realized it. It turned out that her young lady had long expected that Nan Qingjue would never let these women serve him in bed, but would be so angry that he would accidentally kill them. No wonder the young lady didn't help Lu Man just now, but just asked Yang Lingqiu to serve him in bed. She didn't ask people to sleep with her. She asked people to die? The young lady was really full of bad intentions. On the surface, she pretended to be gentle, decent, tolerant and generous in front of these ministers. Not only did she cheat others of their dowry, but she also sent their daughter to the gates of hell. She even kept saying that she would take good care of their daughter. This is really not the kind of care that ordinary people can bear. It seems that the real victims this time were not Nan Qingjue, but the ministers. Not only did she lose her wife, she also lost her troops. This move of the young lady was really cruel. Madame could not help but mourn for those ministers and the young lady. Chapter 142 Death News. The next morning, Su Mayan's Luhua Palace was unprecedentedly lively. Last night, Su Mayan received countless dowries, which filled her entire room. She counted the money until her hands cramped. She wanted to take advantage of the early morning to sleep in for a while, but she didn't expect that her plan would be disrupted by those rich ladies. Madame said that it was a rule that concubines should pay respects to the main wife. Su Mayan had no choice but to come to the main hall and accept their kowtow. However, when she stepped into the main hall, she saw a dozen women sitting on both sides of the main hall, chatting freely and casually, which didn't look like they were here to pay respects to her, until they saw Su Mayan appear. They stood up reluctantly and saluted Su Mayan symbolically, without any respect in their eyes. Perhaps they were still a little afraid of her status as a princess, so they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. But they also knew that Su Mayan was a shrew who was not liked by the ninth prince, so they were just trying to save face. No one really respected her, and they even looked down on her. Su Mayan took the scene in, walked slowly to the top of the main hall, and sat down steadily. Nanian followed her. much calmer than yesterday, because she knew that these women in front of her were just some clowns in front of the young lady, and they could not make any big waves. In the end, they had to end tragically, which was quite funny, seeing that Su Maoyang did not get angry. Her expression was always calm, and there was always a decent smile on the corner of her lips. Everyone thought she was easy to bully. Seeing this, Song Miafu, who had offended Su Maoyang last time, sneered disdainfully, "Princess, you got up really late. We have been waiting for you here for a long time. This girl is young and has been spoiled. She has a bad temper. If she is not happy, she will just say it without thinking." Su Maoyang smiled lightly, and didn't seem to care. "Yes, I have kept you waiting for a long time." Hearing her say this, everyone was not in a good mood. If it were not for leaving a good impression on the ninth prince, they would not want to come to pay respects to the princess so early. "Princess, it's my turn to sleep with you tonight. Shouldn't you send a maid to help me dress up?" Song Miafu clenched her fingers in jealousy when she thought that Yang Lingqiu had taken the lead. Su Maoyang nodded. "Of course. Your father's bid is second, so it should be you tonight." Song Miafu heard the words, excited and proud, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, at this moment, Lu Man suddenly rushed in from outside, and her panicked voice came from a distance. "Miss, it's not good. It's not good. It's a big deal." When Lu Man ran to the main hall, she was already sweating and panting. Su Maoyang glanced at her calmly, and her tone was calm. "What's wrong?" Lu Man pointed to the direction of the door. Her eyes widened in fear, and she said with a heavy breath, "Miss, go and see that Yang Lingqiu is dead." "What?" Before Su Maoyang spoke, the other women were the first to exclaim. "Please explain clearly. Didn't Yang Lingqiu go to the bedchamber? How did he die?" Song Miafu was so shocked that her face froze, and she frowned and asked. Lu Man glanced at her and said in shock, "It is said that the prince killed him." "What?" Song Miafu was frightened, and her pretty face, which had just been proud, turned pale. Why did the prince want to kill her? Shinryu, the daughter of the Shin family, was also frightened and asked with a bad face, "Why else?" It must be that the prince was unhappy. When Lu Man thought about the fact that the prince was angry about Su Maoyang all day yesterday, and encountered such a pitfall as serving the emperor in the evening, he was probably furious and slapped Yang Lingqiu to death without saying a word. Yang Lingqiu was also guilty, and he was actually made a fool. When the women heard this, they couldn't help but shudder. They really couldn't imagine that the ninth prince, a cripple, was so violent and killed people when he was unhappy. It was too horrible to treat human life so lightly. "Miss, Butler Zhong is waiting at the door now. He wants to ask how to deal with Yang Lingqiu's body. Do you want to send it back to the Yang family?" Lu Man wiped her sweat anxiously and loudly asked Su Maoyang for his opinion. Su Maoyang frowned and said in a cold voice, "Why go back to the Yang family? Since Yang Lingqiu has married into the palace and served the prince, she is a member of the palace. She is just a concubine. Why bother to mobilize so many people? Since she has made the prince unhappy, just throw her to the backyard to feed the dogs. Remember not to hinder the prince's eyes." Lu Man received the order, and her frightened expression suddenly froze, as if she had reacted to something. Her face suddenly suppressed a smile, and she quickly agreed, "Yes, I will go now." As she said that, she trotted out of Luwa Palace. Her steps were much lighter than when she came. Hearing this, all the women present were frightened. I didn't expect that the gentle and kind princess would be so cold-blooded and ruthless. She could make light of matters concerning human lives, and she simply regarded human lives as worthless. It would be fine if Yang Lingqiu died, but she was thrown to feed the dogs, and not even a complete corpse was left. It was too cruel. "Princess, you are too much. Yang Lingqiu is the daughter of the Yang family after all. She is also a living life. Not only do you not make a decision for her, but you also add insult to injury." Song Miafu couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily. Su Maoyang smiled coldly, and a trace of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Sister Song, Yang Lingqiu is married into the palace and is a member of the palace. She has no relationship with the Yang family. I am the mistress of this palace, so I naturally have the right to make the decision. Besides, she was killed by the prince. I can't blame the prince." Hearing this, Song Miafu was shocked, and she felt a chill under her fierce eyes. Yes, the prince killed a concubine, and no one asked at all. It can be said that it was an insignificant matter. As a princess, Su Maoyang was responsible for the aftermath of the prince, and she could not find any fault with it. After hearing these words, Song Miafu suddenly felt like she was falling into an ice cellar, and the coldness ran from the soles of her feet to her forehead, which made her sweat all over. The other women were also frightened and stiff, and they dared not be as free and undisciplined as before. Seeing that everyone was so quiet, Su Maoyang could not help but speak softly. Sister Song, it's your turn to sleep with the prince tonight, but you must behave well, and don't make the prince angry like Yang Lingqiu did. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Her light tone fell on Song Miafu's heart, but it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and she couldn't breathe for a while. Yang Lingqiu was not uglier than her, and her figure was not worse than hers. Her artificial charm was also obvious to everyone. Even she made the prince unhappy and died. What should those who are not as good as Yang Lingqiu do? Song Miafu was so frightened that her hair stood up. She looked at Su Maoyang above with fear. Her heart was beating like a drum. Princess, I am not feeling well today. I think I will not sleep with you. Let other sisters have this chance, Song Miafu said with a pale face, pointing at the women around her. Seeing this, the women around were all so scared that they waved their hands. No. 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 Lord Song spent so much money to snatch the order. We dare not act rashly. Chapter 143 Sheep in the Tiger's Mouth. Seeing that everyone was unwilling to sleep with him, Su Maoyang frowned, his face gloomy, and his angry rebuke exploded in the main hall. How dare you? How can I change the sleeping arrangement I have arranged? Where do you put my prestige? The women were shocked by Su Maoyang's fierce roar, and they trembled, looking at her gloomy and angry face. They began to feel uneasy. Song Miafu saw that things had developed to this point, and she was uneasy. She asked nervously, Princess, is the prince usually like this? Su Maoyang naturally knew what she meant. A dark light flashed across his eyes, and he nodded slightly. You have seen it before. The prince has a bad temper, so you have to serve him well tonight. Don't follow in Yang Lingqiu's footsteps. Hearing this, Song Miafu shuddered, recalling the scene of seeing Nan Qingjue yesterday. He was indeed very angry, and his face was so sinister that he could strangle someone to death at any time, if she did anything that did not meet his expectations tonight. I dare not think about it. Song Miafu was so frightened that her heart beat like thunder when she thought of the consequences. Princess, I will not sleep with you tonight. Song Miafu seemed to be frightened and waved her hands with a pale face. Su Maoyang heard this. His eyes became fierce, and a cold light flashed. Asshole. The date for the night service has been set, but you suddenly changed your mind and refused to sleep with the prince. Do you look down on the prince? Or do you deliberately humiliate the prince? Hearing this, Song Miafu looked anxious and explained, I didn't. I just don't want to marry into the prince's mansion. Now I just want to go home. As soon as the voice fell, Su Maoyang slapped the table with a loud noise. Bold Song Miafu, you have entered the prince's mansion, and even sent the dowry. You are the prince's woman. You want to break the engagement now. Where does the prince stand? Listening to Su Maoyang's righteous rebuke, Song Miafu and the other women all broke out in cold sweats. According to her, they were like sheep in the tiger's mouth, and they couldn't escape. I don't care. I'm leaving now. I haven't served the prince yet, so I can't be considered the prince's woman. Song Miafu was completely furious. As she said that, she turned and ran out of the palace, trying to escape from the palace. Seeing this, Su Maoyang shouted coldly. The voice was deafening, and the other women turned pale. Come here. Arrest Song Miafu for me. At this time, 2 guards suddenly rushed in from outside and were about to attack Song Miafu. Fortunately, Song Miafu had some skills and was a junior earth spirit master. She slapped the 2 guards and knocked them down. Su Maoyang frowned, and immediately waved his sleeves, and suddenly shot out a spiritual power, which directly hit Song Miafu's back. With a puff, Song Miafu spit out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground face down. Seeing her being knocked down, the 2 guards climbed up despite their injuries and quickly captured her. Su Maoyang looked coldly at the seriously injured Song Miafu, opened his thin lips slightly, and his gloomy and cold voice sounded in everyone's ears like a death knell of the end of the world. Take Song Miafu away and serve her well. Send her to the Huizhu Palace to sleep with you at a certain time tonight. Sleeping with you is a beautiful word, But when it came out of Su Maoyang's mouth, everyone felt horrified. They watched Song Miafu being dragged away without struggling, thinking that it would be their turn later. They trembled with fear and panic. This palace warns you that once you enter the palace, you are the prince's woman. From now on, you are the people of the palace in life, and the ghosts of the palace in death. If I hear any nonsense about wanting to go home and not wanting to sleep with you again, I will be the first to deal with you. Su Maoyang roared majestically. His voice was sonorous and his tone was strong, which frightened the group of women, as if they were on the edge of an abyss. At this moment, they realized that they were on a pirate ship and could not get off. They thought that they could enjoy all the glory and wealth, get the favor of the prince, and support the family business after entering the palace. Unexpectedly, they were shocked by a series of things before they even met the prince. They had never heard that the prince was so violent and killed people without blinking an eye. They didn't know that Su Maoyang, who seemed gentle on the surface, was so iron-blooded and courageous, and so majestic and intimidating. If they had known earlier, they would not have married into the palace, thinking of how much money their father spent on bidding for the order of sleeping with the emperor. It seems that they are clearly spending money to line up and die. Seeing that the women were intimidated by him and all obeyed and quieted down, Su Maoyang nodded slightly with satisfaction. You all go down and rest. When it's your turn to serve the emperor, someone will come to invite you. Hearing this, the women fled out of the hall in fear. At this time, Luhua Hall was finally quiet, without the chirping noise, and no colorful colors were annoying. Su Maoyang felt much more comfortable. Miss, it's almost noon. It's time to go to the dining room for dinner. Madame estimated the time and reminded her beside her. After inviting in, she was hungry and nodded. Well, let's go. Today's dining room was different from the previous few days. There was an unexpected figure. The prince is finally willing to come out for dinner? Su Maoyang smiled at the corner of his lips, mocking him jokingly, and walked over and sat down slowly while speaking. Nanqingjue was furious when he saw Su Maoyang's half-smiley face. He glared at her coldly. Have you had enough fun? Su Maoyang pretended to be confused. What do you mean you've had enough fun? Nanqingjue's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Don't think that I don't know. You used me as an excuse to play a prank on those ministers, and used me to kill those women, so that no one can find any fault with you. This woman is so sinister. Su Maoyang smiled, but did not deny it. Instead, he asked curiously, So, Your Majesty, do you want to cooperate with me, or do you want to stop me? Haven't I already cooperated with you? Nanqingjue's deep ice blue eyes flashed a light, but his low and ambiguous tone shocked Su Maoyang. It turned out that he deliberately killed Yang Lingqiu and asked the housekeeper to inform her with great fanfare. This man seemed to always be able to guess her thoughts. Su Maoyang always hated the feeling of being seen through, but for some reason, facing those shining blue eyes, she had an illusion of relief. It seems that the prince is not angry anymore. Su Maoyang curled her lips, and her understated tone immediately made Nanqingjue's face darken. What do you mean by not angry? He was almost vomiting blood because of her. She auctioned him in public, and the highest bidder won. In public, she said that he took an ice bath and was unsatisfied, and finally ignored his orders and kept the group of women privately. After counting each crime, Nanqingjue wanted to strangle her to death. She had the nerve to say that he was not angry, but no matter how angry he was, he couldn't bear to touch her hair. Nanqingjue's cold eyes softened suddenly, and he looked at her deeply. I am very curious. Those ministers obviously did not threaten your interests, but brought you benefits. According to your personality, you have 100 ways to make those women unable to stay, but you chose the most ruthless one. Why? Why else? They were rude to me. I couldn't stand their arrogant attitude, and I took action when I was uncomfortable. Su Maoyang was a little scared by his gaze. Nanqingjue obviously didn't believe this reason. Is it just like that? Hearing this rhetorical question, looking at Nanqingjue's shining eyes, Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 144: A Letter of Divorce. The minister's marriage proposal posed no threat to Su Maoyang, because she didn't care about anything in the palace. Perhaps she was really angry because of the disrespect of the minister and those women. But for some reason, Nanqingjue still wanted the reason to be him. You are jealous. Nanqingjue raised the corner of his lips, raised a wicked smile, and his playful voice suddenly froze Su Maoyang's hand holding the chopsticks. You think too much. Su Maoyang rolled her eyes at him and put down her chopsticks. Today's dishes are really not to my taste. I won't eat them. As she said that, she stood up and left the table. At this time, Nanqingjue suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms with force. You are avoiding me. Why? Nanqingjue lowered his head and stared at her deeply, with an ambiguous breath blowing in his face. Su Maoyang looked at those complicated blue eyes, and his heart was shocked. With an indescribable taste, even she herself did not realize that her anger seemed to be not only because of the arrogance of the ministers and the group of women, but also because of Nanqingjue. She really had not thought about why she wanted to put those women to death before. Because they dared to dream of marrying Nanqingjue. This terrible thought flashed through her mind. And Su Maoyang was shocked. But just as the two looked at each other, the voice of Butler Zhong suddenly came from outside. Your Majesty. Princess. It's bad. Minister Yang led a group of ministers to the palace. Butler Zhong was speechless because of the ambiguous posture of the two before he finished speaking. Hearing the voice, Su Maoyang immediately got up from Nanqingjue, quickly sorted out his emotions, and said calmly, it will come sooner or later. As expected. Please ask them to wait in the hall. The housekeeper may have smelled something unusual, smiled ambiguously and nodded, then turned around and left. Seeing Su Maoyang was about to leave, Nanqing would never give up, and his cold voice contained expectation. Remember? You owe me an answer. I'll wait for you. He waited for her to tell him. Su Maoyang paused. His face was calm, but a ripple appeared in his heart. The hall of the palace was already full of ministers and their daughters. Each of them looked dangerous and furious, which made the whole room quite depressing. As soon as Su Maoyang entered, he saw a familiar face, and couldn't help but sigh. It's the same group of people gathering in the hall of my palace again. I think it can only be explained by fate. Hearing this, the people who were already furious vomited blood in anger. Fate. She has the nerve to talk about fate. Not only did she cheat them out of so much money, but she also killed their daughter. What kind of unlucky fate is this? Princess, you killed my daughter. I want you to give me an explanation. Yang Rui was furious when he thought of his daughter's tragic death and her body being fed to dogs. The anger in his chest was like a mine that would explode as soon as the fuse was pulled, and it could blow people to pieces at any time. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, with an innocent look on his face, and said lightly, Minister Yang, your daughter touched the prince's reverse scale, and was executed by the prince. How can you say that I killed her? Besides, it was you who tried your best to marry your daughter into the prince's mansion, and threatened and intimidated me. I didn't care about you, but let your daughter in with tolerance. What? Now you want to turn the tables, and don't admit it. Upon hearing this, Yang Shangshu gnashed his teeth in anger. What a sharp tongue. He misjudged it. You? This is clearly your conspiracy. Yang Shangshu was panting with anger, facing Su Maoyang's righteous attitude. He felt anger rolling in his chest, burning him so that he couldn't speak. Su Maoyang glanced at him coldly, and his cold voice was a bit sarcastic. Yang Shangshu, what you said is not right. You broke into the mansion and forced me to take a concubine for the prince. I forgave you for such a despicable thing. Now you actually say it is a conspiracy. Is there any justice in this world? Even if this matter is spread out, people will only praise me for my kindness and generosity, and accuse you of being despicable and shameless. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and the desire to seek justice suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. Kind and generous. She actually had the nerve to describe herself with these 4 words. Not to mention that these ministers and their daughters were furious. Even Nanian standing by was trying to hold back a smile. Even she admitted that the young lady was thick-skinned enough. But compared with this group of snobs, her young lady's face was not good enough. You. Minister Yang was so angry that he felt like he was about to burst, holding his forehead and shaking. Su Maoyang didn't wait for him to continue speaking, and took over the conversation again. It was you who bid a high price and got the first one to sleep with me. But now you blame it on me. Don't you think you are making unreasonable arguments and making trouble? Minister Yang was already furious, and when he heard this, he spit out a mouthful of old blood. He really didn't expect that he was actually paying his daughter to die, but he knew that it was his own fault. But he didn't dare to hold the prince responsible. Everyone knew that concubines had no status, and the death of a concubine in the royal family was harmless. Thinking of this, Yang Shangshu collapsed to the ground and fell unconscious. Seeing this, Su Maoyang frowned slightly and growled impatiently, "Come here. Yang Shangshu is ill. Send him back to the Yang family." Just like that, Yang Shangshu was carried out of the palace by 2 guards. Seeing Yang Shangshu like this, the other ministers and women swallowed their saliva with lingering fear. They were all glad that they didn't spend so much money to grab the first place, and that their daughters hadn't served the emperor yet. At this time, Song Sherlang changed his arrogant attitude in the past and respectfully clasped his fists with Su Maoyang. "Princess, I have offended you before. I hope that you will not remember my mistakes and forgive me and my daughter." "Don't. I didn't do anything to you. I always acted according to your wishes and never made things difficult for you. Now you are talking as if I am unforgivable," Su Maoyang retorted coldly. Seeing that she was not moved, Minister Song wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, the princess is right. But I only have one daughter, and I really don't want her to get married so soon. So I want to take her back, and I hope the princess will approve it." Now, except for Yan Lingqiu's death, all the other women were at the scene. But Song Yifu was not seen. Minister Song knew without guessing that she must have been locked up by Su Maoyang, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Su Maoyang frowned and disagreed. "Sir Song, you don't seem to understand yet. Your daughter has stayed at the palace overnight, and the dowry has been delivered to the door. Then she is the prince's woman. How can you take her away just like that?" Minister Song heard this. His legs softened, and he was scared. Su Maoyang's words clearly meant that he would not let her go. The other ministers also wanted to ask for their daughters back and take back their dowries. But they didn't expect Su Maoyang to not even let them go, let alone take back their dowries. "Princess, what do you want in exchange for letting her go?" Minister Song was forced to ask bluntly. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, glanced at him, and said slowly, "It's not that I'm holding on to her. It's really against the rules. Now your daughter has married into the palace. If she wants to leave the palace, she must get a divorce letter from the prince." Divorce letter. Hearing this, all the women in the audience broke out in cold sweats. He had cheated their families of so much money and threatened their lives. Now, if they want to regret and leave the palace, they need a divorce letter from the prince. If they were given a divorce letter, wouldn't they become abandoned women despised by everyone in the southern Sui dynasty? Which man would dare to marry them then? Chapter 145. Even more deceiving than her. Su Maoyang, don't go too far. Minister Song gnashed his teeth and yelled. Minister Song thought of the money he had spent and his daughter's fall from grace. So he didn't care about etiquette or rules, and completely lost his mind. Su Maoyang frowned when he heard this, and his face instantly turned angry. He scolded Minister Song. "Courageous Minister Song, you are disobeying your superiors and calling me by my name. Drag me out and give me 100 lashes." Minister Song was beaten, which immediately served as a warning to others. Seeing this, other ministers and women did not dare to act rashly, and were obviously frightened by Su Maoyang's majesty. Lord Shen saw that things had developed to this point, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and clasp his fists. "Princess, please give me a letter of divorce. I will leave the palace with my daughter now." Shinryu was so frightened when she heard this that she trembled all over and shouted in fear, "Father, no, I don't want a letter of divorce. I don't want to be an abandoned woman." The word abandoned woman was a fatal blow to the women present. If they were given a letter of divorce, they would spend the rest of their lives being scorned by others. Lord Shen knew it. But in this situation, there was nothing else he could do except to swallow his anger. "Do you want to die here?" Lord Shen looked sideways and glared at Shinryu fiercely. Shinryu choked instantly. She didn't want to be an abandoned woman, let alone die here. Thinking of this, Shinryu bit her lips tightly, leaving a deep blood mark on her lips, which showed her inner struggle. Lord Shen was relieved when he saw her silent, and bowed to Su Maoyang again. "I hope the princess will do this." Seeing Lord Shen was so understanding, Su Maoyang did not feel embarrassed, and immediately waved his hand. "In this case, Lord Shen, take Shinryu away, and send the divorce letter to your house tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lord Shen's heart finally settled down, and he led Shinryu out of the palace quickly. Seeing this, the other ministers had no choice but to bear the humiliation and follow Lord Shen's example to ask for a divorce letter and take their daughter away. Su Maoyang had no objection and readily agreed to their request, since they had been slaughtered and embarrassed. Su Maoyang's goal had been achieved, so there was no need to hold on to them. This group of people left as soon as possible, and they didn't have to bother her anymore, until everyone faded out of sight. Nanian whispered, "Miss, are you really going to let them go?" Su Maoyang nodded, "Yes. I let them go, and then I'll leave it to the prince to deal with." "Ah? Prince?" Nanian was puzzled. Su Maoyang smiled. A glimmer flashed in her eyes. "Have you forgotten whose confidants they are?" After being reminded by her, Nanian immediately realized, "Ha ha ha. Miss, they are miserable. This matter has made such a big fuss. How could the prince let them go if he knew they had rebelled? I believe Nanjinghuan's face is not looking good now." Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing when he thought of Nanjinghuan's furious expression. Speaking of Nanjinghuan, Su Maoyang thought of Su Yixue. "I wonder how she is doing." "How is Su Yixue recently?" Su Maoyang asked casually. But Nanian restrained her smile. "Miss, you asked me to send someone to follow her, and I really found that she went to Zhou Weird Doctor in the west of South City." "When did it happen?" "It happened 2 days ago. She went there twice. I think the wound on her face is too serious, and it will not be cured for a while," Nanian said. "Well, there's no need to follow her anymore. She must have suffered a lot from Dr. Zhou." "Yes, I obey your order." After Su Maoyang finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the hall. "Miss, where are you going?" Nanian asked. "Of course, I'm going to ask the prince for a divorce letter." Su Maoyang's voice came from a distance, and Nanian couldn't help but wipe her sweat. Poor prince. This divorce letter must be written at least a dozen times. When Su Maoyang stepped into Nanjingjue's bedroom, Nanjingjue was lying on the couch, with his right hand resting on his head and his left hand holding a book, looking leisurely and comfortable. "Sent away?" His eyes were fixed on the book, but the words were directed to Su Maoyang. "No. I still need your divorce letter." Su Maoyang sat directly over, and sat on the chair without any hesitation. Nanjingjue's hand holding the book froze when he heard this, and he immediately put the book down, frowned and growled, "Divorce? Didn't I tell you not to even think about it in your next life? It's not for me. It's for those rich ladies." Su Maoyang glanced at him speechlessly. He was obviously not a hot-tempered person, but he was so hot-tempered to her. I really don't know if she owed him. After hearing this, Nanjingjue suddenly realized and had to sigh that the woman he liked was really treacherous. "I won't write it." Rejected without hesitation. Su Maoyang was stunned. "Aren't you going to cooperate with me? Why did you change your mind so quickly?" Nanjingjue raised his eyes and looked at her deeply, curled his lips, and said in a low voice with a little hoarseness, "I will only marry you. Who do you want me to write a divorce letter to?" Nanjingjue's meaning is very clear. He will only marry Su Maoyang in this life, and only recognize Su Maoyang, no matter who other women are, no matter how they are related to him. They are nothing to him, not to mention writing a divorce letter. Su Maoyang's heart was shocked, and her cheeks were a little hot after she understood what he meant. This guy either made her angry or teased her. "I told him that the divorce letter will be sent to the mansion tomorrow." Seeing her persistence, Nanjingjue's smile deepened, and he shouted outside, "Butler Zhong, come in." Butler Zhong received the order and stepped forward obediently, waiting for instructions. "You write a dozen divorce letters, sign your name, and send people to deliver them to various mansions," Nanjingjue ordered coldly. Su Maoyang laughed when she heard it. Nanjingjue is much more cruel than her. He has come up with such a sinister trick. When Butler Zhong heard this, his face turned pale with fear, and he waved his hands in panic. "No, no, no, my lord, you must not do this. How can a slave like me write a divorce letter to those young ladies and sign my name on it? Please don't make me suffer. I told you to write it, so just write it. What are you talking about?" Nanjingjue growled in displeasure, with a tough attitude that would not tolerate any rebuttal. Butler Zhong's face was wrinkled in misery, but he didn't dare to refuse. He had never done such a bad thing. If those ministers and young ladies received a divorce letter signed by a slave like him, they would probably faint from anger. Alas, who made him have a black-bellied princess and an even more black-bellied prince? Su Maoyang tortured people to the point of crying out in pain, while Su Yixue was tortured to death. Since she found Dr. Zhou, she was tortured by him in all kinds of perverted ways, just to make him heal her face. Nanjinghuan wouldn't touch her anyway, so it didn't matter whether she was clean or not. What mattered was that she had to face him with a beautiful face. However, the wound on her face was too severe, and Dr. Zhou said that she had to change her skin and use human skin to repair it. So Su Yixue reported Su Maoyang's name without hesitation. I heard that Su Maoyang is quite powerful, and has the support of the Ninth Prince and the people of Nanjing Academy. Are you sure you want to provoke her? Dr. Zhou was not stupid, and had heard of Su Maoyang's name. Su Yixue had gritted her teeth, and the hatred deep in her bones made her lose her mind long ago. I want her face. Just her face. Didn't Nanjing Huan like her face? Then she would change it to Su Maoyang's face. Chapter 146. Invite her to dinner. It's not easy to defeat Su Maoyang. If we fail, we will be in trouble. Dr. Zhou is more rational than Su Yixue, and naturally knows that the consequences are serious. Hearing this, Su Yixue sneered and stared at him insidiously. Don't you like beauties like her the most? As long as you are willing to help me, I will find a way to let you taste her. Dr. Zhou loves women the most in his life. He can do anything for women. Now that he heard that he could taste Su Maoyang, he couldn't help but be moved. Okay. I promise you. I hope you won't let me down. 2 days passed quickly, and Su Maoyang was still practicing in the room when he heard Nanian report something. Miss, Su Yixue had just sent someone to deliver a message, inviting you to dinner at Zuixinlu. Madam handed over the note, and then asked in confusion. Why did Su Yixue suddenly want to invite you to dinner? She should be the one who least wants to see you. Su Maoyang opened the note, looked at the time and address, and snorted coldly. She is planning to attack me. What does she want to do? Madam was speechless. Su Yixue was so miserable that she was still restless. The young lady was obviously planning to let her go, but she didn't expect that she was still thinking about harming others. Who knows? I'm afraid it has something to do with that weird Dr. Zhou. Su Maoyang replied coldly, and he had an idea in his mind. Nanian was shocked, and her face became solemn. Miss, you must be careful of that weird Dr. Zhou. I heard that he is a complete pervert. Su Maoyang raised his eyes. His eyes flickered, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Really? I want to see which method is more powerful, my method or his method. After saying that, Su Maoyang slowly stood up. Miss, where are you going? Nanian asked immediately when she saw Su Maoyang was about to leave. Of course I'm going to keep an appointment. Su Maoyang replied lightly and walked out the door. Nanian was afraid that something might happen to her, so she hurriedly followed her. I'll go with you. Su Maoyang waved her hand. No. It's not convenient to take you with me. You send someone to inform Nanjing Huan now. If the male lead is not here, this scene will not be fun. Nanian nodded in understanding when she heard this. When Su Maoyang appeared in Zuixinlu, it was already noon. In fact, this time is the busiest time in Zuixinlu. I didn't expect Su Yixue to be so brave and chose a place with many people. It seems that she knows that the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Su Yixue always likes to be clever, but I hope she won't be too clever this time. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang curled the corners of her lips and walked in slowly. At this time, Zuixinlu was bustling with people coming and going. The waiter kept shuttling back and forth with plates, and it was obvious that he was very busy. Even when she walked into the building, no one noticed, and no waiter came forward to greet her. Su Maoyang glanced at the hall and walked directly to the private room on the right side of the hall, following the name of the private room on the note. Su Maoyang pushed the door open and entered. I saw Su Yixue sitting behind the dining table, which was filled with various dishes. Seeing Su Maoyang coming in, Su Yixue immediately stood up to greet her. Sister, you are here. Although she was wearing a veil, Su Maoyang could still feel her flattering fake smile. Well, sister has been waiting for a long time. Su Maoyang nodded without changing his expression and slowly sat down beside her. Su Yixue smiled and denied, No. I just came a while ago. I wonder why sister asked me to come today. Su Maoyang looked at the table full of delicious dishes and asked curiously. Su Yixue chuckled and said in a very kind tone, What are you talking about? Sister? Can't you have dinner with me if there is nothing wrong? Last time when I went back to my parents' home, I left in a hurry. I am afraid that I made you unhappy. This time, I especially apologize to you. As she said, Su Yixue picked up the wine pot on the table and poured wine for Su Maoyang. Watching the wine pouring into the wine glass, Su Maoyang sneered in her heart. It turned out to be such an old trick as poisoning. She thought that Suishua should have improved after so many losses. But she didn't expect that she was still hopelessly stupid. At this moment, Suishua handed the poured wine glass to Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong didn't refuse. Took it, sniffed it gently, and sighed. It is said that the most famous thing about Zuixinlu is this immortal drunk. Today, just by smelling the smell, I know it is good wine. Suishua nodded repeatedly. It turns out that sister is a wine connoisseur. So I have to drink a few more glasses today. Seeing her urging him to drink, Su Maoyong didn't refuse. Raised the cup with his left hand, covered it with his right sleeve, and raised his head slightly to drink. But at this moment, Su Maoyong suddenly stopped his action in Suishua's expectant eyes, immediately put down his sleeves, raised the wine glass, and looked at it suspiciously. Sister, you suddenly invited me to drink today. You didn't poison the wine? Su Maoyong's sudden words shocked Suishua, and her expression under the veil froze. Looking at her sharp eyes, Suishua's palms were sweating, but she couldn't show any flaws. After hesitating for a moment, she immediately explained, Sister, how could I poison the wine? I just want to treat you to a meal today. Don't misunderstand me. Ha ha ha. I'm just joking with you. Look how nervous you are. And your forehead is sweating. Su Maoyong laughed immediately, as if it was really just a joke. Suishua was relieved when she heard it. But before she could speak, Su Maoyong handed the wine glass in his hand to her. Since there is no poison, then sister will drink this glass for sister. Suishua glanced at her and had expected that Su Maoyong would not be so easily fooled. Fortunately, she took the antidote in advance and came prepared. Otherwise it would be difficult to deal with this cunning woman. Thinking of this, Suishua didn't hesitate to take the wine glass. Without showing any clues, she smiled and said, It turns out that sister still doesn't want to trust me. Then I will drink first to show my respect and make amends for what happened before. As she said that, she raised her head and drank the whole glass. It was refreshing and neat, which made Su Maoyong very satisfied. Suishua raised the empty wine glass in her hand. Sister, now you should believe that I didn't poison it. Su Maoyong smiled and nodded. Well, it seems that I really blamed my sister wrongly. Suishua smiled and waved her hand after hearing this. Haha. It's okay. I have done too many wrong things to let my sister down before. It's reasonable for my sister to be on guard. But Suishua hadn't finished her words when she suddenly felt a little dazed and her whole body suddenly became hot. She was panting from the heat, and she saw Su Maoyong in front of her with a double image. What happened to her? Feeling the abnormality in her body, Suishua was shocked. You can't be. I took the antidote. I can't be poisoned. Su Maoyong smiled and shook his head. You naturally won't be poisoned by yourself. It's obvious that you are poisoned by me. You? What did you say? When did you poison me? Suishua was so shocked that her eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 147 Suffering the Consequences of One's Own Actions. Su Maoyong smiled sweetly, with her eyes slightly raised. Her eyes teasing, but with a hint of coldness. Just when I was about to drink this glass of wine with my sleeves raised. The tone was indifferent, as if she was narrating an ordinary thing. But the content shocked Suishua. You. Suishua was so shocked that she opened her eyes wide and pointed at Su Maoyong, unable to speak. At this time, the heavy feeling in her head gradually came over her, making her unable to resist. It turned out that Su Maoyong had known that she had poisoned her, and even knew that she had taken the antidote pill. That's why she pretended to drink it, and took advantage of the moment when her sleeves blocked the cup to poison her in turn. What a vicious method. What a deep scheme. Unexpectedly, she failed again. Once again lost to this woman she hated. Su Maoyong, what poison did you give me? Suishua was hot all over. Even if she didn't ask, she knew it more or less in her heart. Su Maoyong saw her gradually collapse on the ground. And then he spoke softly, TSK. 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 This poison is really powerful. But although the effect is strong, it only lasts for half an incense stick. I think you should be awake by the time your prince arrives. Su Maoyong deliberately chose this short-acting poison, just to see Suishua looking at Nanjing Wan's anger and disgust while conscious. I think it should be very exciting. Suishua couldn't speak at this moment, and gradually began to lose consciousness. Just then, the door suddenly knocked, and an impatient voice came, Suishua. Did you succeed? I can't wait. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help laughing. It seems that Suishua also poisoned her, wanting to take advantage of Zhou Wei outside. Well, since that weird Dr. Zhou has the guts to hit on her, she will make him pay for it. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang slowly walked to the door and stood there waiting. Seeing that no one in the room agreed, weird Dr. Zhou couldn't help but put his ears closed to listen to the movement inside. When he heard this, he immediately heard a series of ambiguous voices, and he was delighted, secretly thinking that Suishua did a great job. Then, he pushed the door open with his hands ready to fight. Su Maoyang, who was waiting at the door, suddenly closed the door, and with a palm, he pressed his acupuncture points as fast as thunder, which made him unable to move and speak. When weird Dr. Zhou saw that Su Maoyang was standing in front of him, while Suishua was lying on the ground, he was shocked and his eyes widened. Did he see it wrong? Shouldn't it be Su Maoyang who was poisoned? How could it be Suishua? He remembered that Suishua had taken the antidote he gave her. How could she become like this? Looking at the shocked face of Dr. Zhou, Su Maoyang sneered and kindly explained, "It's a pity that I didn't drink the glass of wine. But Suishua drank it for me. But I added some other poisons to the wine in advance. But I don't know whether your poison is stronger or mine is stronger. Look at your little lover's hungry look, desperately needing your love and compassion. Don't you go to help her?" Su Maoyang took out a medicine bottle and shook it in front of his eyes. Dr. Zhou wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was so anxious. But he couldn't move or speak. Only his eyes rolled around, trying his best to express his resistance. Seeing that Dr. Zhou was scared, Su Maoyang hooked his lips, suddenly pinched his mouth, and poured the poison into his mouth. The poison melted in water, and the poison immediately choked into his throat and went down his esophagus. After a while, Zhou Weird Doctor's pale face suddenly turned red. Seeing that it worked, Su Maoyang untied his acupuncture points and pushed him to Suishua with a push palm. Seeing that the matter was done, Su Maoyang swaggered out of the room. She walked slowly to the lively hall and sat down in a secluded place at random. Before her but was warm. Someone howled, and it suddenly exploded in the lively hall like thunder. Oh my god! What did I see? The prince's concubine Suishua was actually hiding in the room with Zhou Weird Doctor. The one who shouted loudly was a young man passing by. He saw that the door of the private room was open, and he accidentally glanced at it. Unexpectedly, he saw such a shocking scene. When he shouted, all the guests in the hall were shocked. Soon, the door of Suishua's private room was full of people. Everyone seemed to be watching a joke, laughing, scolding, and all kinds of discussions were endless. When Nanjinghuan heard the news and came to Zuixanlu, he saw countless people gathered at the door of a private room, making a lot of noise. TSK. I didn't expect Suishua to be such a person. She married into the prince's mansion as a concubine. But she was still not satisfied. She actually got together with Zhou Wei, who was in his 40s. How did Suishua have an affair with Zhou Wei? They are not related at all? Yes. Who knows? Anyway, if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince knew, he would definitely not forgive this couple. Ha ha ha. The prince is also pitiful. He married his mother-in-law before, and now the concubine is cheating on him. Alas, it's enough for a man to do this. Hearing this, Nanjinghuan was already furious. He strode over, pushed aside the crowd, and looked into the private room. What came into view was a mess. Suishua and Dr. Zhou were hugging each other tightly, doing something shameful. Seeing this, Nanjinghuan's anger roared out like a volcanic eruption, shaking the roof. Suishua. After the roar fell, he rushed forward, pulled Dr. Zhou off Suishua, grabbed Suishua's collar, lifted her up, and slapped her face with his right palm, making a loud and crisp sound. Due to excessive force, the veil on Suishua's ears fell off instantly, revealing the disgusting and horrible face that was corroded. At this time, Nanjinghuan was so scared that his arm shrank violently, and he immediately threw away Suishua and stepped back 3 steps. His handsome face, which had turned red, suddenly turned pale, and his beautiful eyes were full of fear. The blood in his body seemed to solidify, and the roar in his throat was also silent. He couldn't believe what he saw. Is this Suishua? Is this Suishua, the first beauty of the southern Sui kingdom that he once loved deeply? And Suishua was completely awakened by this fierce slap at this moment, and her blurred vision gradually became clear. She looked at Nan Jinghuan's face full of horror, and looked at Zhou the strange doctor with messy clothes beside him. At this moment, Su Yixue instantly remembered that she was poisoned by Su Maoyang. She panicked and crawled to Nan Jinghuan's feet, tugging at his clothes, explaining incoherently. Her hoarse and shrill cry was particularly creepy. No, it's not what you see. It was Su Maoyang. She poisoned me. And then I don't know anything. I didn't. It's not. Chapter 148, She is a Monster. Nan Jinghuan had already turned pale with fear. Now Su Yixue had grabbed his clothes, as if the devil had grabbed his neck. He trembled and kicked Su Yixue away. Su Yixue was kicked to the ground and looked at Nan Jinghuan in shock. Only then did she realize that in addition to anger, there was more fear in the latter's eyes. He was afraid of her. Why? Suddenly realizing something, Su Yixue reached out and touched her face. My veil. Where's my veil? Su Yixue realized that her veil had fallen off, and screamed like crazy, looking for the fallen veil in panic. The sharp voice of fear frightened the onlookers and shuddered. Everyone was stunned by this scene. That horrible and disgusting face was as terrifying as a nightmare, and many timid women fainted directly. Even some men couldn't bear to look directly at it and avoided their sight, retching, because the Su Yixue in front of him was not a person at all, but a monster. My veil. My veil. Don't look at my face. Don't look. Su Yixue covered her face with her hands, quickly picked up the shattered veil, and pressed it against her face, trying to cover the burnt and bloody wound that was enough to make people collapse. Su Yixue. Are you really Su Yixue? Seeing this, Nan Jinghuan roared in disbelief, his voice trembling faintly, his face pale with horror. Hearing the voice, Su Yixue looked up at him, shook her head frantically, tears surging, flowing down. The burnt and scarlet wound mixed with tears, wet, adding a bit of horror. At this moment, she didn't feel the pain at all, only screaming at the top of her lungs. No. No. It's not what you see. It was Su Maoyang who harmed me. She poisoned me. It was her. Everything was her. It was she who killed my mother, ruined my face, and made me like this now. Everything was her. Nan Jinghuan thought Su Yixue had gone crazy when he heard this. He shook his head in disbelief. The shock in his heart was stronger than anyone else's. Su Yixue was his childhood sweetheart after all, and the woman he once loved. He was once proud of her, and thought he fell in love with the most beautiful and outstanding woman in southern Sui. Unexpectedly, she was now like a monster, like a devil, both terrifying and disgusting. He really couldn't accept such a gap and blow. At this moment, Nan Jinghuan's figure was shaky. Seeing Nan Jinghuan shaking his head, Su Yixue thought he didn't believe her, and explained more anxiously. While talking, she tried to get closer and tried to pull Nan Jinghuan's hand. Jinghuan, my face will be fine. Dr. Zhou said he could cure me. As long as I change my face, I can return to my previous beautiful appearance. Don't you like Su Maoyang? Let's catch her together and tear off her face. I can become her. We can go back to the past and love each other like before. Okay? Seeing the woman who was as scary as a monster approaching him step by step, spewing creepy suggestions, Nan Jinghuan had already been scared out of his wits. He took 2 steps back and drew out his sword to face her. Su Yixue, you are a monster. A lunatic. Don't come over. You make me sick. Nan Jinghuan roared unbearably, and his expression was also broken. I think anyone who finds out that his woman is such a scary monster will have a mental breakdown. When Su Yixue heard this, she paused and stopped. Her scarlet eyes suddenly condensed, revealing a crazy look. Nan Jinghuan, didn't you say you loved me? You said you would love me forever. Why are you saying I'm disgusting now? Why are you saying I'm a monster? Don't you love me anymore? Hearing this, everyone sighed. Everyone knew that the crown prince had long since stopped loving her, and had already fallen in love with someone else. Su Yixue asked such a question in such an embarrassing situation, which only made people feel pathetic. Seeing Nan Jinghuan staring at her with fear and disgust, the sword in his hand blocking the distance between them, Su Yixue's heart ached fiercely. And at this moment, she ignored his warning and walked towards him again. Every step was staggering. Every step was difficult. The pain on her face and body were not even 1/10,000th of the pain in her heart. The man who once whispered sweet words to her. The man who once said he would spoil her to the sky. The man who grew up with her childhood sweetheart. Now he was pointing a sword at her. and he called her disgusting and a monster as soon as he opened his mouth. It turned out that the happiness she thought was fake. The love she thought was fake. Nanjing-hwan watched Su Yixue pressing forward step by step, and could no longer bear it, and yelled, "Don't come over. Believe it or not, I will kill you." Su Yixue suddenly laughed out loud when she heard this, and her scarlet eyes filled with tears were filled with despair. "Ha ha ha, kill me. You want to kill me? The man I have loved since childhood wants to kill me, ha ha ha." For Nanjing-hwan, she doesn't mind being a concubine, and is even willing to change Su Maoyang's face, and be Su Maoyang's substitute to accompany him. She doesn't ask for anything, just to be with him. Why can't he even satisfy this small wish? And finally wants to kill her. Why? Nanjing-hwan, I love you to the point of madness, but you want to kill me. Su Yixue raised her head and screamed, and the grief spread instantly, causing a great shock to everyone's heart. Nanjing-hwan was also shocked by her roar and froze. His face was pale and blue, and he couldn't speak. "Nanjing-hwan, you are a liar. What I regret most in my life is not provoking Su Maoyang, but falling in love with you. I want to die with you, and I will drag you with me even if I die." Su Yixue roared fiercely, and ran over from the opposite side. Nanjing-hwan was so scared that his hands trembled, and he immediately blocked with his sword. At this time, Su Yixue was so angry that she didn't care about pointing at her sword, and rushed forward. The sword suddenly sank into her body, and blood gushed out. But even so, Su Yixue still held on to move forward, approaching little by little. Nanjing-hwan watched the sword sink deeper and deeper into her body. His eyes filled with horror, and he quickly pulled his hand out and pulled out the long sword. The sword was pulled out, bringing with it a trail of blood, which splattered everywhere and sprayed on Su Yixue's horrified face. At this moment, her body stiffened, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her lips, matching the scars and blood on her face. Like a devil, finally freed the moment she fell. A soft hum floated out of her lips and teeth, passing through everyone's hearts like a feather, but making everyone feel heavy. For Su Yixue now, death has become her final relief. Seeing this, Nanjing-hwan was so scared that his eyes were broken, and he stood stiffly in place for a long time without coming back to his senses. Su Maoyang looked at Nanjing-hwan's back, and his heart was also infected with a bit of resentment. Su Yixue was vicious and hateful. He had used all means to torture her to death. But even such a vicious person loved a man wholeheartedly. To be honest, Su Yixue was also a pitiful person. Thinking of this, she sighed softly and returned to the palace with heavy steps. At this time, Nanjing-hwan was leaning on a recliner in the front yard, which was rare. Su Maoyang saw him as soon as she entered the door. She was surprised, and then asked the housekeeper Zhong who opened the door for her, "Why is the prince so in a good mood today? He actually came to the front yard to bask in the sun?" The housekeeper Zhong covered his mouth and smiled. "It's not to wait for you, the princess." Ahem. Hearing this, Nanjing-hwan in the distance coughed twice as a warning. Hearing this, the housekeeper Zhong immediately explained seriously, "The weather is good today, so I advise the prince to come out and bask in the sun. It's good for your health." Chapter 149, The World's Most Jealous King. The housekeeper said something against his will, but he knew it best in his heart. The prince sat there and looked at the gate for no less than 10 times. He finally got the princess back. Su Maoyang heard this, looked up at the gloomy weather, and nodded slowly with a smile. "So that's how it is. However, I see that it will rain, so you should persuade your prince to go back quickly. Otherwise he will get wet, which is bad for his health." Su Maoyang glanced at housekeeper Zhong, gave him a sincere advice, and then walked towards his own Luo palace. Housekeeper Zhong was embarrassed when he heard this, and his mouth twitched. He glanced at Nanjing-hwan, whose face was gloomier than the sky, and sweated in his heart. He was an honest man, and the prince asked him to lie, which was really embarrassing for him. Nanjing-hwan looked at Su Maoyang and asked suddenly, "Is everything settled?" Su Maoyang knew what he was asking, so he stopped and answered simply, "Su Yixue is dead." And Nanjing-hwan was also scared. Nanjing-hwan did not show any surprise when he heard this, because his woman never let anyone down. Just thinking that Su Maoyang was coveted by that weird Dr. Zhou made him uncomfortable. "Where is the weird Dr. Zhou?" After a moment of silence, he couldn't help asking. Su Maoyang knew that he had other intentions, and he was even jealous of the weird Dr. Zhou. He was really the world's most jealous king. He was having an affair with the prince's concubine. And Nanjing wouldn't let him go even without me doing anything. Su Maoyang didn't want to dirty his hands for that disgusting pervert. Hearing this, Nanjing's gloomy expression eased. Su Maoyang suddenly thought of something and spoke again. Do you men value a woman's face? Perhaps she had some insights after seeing Su Ishiwa's tragic ending because of that face. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to know what Nanjing thought. Nanjing obviously didn't expect her to ask this. And a trace of surprise flashed across his cold eyes. No. At least I'm not. Otherwise, I won't marry you. Su Maoyang was a little relieved to hear the first half of the sentence. But before she could be happy, he poured cold water on her body with the second half of the sentence. Damn it. He actually called her ugly in a roundabout way. Su Maoyang was not convinced. But when he saw Nanjing's face, he didn't even have the courage to refute. Well, compared to him, she is indeed ugly. Thinking of it, Su Maoyang glared at him unhappily. Didn't bother with him. Turned around and walked towards Luhua Palace. Time flies, and another day has passed. The next morning, Lu Man came to tell her that it was Nanjing Academy's teacher Wu who wanted to see her for something urgent. Su Maoyang naturally did not dare to neglect teacher Wu, and soon left the palace and rushed to Nanjing Academy. When she stepped into the academy, she realized that she seemed to have not been to the academy for almost a month. And the students in the academy also looked hurried, as if they were busy with their own cultivation. After all, the sect competition was approaching, and even if they did not earn a place, they would have the opportunity to go to Songyuan country to observe the competition. At that time, all the people present were arrogant, and they naturally could not be compared. These days, although Su Maoyang did not go to the academy, he did not give up cultivation. Last time, because of refining the soul-stirring pill, he was promoted to the initial stage of the great alchemist. These days, his spiritual power has also touched the threshold of the primary heavenly spirit master. It seems that it is only a matter of time before he is promoted. When she came to the alchemy hall, she had been away from for a long time. Su Maoyang still startled many students, and everyone cast surprised eyes at her. Some time ago, she cheated the prince's marriage and was snatched away by the 9th prince to be the princess. But the story was vivid, and everyone had mixed opinions about her. However, Su Maoyang never took their opinions to heart. And at this time, she directly opened the door of the alchemist's room of teacher Wu. But before she stepped in, she heard a loud explosion in the room. Damn. Failed again. My medicinal materials. As soon as Su Maoyang walked in, she saw that the respected teacher Wu was charred by the explosion, with a big hair, holding the medicinal materials that had already turned into powder, and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Alas, in front of medicinal materials and pills, teacher Wu never had an image, and Su Maoyang had gotten used to it. Master, the urgent matter you mentioned is not about refining the elixir for you, right? Hearing Su Maoyang's voice, Master Wu turned around in surprise, and hurried to meet him, saying flatteringly, My dear disciple, you are finally here. Come and help me see what is wrong with this Tian enrolling pill. Sure enough, Su Maoyang guessed it right. She shouldn't have believed him. She should have guessed that the urgent matter for this old guy would not be anything else except refining the elixir. Su Maoyang shook his head and sighed helplessly, and was pulled by him to the elixir furnace. Su Maoyang picked up his medicinal materials and sniffed them at the tip of his nose, and then checked the burnt powder. His face became more and more solemn, and his brows were unconsciously frowned together. Seeing Su Maoyang's embarrassed expression, teacher Wu slapped his forehead as if awakened. Oh, look how confused I was. You and I are both peak alchemists, and we haven't reached the level of great alchemists, so we shouldn't know anything about this heavenly great elixir. Oh, I made you come here for nothing. Su Maoyang looked at him in surprise when she heard this. You have advanced to the peak of the alchemist? When teacher Wu heard this, he immediately puffed out his chest and looked at her proudly. Yes, I have also caught up with my apprentice. I didn't embarrass my apprentice, did I? Su Maoyang nodded in appreciation, but he didn't know why he felt so awkward when he heard this. He was not afraid of embarrassment when he said that the master was catching up with the apprentice. It is obvious that he used the wrong medicinal materials for the rolling pill you refined. These two medicinal materials are mutually exclusive. Putting them together is a taboo for alchemists, and the temperature is not properly controlled. This kind of medicinal material is not heat resistant, and needs to be burned with warm fire. Su Maoyang ground the medicinal powder between his fingers and spoke solemnly. When he heard this, Teacher Wu, who was just proud, suddenly fell down. He looked at the medicinal materials in surprise, and then looked at Su Maoyang. Can you refine the rolling pill? If you can't refine this kind of pill, how can you know the temperature and the mutual restraint of medicinal materials? Su Maoyang didn't answer him, but walked over directly, touched the alchemy furnace, and put her mental power into it, and saw the bright red flame suddenly jumped up. She moved quickly, and immediately put the peeled medicinal materials on the side into the alchemy furnace, and then chose another kind of medicinal material, and threw it into the alchemy furnace. When her wrist turned, the pill had already risen in the shocked eyes of Teacher Wu. The medicinal fragrance was overflowing. The color was bright, and the grains were full. It was a top-grade product at a glance. Teacher Wu was so scared that his mouth opened wide. His voice trembled, and his eyes almost popped out. The next lower-grade rolling pill. Su Maoyang didn't deny it, but threw the pill to him like a sugar pill. Teacher Wu was so scared that his eyes were broken, and he quickly reached out to take it, holding the pill as if holding his own life. And his face twitched with excitement. You have reached the level of a great alchemist? Su Maoyang nodded slightly, which frightened Teacher Wu so much that his legs softened, and he sighed faintly. My mother. Chapter 150. Give up the spot. He was still proud to think that he had caught up with her, but now it seems that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Do you have to be so discouraging? On the contrary. He looked horrified, but Su Maoyang was unusually calm. Master, you have to keep up the good work. As she said that, she patted Teacher Wu's shoulder sincerely, and the hopeful look in her eyes made Teacher Wu laugh and cry. This girl, can she be a little more perverted? Just thinking about his apprentice's achievements. Teacher Wu was very excited. Girl, I'm old and have no hope. In this sect competition, the important task of revitalizing Nanqing Academy will be handed over to you. The only wish of the master is to see that our Nanqing Academy can also produce an outstanding alchemist, and can also occupy a place in Songyuan country, and even the entire Dongyan continent. At that time, no one will dare to bully our Nanqing Academy anymore. As he said this, a tough guy like Teacher Wu choked up. Tears welled up in his deep eye sockets, and he wiped away his tears with his wrinkled hands excitedly. Although Teacher Wu has been immersed in alchemy in recent years, he is actually angry that Nanqing Academy cannot cultivate outstanding alchemists. Now Su Maoyang has appeared, which undoubtedly brings hope to his life. This move fell into Su Maoyang's eyes, and his face remained calm, but his heart was shaken, and the 5 fingers under his sleeves clenched quietly. Okay, girl, go back and prepare yourself. We will be leaving for Songyuan soon. Although you have good talent and strength, that place is the place with the most talents. You should be mentally prepared. Teacher Wu wiped away his tears and reminded her with renewed energy. Su Maoyang nodded seriously. Yes, I won't let you down. I definitely won't. After saying that, she suppressed the shock in her heart and turned to walk out of the alchemy room. At this time, the street was already crowded with people, and the surrounding goods were lined up, and the vendors shouting in various ways added some lively atmosphere to the street. Only along the way, Su Maoyang was worried and was not infected by this atmosphere. It was not until an old man suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her way that she came to her senses and stopped. Princess 9. The head of the Mo family invites you. The old man saluted respectfully and made a gesture of invitation. Mo family? What does the Mo family want her for? Su Maoyang's face flashed with surprise. She glanced at the old man in front of her and asked with frowned eyebrows, what does the head of the Mo family want? She didn't have much intersection with the Mo family, and she was a little entangled with Mo Hauda. But this kind of thing is not enough for the head of the Mo family to come forward. The old man was cold and unwilling to say more. You will know when you go there. Hearing this, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, and his curiosity was aroused. Anyway, he was out, so it wouldn't matter if he went to the Mo family. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded slightly. Okay. Lead the way. The Mo family is not far from Nanqing College, and it can be reached by crossing 2 streets. When the old man walked to the gate of the Mo family and pushed the door open, he reminded him with a serious face, Princess, please follow me closely. Don't get lost. This wrong step can be fatal. Hearing him say this, Su Maoyang's expression changed, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. As the old man walked into the gate of the Mo family, his eyes roughly scanned the situation in the mansion. Only then did he realize that the rockery, trees, and even flowers of the Mo family were arranged in a very special way, and the corridors on both sides were winding and long, like a complicated maze. Su Maoyang followed the old man all the way, and only then did he really understand what he said just now. Now he really believed that if he took a wrong step, he would definitely be trapped in this formation and could not get out. After walking for an unknown period of time, the old man finally stopped in a courtyard and made a gesture of invitation to Su Maoyang in the hall in front of the courtyard. Princess, Ninth Prince. Our master has been waiting in the hall for a long time. Su Maoyang nodded slightly after hearing this, and carefully looked around before slowly walking into the hall. At this time, the head of the Mo family and Mrs. Mo were sitting above the hall, and Mo Xian was sitting to their right and below. Su Maoyang did not see Mo Haoge. Princess, Ninth Prince. There is no need to look for him. Haoge is sick, and it is not convenient for him to show up. The low voice of the head of the Mo family suddenly rose, dispelling her doubts. Sick? Is it because of her? Although Su Maoyang didn't like Mo Haoge, she didn't hate him. She still felt guilty for not being able to respond to his feelings. Sorry about Mo Haoge. At this time, Mo Xian, who had been sitting next to her and hated her for a long time, suddenly cursed, Bah! Su Maoyang, don't pretend to apologize here. My brother used to be handsome and free and easy, but now you have tortured him to the point where he is neither a human nor a ghost, and has become a coward who can't let go. Are you very proud and happy? When Mo Xian thought of Mo Haoge drowning his sorrows in wine every day and living a life of drunkenness and dreams, she wanted to strangle Su Maoyang to death. Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this. She didn't expect Mo Haoge to be so deeply involved. When the head of the Mo family heard this, he glared at Mo Xian seriously. Yener, don't be rude. Today, the ninth princess is my guest, and you should treat her with courtesy. Su Maoyang looked at the head of the Mo family deeply when she heard this. Instead of being happy about his words, she became wary. She had a bad relationship with the Mo family, and everyone knew it. She was not so naive to think that the head of the Mo family would simply invite her to visit. The majesty and hostility exuded by this person showed at a glance that he was a ruthless character who would use courtesy first and then force. Seeing that Su Maoyang was not surprised by praise or disgrace, and her face did not change, the head of the Mo family had to admit that this little girl had the calmness and composure that most women did not have. She had good strength and talent, but unfortunately, her humble status was not worthy of Mo Haoge. Even if Mo Haoge's biological parents knew about this, they would never agree. I wonder why Master Mo invited me here today. Su Maoyang didn't need to put on the ridiculous airs of a princess in front of the patriarchs of the four major families. Because of their power and strength, even the emperor had to give them 3 points of courtesy, not to mention her as a princess. Hearing Su Maoyang's straightforward question, Master Mo extended his hand and asked her to sit down with a serious face. Come on. Serve tea to the princess. Su Maoyang sat down and waved his hand. There's no need to serve tea. Master Mo should just get to the point. The princess is also straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. Before, you and Yener participated in the training competition, but unfortunately, Yener was unlucky and failed to win the first place, so she lost the place in the sect competition. Hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly realized something. No wonder Mo Xian, who wanted to kill her with her bare hands, sat aside and didn't dare to act recklessly today. It turned out that she came for the quota of the sect competition. Just listening to the tone of the head of the Mo family, you can know that he is quite dissatisfied with the result of the competition. He actually attributed Mo Xian's failure to bad luck. It's true that like daughter, like father. Seeing Su Maoyang silent and not knowing what she was thinking, the head of the Mo family continued, if the princess can give up this quota, my Mo family will not pursue your fault for snatching Yener's spirit beast. Oh, I'm afraid that he hasn't even treated her politely for a cup of tea, and he has started to threaten and intimidate her. Chapter 151 Trapped in the Formation. Master Mo, when I met that 6th level spirit beast, it was dying, and I didn't know it was Mo Xian's prey. Besides, the spirit beast had voluntarily signed a contract with me, so I couldn't be stupid enough to refuse. In that kind of place, there is no such thing as fairness. Everything is first come first served. Master Mo, don't you even understand this principle? Su Maoyang's tough voice was loud and clear, and it reached Master Mo's ears, and the latter's face suddenly turned black. Su Maoyang, from what you said, you don't want to give up this quota, and you want to be an enemy of my Mo family? The smile on Master Mo's face disappeared, and his voice was gloomy and suppressed. Su Maoyang disdained this kind of people who use backdoors the most. Instead of fighting for it with his own ability, he spent time on her. Now they are still threatening and forcing her shamelessly. Su Maoyang, who has a stubborn temper, naturally didn't want to do that. Sorry, I didn't make the decision on this quota. It was chosen by the dean himself. Since the dean didn't name Emotion, it means she is not qualified yet. Although Su Maoyang's words were unpleasant, he was right. Emotion's skills were not as good as others, so she had to admit it. However, so far, they were clearly begging her, but they still had a high attitude, as if Su Maoyang owed them. I really have never seen such a shameless person. Besides, her relationship with Emotion was not that good. To beg the dean for a nasty person, she would have to go crazy. Emotion looked at Su Maoyang and stood up in anger. Su Maoyang, I asked you to give up the first place to give you face. But you really take yourself seriously. Those tokens of yours were not snatched by the Blood Battle Group. I don't know what kind of seductive tricks you used to make the Blood Battle Group help you like this. It's clearly cheating. Shameless. Bah! Emotion couldn't figure out how Su Maoyang, a land spirit master, could get a group of blood battle groups to pledge allegiance to him. So she had to guess that Su Maoyang relied on her body to get to the top. Su Maoyang frowned and looked at her coldly. I am relatively shameless for those who have no real ability, but force others to give up their places. You? I want to duel with you. Emotion was ridiculed by her, and her face turned red. She roared in anger. Emotion always felt that Su Maoyang would never be her opponent in a pure comparison of spiritual power. Su Maoyang sneered, sorry. I don't want to duel with you. Facing a spoiled little princess like Emotion, Su Maoyang didn't even have the interest to fight. When the head of the Mo family heard this, he was filled with anger and shouted, Su Maoyang, you don't accept my toast. Today you walked into the gate of my Mo family. Don't even think about walking out of my Mo family's formation alive. In this formation, even the Blood Battle Group and the Dean of Nanjing College can't save you. Die! The roar fell like thunder, and before Su Maoyang could get up, the surroundings suddenly changed, and the hall turned into a yellow sand desert. Looking around, the desert in front of her was golden, and the whirlwind in the distance rolled up the yellow sand very high, and kept spinning and flying towards her. The sand was like a heat wave, scorching and spreading from the golden horizon in the distance. In a moment, Su Maoyang broke out in a hot sweat. I didn't expect this formation to be so powerful that it could create such a powerful illusion. Su Maoyang smacked his lips and sighed, and then quickly ran away behind him. If she was caught in this tornado, she would really have to die in the Mo family. Her movements were faster than her thoughts, and she ran several meters in 2 or 3 steps. However, she knew that running away like this was definitely not a solution, and she had to come up with a way to break it. Since it was a formation, there must be an eye of the formation. As long as the eye of the formation was found, the yellow sand desert could be broken. But where was the eye of the formation? Su Maoyang racked her brains while trying to escape, and every cell in her body did not dare to slack off. Feeling the heat wave behind her getting closer and closer, her heart was in her throat. No, if she continued like this, she would be torn to pieces by the strong wind in less than a few minutes. Where is the eye of the formation? Su Maoyang felt the approaching heat and became manic. Calm down. She needed to calm down now. When trapped in a formation, impatience is the most taboo. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang gradually calmed down, tilted her head, and looked back at the tornado running like a yellow dragon behind her. That's right. The eye? The eye of the tornado. She is a modern person, so she naturally understands that in a strong tropical cyclone, the eye is the most stable place. As long as she breaks through the outer wall and enters the eye, she will have a chance to break this formation. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang suddenly stopped, turned around and rushed towards the crazy yellow sand heat wave, and suddenly shouted, break the eye of the formation for me. After the words fell, Su Maoyang's spiritual power surged out, and he raised his arm and chopped the tornado vertically. There was a loud bang. Yellow sand flew, and the wind whistled. The spiritual power vibrated and directly split the tornado in half. Su Maoyang dived and rushed into the eye of the wind. At this moment, the tornado suddenly disappeared, and the endless yellow sand around it disappeared. Feeling the strong fluctuations in the formation, the head of the Mo family outside the formation was shocked. He stared at the tiger eyes in disbelief and exclaimed in disbelief, "She actually broke the first formation." Mo Xian on the side couldn't accept it and shouted, "Impossible. Even a master of the spiritual master level may not be able to break this formation. How could Su Maoyang, a ground spiritual master, be possible? Yes, it shouldn't be possible." The head of the Mo family was in trouble, and his old face was full of doubts. They didn't understand, because they didn't know that Su Maoyang came from the modern era and knew more about tornadoes than all of them. If it were someone else, no matter how powerful their spiritual power was, if they didn't grasp the key points and didn't know the eye of the wind, they would either be exhausted to death by the tornado or be swept to death. This is the power of this formation. Dad, use the next formation quickly. Don't let her get out. Mo Xian gritted his teeth and growled with a gloomy face. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty killing. Upon hearing this, the head of the Mo family nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hands, the scene in the formation was changed again. At this moment, Su Maoyang, who was trapped in the formation, had no time to breathe a sigh of relief, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Directly from the yellow sand desert to ice and snow, Su Maoyang was surrounded by white snow at this moment, and he looked around and found himself on the top of a snowy mountain. Looking down, the entire mountain range stretched and undulated, with no end in sight. There was nothing but snow in sight, and no other living things. It was like a cold wind blowing from the sky, whistling, fierce and ferocious, and freezing, blowing Su Maoyang directly shivering. It was hot just now, but now it became cold and icy. With such a big gap, Su Maoyang's body suddenly couldn't bear it. Trapped in the formation, she couldn't communicate with her mind to seek help. It seems that she still has to rely on her own strength to find the center of the formation. Su Maoyang thought while looking at the surroundings covered in silver. The dazzling sunlight projected on the white snow, reflecting a dazzling silver light, which made Su Maoyang squint. At this moment, she had a flash of inspiration. Suddenly found that the same thing appeared from the desert sand just now to the ice and snow now. It turned out that the eye of the wind was not the real center of the formation. Su Maoyang had just found the center of the formation, but the Mo family outside was undergoing earth-shaking changes, because Nan Qingjue, the evil god, came to kill. Master, Master, it's bad. The ninth prince is here to kill. Chapter 152, Family Destroyed. At this time, the door of the Mo mansion was shattered with a bang, and a strong wind surged in, with strong momentum and force, directly smashing the water tank and rockery in the front yard of the Mo mansion, making a loud noise that shook the sky. In the strong wind, the black-robed man on the sedan chair was like a killer god in hell, exuding a murderous aura, with a beautiful face as cold as ice. When he raised his ice blue eyes were like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, passing through a bloodthirsty cold light, which immediately frightened the Mo mansion. When the head of the Mo family saw this, his heart was shocked, and he frowned and shouted, "Come on! Come on! Trap Nan Qingjue!" After the roar fell, all the guards in the mansion rushed forward. "Humph! A group of ants!" Nan Qingjue snorted indifferently, not taking these guards seriously at all. With a raised arm, the energy alone knocked a large group of people away. In the blink of an eye, the front yard of the Mo mansion was already full of corpses. Seeing this, the veins on the forehead of the head of the Mo family bulged slightly. He drew his hands and shouted, "Killing formation. Start. You want to trap me with such a small formation? How naive." As Nan Qingjue spoke, the power had already come and hit the body of the head of the Mo family. Puff before the head of the Mo family could start the formation, he was hit by the fierce power and immediately hit the wall behind him with a muffled sound. Seeing this, Mo Xian screamed in fear, "Dad! Are you okay? Dad!" However, at this time, before Mo Xian rushed over to help the head of the Mo family up, Nan Qingjue grabbed him directly through the air and grabbed his neck. The Mo family was on the verge of life and death. However, Su Maoyang in the formation was completely unaware that Nan Qingjue had turned the Mo family upside down. At this time, She was sitting on the snow and meditating, because she found that this harsh environment could stimulate the fluctuation of her spiritual power. And soon, she had the signs of promotion. She must not miss any opportunity to promote. So, she sat for a long time. And when she opened her eyes, the spiritual power in her body had undergone a huge change. I finally reached the primary level of heavenly spiritual master. Su Maoyang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. And her face, which was frozen stiff by the wind and snow, suddenly bloomed into an excited smile. It is really a blessing in disguise. This formation not only did not trap her, but also let her pick up such a big bargain. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang looked up at the horizon with satisfaction. In the sky, the sun, as bright as a golden disk, was still emitting dazzling light. Su Maoyang saw this, and the corners of his lips curled up, and he sighed in a low voice. The eye of the formation is really hidden. But unfortunately, I still found it. From the yellow sand desert just now to the ice and snow now. Only the sun in the sky has not changed. So Su Maoyang concluded that it must be the real eye of the formation. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang leaped to the top of the cliff, jumped towards the direction of the sun, jumped off the cliff, and rushed towards the sky fiercely. The spiritual power in her hand had already rolled into a powerful fireball. At this moment, she swung her arm violently, and the spiritual power fireball crashed into the sun in the sky. Just as she fell off the cliff quickly, there was a loud bang, and the sun was suddenly hit by the spiritual power. The golden disc was shattered, and a dazzling light burst out, which made Su Maoyang squint uncomfortably. The light faded, and the surrounding wind and snow disappeared like a dream. When Su Maoyang opened her eyes again, she was already standing in a yard littered with corpses. However, the situation outside surprised her. Looking around, there were corpses everywhere. The Mo family trapped and killed her. But she was not dead yet. So how could they die? Just when Su Maoyang was puzzled, Nanqingjue's sinister voice came from behind. Release Su Maoyang to me. Otherwise, I will make your Mo family disappear from this southern Sui kingdom today. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was shocked and turned around to look. Nanqingjue had grabbed the head of the Mo family with his hands, looking fierce as if he wanted to eat him alive. His ice blue eyes may have turned scarlet and scary because of the killing, and he was obviously extremely angry. Nanqingjue, why are you here? Su Maoyang shouted in surprise. Nanqingjue froze all over, and looked over in astonishment. When his eyes touched the intact Su Maoyang, his ice blue eyes suddenly shook, and he immediately threw away the head of the Mo family. The cold face collapsed at this moment, and the anger in his heart seemed to be extinguished by a basin of cold water. Fortunately, she was fine. However, he was so anxious for her, and she actually asked him why he came. Su Maoyang really could make him angry to death with just one word. The head of the Mo family, who fell to the ground in a mess, was so scared when he saw Su Maoyang. You actually came out. This is even more terrifying than being beaten to death by Nanqingjue. You know, the formation is supported by the formation I passed down by the ancestors of the Mo family. She actually walked out of the formation, which means that the formation I is destroyed. That is the formation I that has been passed down for several generations in their Mo family. It is the most valuable and precious thing in the Mo family. Without the formation I, the Mo family will be ruined. Su Maoyang smiled when he heard this, and nodded in a very good mood. Yes, I came out. Not only that, I also relied on your formation to advance to the primary heavenly spirit master. As for your array core, it is indeed good and hidden very deep. I spent a long time looking for it before I broke it. What? Break it? Hearing this, the head of the Mo family felt a sharp pain in his chest, and suddenly a mouthful of blood gushed out, spurting out, and the blood spilled all over the ground. He stiffened his neck, bulged his eyes, and pointed at Su Maoyang with trembling arms. He wanted to say something but lost his voice. The head of the Mo family would never have thought that for the sake of his daughter's quota, he would ruin the Mo family's array and help his enemy advance to the heavenly spirit master. Thinking of this, he was so angry that his eyes rolled back, and his body, which was forced to stand up, fell to the ground and died. Su Maoyang opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked at Nanqingjue. You beat him to death. Nanqingjue frowned, not wanting to take the blame for her, and immediately distanced himself from the matter. Obviously, he was angry to death by you. Is he a clay sculpture? I can anger him to death with just a few words? Su Maoyan was innocent. Nan Qingjue looked indifferent. Who knows? However, Emotion was already furious when she saw this. At this moment, she bared her teeth and rushed towards Su Maoyan frantically, with the posture that she wanted to tear her to pieces. Su Maoyan, you ruined our Mo family and angered my father to death. I want to fight you. The shrill roar was sharp and piercing, and Su Maoyan frowned. Nan Qingjue hated this kind of noisy and ignorant woman the most. He immediately waved his sleeves and knocked her to the ground. Emotion fell to the ground, covering her injured chest, staring at Su Maoyan and Nan Qingjue with resentment, and her body twitched. She struggled twice, and then tried to get up from the ground tenaciously. Seeing this, Nan Qingjue became even more irritated and wanted to end her life again. Nan Qingjue, don't! At this moment, Su Maoyan stopped him in time. Su Maoyan didn't want to kill the head of the Mo family, nor did he want to kill Emotion, both of whom were relatives of Mo Halga. She had hurt him deeply, and didn't want to make him worse. As for the death of the head of the Mo family, it was beyond her expectation. And to be honest, she was also sorry for Mo Halga. It's because of Mo Halga again. Nan Qingjue's face darkened. Chapter 153, What a Grand Ceremony. Nan Qingjue was so angry with Mo Halga. He wanted to end his life several times, but he was worried about Su Maoyan and endured it with difficulty. What was so good about that man that made her miss him so much? Damn it! Su Maoyan saw Nan Qingjue's face as dark as Bao Gong, and knew that the world's #1 jealous king was angry. She seemed to have been accustomed to his jealousy. She just rolled her eyes at him, and was too lazy to explain. Because no matter how many times she explained, her mouth would blister. He never listened to her. Besides, he was jealous of people like Shou Guai. Su Maoyan felt that this degree was already light. Let's go! Su Maoyan looked at the Mo mansion with corpses all over the ground, and then looked at the tragically dead Mo family head and Emotion, who was struggling on the ground with blood spitting out of her mouth, and couldn't help but sigh softly. People invited her to be a guest, but she ended up destroying their family. It was already miserable. Seeing Su Maoyan and Nan Qingjue leaving, Emotion gnashed her teeth in hatred but was powerless and shouted hoarsely, Su Maoyan, wait for me. I will definitely participate in the sect competition. I will definitely enter the sect, and I must personally deal with you. Su Maoyan's foot just stepped out of the door, paused slightly, and replied coldly, okay. I'll wait for you at the sect competition. Time flies, and another 2 days have passed since Su Maoyan listened to what Master was said. He has also been diligently staying in the palace, nervously preparing for the sect competition. At this time, Lu Man ran in a hurry, shouting excitedly, Miss, come out and see. There is such a big show outside. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful person. Su Maoyan was sitting in meditation, and she opened her eyes when she yelled, and glared at her unhappily. I told you not to make such a fuss all day long. Why are you still so reckless? LV Man stuck out her tongue when she heard that, but she couldn't help but get excited, and urged anxiously, Miss, go and have a look. It is said that the 7th Prince of Songyuan Kingdom is here. This is the first time I have seen such a grand ceremony. As expected, people from that country are more arrogant. The 7th Prince of Songyuan Kingdom? Su Maoyan frowned slightly. She had heard of Songyuan Kingdom, but she didn't know about the 7th Prince. Seeing the young lady's puzzled look, Lu Man shouted angrily, Young lady, you don't even know who the 7th Prince Gong Yuyi is? I have heard of him a long time ago. He is a super genius. I heard that he is the focus of the elders of the Jaime sect. He is a very powerful person. Su Maoyan looked at her in surprise. I don't know if she is too ignorant or Lu Man is too gossipy. She even knows such gossip. However, she is not interested in the 7th Prince. She is more interested in why the Prince of Songyuan Kingdom suddenly ran to the remote small country of Nan Sui Kingdom. What is he doing in this place where no one lays eggs? Su Maoyan's focus is never on the point. Who knows? Anyway, it's not a problem for me to care about. Lu Man curled her lips, too lazy to think about the motivation of the strong young lady. You stay in the room every day. It's time to go out and get some fresh air. As she said that, Lu Man reached out and pulled Su Maoyan up. Su Maoyan laughed and shook his head, allowing her to pull him out of the palace and onto the crowded and bustling street. Sure enough, Lu Man was not exaggerating at all. It was just as she said. With a grand ceremony. A carriage was actually carved from white marble. The vivid patterns on the white marble were exquisite and beautiful. And they shone with a white light under the sunlight. The four corners of the carriage were decorated with brocade silk. And the crate blocking the windows was inlaid with gold and gems. The carriage moved forward slowly. And the crate swayed slightly, which made everyone squint. There were 2 rows of armored and burly guards on both sides of the carriage, looking straight ahead. Their temperament and momentum were indeed not comparable to the soldiers of the Southern Sui dynasty. However, what opened Su Maoyang's eyes were the 4 Thunder Red electric horses pulling the carriage in front. This Thunder Red electric horse is a 6th level spirit beast. Like her blue cloud leopard. It is good at speed. Unexpectedly, it was used by the 7th prince to pull the carriage. 4 at a time. What a waste of natural resources. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but send a voice message to the Azure Cloud Leopard in the space. Look, how good I am to you. Other level 6 spirit beasts are still doing hard labor. But you just sleep in the space all day long. The Azure Cloud Leopard was sleeping soundly when it was awakened by Su Maoyang's voice. It snorted uncomfortably and ignored her. Su Maoyang was speechless. Now she finally knew what other people's spirit beasts were. Just then, the wind blew and the gauze moved. The people in the carriage were shadowy and could not be seen clearly. But just by catching a glimpse of the shadows, the pedestrians on the street were already excited. They all pushed forward and rushed forward, vying for a glimpse of the 9th prince's dignity. Su Maoyang and Lu Man were already squeezed so hard that they were a distance away from the carriage. But they were squeezed to the front by the people behind them. Everyone, stop pushing. Move back. Don't move forward anymore. LV Man yelled with a bitter face. But the people behind her didn't listen to her at all. Their minds were all on the 7th prince. Not only did they not restrain themselves, but they became even more aggressive. At this moment, no one knew who pushed LV Man. And LV Man staggered and fell forward. And fell in front of the carriage, just blocking the way of the carriage. Where did you come from? You unruly people. You dare to block the way of the 7th prince. You are looking for death. I saw a guard suddenly roared. Walked over aggressively. Raised his spear, and wanted to kill LV Man. Su Maoyang frowned when he saw this. Waved his sleeves and drove the guard away. A cold look appeared on his beautiful face. And he retorted with the same momentum. Where did you come from? You dog slave. How dare you hit my people? The guard didn't expect that the thin and weak woman in front of him was so bold that she even dared to scold him. You should know that the people of Songyuan Kingdom have always looked down on the Southern Sui Kingdom. And even slaves think they are superior to the people of the Southern Sui Kingdom. In addition, this guard is the 7th prince's man. And he has his own pride. Now he was scolded as a dog slave by a woman from the Southern Sui Kingdom. And he was furious. You are so bold that you even dared to contradict the 7th prince. The guard was furious. There was no way to change his status as a slave. So he could only show the majesty of the 7th prince. Su Maoyang heard it. But he sneered, you are so bold. I scolded you. But you compared yourself to the 7th prince. Don't you want to die? Su Maoyang never showed mercy to such people who pretended to be powerful. The guard shuddered. His face stiffened. And his pupils were filled with shock. You? It is said that a servant is like his master. I didn't expect the people of Songyuan to bully others so much. I have seen it today. Chapter 154 The 7th Prince of Songyuan. Hearing this, the crowd gasped in fear. Su Maoyang was scolding the 7th prince for bullying others. Who gave her the courage to offend even the 7th prince of Songyuan? However, they didn't know that Su Maoyang never had the word fear in her dictionary. As long as she was provoked, no matter who it was, she would definitely fight back. It was just a matter of time. For her, if she was so cowardly, she might as well die. At this time, everyone stared at Su Maoyang in disbelief. And all swallowed their saliva with lingering fear, waiting for the reaction of the 7th prince in the carriage. In this way, both sides were silent for a moment. And then a low but clear male voice, like a deep pool, came from the carriage. Wei Yong. Don't be rude. Obviously there were only a few words. The voice was not loud. The momentum was not enough. It was cold. And no emotion could be heard. But the majesty that permeated it could not be underestimated. Even Su Maoyang was shocked and felt strange. The guard called Wei Yong glared at Su Maoyang fiercely. Then reluctantly restrained his momentum. Put away his spear. And behaved properly. not daring to make any mistakes. Let's go without any extra nonsense. 2 words floated out from the carriage. Cold and frightening. After the words fell, the team continued to move forward, as if they were not affected by Lu Man and Su Maoyang and others at all, and gradually drove towards the direction of the palace. When the carriage passed by Su Maoyang, the crepe floated, and a pair of black eyes as thick as ink glanced at her lightly, deep and dark, as if to absorb people in, making people feel cold. That graceful face flashed by. Although it was just a glance, it made Su Maoyang's breath tighten. At this moment, Su Maoyang had to admit that this person seemed to be really powerful. Watching the carriage gradually go away, Lu Man came to Su Maoyang with guilt and blamed herself. "I'm sorry, miss. It's all my fault. I was too stupid. I blocked the way of the 7th prince and made you offend the 7th prince. I deserve to die." As she said that, Lu Man dodged a few slaps. Su Maoyang immediately grabbed her hand and comforted her. "Okay. It's not a big deal. This street is so crowded. Pushing and shoving is normal. The 7th prince is not an unreasonable person. He let you go." Hearing this, Lu Man nodded with red eyes, grateful for Su Maoyang's understanding. "Okay. It's time to go back and prepare to go to the palace." Su Maoyang patted her shoulder and turned to walk towards the palace. Lu Man was puzzled when she heard this, and chased after him and asked, "Why do you want to go to the palace?" "The 7th prince is visiting our southern Sui kingdom, and the emperor will naturally entertain him warmly. It seems that we have to pretend to be nice tonight." Thinking of this, Su Maoyang sighed, but the eyes in her mind could not be shaken off, making her feel a little uneasy. Sure enough, before night, eunuchs came to the palace to invite the 9th prince and the princess to enter the palace. Su Maoyang and Nan Qingjue entered the palace in a carriage at 10 p.m. The palace was particularly lively today, with lights and decorations everywhere, and fireworks, even more grand than the Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Maoyang heard the sound of stringed instruments coming from the hall from a distance, and before entering the hall, she had already imagined the festive scene of singing and dancing in the hall. At this time, a group of palace maids carrying fine wine hurriedly walked past Su Maoyang. They symbolically saluted to her and Nan Qingjue, and then hurried to the hall without delay. Looking at this posture, you can see how much the emperor attaches importance to this palace banquet. However, Su Maoyang can understand that people coming from Songyuan Kingdom are naturally VIPs. Not to mention that the 7th prince is coming. With such a great background, the emperor is afraid that he will worship him as an ancestor. Just thinking about it, she and Nan Qingjue have already arrived at the door of the hall. Seeing this, the eunuch waiting at the door immediately shouted to the hall, "9th prince, 9th princess, enter the hall." As the voice fell, Su Maoyang and Nan Qingjue, who was sitting on a sedan chair, slowly entered the sight of everyone. Because Nan Qingjue's marriage robbery incident was too big some time ago and had a wide impact, everyone looked at the 2 topic figures at the same time with surprise. Fortunately, Su Maoyang and Nan Qingjue were both cold-tempered people. They ignored everyone's hot gazes and noisy discussions and sat down under the guidance of the palace maid. However, at this moment, there was a sharp gaze that could not be ignored. Like a sharp dagger, cold and sharp, falling on Su Maoyang, which immediately gave her goosebumps. Su Maoyang's back was cold. Her heart was slightly shaken, and she looked up suddenly. At this moment, she happened to meet the pair of black eyes that were as deep as the abyss. It was a kind of scrutiny, an evaluation. However, such a gaze was just a glance, and it made people feel that it was just an accidental collision, without any emotions or thoughts. But after seeing Nan Qingjue's blue eyes, Su Maoyang could face such a gaze calmly without causing much impact. However, after seeing this, she was reluctant to look away, because this man was extraordinarily handsome, with a pair of slender peach blossom eyes, with slightly upturned corners, which were clearly amorous. But the ebony-like black pupils were cold and arrogant, and the vague eyes always gave people a sense of fear. Under this extremely contradictory beauty, although the facial features were not delicate and outstanding, with fair and delicate skin, tall and straight figure and noble temperament in every gesture, the whole person had a kind of beauty that was done in one go. His handsomeness was different from Nan Qingjue's exquisiteness, but he had a taste of elegance and refinement, which made people unable to forget it after seeing it once. Perhaps it was Su Maoyang's unconcealed look that made Gong Yui, who had already looked away, look at her again. as if surprised that a woman dared to look directly into his eyes. Gong Yui's dark eyes flashed a strange look. As the two looked at each other, Nan Qingjue pulled Su Maoyang into his arms, leaned close to her ear, and bit her earlobe as punishment. His vague voice was overbearing and questioned, "Is he prettier than me?" Su Maoyang's ears didn't hurt much, but the ambiguous heat around her ears and neck made her stiff. With so many people watching, "What are you doing?" Su Maoyang knew that this jealous king had started to toss and turn again, and he was really busy all the time. The more she struggled, the tighter Nan Qingjue hugged her. "If you move again, I don't mind letting you sit on me." In front of him, she looked at the man so unscrupulously. It was hard to imagine how unscrupulous she would be if he was not there. Thinking of her rolling on his bed and tearing and throwing at him, he knew that she was definitely not a pushover. Su Maoyang stopped her movements under his threat and glared at him fiercely. In this situation, sitting on him, how shameless is she? Since both of them look too good, their every move is naturally eye-catching. At this time, everyone present was attracted by the ambiguous actions of the two. Even the seventh prince was no exception. Chapter 155 Apologize to the Princess. Su Maoyang is a woman after all. No matter how strong she is still thin-skinned. In the eyes of so many people, she was hugged by Nan Qingjue, and she felt very uncomfortable. "Nan Qingjue, get out of my way. Don't make me angry." Su Maoyang gritted her teeth and warned. Nan Qingjue saw that she was like a cat with its fur standing on end. But he smiled and gently bit her neck before slowly leaving her body. Su Maoyang was bitten by him, although it didn't hurt, and it was a little itchy. But being watched by so many people, a wave of heat rushed to her head, and her cold cheeks instantly flushed. This Nan Qingjue, he did it on purpose. He was declaring his ownership, letting everyone, especially the seventh prince, who was staring at her, know that she belonged to him alone. He was still as domineering and unreasonable as ever. Su Maoyang rolled her eyes. The seventh prince saw her for the first time and didn't even know what kind of person she was. Maybe he didn't take her seriously at all. I don't know why Nan Qingjue was jealous. Watching the interaction between the two, the seventh prince remained calm and cold. But a dark light flashed in his dark eyes. Wei Yong, who was beside the seventh prince, recognized Su Maoyang at once. His face froze, and he couldn't help but sneered and said, "So this is the ninth princess." Before, when he heard her call herself this palace, Wei Yong didn't pay much attention. Just now, when he heard the eunuch report her identity, he knew that the woman who contradicted him was actually a princess. No wonder she was a little arrogant. When the emperor heard this, he was obviously stunned. He didn't know what Wei Yong meant by this. He nodded with a puzzled look on his face. "Yes. She is the ninth princess." From the tone of Wei Shicheng, it seems that he knows the ninth princess? As soon as the emperor said this, everyone in the palace looked at Su Maoyang, their eyes all flashing with surprise. Many of the ministers, young ladies and concubines in the harem here didn't know what happened on the street today, so they were naturally curious about Wei Yong's words. Hearing Wei Yong's words and feeling everyone's more passionate gazes, Su Maoyang's heart was shocked, and he looked up at Wei Yong. "Haha. Yes, today your ninth princess called me a dog slave on the street, and also called our seventh prince bullying others. It's hard for me not to know such a person." Wei Yong smiled and spoke, and his loud voice exploded in the hall with great force. In an instant, everyone was shocked. Calling the head of the guard a dog slave, and calling the seventh prince bullying others? Did they hear it wrong? This is too bold. When the emperor heard this, his whole old face turned pale with fear. His mouth trembled, his muscles twitched, and his eyes looking at Su Maoyang were full of horror. He was so shocked that he stood there for a moment. Then he suddenly woke up and apologized. "Captain Wei, the ninth princess is young and naive. I hope the seventh prince and the chief Wei will not take it to heart." Wei Yong was a straightforward person who didn't beat around the bush. He snorted coldly. "She's married. Isn't she naive? I think she doesn't take our seventh prince seriously at all." The emperor was so panicked when he heard this that he immediately wiped a cold sweat. It was obvious that the chief Wei was unwilling to give up. Su Maoyang saw this, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. It was ridiculous that a grown man was learning to complain. Su Maoyang was about to speak, but unexpectedly, the seventh prince, who had been silent all the time, spoke. "Wei Yong, this is someone else's territory. You must not be presumptuous. The cold voice was clearly scolding Wei Yong. But it was hard to tell what he meant. He didn't know whether he agreed with Wei Yong or not. After hearing this, Wei Yong's face fell. His brows furrowed. And he said unconvincingly, Master. But that bitch is really too much. Their master is worshipped wherever he goes. And now he is being bullied in a rotten place where no birds lay eggs. It's unreasonable. Asshole. That's the 9th princess. How can you scold a bitch? Hurry up and apologize to the princess. The handsome face of the 7th prince was stained with anger. And there was an obvious hostility in his dark pupils. His voice was not loud. But his momentum was strong. Which made Wei Yong so frustrated that he couldn't speak. Su Maoyang didn't expect the servant to be so tricky. But the 7th prince was very reasonable. Did she say it wrong? In fact, the 7th prince is a broad-minded and open-minded person? Su Maoyang looked at him curiously again, and happened to bump into those dark eyes that were so deep that they made people feel scared. She was shocked and immediately rejected her inner thoughts. No, he is definitely not a tolerant and kind person. Just when Su Maoyang was shocked, the angry Wei Yong seemed to think of something, and the anger on his face was swept away. In a blink of an eye, he really looked like he was apologizing, and shouted to the maid, "Come on! Serve the wine!" After a while, the maid quickly brought a plate of fine wine and placed it steadily on the table in front of Wei Yong. Seeing this, Wei Yong took the pot in his right hand and raised the cup in his left hand. He quickly poured a cup, moved his fingers, put in a little spiritual power, and slightly immersed it in the wine, which made the wine boil. Afterwards, he put the boiling wine glass back on the plate and gestured to the maid, indicating that she should serve it to Su Maoyang. Princess 9th, I, Wei Yong, would like to offer you a glass of wine to apologize for my previous rudeness. I hope you will do me the honor. Wei Yong picked up his wine glass and raised his hand to invite her. If Su Maoyang had not seen the boiling wine, she would have almost believed his good intentions based on his apologetic gesture. She looked at the spiritual power floating on the wine and immediately identified the spiritual power level of the guard captain. She did not expect that a guard captain would be a high-level spiritual master. It was really amazing. However, at her current level, she could not directly swallow such a powerful spiritual power. If she really drank it, her body would probably be severely damaged. At the least, she would be seriously injured. And at the worst, she would die. It was obvious that Wei Yong was playing a trick on her, but no one dared to stop him. This method was also cruel. Seeing Su Maoyang holding the wine glass and not drinking it, Wei Yong's eyes flashed with a cruel look, and he immediately said unhappily, 9th princess. What do you mean? Do you think I am not sincere enough? Or do you not give my master face and deliberately embarrass my master? Hearing this, Su Maoyang knew that she could no longer shirk. This man was obviously forcing her. If she didn't drink it, it would be really troublesome to be charged with this crime. Just as she was struggling, Nan Qingjue beside her snatched the wine glass, put it in front of her delicate nose, and sniffed it gently. Her beautiful red lips like cherry blossoms moved slightly, and she whispered lightly, "The wine is good, but the spiritual power is not very good. Is this all your sincerity?" Wei Yong was shocked at the moment. He didn't expect that someone would dare to laugh at his poor spiritual power. You have to know that he is a high-level heavenly spiritual master. Although he is nothing in Sanyuan Kingdom, he is one of the strongest in Nan Sui Kingdom. This crippled prince in front of him actually despised his strength. How unreasonable. Wei Yong gnashed his teeth in anger, and was about to open his mouth to refute, but was interrupted by Nan Qingjue again. However, for the sake of the aroma of the wine, I will drink this cup for my beloved concubine and accept your apology. As he said this, Nan Qingjue raised his head and drank the whole cup, which shocked everyone. That's the spiritual power of a high-level heavenly spiritual master. Chapter 156 Return a Toast. Though the people present knew that Nan Qingjue was powerful, they did not know his specific level. If they drank the glass of wine stubbornly, the consequences would be disastrous. Seeing this, everyone's heart was in their throats, and they stared at Nan Qingjue intently. Even Wei Yong was shocked and widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. How could he believe that a cripple had the courage to drink the wine mixed with his spiritual power? Although the 7th prince did not change his expression, his pupils projected a ray of imperceptible brilliance, and he seemed to be a little surprised by Nan Qingjue's behavior. Looking at the whole scene, it seemed that only Su Maoyang was the calmest. because she absolutely believed that a mere high-level heavenly spiritual master was definitely not his opponent. And it was estimated that even the unfathomable 7th Prince would find it difficult to win against Nan Qingjue. Although she had never seen Nan Qingjue's true strength, she didn't know why she was so sure and trusted him so much. At this time, Nan Qingjue slowly put down his wine glass in the shocked eyes of everyone. His expression was normal. Nothing happened, as if he really just drank a simple drink. Wei Yong's eyes widened. Could it be that this cripple is a high-level spiritual master like him? It's not that Wei Yong looked down on him, but the man in front of him looked like he was only in his early 20s. He never believed that in a broken place like Southern Sui, there would be a genius who was better than a high-level spiritual master. So, there is only one reason to explain that this cripple is likely to be at the same level as him. Wei Yong thought so. And other people's thoughts were probably almost the same. Su Maoyong saw this, and was very satisfied with Nan Qingjue's style. He curled his lips and said with a smile, "Since you have drunk this glass of wine, the previous grudges will be written off." However, the 7th Prince and the Chief Guard finally came to our Southern Sui kingdom. So I must do my best to be a good host, and give them a glass in return. Hearing this, Nan Qingjue's cold blue eyes suddenly showed a hidden smile. He knew that Su Maoyong was going to play a trick on him again. Sure enough, Su Maoyong had already poured a glass of wine, and his fingertips stirred it, pouring out a powerful mental force. And the power fluctuations even shocked the 7th Prince above. Su Maoyong didn't wait for Wei Yong to speak, and had the palace maid holding the wine glass to him. Wei Yong looked at the terrifying mental power. His expression was shocked. His face turned pale, and he didn't dare to take it for a while. Wei Yong absolutely believed that if he forced himself to drink this glass of wine, he would die suddenly. Although he was a high-level Tianling master, he was not an alchemist. There was not a trace of mental power in his body, let alone drinking such a fierce mental power, which was simply murder. This woman is so cruel. Nan Qingjue saw this, and the smile on his lips deepened. His evil and charming ice blue eyes flashed with admiration, sparkling and extremely charming. However, at this time, everyone had no mind to appreciate Nan Qingjue's beauty. Their eyes were all focused on the glass of wine that was lingering with spiritual power. Su Maoyong was an alchemist, and many people in the Southern Sui kingdom knew it. Seeing her response now, they couldn't help but sigh at her dark heart. It's obvious that she would kill someone without paying for it. Wei Yong was stared at by so many people, and his facial expression was directly stiff. He stared at the wine glass for a long time without the courage to take it. Seeing this, Su Maoyong chuckled and asked back, and actually returned his words intact. "What? Does the chief guard look down on me? Or are you unwilling to give me this face?" Seeing Su Maoyong's aggressiveness, Wei Yong felt like he had something stuck in his throat, and he didn't know what to do. However, he absolutely couldn't drink this glass of wine. Thinking of this, Wei Yong couldn't help but look at Gong Yudi for help. At this time, Gong Yudi naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. After giving Wei Yong a slight glare, he slowly spoke. His cold voice was faint, but it was more pleading than the indifference just now. "Princess 9. My guard didn't mean to offend. I hope you can forgive me. This glass of wine is too strong. He can't afford it. Please spare him." The dark pupil stared at Su Maoyong. His handsome face was as calm as water, but full of sincerity, because he called himself I, instead of holding up his prince's airs. This pleased Su Maoyong and made her feel much better. "Well, since the 7th Prince has said so, if I force it, it would be my fault. Forget about this glass of wine." Su Maoyong waved his hand and signaled the maid to withdraw it. Only when he saw the wine with spiritual power leaving his sight did Wei Yong breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously frightened, he really didn't expect that the 9th princess, who looked weak, was actually a good alchemist. This time, he really misjudged. The emperor saw that his stiff anger had eased, and then he smiled awkwardly and said, "Haha. Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. Everyone just need to clarify it. However, I am curious about why the 7th prince came to the Southern Sui kingdom this time." The 7th prince heard this and said lightly, "I heard that there are 2 forests in the Southern Sui kingdom, and I came here for them." The emperor heard this. His expression was shocked, and his face was shocked. Forest? Could it be that the 7th prince came for spirit beasts or beast cores? The forests of Southern Sui kingdom only have some common medicinal herbs and spiritual beasts. Nothing else. The emperor really couldn't think of the purpose of his trip. Hearing this, the crowd below started to discuss. They also couldn't understand why the seventh prince came here to find spiritual beasts, when the resources of Songyuan Kingdom were much richer than their southern Sui Kingdom. Looking at everyone's incredible expressions, Wei Yong was afraid that they looked down on the seventh prince. His eyes were full of sarcasm, and he snorted unhappily. My master just had the chance to get an 8th level spiritual beast core not long ago. How could he look down on your spiritual beasts? My master came here this time to find. Before Wei Yong finished speaking, he was interrupted by the seventh prince in a cold voice. His tone was indifferent, but full of majesty. Wei Yong, don't be rude. Wei Yong heard that his master was unhappy, and he choked and shut up obediently. But everyone who heard this was shocked and talked about it in disbelief. The beast core of an 8th level spirit beast. Oh my god. Did they hear it wrong? What does the 8th level mean? The 7th prince is really amazing. He can even get an 8th level beast core. Yes. In our small place, it is very difficult to see a 5th level spirit beast. I didn't expect that he has already got an 8th level beast core. Listening to everyone's exclamation, Su Mayan also took a deep look at the cold 7th prince and had an idea in his mind. Her golden lion king was poisoned and seriously injured. His strength has not been restored. If he can eat this 8th level beast core, it can be repaired more or less. Heal the wound. Thinking of this, Su Mayan raised his eyebrows. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and he immediately became interested in the 7th prince, or more precisely, in the beast core in his hand. Just when everyone was envious, the 7th prince did not show any arrogance, but instead said to the emperor in a slightly humble manner, Your Majesty, although I am not here for the spirit beast this time, I heard that your southern Sui Kingdom has a medicinal material called Ninghui grass. But the southern Sui Kingdom is vast and rich in resources, and it is difficult to find this medicinal material. So I hope that your Majesty can help me. Medicinal material called Ninghui grass? Does their Songyuan Kingdom still lack medicinal materials? When Su Mayan heard this, doubt flashed across his eyes, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. Chapter 157 Impure Purpose. Looking at Gong Yuyi's calm face and deep pupils, Su Mayan's heart sank even more. She was sure that this person's purpose was impure, and the search for medicinal materials was probably a cover. But what on earth was there in the southern Sui Kingdom that attracted him, and made him want to mobilize the emperor's troops to help find it? Thinking of this, Su Mayan looked at him with a hint of vigilance and alertness. Gong Yuyi also noticed something unusual, raised his eyes slightly, and met Su Mayan's eyes. A dark light flashed across his deep dark pupils in an instant, so fast that it was unnoticeable. Su Mayan saw that he had discovered her sight, but smiled calmly, as if he had no intention, just pure appreciation. Surprisingly, the calm and indifferent Gong Yuyi also rarely raised the corners of his lips and gave her a gentle smile, without any clues. But this smile, falling into Su Mayan's eyes, had a cold feeling. At this time, the emperor heard Gong Yuyi asking him for help, as if he was flattered, and quickly agreed. What are you talking about? The 7th prince? It is a blessing for the southern Sui dynasty to be able to help the 7th prince share his worries. Seeing his enthusiastic agreement, Gong Yuyi nodded slightly. Then I'll trouble the emperor. Haha. I will order it today, and do my best to find medicinal materials for the 7th prince. The emperor stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Everyone knows that the 7th prince is expected to become the future monarch of Songyuan. If they can make friends with him, the future situation of the southern Sui dynasty will also be improved. Su Mayan heard this, and naturally understood the emperor's thoughts. At this moment, he lowered his eyes, and took a sip of the wine glass. The wine was like a throat, slightly spicy and choking, and it churned up along with the bad water in her stomach. It seemed that if she wanted to get the 8th level beast core, she had to take action. This palace banquet ended late at night. Everyone seemed to want to get close to the 7th prince. Few left, and many stayed, and it dragged on until late at night. The sound of music and bamboo floated over the palace, making people deeply immersed in this festive atmosphere, until Su Mayan walked out of the hall. The song was still lingering in his ears, lingering for a long time. Witnessing Su Mayan and Nan Qingjue leaving, Wei Yong, who was beside Gong Yuyi, couldn't help but come forward and whispered, Master, do you want to kill that princess? He was washed by a woman in front of so many people today, and the breath in his heart never disappeared, and he couldn't help but make suggestions to Gong Yuyi. Gong Yuyi stared at the direction where Su Mayan left. His dark eyes leaped with an indescribable coldness. His red lips moved slightly. And he snorted, "Kill her? I'm afraid she will kill you before you even start." Wei Yong was shocked when he heard this. The master has always been high and mighty, not taking anyone seriously, and has never said such words to boost others' morale and destroy his own prestige. Unexpectedly, "Master, is she really that powerful?" Wei Yong couldn't believe that the declining and backward southern Sui kingdom would also have a person that the master was afraid of. Gong Yi lowered his eyelids and shook the wine in the glass. His eyes were crystal clear, with a charming color. She is not powerful, but the cripple beside her should not be underestimated. Well, that cripple is indeed quite powerful. He even dared to take on the spiritual power of his subordinates. He is probably also a high-level spiritual master. Wei Yong nodded with lingering fear. Gong Yi smiled, like a snow lotus blooming, with a fresh and elegant beauty. Haha. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Even I can't see through his strength. I think he is better than me. When Wei Yong heard this, his legs softened with fear, and he almost fell down. What a terrifying talent it is to be better than his master. Be careful of those two people in the future. Seeing that Wei Yong knew how powerful he was, Gong Yi just gave a cold reminder and said no more. Hearing this, Wei Yong nodded repeatedly in shock. At this moment, he was already sweating coldly. He really didn't expect that he would provoke such a tough guy today. Not long after Su Maoyang and Nan Qingjue left, Gong Yi also resigned from the emperor on the grounds of physical fatigue. The emperor had already arranged a palace for them to stay in, and at this time, he directly ordered the personal eunuch to lead the way for them. Gong Yi, Wei Yong and others left the sight of the crowd and rested in Gongquan Palace under the emperor's thoughtful arrangement. Su Maoyang returned to the palace and quickly entered Luhua Palace. Nanian saw that she came back late and followed her all the way with concern. Nanian, tomorrow you send a message to let Wang Feng of the Blood Battle Group come to see me. Don't let anyone find out your whereabouts. Nanian helped Su Maoyang take off her coat. Hearing her voice was a little solemn. Her heart was shocked, and she nodded seriously. Yes, I know. Okay, I want to rest. You go out first. Su Maoyang walked to the bed and waved to Nanian. Nanian didn't talk much, so she quietly retreated and closed the door for her. Seeing her leave, Su Maoyang immediately called out the Xianyan silver snake in the Shindang space. Go to Ningxi Forest and Nanyuan Forest right now to look for the fire-condensing grass. I think what the seventh prince is looking for should be near the fire-condensing grass. If you find anything suspicious, come back and inform me immediately. Su Maoyang ordered seriously. These two forests are very ordinary, not as dangerous as Qixia Mountain. But Gong Yi came for them. Su Maoyang was sure that there was something fishy going on. The black flame silver snake nodded, squirmed its little body, and soon crawled out of the window, quietly hiding in the night. At this time, Su Maoyang also calmed down, meditated and released the evil blood cauldron. Old Master Jinjuan, now that I have reached the level of a great alchemist, I should be able to refine soul tablets. Right? She asked in her heart. Well, it's okay. But this soul card is a bit complicated. Not like the elixir. It will probably take some time. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. I know. No matter how complicated it is, I have to give it a try. As the name suggests, the soul card is a token infused with the soul. This token is equivalent to a communication tool that can transmit information to each other and sense the location of the other party. As long as it is not in a formation or a special environment, it can be used. Now, Su Maoyang already has her first faction, the Blood Battle Group, but she cannot guarantee that they can always be with her. So she urgently needs a soul card to contact each other. The requirements for the soul card are that it must reach the level of a great alchemist, and the spiritual power must reach the level of a primary heavenly spiritual master. Because the soul power is not as good as the mental power, it needs to meet both conditions at the same time to refine the soul card. So, the Mo family's trap not only allowed her to advance to the level of a heavenly spiritual master, but also gave her the opportunity to refine the soul card. And Su Maoyang was grateful. Thinking of this, she didn't delay and directly invested her mental power into the evil blood cauldron, ignited the silver flame, and then took out the black iron plate that had been prepared long ago and threw it into the furnace. This was her first time trying something other than elixir, and it was something generated by soul power. So she was very cautious and didn't dare to be careless at all. After an hour of suffering, Su Maoyang's forehead gradually formed a thin layer of sweat. Under her familiar control of both hands, the silver flame was like a silver dragon, flying around the mouth of the furnace, emitting beautiful and charming silver light. However, at this time, she didn't have the mind to appreciate its beauty, because the black iron at the bottom of the furnace had not reacted, indicating that her soul power had not been successfully imprinted. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was a little anxious, and the mental power transmitted in her hands doubled, making her a little unable to bear such a large consumption. Chapter 158 Internal Injury. Girl, don't panic. Take your time. This can't be rushed. Old Jinjuan knew the difficulty of refining soul tablets. He thought that he had to reach the level of Dan King before he started to refine soul tablets. This girl was so young and had just entered the ranks of Great Dan Master and Heavenly Spirit Master. It was really difficult for her to try such a difficult operation. Old Jinjuan looked at Su Maoyang sweating profusely and felt her inner anxiety. He felt mixed emotions and indescribable heartache every time he saw Su Maoyang's continuous efforts and struggle. Although he didn't say it, he was extremely pleased in his heart. He knew even more clearly why Su Maoyang was working so hard. It was to survive in this continent where the strong were respected. She didn't want to disappoint his expectations, and even wanted to become stronger to avenge him. She knew that she was weak and powerless now, and that the enemy in his world was a strong man that she could not catch up with in her entire life. But her belief in avenging him was as firm as ever. There are also every brother in the blood battle group who wants to go out and see, but they don't have the strength to go out and venture out. Su Maoyang also remembers it in his heart and silently plans everything for them. The dean of Nanxing College and teacher Wu. Their wish is to revitalize the college and hope to have a place in the sect competition. So she has been practicing day and night these days. As for Nanxing Jue, she is not without feelings for everything this man has done for her. At the beginning, she may have some doubts and distrust, but now, her heart has subtly leaned towards him, and gradually regarded him as her own. But she seems to have a knot in her heart that has not been untied, and has not let down her guard to accept him. However, he knew that Su Maoyang would remember every word and every wish of everyone who treated her well. Although he never promised anything, he had been silently working hard for the people he cared about. This is Su Maoyang. He seemed cold and ruthless, and acted viciously, but his heart was beating hot for the people he cared about. Thinking of this, the old man Jinjuan felt warm in his heart. In this life, he did not follow the wrong master. At this moment, Su Maoyang had no idea that the old man Jinjuan had so many emotions. He was concentrating on the soul tablet, and his head was about to explode. However, when he thought of facilitating the contact of the blood battle group, Su Maoyang gritted his teeth and held on, suddenly retracted his palm, and pushed it out again. Another hour passed, and Su Maoyang's body was in turmoil, with unbearable pain. Just when she reached her limit, the black token slowly floated up in the surprised eyes of the old Jinjuan. The black iron block was red, flashing with sparks that burned through the heart, like magma dug out from the depths of the earth's crust, emitting a scorching breath. Girl, hurry up. Use your soul power to print it. The old Jinjuan shouted excitedly, his whole old face flushed with excitement. Su Maoyang suddenly opened her eyes, and when she saw the token on the floating furnace mouth, her sweaty cheeks finally put on some smiles. Print it for me. She gritted her teeth and roared, and the powerful soul power was instantly poured into the token, and the black iron block was soon printed with a soul word. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was completely relieved, and she withdrew her soul power. But because of the excessive consumption, her small body really couldn't bear it, and she immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. Girl, are you okay? Seeing this, the old man Jinjuan was shocked. Su Maoyang pressed the acupuncture points to stop the blood from flowing up, and comforted her. It's okay. Just a minor injury. Don't worry. The old man Jinjuan frowned tightly, and said disapprovingly, What minor injury? I think your internal injuries are not light. It's the consumption of mental power and soul power. How can your body bear it? It's okay. I'll be fine after a good sleep. Su Maoyang took the soul token, put away the evil blood tripod, and lay on the bed sideways. Seeing that she didn't take her body seriously at all, the old man Jinjuan felt so distressed that he wanted to persuade her again, but found that she had fallen asleep. In her dream, Su Maoyang seemed to feel that she fell into a warm embrace. The man held her tightly, gently wiped the sweat on her forehead, stroked her hair, and kissed her forehead. His movements were very gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting her or waking her up. The warmth from his gentle fingertips made Su Maoyang feel very relieved. After a while, she felt a gentle spiritual power injected into her body, rushing to her limbs and bones, healing her wounds. Who is it? Su Maoyang wanted to open her eyes, but her eyelids were too heavy. She struggled for a long time but failed, so she simply let him transmit spiritual power. The night passed like this, and when Su Maoyang woke up, it was already noon. She didn't know why she slept so deeply, thinking it was caused by internal injuries. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang touched her chest and checked the wounds in her body. This check shocked her. She was still injured last night. How could she be healed this morning? Has her body's ability to recover been so amazing? Su Maoyang smacked her lips in disbelief, trying to recall what happened last night, vaguely seeming to have some impression. It seemed like someone was helping her heal her wounds last night, but it seemed like a dream, not real. Could it be Nanqingjue? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang got up immediately, casually put on a coat, and opened the door. At this time, Lu Man was dozing off in the corridor, waiting to serve Su Maoyang at any time, and was suddenly awakened by the creaking sound of the door opening. Miss, are you awake? Lu Man went to meet her. Did anyone come last night? Su Maoyang glanced at her and asked in confusion. Lu Man shook her head, looking confused. No. I have been guarding here all night, and I didn't see anyone. Su Maoyang frowned, a little unconvinced. Really? Lu Man nodded repeatedly. Su Maoyang patted her head in confusion. Did she really dream last night? What's wrong with Miss? Are you feeling uncomfortable? No. Where's the prince? Su Maoyang waved her hand, then changed her mind and asked again. I don't know. I've been guarding the door and haven't gone to the front yard yet. Well, I see. I'll go to Huizhu Hall and come back in a while. After giving the order, Su Maoyang walked directly towards Nanqingjue's bedroom. At this time, at the door of Huizhu Hall, Butler Zhong was still guarding the old position. Seeing this, Su Maoyang had a guess in his heart, walked over, and asked directly, Where's the prince? Why is the princess here? A typical answer to the question. Su Maoyang frowned and repeated impatiently, Where's the prince? The prince is taking a bath, and it's not convenient for him to see the princess. Butler Zhong explained hurriedly. Su Maoyang was even more unconvinced. Oh, is that really the case? Yes. I dare not lie. Butler Zhong was frightened by her sharp eyes. Su Maoyang snorted coldly, pushed him away, and walked inside. I want to see if he is really taking a bath. Chapter 159. Born with an extreme mean body. Walking into the side hall, what caught my eyes was the misty hot air. Before Su Maoyang saw Nanqingjue, he heard his voice first. You came in when I was bathing. Do you want to play with me again? A cold, but teasing voice came from the depths of the side hall. At this moment, Su Maoyang's gaze suddenly caught sight of Nanqingjue's nude body looming behind the screen. This scene made her stop in her tracks. This guy is actually taking a bath. You are so weird. Why are you taking a bath at any time, regardless of day or night? Su Maoyang snorted in confusion, and then turned around and walked out of the side hall quickly. Although he was cursing, his cheeks were still a little hot. After watching Su Maoyang leave completely, Butler Zhong ran into the side hall and walked quickly to Nanqingjue. My lord, how are you? Can you hold on? The housekeeper's face was full of anxiety, but he was powerless, and his face was full of wrinkles. Nanqingjue exhaled weakly and said lightly, It's okay. Don't worry. The housekeeper looked at his pale face, and soon beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was very distressed. My lord, you must not use spiritual power in this body. Why don't you listen? Last time you gave the soul to the princess. It almost took your life. This time you input spiritual power into the princess to heal her. You torture yourself like this. I see it in my eyes, and it hurts my heart. As he said this, housekeeper Zhong started crying. At such an old age, crying like this, I think he must be extremely sad. Okay, stop talking, and give me some hot water. Nanqingjue felt the cold penetrate his bones, and his whole body felt as if it were pierced by needles. Butler Zhong wiped his tears, nodded with a sob, and then walked out quickly. When Nanqingjue saw him leave, The blood that was choking in his throat could no longer be contained and gushed out. He had this cold disease since birth, and all the doctors were useless. Others didn't know what was going on. But Nan Qingjue knew best that this cold disease was born with the extreme body. Anyone with an extreme body will have more or less defects and illnesses. His pair of crippled legs is the best proof. However, he has cultivated this extreme body to this point today with the power of his previous life, which is already very good. But to overcome the defects of the extreme body and restore the previous strength, it is probably as difficult as ascending to heaven. Thinking of the past, Nan Qingjue was full of worries. I wonder what happened to that place. I guess it's known that his departure must have caused a lot of turmoil in that place. Thinking of this, Nan Qingjue's face became even more embarrassed. When Butler Zhong came in with hot water, he saw that the clear water had turned into blood. And he was even more frightened. Prince, you vomited blood? What should I do? You had an attack twice a year before, and you never vomited blood. But now you have had 2 attacks in just half a year, and you vomited blood. I am afraid. I am afraid. The attacks are getting more and more frequent, which has made Butler Zhong completely panic. Don't worry. This prince won't die so easily. That place still needs him to go back and take charge of the overall situation. How could he let himself die? But? Okay. No buts. Don't tell the princess about this prince's illness. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Nan Qingjue warned coldly. Butler Zhong nodded with a bitter face, and the sourness in his nose made him choke. Their prince is so pitiful. At night, the night fog came, and the early autumn night was a bit cool. Under the hazy moonlight, few stars could be seen, and it was as dark as if covered by a black cloth. In Luhua Palace, the candlelight flickered, and there seemed to be a floating figure. Wang Feng. How is Lin Wanner recently? Su Maoyang spoke, not to assign tasks, but to care about Lin Wanner's recent situation. Although Wang Feng was not her, he was also moved for her. She has been practicing desperately recently, and her physical fitness has become much stronger. While training, she has been eating the Master's elixir, and her spiritual power level has reached the intermediate Earth Spirit Master. However, she still doesn't like to talk. I think her mother's death has dealt a great blow to her. Hey, let her be. Wait for a long time, and she will slowly get better. Su Maoyang sighed, inevitably stained with a bit of sadness. Are the other brothers okay? Su Maoyang was silent for a moment, then asked again. Wang Feng nodded. Thank you for your concern. The other brothers are also training hard. When we heard that the master was going to Songyuan country, we all didn't want to embarrass the master. Su Maoyang nodded with relief, then took out the soul card and a bottle of lower-grade elixir that he had refined for them, and handed it to Wang Feng. Keep this soul card for easy contact. The elixir is for the brothers. Wang Feng opened the bottle cap and recognized the grade of the elixir at a glance, and was immediately shocked. Master, have you reached the level of a great elixir master? Wang Feng opened his mouth wide, and his chin almost hit his foot. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. Without denying, Wang Feng's mouth twitched. His face was shocked, and his voice was trembling. It's really perverted. Too perverted. If the brothers knew, they would be so excited. They followed such a powerful master. It must be a blessing from the previous life. Seeing Wang Feng holding the elixir in his hand, as if he had found a treasure, Su Maoyang was shocked and excited. Just smiled and said lightly, I asked you to come here today because I have something for you to do. Wang Feng heard this, and immediately straightened his face, knelt down and clasped his fists. Master, what do you want? I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Su Maoyang raised her hand and motioned him to get up. I want you to help me send a letter to the 7th Prince Gong Yui, who lives in the palace. She got the news of Xianyan's silver snake in the morning, and guessed the 7th prince's thoughts. So she summoned Wang Feng overnight. Gong Yui. Hearing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but exclaimed again. He had heard of this man's name. He was the genius prince of Songyuan Kingdom, and was loved and respected by the elders of the sect. Recently, he also heard the news that he suddenly came to Nansui Kingdom, but he didn't expect that Su Maoyang asked him to come today because of Gong Yui. Master, what letter do you want to send him? Wang Feng couldn't understand why 2 people who had nothing to do with each other would write to each other. Su Maoyang's eyes flickered, and his pupils were sparkling. With an indescribable light flowing, I want to do business with him. Ah? Business? Wang Feng was full of doubts. But when he saw Su Maoyang's cunning eyes, he knew that she must have some tricks. Master, this is the 7th prince of Songyuan Kingdom. Not an ordinary person. You must not cheat the wrong person. Wang Feng couldn't help but remind him. Su Maoyang smiled. I know how to handle this matter. After you deliver the letter, leave quickly, and don't let anyone find your tracks. The 7th prince is not someone who can be dealt with easily. As he spoke, Su Maoyang handed the prepared letter to Wang Feng. Wang Feng nodded solemnly, and disappeared into the night. Su Maoyang glanced at the dark night sky, and suddenly thought of those black eyes. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her lips. She believed that he would definitely take the bait. Chapter 160. A date with the 7th prince. The sky was dark, with only a few stars peeking out from the night. The night wind blew, the leaves swayed, and the shadowy courtyard seemed a little cold and lonely. Under the night, a black shadow flashed by, and quietly shot a letter into the gap of the window. Who is there? Wei Yong, who was standing at the door, was alert and vigilant. But he didn't expect to catch a glimpse of a black shadow flashing by, and he shouted at the moment. The man in black heard the sound, and the shadow moved with him. He jumped up the tree, touched the branches and leaves, and ran away quickly outside the palace. But Wei Yong was not an ordinary person. He rushed forward in an arrow step, trying to catch the black shadow. But the man in black stretched out his hand well, took his spiritual power, and slashed at him at a tricky angle. Wei Yong was so frightened that his tiger eyes kicked, and he immediately stretched out his hand to block. However, taking advantage of this gap, the man in black quickly disappeared into the night like lightning. When Wei Yong looked again, there was no trace of him. Wei Yong did not expect that the Southern Sui Kingdom could have such a vigorous figure. His spiritual power seemed to be comparable to his, but his moves were experienced, and he was not an ordinary person. Wei Yong was shocked and hurried back to the door of the 7th prince's bedroom. He saw that the candles had been lit in the dark room, so he knew that the master had woken up. He immediately opened the door and reported, Master, someone just visited Gongquan Palace at night. He was quite skilled, and I'm afraid he is not a small person. I don't know what his intention is. Do you want me to send someone to chase him? Please give me your instructions. At this time, Gong Yui was wearing a snow-white robe, which set off his fair and handsome face. He was as light and elegant as a snow elf. It was just that pair of dark pupils reflecting the candlelight and containing a cold light, adding a bit of coldness to this beauty. As soon as he spoke, his tone was comparable to the bleak night wind outside. No, he came to deliver good news. Gong Yui folded the letter in his hand, with a faint smile on the corner of his lips, which made Wei Yong confused. Ah? Good news? Wei Yong looked confused, and his eyes couldn't help but stare at the letter in his hand. Master, was that the note thrown in by the man in black just now? Gong Yui did not deny it, and threw the note into the candle tray beside him, only to hear the tiny burning sound, which was particularly prominent in the silent night. Tomorrow at noon, go to Zuixanlu. The cold voice, without any emotion, made Wei Yong a little puzzled. Master, the emperor will hold a banquet tomorrow at noon. This, you can find any excuse to refuse. But you must go to Zuixanlu. Gong Yui interrupted Wei Yong coldly without waiting for him to continue speaking. His attitude was tough, and he would not allow any rebuttal. Wei Yong was full of doubts, but he did not dare to ask more questions. He could only nod and agree. Yes, I obey your order. Okay, leave now. This night passed quickly, and it was noon the next day. Gong Yui took Wei Yong and several guards out of the palace in a carriage, crossed several streets, and came to the restaurant called Zuixanlu. This was his first time in the Southern Sui Kingdom, and he didn't know much about the shops and restaurants here. But judging from the exterior decoration, Zuixanlu looked more majestic than other restaurants. However, what he was looking forward to more was the person inside. Just as he was thinking, Wei Yong outside the carriage reminded loudly, Master, we are at Zuixanlu. Gong Yui opened the curtain and walked out of the carriage. Today, he was wearing a white robe again, but the fabric and pattern of the robe were different from before. This one was much more low-key and simple than before, which added a bit of comfortable affinity. However, the noble temperament that attracted attention wherever he went still brought a lot of shock to Zuixanlu. Although everyone was excited, no one dared to approach him when they saw the ferocious guards around him. In this way, Gong Yui followed the address and walked alone to the private room on the second floor. When he pushed the door in, there was already a man in a black cloak sitting in the private room. This man was thin, but he was wearing a fat black robe, and even his whole face was covered under the hat. Obviously, he did not want to reveal his identity. Gong Yui had been looking forward to him since last night, but he didn't expect to find him more interesting when he saw him today. "You are here. Sit down." The slightly hoarse man's voice suddenly rose, which shocked Gong Yui slightly. His cold face suddenly showed a vague smile. He nodded, and slowly sat down in the direction of his finger. "I wonder what I should call you. Brother?" As soon as Gong Yui sat down, he cast his eyes towards him, carefully looking at the man in black in front of him. Su Maoyang, under the cloak, felt the sharp gaze and felt a little scared. But his mood was very calm. "Just call me Black Shadow." Gong Yui was stunned when he heard the words, and then laughed out loud. The rare and hearty laughter actually scared Wei Yong beside him. "Ha! Interesting. Black Shadow. This name suits you very well." Gong Yui looked at her. All black, and she really looked like a shadow. Su Maoyang heard this and thought he was complimenting her, so she nodded in appreciation. Seeing that she didn't say much, Gong Yui asked curiously, "You invited me to Zuixinlu for dinner, saying that you wanted to do business with me. I'm very curious about what kind of business it is." Su Maoyang saw that he was really interested, so he said quietly, "I heard that the seventh prince is looking for a medicinal material called Minghua grass in the southern Sui kingdom." Gong Yui's playful face suddenly became serious when he heard this. The smile on his lips was slightly restrained, and his eyes were shining with a bright light, and he was very expectant. "Oh? It seems that the Black Shadow has found the Minghua grass." Su Maoyang, with a curled lip corner, he let out two muffled laughs in a pretended rough voice. "The seventh prince is indeed very smart. Indeed, I have found the fire-condensing grass. As long as you agree to one of my requests, I can give you the map of the fire-condensing grass." Gong Yui's eyes became brighter and brighter. He took the teacup filled with wine and took a sip. "You want to exchange a condition for a mere address. If the value of that address is not as high as the value of this condition, then wouldn't this be a big loss for me?" Su Maoyang smiled. This prince was indeed very cunning, and not so easy to be fooled. "Really? It seems that the seventh prince is reluctant to use a condition to exchange for the address of this tomb." Su Maoyang spoke leisurely. His voice was not loud, and his tone was cold, but it shocked Gong Yui. "What did you say?" Gong Yui's hand holding the wine glass suddenly exerted force, and there was a crisp sound of porcelain being touched, and the wine glass shattered. Looking at him, such a calm and composed person, he actually crushed the wine glass. It is conceivable that he was shaken in his heart. Su Maoyang saw this and knew that the deal was going to be done. A triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his lips under his cloak. Gong Yui narrowed his eyes and said in a serious voice, "Who are you?" Chapter 161, Talking About Business. Gong Yui couldn't see her face under her cloak. She only saw her slowly take a cup, refill it, and hand it to him again. Her deep voice made him unable to tell her identity for a while. "Does it matter who I am? For the seventh prince? Isn't the tomb important?" Although her voice was a little hoarse, her tone was light and calm, which made Gong Yui want to tear her disguise apart. No one had ever had the upper hand in front of him. Obviously, this time, he lost to the man named Black Shadow in terms of aura. Sure enough, this name was very well chosen. Black Shadow. Gong Yui was in the light. Black Shadow was in the dark. It turned out that from the moment he said his name, this thin man was reminding himself that he knew everything about him. But he didn't know him. Damn it! Realizing this, Gong Yui felt a rare chill in his heart, and his 5 fingers under his sleeves clenched quietly. Why? The seventh prince doesn't want to try the most famous immortal drunk in Zuixinlu? Su Maoyang's hand holding the wine glass was still frozen in midair. Seeing that he refused to take it, she asked back lightly. Seeing this, Wei Yong immediately drew his sword and cut off the wine glass in her hand, and shouted, "My master doesn't drink wine poured by others." Su Maoyang quickly retracted her hand, looked at the wine spilled on the ground, and shook her head. "It's a pity to drink such good wine, since the seventh prince doesn't appreciate it. The Black Shadow won't force it." With that, Su Maoyang was about to get up and leave. But just as she stood up, she heard Gong Yui loudly scolding Wei Yong. "Step aside. Don't be rude." Wei Yong's breath stagnated, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only put away his sword, took 2 steps back, and stood behind him politely. Why are you angry, Brother Hang? Since you are here to discuss business with me today, you should sit down and discuss the conditions calmly. Don't you think? Gong Yi put away all his emotions, and at this moment, he was able to respond calmly. Su Maoyang had long expected that he would not miss such a good opportunity. He sneered in his heart and sat down again. It seems that the 7th prince is willing to agree to my conditions? Gong Yi smiled. What are your conditions? Tell me. I will estimate whether you are worth the price. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows. The corners of his lips under the cloak rose slightly, and he said in a deep voice, 8th level beast core. What? Gong Yi didn't say anything, but Wei Yong on the side was shocked. You are so bold that you dare to take my master's 8th level beast core. Wei Yong couldn't control his temper, and said he was going to take action again. Gong Yi was also shocked. However, although he was surprised, he was still rational. He immediately raised his hand and stopped Wei Yong behind him. Don't be presumptuous. Listen to what this brother has to say. Wei Yong was worried about his master and could not help but persuade him loudly, but he asked for too much. He actually coveted the 8th level beast core that the master had finally obtained. Why keep such a person? The master had spent a lot of effort to get this beast core from others. How could he give it up so easily? Thinking of the price and effort the master had paid before, Wei Yong was so angry that he was panting and stared at the man in black robe. Whether to give it or not is up to me. Back off. Gong Yi frowned and growled, his tone obviously stained with anger. Wei Yong heard this and felt so angry that he wanted to strangle Su Maoyang. But he couldn't do anything to stop her. Gong Yi's mood at the moment was not much better. The beast core was his treasure. It took him a lot of trouble to get it. It was very precious. However, the tomb was even more important to him. Now, this man in black actually asked him to choose between the two, which was really infuriating. Seeing Gong Yi's dark face and hesitation, Su Maoyang's low and hoarse voice sounded again. I have also investigated the tomb. It is said to be the tomb of a super strong man 1,000 years ago. I think there are many rare treasures in it, and even the inheritance you want. The word inheritance was bitten a little heavy by Su Maoyang and dragged a little long. But it just hit the tip of the 7th prince's heart. Yes, he came here for inheritance this time. The fire-condensing grass was just a cover, and the tomb of the super strong man was his goal. At first, he got information that the tomb was in a place with fire-condensing grass. So he went to many places with fire-condensing grass, but found nothing. And Southern Sway became his last target. However, he didn't expect that he would get news on the 2nd day after arriving in Southern Sway. And he didn't expect that it was such a mysterious person who gave him the news. If he didn't believe it, how did he know about the tomb? If he believed it, what was the intention of the man in black? Was it really just for the 8th level beast core? You know, the inheritance is much more important than the 8th level beast core. Since you know the address, why don't you enter the tomb in person? Take the treasure, and accept the inheritance? Gong Yi couldn't help but ask his doubts. Su Maoyang chuckled, speaking in a low tone without any concealment. The 7th prince has seen my spiritual power level clearly since he entered the door, and knows what level I am at. Why should I risk my life to snatch something that does not belong to me? Even if I snatch it, don't you have you here to wait for me? As for the inheritance, my body can't bear it at all. If I go, it will be a death wish. It is better to use this map to exchange for something more practical, which is more cost-effective. Hearing her explanation, Gong Yi felt that it made sense. The doubts just now were dispelled, and the gloomy expression eased. Brother Black Shadow, you see it clearly. Indeed, the treasures in there are not for everyone to snatch, even if you are lucky enough to snatch them. It depends on whether you have the strength to enjoy them alone. Gong Yi's meaning is very clear. As long as someone dares to snatch them from him, he will kill them. Ha ha ha. The 7th prince is right. Since I don't have the ability to enjoy it myself, I will give it to you who have the ability. Of course, this information is not given for free, Su Maoyang said with a smile. His words were rough, but the logic was not bad. Gong Yi naturally accepted this explanation. Okay. In this case, I promise you that you give me a map of the specific location of the tomb. When I really find the tomb, I will give you the 8th level beast core. It's not appropriate. What if you find the tomb and kill the running dog after the rabbit dies? Wouldn't I lose a lot? Su Maoyang waved his hands in disapproval. Gong Yuyi's dark pupils flashed a gleam. Then what do you say? Gong Yuyi's deep eyes floated with an ambiguous luster, quietly waiting for her proposal. This is a map of the tomb, on which the route and the location of the tomb are clearly marked. One hand pays the other hand. Now take your beast core in exchange. Su Maoyang took out a map and shook it in front of Gong Yuyi. Gong Yuyi raised his eyebrows. And he had the same doubt. If your map is fake, wouldn't I be at a big loss? Su Maoyang heard this and laughed deeply. Why? The seventh prince is so powerful. Are you afraid that a junior heavenly spirit master like me will cheat you? If it's fake, then everything I did today is just seeking death. Chapter 162, Tricking Him. Hearing this, Gong Yuyi's peach blossom eyes slightly raised, and his pupils were full of light. So beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off. But the brilliance in his eyes should not be underestimated. Okay, I will trust you for now. If this map is fake, I believe you know the consequences. Gong Yuyi had to take a gamble. He was too eager to inherit. He spent 2 years looking for this tomb. Now he finally got some clues. And he must not give up. And this time, he was determined to win. Su Maoyang saw that he readily agreed, and immediately laughed. Don't worry. This map will not be fake. If it is fake, with your strength, can't you deal with me? A junior heavenly spiritual master? Gong Yuyi nodded slightly, and then took out a golden box inlaid with gold and gems. The pure gold and gems alone had blinded Su Maoyang's eyes. Not to mention that there was an 8th level beast core lying inside. Sure enough, Gong Yuyi treasured this thing very much. Seeing this, Su Maoyang reached out to take it. But Gong Yuyi took it back and raised his eyebrows. Your map. Su Maoyang laughed awkwardly, and his rough voice sounded silly. Open it for me first. I have to confirm whether there is really an 8th level beast core inside. Hearing this, Gong Yuyi laughed and couldn't help but sigh that the thin man in front of him was really smart. It's really hard to deceive him. Watching Gong Yuyi take out another vermilion beast core from the space, Su Maoyang shook his head in disappointment. Seventh Prince, you are so insincere. It's really hard for me to hand this map to you. Gong Yuyi looked a little embarrassed, but still put the beast core into the box as promised. Now, you should believe it. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was too lazy to argue with him. She immediately handed him the map with her right hand, took the golden box with her left hand, and turned her wrist, as if she was afraid that Gong Yuyi would regret it, and immediately put it into the medicine cauldron space. Gong Yuyi took the map and read it carefully, and found that he really marked the route and the location of the tomb clearly, and it didn't seem to be fake. Well, since the 7th prince has already got the map, I should say goodbye. I still wish the 7th prince to get the inheritance as soon as possible. Su Maoyang got up and left the private room. Seeing her leave like this, Wei Yong was so angry that he said, Master, you spent a lot of effort to get the beast core. How can you give it to him so easily? The beast core is indeed precious, but it is more important to get the inheritance of a super strong man. If the inheritance is completed, then even he will not be my opponent. Gong Yuyi's eyes flickered, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. But what if this map is fake? Wei Yong was still somewhat worried. Send someone to investigate his identity. It's not that easy to get my beast core. Gong Yuyi snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. After hearing this, Wei Yong finally understood that his master had no intention of giving him the beast core. This move was just to temporarily trick him into giving him the map. However, the conceited Gong Yuyi would never have thought that he would trick Su Maoyang. But in the end, he was tricked by Su Maoyang. When Su Maoyang returned to the palace, he threw the beast core to the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King really didn't expect that this human was still thinking about him. It had been disobedient to her before, and had never submitted to her from the bottom of its heart, let alone done anything for her. But when it saw the 8th level beast core, the Golden Lion King had to be shocked. After eating it, your injury should be more than half healed. As for your poison, I still have to make elixirs. Su Maoyang's calm tone, falling into the ears of the Golden Lion King, caused a great shock. The Golden Lion King hesitated for a moment, swallowed the beast core in one gulp, and was silent for a long time before saying awkwardly, Thank you. This was the first time he said thank you. And he said thank you to the human he hated the most. It was something he had never expected. I am your master. It is my duty to help you heal. Don't say thank you anymore. Hearing this, the Golden Lion King was even more touched, and then said, after eating the 8th level beast core, I should be in seclusion for a period of time. A few months at the shortest. 1 or 2 years at the longest. So? Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. Go. Don't worry about me. I'm not that fragile yet. Su Maoyang knew what he meant by hesitating. The Golden Lion King had seen her methods, and knew that she was extremely smart. So he was quite confident in her. Okay. Then I will be in seclusion. Be careful. After saying this, the Golden Lion King closed his eyes, entered a state of selflessness, and began to digest the power of the beast core. Just then, Su Maoyang's door was knocked. Master, it's me. When he heard that it was Wang Feng's voice, Su Maoyang directly ordered, come in. Wang Feng came in from outside, dusty, and knelt down in front of Su Maoyang quickly, waiting for instructions. Come with me. Don't be so polite. Get up. Su Maoyang raised his hand. Wang Feng stood up, thinking about the map, and asked first, Master, the address of the tomb. Did you really give the 7th prince a bargain? Yes. If you didn't give it to him, how could you get the beast core? Su Maoyang nodded slightly. But the tomb is full of good things. Master, you didn't try it, but gave such a good opportunity to others, or to the people of Songyuan country. I really feel sorry for you. Wang Feng frowned, his face full of displeasure. Su Maoyang smiled. Who said I won't go? Since I have discovered the tomb, how can I not go? This is the place that Xianyan Silver Snake spent a lot of effort to find. Can she easily give it to others? What does the master mean? Wang Feng was a little unsure of her thoughts when he heard this. I mean, I will go. Not only me, but also your blood battle group. Even Nanjing Academy will go. And even anyone with some strength in Nansui will go. Su Maoyang smiled cunningly and said it decisively, which made Wang Feng confused. The corners of his mouth twitched. His face was surprised, and he stared at Su Maoyang with puzzled eyes. Master, what are you acting again? I gave the map to the 7th prince, but I didn't say that I would only give it to him. Moreover, the route on his map is the longest of all the maps. Su Maoyang smiled charmingly, and the low voice made Wang Feng suddenly realize. Master, you are too dark. You asked your subordinates to come tonight. Could it be that you asked them to deliver maps to everyone in Nanjing Academy? Wang Feng understood Su Maoyang's intention, and couldn't help but smile bitterly at her dark side. If Su Maoyang acted alone, the 7th prince might have noticed it. But she did it, and the maps flew everywhere. Everyone went to the tomb to search for treasure. It was no longer a secret. When she mixed in, even if the 7th prince knew that he was cheated, he would not suspect her. After all, the scene was too chaotic, and he had no way to investigate. In addition, the map in the 7th prince's hand was the longest of all the maps. Doesn't it mean that everyone is fished out before he arrives? Thinking of this, Wang Feng laughed. He was just feeling sorry for Su Maoyang. But at this moment, he was going to mourn for Gong Yui. A map that cost an 8th level beast core turned into a useless piece of paper before it was even warmed up in his hand. Miserable. Really miserable. Chapter 163, A Secret That Is Not a Secret. Early the next morning, Su Maoyang was woken up by Lu Man. She said that Teacher Wu had sent someone to tell her something important. Su Maoyang had no choice but to rush to Nanjing College even though she had guessed what was going on. When she arrived at the Alchemy Hall of Nanjing College, she saw Teacher Wu standing at the door, pacing back and forth anxiously, looking very excited, with an excited smile on his face. Su Maoyang stepped into the hall, and knew what he was going to say before he even opened his mouth. What else could it be except the map? Oh, apprentice, you finally came out. I'll tell you that I've discovered a big secret. Teacher Wu looked at Su Maoyang coming slowly, and immediately came forward excitedly, and immediately pulled her into his alchemy room. Then, he looked around to make sure that no one was around. And then, he carefully closed the door, and pulled Su Maoyang to sit on a chair beside him. Looking at his sneaky look, listening to him talking about a big secret, Su Maoyang laughed. If that can be considered a secret, there are probably no secrets in this world. However, she still pretended not to know, and waited for him to speak. Disciple, you must not know what treasure I got last night. Teacher Wu was full of pride, and he winked mysteriously. Su Maoyang looked at him with a smile on his face, without showing any surprise. Teacher Wu felt that her reaction was too flat, and shouted with some dissatisfaction, Disciple, you are too calm. Su Maoyang heard the words. immediately restrained her smile, and cooperated very well to open her mouth slightly, pretending to be surprised. Master, what treasure did you get? Teacher Wu's enthusiasm was mostly extinguished by her exaggerated acting. Thinking that she was originally cold, Teacher Wu was too lazy to care, and then carefully took out the map from his chest. This treasure will definitely surprise you. This is an extremely precious map. Do you know what it is? Teacher Wu looked mysterious, looking forward to Su Maoyang's answer. Su Maoyang just shook his head calmly. Teacher Wu was poured cold water, a little anxious, and couldn't wait for her to guess, and said quickly, "This map marks the location of a super strong man's tomb. Do you know the tomb of a super strong man? That's a treasure. Not only can you make a fortune, but you also have the opportunity to inherit it. This is what many people dream of." Teacher Wu's face flushed with excitement. "So you want to go?" Su Maoyang asked calmly. Teacher Wu saw that she was still unbelievably calm, and suddenly felt frustrated. Isn't this nonsense? Although I don't know why this map suddenly appeared, whether it is true or false. I have to take a look. So, I called you here first to discuss this matter. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was a little moved. Teacher Wu shared this news with her as soon as he got it, which showed that he really cared about her. I don't know which master this map belongs to, and he actually knows the location of the tomb of a super strong man. Teacher Wu looked down at the map, smacked his lips in shock, and his hands holding the map trembled with excitement. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and smiled without saying anything when he heard this. If Teacher Wu knew that the map that made him so excited was sent out by her, I wonder what he would think. Don't you want to go? Why don't you go? Su Maoyang got up from the chair and asked. When Teacher Wu heard this, he was slightly stunned. Go now? Su Maoyang nodded. Yes. If we don't go now, it will be too late. Wang Feng gave the map to many people last night. I think some people have already set off. They are probably almost there now. Teacher Wu naturally didn't know what she meant, but he was still a little worried in his heart, and nodded quickly. Yes. 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 Let's go now. If someone finds it first, it will be a big loss. However, when they really arrived at the tomb, Teacher Wu was dumbfounded. There were a sea of people in front of him, and the dense crowd was all blocked at the entrance of a huge cave. Even the dean, Teacher Luo, Teacher Li, and others were there, not to mention the students. In addition to the students, there were other unfamiliar faces whose names could not be called, but seeing that they were holding maps in their hands, they were obviously here for the tomb. What on earth is going on? Isn't he the only one who knows about the map? Teacher Wu's excitement and expectation instantly fell to the bottom. His face suddenly turned pale. His mouth twitched. His expression was stiff. He rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief, Disciple, am I hallucinating? Su Maoyang knew it would be like this, but he just shook his head calmly. No. Damn. I'm the last one to arrive. Teacher Wu was excited for a long time before, but now seeing this scene in front of him, he realized that he was the stupidest and most naive. Su Maoyang felt sorry for him, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. You are not the last one. The last one has not come yet. When the old man Jinjuan in the Shindang space heard this, he had already laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Yes, the last one is the seventh prince, and he and his troops are still on the way. His master is really evil. Evil to the end. Not only did he exchange Gong Yuyi's 8th level beast core, but he also gave him a map with the longest route. I think Gong Yuyi set out last night, and I don't know how many detours he took, but he hasn't arrived yet. Even the old man Jinjuan feels sorry for him. Even if he arrives, I wonder if Gong Yuyi will go crazy when he sees that the tomb has been looted. The old man Jinjuan just imagined the expressions of Gong Yuyi and others eating shit, and he laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist. At this time, Su Maoyang glanced at the crowd indifferently, and coincidentally, he ran into Nanjingwan's sight. Only then did he realize that he was here too. Today he looks much more energetic, probably because he has walked out of Su Yishua's haze and cheered up. This scumbag recovered quite quickly. Such a blow didn't break him down. It's really a cockroach spirit. Nanjingwan saw the figure that made him love and hate, and his heart ached. He was obviously hurt so badly by her, but he just couldn't let go. Nanjingju. It's all because of that cripple Nanjingjue. If it weren't for him, Su Maoyang would have become his woman long ago. Thinking of this, Nanjingwan's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, and his heart was full of dissatisfaction. Su Maoyang didn't notice Nanjingwan's expression, because her eyes were looking at the team walking quickly in the distance. That was the face she was familiar with and missed. They were all wearing black robes with red flames embroidered on their chests. And they exuded a fierce aura. This time, in addition to the 10 men, there was also a delicate figure. Su Mayan looked at Lin Waters Reborn, heroic temperament, and smiled with relief. Their high-profile appearance quickly attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god! It's the Blood Battle Group. Many people recognized them. And the already lively scene became even more chaotic. My god! Even the Blood Battle Group is here. What are we going to rob? Who can beat those perverts? Yes. They kill people without blinking an eye. They are a group of devils. Seeing them coming aggressively, the dean and several tutors also changed their faces. Now, let alone robbing treasures. Whether they can save their lives is a problem. Seeing this, Tutor Wu also showed panic, and said to Su Maoyang in fear, "This is bad. The people of the Blood Battle Group kill people without blinking an eye. We want to rob treasures from them. I'm afraid it will be difficult." At the beginning, the dean, several tutors, and some students who gave up did not go to Qixia Mountain, and did not know that the Blood Battle Group was Su Maoyang's power. Now suddenly seeing the figure of the Blood Battle Group, they are naturally scared. And Tutor Wu was also kept in the dark. Chapter 164. You will be the one to die. Su Maoyang smiled and comforted him. Don't worry. Everything will be yours in a while. Just stand there and wait to receive the treasure. Teacher Luo, who was standing by, sneered disdainfully when he heard this. Humph. You are not afraid of slipping your tongue when you brag. I think you will be killed by the Blood Battle Group before you touch the treasure. You are so arrogant and ignorant. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, glanced at him with a smile, and chuckled. Luo. Teacher, I think it will be you who will be killed today. Teacher Luo's face turned black when he heard this, and he cursed angrily. You dead girl. How dare you curse me? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the Blood Battle Group in the distance had already approached. 10 men and 1 woman walked in front of Su Maoyang in an orderly manner, kneeling down in unison. With a deafening voice and a loud momentum, the Blood Battle Group greets the master. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, as if they were hit by a stick. Stunned, Su Maoyang is the master of the Blood Battle Group. Oh my god! Are they wrong? Among the people present, only Nanjinghuan and a few students knew that the Blood Battle Group was Su Maoyang's power, and the others didn't know this, so they were naturally shocked. Who would have thought that Su Maoyang, a little girl, was actually the master of this group of demons, who killed people without blinking an eye? This is too incredible. Seeing this, the dean, Professor Wu, Professor Luo, and Professor Li all stood there like wooden men, their faces pale with fear, and they didn't react for a long time. Professor Luo's legs and feet became weak, and his face suddenly turned pale, as if he was dead. Su Maoyang is the master of the Blood Battle Group. I won't believe it even if you kill him. At this time, Su Maoyang ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd and raised his hand towards the Blood Battle Group, signaling them to excuse themselves. Seeing this, Wang Feng led his brothers to stand up, then turned around and faced Teacher Luo. His cold eyes flashed with a cold light, staring at the latter and making him shudder. Are you the Teacher Luo who bullied my master? The gloomy voice was filled with a chill, and an unconscious pressure directly frightened Teacher Luo and made him take 2 steps back, and waved his hands quickly. No. No. How dare I bully her? I usually like to joke with her. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. Teacher Luo looked at Wang Feng's fist, which was already surrounded by the spiritual power from the high-level heavenly spiritual master, and was immediately scared to the point of peeing, and immediately denied it. Really? But I just heard you call her a dead girl. Wang Feng pressed on step by step, rubbing his fists with surging spiritual power. His ferocious appearance frightened Master Luo so much that he trembled all over, and his eyes were filled with fear of being chased by death. I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Seeing his cowardly look, Wang Feng could not help but sneer. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to my master. Hearing this, Master Luo knelt down without hesitation, and quickly crawled to Su Maoyang, knocking his head heavily. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't call you a dead girl. You are Lord Su. Queen Su. Su ancestor. Please spare my life. Please. Before Master Luo finished speaking, he saw Wang Feng behind him swinging a knife and immediately cut off his head. The head fell to the ground and rolled towards the crowd with blood. When everyone saw this, they all stepped back in fear, looking at the body of Master Luo lying in a pool of blood with horror. The blood battle group really kills without blinking an eye. This scene served as a warning to others. Everyone held their breath and dared not speak. Even a prestigious person like Master Luo was killed, let alone them. In contrast to the horror of others, Master Wu shouted excitedly, "Disciple, you have concealed it too much from me. How did the blood battle group become your people?" He really couldn't imagine what kind of disciple he had accepted. One moment, he was a great alchemist, and the next moment, he was a member of the blood battle group. How many surprises did she have waiting for him? Hearing this, everyone cast envious eyes at Master Wu, and even the dean swallowed his saliva. Jealous to death. Why didn't he have the luck to find such a great disciple? Su Maoyong smiled indifferently. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you slowly when I have time. The most important thing now is to open the barrier at the entrance of the cave. Hearing this, Master Wu also put away his doubts and looked at the entrance of the cave solemnly. The dean standing by also recovered from the shock and nodded slightly. There is a strong barrier at the entrance of this cave, but it cannot be opened by one person. So I need everyone to help me and contribute your spiritual power. Time waits for no one. Let's start now. Su Maoyong nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the dean nodded and immediately formed seals with both hands and pushed his spiritual power towards the barrier. Seeing this, everyone also output spiritual power and hit the barrier at the entrance of the cave heavily. After persisting for an hour, the barrier finally showed signs of loosening. Everyone, hold on a little longer. It will open soon. After the dean's roar, everyone tried their best. At this time, there was a loud bang. The barrier was lifted, and an ancient atmosphere instantly filled the cave entrance. At this time, everyone who couldn't wait rushed into the cave entrance, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Su Maoyong saw this and gave Wang Feng a look. Wang Feng nodded in understanding, and rushed in with the blood battle group. Teacher Wu saw that everyone had left, and he was very anxious. Disciple, let's go quickly. Don't let them rob us all. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows and said coldly, with the blood battle group here, they have a life to rob, but no life to enjoy. Teacher Wu heard this and then reacted, and immediately laughed up to the sky. Ha ha. It's good to have a perverted disciple. You don't have to do anything. Just wait to receive the treasure. Su Maoyong laughed helplessly and walked into the cave. Although the cave looks desolate like a broken mountain from the outside, it is actually a huge palace when you walk in, even though it is dusty and gray. The decorations and buildings are all top-notch and priceless. In the center of the wide hall, it is supported by 4 thick stone pillars, and behind the stone pillars are many boxes and cabinets. From a distance, it is a cloud of dust, but when you get closer, everyone screams in shock. Oh my god! So many martial arts and weapons. This shout immediately made the crowd rush in, grabbing the treasures inside like crazy. Seeing this, Su Maoyong directly ignored the group of irrational people and released the Xianyan silver snake. Teacher Wu followed Su Maoyong all the way, seeing a small snake suddenly appear in her hand. He was stunned and stuttered, "Oh my god! It turns out that the Xianyan silver snake of the Su family was really stolen by you." His voice was quite loud, and immediately shocked the head of the Su family, who was in the crowd trying to grab the treasure. The Su family had lost the snake egg for a long time, and they had used all their strength, but they still hadn't found it until today. Unexpectedly, it was in Su Maoyong's hands. The first time the snake egg was stolen. The head of the Su family knew that Su Maoyong didn't have the strength and was indeed wronged, but he had no evidence to prove that it was someone else in the Su family who stole it, so he could only turn a blind eye and vent his anger on her. However, he never expected that the second time the snake egg was lost was actually Su Maoyong's fault. Thinking of this, the head of the Su family was hit, and his anger rushed to his head, and he roared, "Su Maoyong, it turns out to be you. It's really you. I'm going to fight you." Chapter 165, Controlling Puppet. At this moment, the head of the Su family was a little crazy because of the black flame silver snake. He was so angry that he bared his teeth and rushed towards Su Maoyong fiercely. I think anyone who knew this pitfall would collapse. But unfortunately, before he could get close to Su Maoyong, he was suddenly flashed by Lin Wanner, who raised a knife, turned his wrist, and killed him with one blow. The roar was still choked in his mouth and did not burst out, and his body fell straight down. It is estimated that the head of the Su family will never think that he will fall into the hands of the waste he once despised the most. It is also pitiful, looking at Lin Wanner's handsome and skillful killing method. Su Moyang raised the corners of his lips and nodded with satisfaction. She has grown up and has indeed lived up to her expectations. Lin Wanner looked back at Su Moyang. Her once beautiful face became even more beautiful and charming. She smiled slightly, which was indescribably charming. Master, go ahead. Leave this to us. Her eyes were bright and shining with confidence. Su Moyang nodded trustingly and told Teacher Wu, you follow the blood battle group. They will protect you. I will go to find the inheritance. After saying that, without waiting for Teacher Wu to ask, Su Moyang had already followed the Xianyan silver snake into the passage behind the hall. She followed the direction indicated by the Xianyan silver snake and kept moving parallel to the passage. But for some reason, she felt that the space was sinking continuously, as if she was going to go underground. Su Moyang felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help asking, how long will it take? The Xianyan silver snake didn't answer and continued to crawl forward. Seeing this, she was shocked and nervously ordered loudly, Xianyan silver snake, come back. There was still no response. Xianyan silver snake seemed not to hear it and did not even turn his head. The whole empty passage was left with only her echo. No, the one in front is not the Xianyan silver snake. The Xianyan silver snake has always been well behaved. How could it ignore her orders? Thinking of this, Su Moyang was shocked, stopped abruptly, and froze in place, not knowing what to do. Old Master Jinjuan. Old Master Jinjuan. Su Moyang called out twice in his heart. No response. I didn't expect that this place couldn't be transmitted in the heart. Su Moyang cursed in a low voice, cheered up again, and walked forward slowly. But as he walked, the scene suddenly changed. The narrow passage suddenly turned into a damp and gloomy dungeon. On both sides of the dungeon were statues of soldiers in armor, holding long spears, standing straight, densely packed, although they were made of clay. Su Moyang saw ferocious expressions on their faces for some reason. Why are there so many statues here? Could the owner of this tomb have a hobby of carving portraits? Su Moyang thought as he walked into the aisle in the middle of the dungeon. However, as soon as she stepped onto the aisle, the statues on both sides moved instantly, wielding their spears and stabbing at her fiercely. Su Moyang was horrified and immediately stepped back to block it. But after blocking this side, the statues behind him also moved. Damn! They are all alive! Su Moyang roared, and rushed forward with his footsteps. With this pounce, the statues on both sides stabbed in vain. But the statue in front was also activated and attacked Su Moyang fiercely. She rolled and jumped, and soon the statues in the entire dungeon came alive, looking at the statues rushing in from all directions. Su Moyang was almost crying without tears. It's fine that the statues can move, but their spiritual power is so powerful that every time they swing over, the power can directly blast people into powder. With her spiritual power and this small body, how can she be their opponent? Thinking of this, Su Moyang's heart tightened, and she didn't dare to neglect it at all. She immediately burst out her spiritual power to resist, trying to break these statues with her strength. After all, it was made of clay, so as long as it was broken from the defense, it should be no problem. However, what happened next made Su Moyang dumbfounded, because no matter how hard she hit the sculptures, they didn't move at all, and there was no sign of breaking. Oh my god! What are these things made of? They can't be broken? This is the first time Su Moyang has encountered such a perverted thing. Seeing a group of statues rushing towards her, Su Moyang was anxious and couldn't resist, so she had to turn around and run. However, there were too many statues, and they quickly surrounded her densely. Countless long spears pierced through the air, and the posture was definitely able to pierce thousands of holes in her body. At this critical moment, Su Moyang's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of a countermeasure. These are soldiers, so there must be a general. Yes. To capture a thief, first capture the king. We must find the general. But where is he? Su Moyang looked around. All of them were soldiers, and she didn't see any special people. The only one who was different from them was herself. Yes, there were no generals except soldiers here. Only herself. Could it be that these soldiers must be controlled by her? Su Moyang had an idea. and suddenly jumped up, pointed her toes at their spears, and suddenly jumped up. A loud and deafening command exploded in this claustrophobic space, like a thunder, causing a lot of shock to the entire dungeon. All soldiers, listen to my order. Protect my people and my territory. Are you willing to follow me? The roar fell, and the majestic momentum was like a king. However, at this moment, the fierce soldiers suddenly stopped attacking, put away their guns, and stood at attention in unison. The force of putting away the guns and stomping their feet shook the dungeon 3 times. Su Maoyan was trying to save a dying horse, but she didn't expect it to work. It turned out that this dungeon was not asking her to find a general, but telling her that if she had a general in her heart, she could control everything. She is the master. Suddenly realizing this truth, Su Maoyang's astonished expression suddenly bloomed into a happy smile. At this moment, an old and low laugh suddenly came, echoing throughout the dungeon, and it suddenly seemed gloomy and terrifying. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that it was a little girl who realized this truth. Su Maoyang was shocked and turned around suddenly, only to see a shadow suddenly appear in the depths of the dungeon. Although it was just a residual image, Su Maoyan could still see clearly that it was an old man with gray hair, wrinkles all over his face, eyes closed, and a kind smile on his face. But the dead air and pressure emanating from his body made her feel suffocated. This was the first time Su Maoyan had met such a powerful person. At this moment, she suppressed her inner fear and asked loudly, "Who are you?" Ha ha ha. Little girl, you came to my tomb and asked who I am? The old man suddenly laughed, and the deafening laughter shook the dungeon. Su Maoyang's expression jumped into astonishment. After a moment's pause, he immediately clasped his fists and apologized. "So, it's the owner of the tomb. I was rude just now. I hope you can forgive me." The old man just smiled and didn't care. "It's okay. I died 1,000 years ago, and now I'm just a shadow, just to find a suitable successor. But there were people who entered here hundreds of years ago, but no one could pass the test. In fact, my test is very simple. That is, to see if the successor has the potential to control puppets." "Control puppets?" Su Maoyan murmured in surprise. Chapter 166, She is the Black Shadow. "Yes. What I have learned in my life is to control puppets made of corpses." "Little girl, now that you have passed my test, I wonder if you are interested in accepting my inheritance." Hearing this, Su Maoyan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the statues could not be broken just now. It turned out that they were not made of clay, but made of corpses. "I didn't expect that there are such sinister techniques in the world. If you can learn puppetry, it would be really amazing." Thinking of this, Su Maoyan was not stupid, and nodded without hesitation. "Okay, I will learn." Ha ha ha. "Okay, I will teach you puppetry now. But your strength is too low now, and you can't use puppetry. Otherwise you will be backfired by the puppet. So, girl, you still have to work hard to practice," the old man reminded sincerely. Su Maoyan clasped her fists solemnly. "Yes, I will follow your instructions." The old man nodded with satisfaction when he saw that she had listened, and then waved his arm, and the statue in the dungeon disappeared, leaving only a real puppet, which suddenly appeared in front of Su Maoyan. This is a real puppet, and its strength is comparable to that of a Xianling master in the initial stage. After you gradually refine it, its strength will continue to increase. Su Maoyan was so scared that she opened her mouth slightly when she heard this, and stared at the puppet in armor in front of her in shock. She couldn't help but smack her lips and sighed. Just such a puppet. The initial strength is enough to rival that of a Xianling master. Then after refining, it will be. Senior, how should I refine it? You can use your mental power, but the most direct and effective way is to refine it through corpses. The puppet eats corpses that are stronger than it, and the chance of promotion is the greatest. Su Maoyan smacked her lips in shock when she heard this. If someone was stronger than it, then he must be above the Xianling master. Oh my god! A strong man of that level was simply beyond her reach. "Okay, girl, let's get started." Here, Su Maoyan successfully accepted the inheritance, and Gong Yuyi's team also arrived outside. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the cave entrance, accompanied by a fierce spiritual power that suddenly attacked. With a loud bang, the crowd at the cave entrance was blown away in an instant. "You are so brave. You dare to rob the tomb found by my master. Don't you want to die?" The deafening voice echoed throughout the palace. and the fierce momentum frightened all the people who were robbing frantically and stopped their actions. After Su Maoyang accepted the inheritance, she just walked back to the main hall and saw a large group of people coming to the cave entrance. The most conspicuous among them was the handsome man in a snow-white robe. Su Maoyang recognized the elegant and moving face and the deep black eyes even when they turned gray. Seeing them coming aggressively, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Logically, according to the route she gave, Gong Yui and his men would have to wait for a while. At least, until she slipped out of the tomb. Unexpectedly, they have already arrived. The action is really fast. However, since she is here, she is not afraid. She didn't steal anything. She was open and above board. When the old man Jinjuan in the space learned of her thoughts, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. She didn't steal anything yet. Yes, she didn't take any of these martial arts weapons. But she took away the only purpose of Gong Yui's trip. The inheritance. If Gong Yui knew that the Black Shadow was disguised by Su Maoyang, and all this was planned by her, and finally robbed his inheritance, I wonder if Gong Yui would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Thinking of this, the old man Jinjuan felt a little sorry for him. At this time, Gong Yui's sharp and cold eyes swept over, and when his sight touched Su Maoyang, he paused suddenly. His cold eyes suddenly jumped with a bit of surprise. It seemed that he didn't expect that she would come. At this time, Wei Yong, who was about to explode with anger, was no longer calm, and roared like thunder, "Whoever dares to steal my master's things will be killed." Hearing this, Su Maoyang looked unpredictable, walked forward, and asked coldly, "What do you mean by your master's things? This is the territory of the Southern Sui Kingdom. You, a person from the Sanyuan Kingdom, ran to the territory of the Southern Sui Kingdom and shouted that the things here are yours. Isn't it too shameless?" Although everyone was afraid of the arrogance of the seventh prince, they all nodded in agreement when they heard this. Wei Yong refused to accept the defeat, gnashing his teeth in anger, staring at Su Maoyang fiercely, and loudly retorted, "This is the tomb that my master found first." Su Maoyang sneered, "Your master found it first? Is your master's name engraved on it? Since he found it first, why was he the last to arrive?" This rhetorical question immediately made Wei Yong speechless. "You." Su Maoyang snorted disdainfully and questioned again, "Everything must be based on first come first served. Since we arrived first, the things we robbed belong to us. How can they become your master's things? I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless person as you." How could Wei Yong, a big and strong man, be a match for the sharp-tongued Su Maoyang? In fact, only they themselves knew that they were deceived by a man named Black Shadow. So they were one step late. Otherwise, there would be no place for these people. Wei Yong thought that his 8th level beast core had been cheated away, and even his tomb had been taken away by someone else. He was furious and roared, "Su Maoyang, you are making up stories and dare to covet my master's things. Today is your death." After the roar, he suddenly burst out with spiritual power and slashed at Su Maoyang fiercely. Wang Feng's pupil shrank when he saw this. He flew forward and raised his palm to respond. And suddenly there was a loud noise. The two people, who were both high-level heavenly spiritual masters, were instantly shocked back 2 steps by this fierce force. "Who cares if you are the 7th or 8th prince? If you want to touch my master's hair, step over my body first." Wang Feng refuted with the same force, domineeringly protecting Su Maoyang behind him. Wei Yong didn't expect that there was a high-level heavenly spiritual master here. He was shocked. He covered his arm that was numb from the power, looked at Su Maoyang, and asked in disbelief, "She is your master?" "Yes, she is my master to whom I swear allegiance. If you dare to touch her, I will fight you to death." Wang Feng was not afraid of the power of the 7th prince. In his mind, even if the Xianling master came, if he wanted to touch Su Maoyang, he had to step over his body. Seeing this, Wei Yong was very surprised. He didn't expect that Su Maoyang, a woman, could make such a tough guy swear allegiance to her. Humph. Since we are both masters, there is nothing to say. Wei Yong knew that everyone served their own masters. So he stopped talking nonsense and took action directly. Wang Feng snorted coldly and met him with a palm. The two of them entangled in an instant. However, within 3 moves, Wei Yong was shocked and his eyes were filled with horror. He shouted to Gong Yui, "Master, he is the one who sent the letter that night. Gong Yui was shocked when he heard this. His clear and cold eyes suddenly shrank, and he turned to look at Su Maoyong. Since this man was the one who sent the letter, then his master must be the shadow who cheated him of the beast core. Chapter 167 Domineering Appearance. Realizing this, Gong Yui's cold eyes suddenly jumped into shock. Unexpectedly, the one who deceived him was the 9th princess of Southern Sui. He really underestimated the means of this woman. She was so bold that she dared to play tricks under his nose. Black Shadow. She actually used such a ridiculous name to fool him, and cheated his beast core. He actually fell for her trick, and fell into the hands of a woman. This is definitely the biggest shame of his life. Gong Yui clenched his fingers in anger. His cold face was dark and heavy, brewing a storm of anger. Su Maoyong, you are looking for death. After a long time, the roar like a volcanic eruption burst out from Gong Yui's lips and teeth. This roar frightened the people around him, and made them quiet as cicadas. Su Maoyong provoked a big shot this time, and he might die. Just as everyone was thinking about it, the pressure from Gong Yui, the intermediate spiritual master, came over, and the fierce spiritual power instantly turned into a white python, opening its bloody mouth to swallow Su Maoyong whole. Su Maoyong saw this and dodged quickly to the side, just as he was about to summon the blue cloud leopard. Unexpectedly, at this moment, boom, a violent sound, like a bomb was thrown into the palace. The ground shook. White smoke filled the air, and it was impossible to tell the direction. At this moment, the pressure in front of Su Maoyong disappeared. Even the spiritual power was extinguished, and even the smell was covered up. Su Maoyong was shocked, and before he could figure out what was going on, he saw the smoke dissipate, and at the end of the cave entrance, a tall figure walked against the light. A black robe, flying over, black hair flying, as if to take away the sharpness of the mountains and rivers. Arrogant and domineering, tall and slender figure, majestic, like a devil in the strong wind. Blowing in the face is the power and domineering that looks down on the world. The pair of ice blue eyes are like broken ice in the deep sea, cold and bottomless, appearing cold, lonely and domineering. A pair of sword-like eyebrows flying into the temples, shallow and light lips, white as porcelain, more delicate than a woman's face. Each of them is like a gift from nature, so delicate and so amazing. And the face at this time is different from the past. Only a small cluster of red flame marks can be seen in the center of the forehead. It adds seductiveness and charm to the eyebrows, like the finishing touch, making people feel dazzling and indescribably beautiful. Every time she sees him, Su Maoyong will be absent-minded for a moment. But this time, she was directly stunned. And no matter how calm her temperament is, she can't be calm. Nan Qingjue. Su Maoyong stood there stupidly, stuttering and shouting his name. At this moment, Nan Qingjue waved his sleeves again, and the power comparable to that of an imperial spiritual master bombarded Gong Yui. With a loud bang, Gong Yui, an intermediate general spiritual master, was slapped against the wall with one move. One move. Just one move. Just a wave of the sleeves. Without even a single move. So simple and direct. So powerful and domineering that it was terrifying. When everyone saw this, they were all frightened and stunned, as if they had been hit by a thunderbolt on their heads. And the whole person was dumbfounded. You should know that the levels of spiritual power are spiritualist, spiritual master, earth spiritual master, heavenly spiritual master, general spiritual master, mysterious spiritual master, and imperial spiritual master. Each level is divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Gong Yui, who was praised as a super genius, was already a talented intermediate general spirit master. But the spiritual power that Nan Qingjue burst out was so fierce that they could not tell the level. They only knew that he was probably more powerful than the imperial spirit master. In the Dongyan continent, even the mysterious spirit masters were very rare, let alone the imperial spirit masters. What kind of heaven-defying figure was he? Everyone swallowed in horror. Their eyes bulged, staring at Nan Qingjue, as if they had seen a monster, and their feet seemed to have grown roots. And they were so frightened by this scene that they could not move their legs, while everyone was shocked by Nan Qingyuan's strength. Some people also discovered his intact legs. Oh my god! Am I seeing things? Is that the 9th prince? He actually stood up. He stood up. His legs. Oh my god! He is not a cripple. Someone shouted. and everyone followed suit, looking at the pair of long, straight, strong and powerful legs that were walking towards them. Everyone was like crazy, rubbing their eyes constantly, repeatedly confirming the truth. The man in front of him was not like an ordinary person. He had amazing beauty, terrifying strength, and a domineering and fierce aura. His legs were like those of a normal person, even longer and stronger than a normal person, and could be called perfect. However, at this moment, the most shocked people, in addition to Gong Yuyi, who was slapped away, were Nanjing Huan, who was eclipsed in the crowd. He used to be the pride of the Southern Sui Kingdom, and a genius worshipped by the people of the Southern Sui Kingdom. Now, he stood in front of Nanjing Jue like a clown. A joke. He has not even reached the level of a heavenly spiritual master, let alone a general spiritual master. Not to mention comparing himself with Nanjing Jue, who is even more powerful than an imperial spiritual master. He is simply overestimating his own abilities, and bringing humiliation upon himself. When Nanjing Huan knew that Nanjing Jue was stronger than him, he comforted himself by saying that he was a cripple. He was a healthy person after all, and he had no physical defects. As long as he worked hard, he would catch up with him, or even surpass him one day. However, everything in front of him shattered his fantasy. Nanjing Jue was not only a super strong man whom he could not catch up with in his whole life, but also had normal legs, and could live a normal life. He still dreamed of snatching Su Maoyang from Nanjing Jue. At this moment, he realized how ridiculous and stupid he was. He and Nanjing Jue were so different that they were not from the same world at all. At this moment, Nanjing Huan seemed to have fallen from the top of a cliff to the bottom of a valley. Such a gap and blow hit his heart hard, and it hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. He was defeated. Completely defeated. Su Maoyang looked at Nanjing Jue striding towards him, and looked at the pair of legs that were no different from those of normal people, and was suddenly shocked and a little unable to recover. Damn it! She was deceived by him. No, it shouldn't be. His legs were really useless before. But how could they suddenly get better? Su Maoyang stared at him stupidly until Nanjing Jue walked up to her. Her eyes followed his legs, and she couldn't look away. But at this moment, Nanjing Jue had already domineeringly embraced her in his arms, and he roared at Gong Yuyi and his guards. My woman is not something you ants can touch. If she loses a hair, I will make you lose a piece of skin. Such arrogant and domineering words, when heard by everyone, in addition to shock, there was only touching. Nanjing Jue really loved Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was held in his arms, feeling his body temperature in his chest rising and falling because of anger, and his heart seemed to be filled with heat. Warm, slightly looking up, looking at that handsome face with clear edges and corners, beautiful and addictive, and his sword-like eyebrows and angry expression that were deeply furrowed because of his nervousness for her. Su Maoyang suddenly felt his chest beating a little hard. However, in this deadly atmosphere, a playful laugh suddenly came from the entrance of the cave. The sound was loud, but the sound quality was as clear and moving as the sound of a flute. Crisp but not soft, deep but not muddy, echoing above the hall, causing unprecedented pressure to everyone. Ha ha ha, Jun Haocong. You actually broke through the seal of the extreme mean body and cultivated to this level. I really underestimated you. Chapter 168, He is a Fairy. Hearing this loud laughter, everyone looked over. A purple-clad man came against the wind. His long red hair was untied and flying freely, blooming with a red luster in the sun. Magnificent. His eyebrows were like ink paintings. His face was like peach petals, and his red lips were like buds about to bloom. He was so beautiful that it made people's breath stagnate, and there was no language to describe it. However, what made people even more unable to miss was the pair of shining purple eyes. The stars were bright, the eyes were flowing, and they actually brought a hint of evil and enchantment. Bright as if to call back spring. Unlike Nanjing Jue's exquisite handsomeness, he was evil and charming, with a demonic aura all over his body. Su Maoyang had never seen such a charming man. He was simply a fairy, not a human. His appearance was shocking. But what shocked Su Maoyang even more was the meaning of his words. Jun Haocong? Who is that? What is the extreme mean body? Su Maoyang was full of questions. Before she could ask Nanjing Jue, she felt Nanjing Jue's body tremble, and he immediately let go of her and protected her behind him. Feng Moxie. It's you? Nanjing Jue obviously didn't expect this person to come, and his cold face also showed shock. Ha ha ha. In order to kill you. I have been looking for you in this Dongyan continent for a long time. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. If you hadn't broken the seal of the extreme body and leaked your breath, I would probably have to look for you for a while. The red-haired and purple-eyed man called Feng Moxie smiled seductively, as if he wanted to take away all the beauty of spring flowers and autumn moons. Hearing this, Nan Qingjue's face became more gloomy, and Su Maoyang behind him actually felt his tense mood. This was the first time that Nan Qingjue was so nervous facing someone. Who was this person? Just when Su Maoyang was confused, Feng Moxie's eyes flickered, and his purple eyes were full of interest, looking directly into Su Maoyang's eyes. Those were a pair of bright purple pupils, like gemstones, emitting a charming luster, and the sharpness and evil spirit contained in the bottom of the eyes made Su Maoyang's heart feel indescribably shocked. Seeing Su Maoyang boldly looking at him, as if admiring his appearance and eyes, Feng Moxie's smile deepened, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said faintly, "It's really interesting. Jun Haotsong, your woman seems to be very interested in me." Nan Qingjue's face darkened, and he used his tall figure to hide Su Maoyang behind him, as if he was afraid of being coveted by Feng Moxie. Seeing him like this, Feng Moxie couldn't help but chuckle. "You are so stingy that you don't even let people look at you. Anyway, she can't escape death. Let her see clearly who killed her, and she can die with a clear mind." The tone is like ordinary scolding, but the content of the words is related to Su Mo Liang's life and death. This man simply doesn't care about human life. Life and death seem to be just a matter of his words. At this moment, looking at his smiling face, Su Mo Liang suddenly felt a creepy evil. Nan Qingjue heard the words, suppressed his anger, gritted his teeth and growled, "You dare to touch her? I'm not done with you." Seeing him angry, Feng Moxie seemed to be even happier, smacking his red lips that were more delicate than petals. "Tsk, tsk, tsk. I didn't expect that Jun Haotsong, who is fearless, actually has a soft spot. Interesting. Really interesting. Now, I seem to want to see what you would do if she really died." As he said that, Feng Moxie did not play by the rules, and suddenly flew towards Su Mo Liang and stretched out his palm. This powerful person, who was beyond her concept. If he wanted to attack her, she would have no defense at all. But at this moment, Nan Qingju pulled her hard, hugged her in his arms, and suddenly jumped up, and spun in the air to avoid it. He protected her with his left hand, and his right hand faced Feng Moxie's power head-on. There was a loud bang. Su Mo Liang and Nan Qingju were directly blown away. "Jun Haotsong, you obviously have a serious soul injury, and you have an extremely mean constitution, so you can't use your spiritual power casually. Now for a woman. Are you really going to die?" Feng Moxie's playful expression was restrained, and there was some disbelief in his purple eyes at this moment. Nan Qingju looked at him indifferently, and his firm and sonorous tone echoed in the hall here, causing him a great shock. "She is my life." Even Su Maoyang was shocked, looking at Nan Qingjue's determined face in astonishment. His heartstrings seemed to be plucked fiercely, echoing with an indescribable excitement. Feng Moxie's charming eyes were also filled with surprise, and his beautiful face looked even more cruel at this moment. "It seems that I shouldn't kill her. I should catch her and threaten you. I really want to see how far you will go for this woman." As he said, he reached out to capture her again, using more fierce force than before. Nan Qingju is definitely not his opponent now, and his resistance at this moment is also forcibly using the power of his previous life. But if it goes on like this, he will not be able to hold on for half a cup of tea, and he will explode and die. Seeing Nan Qingju retreating step by step, but still protecting the woman in his arms, Feng Moxie became more and more sinister, and every move brought a earth-shaking momentum, and the entire hall was actually shaken to the point of collapse. At this moment, the crowd watching this epic battle, seeing the palace about to collapse, all screamed in fear and fled towards the cave entrance. This kind of devastating power is something they have never seen in their lives. It is estimated that even the entire Dongyan continent has never encountered it. Wei Yong was so frightened that his face turned pale when he saw this. He helped up the seriously injured Gong Yui and solemnly suggested, "Master, these two people are too powerful and completely beyond our cognition. While they are entangled now and have no time to take care of us, we should leave the southern Sui kingdom as soon as possible. The ninth prince is too powerful to be provoked by their level. Since they have angered him, the only way left is to run away." Gong Yui nodded slightly when he heard this. and followed his troops, mixed into the crowd and slipped out. At this time, the people of the blood battle group watched the palace collapse, while the master and Nanqingjue were still fighting with the man with red hair and purple eyes. They were very anxious, but their little strength could not help. Teacher Wu and the dean were also anxiously looking at the three people entangled in the air, shocked but nervous. They didn't want Su Maoyang to get hurt. There's no way. We can't help in a battle between strong men. Let's go quickly. If the palace collapses, none of us can leave. Although the dean was worried, he was still rational. If he didn't leave, he would die here. Teacher Wu stood stubbornly in place, staring at Su Maoyang's figure, and refused to move for a long time. My apprentice is in danger. I can't leave her here alone. Oh, why are you so stubborn? You can't help her even if you stay here. The dean's eyes turned red with anxiety. Seeing this, Wang Feng of the blood battle group nodded and advised Wu Jinqing, Teacher Wu. The master loves you as a master. You must not be in trouble. You go out and wait. We will definitely bring the master to you safely. Hearing this, Teacher Wu finally loosened up, and was reluctantly dragged by the dean to run to the cave entrance. And did not forget to remind, you must bring her out safely. I will wait for you outside. Wang Feng nodded solemnly, and then looked at the three people fighting in the air with a serious look. It depends on us to save the master. Let's go together. Wang Feng frowned and roared. The people of the blood battle group rushed out quickly and attacked Feng Emosia. But their strength was too low, and they were blown away by the residual power before they got close to Feng Emosia, and fell to the ground. At this moment, Feng Emosia suddenly swung a palm, and the devastating force directly collapsed the palace. Su Maoyang and Nanqingjue had no time to react and fell down with the collapsed ground. Chapter 169. Su Maoyang collapses. Feng Moxie tried to grab them, but he grabbed nothing. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. At this moment, Nanqingjue and Su Maoyang fell down with the collapsed ground, as if they fell into a bottomless pit. Su Maoyang looked up at Nanqingjue in his arms, and saw that blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot of internal injuries. Just now, she also heard Feng Moxie say something about the extremely lean body, and the soul being injured and unable to use spiritual power. Just by listening to the name, and just by imagination, she knew that it was a fatal injury. Thinking of his serious injuries, and still holding her tightly in his arms, Su Maoyang's heart was tightened, and she immediately shouted, "Let me go." She couldn't burden him anymore. Nanqingjue thought she was quarreling with him again, frowned, and growled, "Shut up." At this moment, he didn't want to quarrel with her. Just when Su Maoyang was about to explain, countless sharp arrows suddenly shot out from the four walls of the black hole, and Nanqingjue yelled in shock, "Be careful." After saying that, he pressed her into his arms, and waved his sleeves to block the sharp swords. Perhaps because there were too many sharp swords, and he had to protect Su Maoyang, and he was injured. He was too busy to take care of it, and his arm was suddenly hit by an arrow. He endured the pain, dared not groan, and dared not let Su Maoyang know, even if he deliberately concealed it. Su Maoyang still saw the blood gushing out of his arm. "Nanqingjue, you are injured. Let me go quickly, otherwise you will die." Su Maoyang was so anxious that he yelled excitedly. He was injured, and he was carrying her. Isn't this looking for death? Nanqingjue, are you deaf? I told you to let me go. Su Maoyang pushed his chest, but didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of touching his injuries and making him more uncomfortable. Nanqingjue didn't look at her, but his features were firm and his tone was unquestionable. "Don't even think about it. I will never let you go in this life." These words hit Su Maoyang's heart hard, shocking her. "But what should I do if you die?" Su Maoyang looked at him, feeling a sharp pain in her heart, and murmured in a low voice. However, these words were too light, and Nanqingjue, who was busy blocking the arrows, didn't hear them clearly. At this moment, he reminded her seriously, "Be good. Don't move. I don't know how long this black hole will sink and where it will sink to. However, what is certain is that in addition to arrows, there will be more powerful hidden weapons next." At this moment, Su Maoyang couldn't listen to these words at all. She just stared at him, with mixed feelings in her heart and too many unclear emotions. At this moment, flames suddenly burst out from the four walls, and actually burned the corners of Nanqingjue's clothes. Be careful, he roared suddenly, hugged Su Maoyang with both arms, and buried her tightly in his chest, with a posture that wanted to rub her into his body. The flames that spewed out from the rock wall instantly fell on his clothes and burned with the force of a prairie fire. Su Maoyang was so scared when she saw this that she immediately yelled, "Nan Qingjue, don't worry about me. Put out the fire quickly." At this time, Nan Qingjue directly ignored her advice, endured the burning pain, and looked at the stone steps on the stone wall in the distance. He ordered Su Maoyang seriously, "See, there is a stone step over there. It's quite wide. I'll take you there." Su Maoyang looked in the direction that Nan Qingjue pointed, and immediately found that there was indeed a stone step. But it was very far away, and he was afraid that he had to climb the stone wall to get there. Su Maoyang knew the difficulty, and immediately grabbed Nan Qingjue's clothes and asked, "What about you? Do you want to go over?" "Well, I'll go over there and take you there first." Nan Qingjue looked at the distance and saw that there were hidden weapons everywhere. He thought that only Su Maoyang could go up. It was unlikely that he would go up as well. "It's so far. You took me up. How are you going to go up yourself?" Su Maoyang was always worried. Nan Qingjue gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. This little difficulty won't bother me." Hearing him say that, Su Maoyang felt a little relieved. It's not a good idea for him to hold her like this. It will only consume his physical strength and aggravate his injuries. Maybe going to the stone steps first can reduce his burden. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang nodded, "Okay. Be careful." Nan Qingjue was relieved to see that she agreed. Then he held her and climbed up the stone wall with the flames extinguished. When it spewed fire again, he climbed to the other side of the stone wall with the flames extinguished. He climbed a long distance during the engine shutdown, and was getting closer and closer to the stone steps. He was about to succeed. Nan Qingjue's eyes became fierce, and he suddenly exerted force, throwing Su Maoyang towards the stone steps. Su Maoyang escaped from his arms, as he wished, and fell towards the stone steps. But at this time, Nan Qingjue did not escape. His body was suddenly sprayed by the flames coming out of the stone wall. His hand holding the stone wall loosened instantly, and the whole person fell into the black hole. Su Maoyang was shocked when he saw this, and screamed, "Nan Qingjue!" At this time, there was no trace of him, and the whole black hole was left with only her hoarse echo. Su Maoyang lay on the stone steps, looking at the black hole, and could not see Nan Qingjue's figure. At this moment, he could no longer control his surging emotions, and screamed like crazy, "Nan Qingjue! Come back to me! Nan Qingjue! Nan Qingjue! Come back to me! Come back to me!" Su Maoyang roared. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her face twisted with grief and anger. She grabbed the stone steps frantically, and actually made grooves on the stone steps. When she thought that Nan Qingjue might be in danger, her heart felt like it was being twisted by a steel knife, and it hurt so much. And her shrill roar shook even more. "Nan Qingjue, you are mine. I didn't let you die. You are not allowed to die. You bastard. You bastard. How dare you abandon me? I can't forgive you. Nan Qingjue, come back to me. I won't let you. I won't let you." Su Maoyang had already burst into tears. Her voice was hoarse and shrill, and she finally choked with sobs. "I still have a lot to say. I still have a lot to tell you. Nan Qingjue, how can you not give me a chance? You said you would wait for me. You said you would give me the opportunity to tell you. You said you would never let go in this life. You liar. Big liar." The voice of grief was deafening, echoing in this black hole, and it seemed extremely desolate. For the first time, Su Maoyang felt what it was like to feel a heart-wrenching pain. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't live. She thought of his pampering and indulgence, his care for her, and his domineering protection of her. He said she was his life. He said he would never let her go. Those words still lingered in her ears. But now, he didn't even give her a chance to confess. She didn't say anything, didn't do anything, and just lost him. Su Maoyang's aching heart was broken into pieces, leaving only grief-stricken sobs. "Nan Qingjue, you can't be so cruel. I still have a lot to say to you." Just when Su Maoyang was so sad that she was exhausted, a hand suddenly stretched out from the bottom of the stone steps, holding the edge of the stone steps tightly, and with a force, a tall body appeared in front of Su Maoyang. "It turns out that you have a lot to say to me, and I didn't even know it." Chapter 170 completely out of control. Nanqingjue stared at her, with a smile on his face. His ice blue eyes were frighteningly bright in this dark black hole. And the red flame in the center of his forehead outlined his seductive charm. Su Maoyan was shocked by his sudden appearance. Her eyes were still red and swollen, and tears were still welling up in her eyes. But when she saw Nanqingjue's handsome face, that was so close and full of teasing, her heart skipped a beat, and her sad face suddenly froze. Seeing Su Maoyan looking at him stupidly, Nanqingjue's lips curved deeper. His blue eyes flashed with excitement, and he asked expectantly, "What do you want to tell me? I'm here now. You can tell me slowly." Hearing this, Su Maoyan finally reacted, and pounded Nanqingjue's chest hard as if to vent his anger, and shouted excitedly, "You bastard! You liar! You lied to me again. I was scared to death." Nanqingjue had never seen Su Maoyan out of control like this. In his impression, she was indifferent, calm, and even had few emotional fluctuations. But she was crazy in front of him, yelling and pounding like crazy. Nanqingjue had never seen her like this before. Shock flashed across his ice blue eyes, but his heart was in great pain. He couldn't bear to see Su Maoyan cry, couldn't bear to see her feel uncomfortable and heartbroken. Seeing her like this, his heart hurt 10,000 times more than hers. Nanqingjue ignored her beating and hugged her tightly, pressing her tightly in his arms, burying his head in her neck, and absorbing her warmth and smell. "Yes, I am a bastard. I am a bastard. But I didn't lie to you. And I dare not lie to you." Nanqingjue's voice was a little choked, and he explained emotionally and softly. Su Maoyan was out of control at the moment, and didn't listen to his explanation. She twisted her body excitedly because of fear, hitting his back, and her sad crying sounded in Nanqingjue's ears, making his heart tighten. What would Nanqingjue? "What should I do if you die? You clearly said that you would not let go. I was scared to death by you." Hearing this, Nanqingjue hugged her even tighter, and responded distressedly, "It's my fault. I'm a bastard. I will never let go again. And I will never leave you alone again." He was reluctant to leave her alone. She was his life, his everything. How could he bear it? Feeling the little woman crying in his arms, her little body twitched. It was as if he was tightening his heart. He patted her back gently, trying to calm her emotions. But Su Maoyan was really scared this time, and couldn't calm down for a long time. For the first time, she realized that she couldn't lose Nanqingjue. She couldn't lose this man who spoiled her and protected her at the risk of his life. When she saw Nanqingjue fall into the black hole and leave her sight, she felt that her world was falling apart. That kind of despair, that kind of heartbreak could almost drown her. She once thought that Nanqingjue approached her with a purpose, and she thought that Nanqingjue was attracted by the evil blood cauldron in her body. For a mysterious and powerful man, Su Maoyan thought that she didn't have the charm to make him like her. However, until today, she knew that he obviously couldn't use his spiritual power, and his life was obviously in danger. But he still stood in front of her and said that she was his life. Until today, she knew that he could obviously leave her behind and jump onto the stone steps. But he threw her onto the stone steps first, and fell into the black hole himself. "Are you stupid? You were so badly injured. You could have left me and ignored me. Why did you fight so hard? Why are you so stupid?" Su Maoyan burst into tears thinking about it. Her tone sounded like complaining, but her heart was full of care and heartache. Nanqingjue heard it clearly, whispered softly to her ear, and said softly, "Yes, I'm so stupid. Maybe you are my nemesis. When I see you, I can't help but be stupid. And so happy to be stupid. So willing to be stupid." Hearing such love words, Su Maoyan's heart trembled. It would be a lie if she didn't feel touched. "Nanqingjue, you are really crazy." Su Maoyan didn't expect that such a cold-blooded, irrational person would say irrational words at this moment. But these words made her damn like them. "Leon, you just said you had something to tell me. I'm all ears." Nanqingjue's fingers wrapped around Su Maoyan's hair, stirring it gently, and the warm breath sprayed on Su Maoyan's ears, which immediately aroused her trembling. Su Maoyan's body shook when she heard the words, and she immediately pushed him away and broke free from his arms. She stared at him fiercely with red and swollen eyes. "No, there's nothing to say now." He was obviously not dead, but he didn't respond to her when she cried out heartbreakingly. It was obvious that he did it on purpose. Although this man protected her, his heart was even darker than hers. seeing Su Maoyang suddenly change his mind. Nan Qingjue was not willing to accept it. He stared with his ice blue eyes, and his expectant expression suddenly collapsed. No! You just said that you had a lot to say to me. Why do you turn your face and deny it? Su Maoyang looked at his domineering look, and she was furious. You deliberately hid down there to lie to me and scared me half to death. How dare you say that? As he said that, Su Maoyang hit his chest hard, as if to vent his anger. Nan Qingjue groaned at the force, and his pale face looked even uglier. Su Maoyang was shocked when he saw this, and quickly retracted his hand, and said in panic, Are you okay? I didn't mean it. What should I do? It looks like it's seriously injured. Let me show you. Looking at the panicked little head in front of him, and the calm face full of fear because of his injuries, Nan Qingjue felt an inexplicable emotion swelling in his heart. Swelling to the limit. He could no longer restrain his desire, and suddenly pressed her head, kissed her lips fiercely, and swallowed Su Maoyang's unfinished words directly into his mouth. Seeing the beautiful eyes widened in shock because of his sudden attack, Nan Qingjue felt funny in his heart, and the kiss was even more emotional. Her smile, her cry, her panic, her fear, all belonged to him. All her emotions were because of him. This feeling is damn good. Nan Qingjue knew that he was completely in Su Maoyang's hands. There was no way to escape in this life. Besides, he didn't want to escape. He wanted to absorb all her beauty, and wanted to rub her into his body. At this moment, Nan Qingjue also realized that this woman had made him crazy in love. The stormy kiss made Su Maoyang a little breathless. That kind of passion and lingering ignited her whole body like fire. Feeling his love, Su Maoyang's heart seemed to jump out. But at this moment, she didn't want to push him away. She couldn't help but drown in Nan Qingjue's tenderness, and didn't want to come out.